Both the wealthy merchants who harbored deep grudges against Ye Tianci and the loyal friends who staunchly defended him, as well as those with ambiguous attitudes towards Ye Tianci, were all shocked by the astonishing strength displayed by Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci actually defeated the incredibly powerful Feng Steward with just one finger, achieving a seemingly impossible miracle. When Feng Steward coughed violently again, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the scene suddenly quieted down. The experts from the Red Maple Hall immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed to Feng Steward. They anxiously inquired, "Feng Steward, are you all right? Do you need a doctor?" Ye Tianci calmly said, "Don't worry, I didn't even use my full strength with that strike, it won't endanger his life." These words once again shocked the onlookers. Ye Tianci actually defeated Feng Steward with just a fraction of his power? This made people can't help but imagine how strong his true strength really is. Feng Steward struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth and said, "I'm fine, don't mind me." He looked pained and resentful. Decades of hard cultivation in martial arts, defeated by a young man, and only using one finger. This was a shame and failure he had never experienced before. If it spread out, it would greatly shame the Red Maple Hall. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Kid, don't get too cocky, I haven't lost yet, let's have another round." Ye Tianci shook his head, sighed, and said, "Why bother?" Then he casually threw out a red light like a flash of lightning, finally landing in front of Feng Steward on the ground, creating a deep pit with cracks all around. In the center of the pit stood a 10-centimeter long red flying knife, emitting a cold light. Everyone present gasped in shock. The power of this flying knife was so terrifying. It was probably even more powerful than bullets shot from a pistol. Feng Steward was now sweating profusely, knowing that if that flying knife pierced his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Ye Tianci clearly had no intention of doing so. He just deliberately left a trick, giving Feng Steward a chance. Feng Steward took a deep breath, admitted defeat in a low voice. "I, Feng Steward, have lost. I apologize on behalf of the Red Maple Hall." The scene was in shock. The steward of the Red Maple Hall actually apologized to others. This news would surely cause a huge uproar. Han Ruoyun exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, Ye Tianci won." She looked at Ye Tianci with excitement and exclaimed, "You are really so powerful. Where did you learn your martial arts? Can you teach me?" Ye Tianci straightforwardly refused. "You don't have that talent, forget about it." Han Ruoyun pouted. Though she complained a bit, the excitement and admiration in her eyes were still evident. From a distance, Xiao Qingcheng watched this scene with complex emotions. She envied Ye Tianci's performance but also felt guilty and unwilling. The man she had asked for a divorce made her feel unexpectedly shocked, seeming not as incompetent as she had imagined. This made her emotions even more complicated. Wu Xingye, Xia Ping, and Han Tianzheng breathed a sigh of relief, all impressed by Ye Tianci's performance. Especially Han Tianzheng, who was internally excited and surging. He had a strong intuition that the Han family might win this time. In this situation, Ji Wuli was undoubtedly the most unacceptable. He almost wanted to burn Ye Tianci to death with his eyes. He couldn't understand why Ye Tianci, just a discarded son-in-law of the Xiao family, could be so powerful. Despite Ye Tianci's lineage from the Yi family in Zhongnan, the Yi family had been destroyed in a fire over a decade ago. Why was he still so strong? It's despicable. Ji Boduan was also struggling to accept it. At this moment, he was being pressed down by Ye Tianci, feeling his face flush and having difficulty breathing. He was unable to call for help, thinking, "Dad, come and save me. I can't take it anymore." He was always arrogant and self-confident, but at this moment, he was genuinely afraid of death. If he died under Ye Tianci's feet, it would be even more humiliating. Thinking about meeting the King of Ho later, if asked about the cause of death and having to answer that he was crushed to death by Ye Tianci, this thought was unbearable for Ji Boduan. Ji Wuli coldly questioned Ye Tianci, "Kid, release my son quickly. Do you have to cause a fatality?" Ye Tianci responded indifferently. Ji Boduan brought this upon himself. What's wrong with satisfying him? Ji Boduan trembled in fear, disregarding his dignity and begged, "Ye Tianci, I don't want to die. Please spare me. You are a big shot. As long as you spare me, I will call you Grandpa. Please." His plea caused a commotion. Ji Dasha, who was usually lofty and arrogant, was so weak at this critical moment. He even called Ye Tianci grandpa. Doesn't that mean Ye Tianci has become Ji Wuli's father? What a disgrace. Ye Tianci sneered and said, haha. A few days ago, Ji Boxiao called me dad after I beat him, and today you, Ji Boduan, call me grandpa. You two are like a good father and son, really put my mind at ease. Ji Boduan, hearing this humiliating remark, felt angry but dared not retort, only bowing his head in apology. He could only say, yes, yes, grandpa, as long as you spare me, I promise I will never let you down in the future. Ye Tianci shook his head, sneering. This season, Jibo sacrificed his dignity for survival. He had previously proposed that as long as his father, Jiwuli, knelt down and apologized, he could be safe. However, his father ignored this, leaving Jibo feeling desperate. Jibo urgently sought help from his father, hoping he could persuade Grandpa Yi. But Jiwuli angrily rebuked him, you ungrateful beast. Don't you know what you're saying? Your actions bring shame upon the Jibo family. Jibo, however, refused to back down, retorting, you taught me this. This is how society is now. Sometimes, compromises need to be made for survival. As long as you're willing to kneel, all problems can be solved. Don't you want me as your son anymore? Angered, Jiwuli responded, nonsense. Even if I lose you as my son, I will never bow to Ye Tianci. Perplexed by his father's choice to abandon him rather than submit to Grandpa Yi, Jibo decided to no longer hold back. He declared angrily, Jiwuli, just wait and see. If any misfortune befalls me today, my ghost will haunt you relentlessly. His expression twisted in a fierce and crazed manner. The onlookers wore various expressions on their faces, discussing animatedly, creating a lively scene. Those who attended the meeting unexpectedly witnessed an intense conflict between father and son, which was truly eye-opening. Ji Boxiao actually lost his physiological functions? How could this news not become known to everyone? Now, all the internal problems of the Ji family have been exposed. After the meeting, this incident will definitely become a hot topic in Jiangnan City, tarnishing the reputation of the Ji family. Han Ruoyun smirked, finding it amusing. Ji Boxiao, that scumbag, has actually become a eunuch. Let's see how he will have the face to harm other girls in the future. Serves him right. Xiao Qingcheng looked at the kneeling Ji Bo, disappointment evident in her eyes. In her mind, Ji Bo has always been a confident and strong young master, although with some flaws at times, but overall a good person. However, the true face he showed at this moment made her feel unfamiliar, even disgusted. The gap between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. Why did it have to turn out like this? As for Ji Wuli, his emotions were on the verge of collapse, his mood reaching its limit. He wished he could go over and kick Ji Bo to death immediately. Why did he raise such a useless son? Despite his dissatisfaction, Ji Wuli deeply understood that if something happened to Ji Bo, the Ji family would come to an end. How would he face the ancestors at that time? Hesitating, Ji Wuli finally couldn't help but take a deep breath, grit his teeth, and kneel in front of Ye Tianci. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gnashing, his voice trembling as he said, Ye Tianci, I was wrong. I apologize, please spare my son. Wow, the onlookers all looked at this scene in surprise. The once high and mighty Ji Wuli actually knelt down to apologize to Ye Tianci? This would have been unimaginable in the past. At this moment, even Lai Jingye, Xie Bin, and others felt ashamed. They had just formed a business alliance, and the leader was kneeling down to apologize to someone. How could they continue to work with them in the future? Of course, these grievances could only be hidden in their hearts and not be expressed. Ye Tianci glanced at Ji Wuli. This old man does have a sense of propriety. He understood that Ji Wuli's statement was only superficial, and his hatred towards him would only deepen. But it didn't matter. Since the day the two sides turned against each other, Ye Tianci knew that the grudge with the Ji family would continue. One day, there would be a resolution. But now is not the time. Ye Tianci smiled slightly and said calmly, since you have already knelt down to apologize, I will keep my promise and spare your son. However, there is a small condition. Ji Wuli's face immediately darkened. Ye Tianci continued, Ji Master, you have knelt down to apologize, and I have accepted it. But there is one more thing. Your son had a horse racing match with me before and lost 200 million in cash, plus the 20 million bidding fee owed by your Ji family, totaling 220 million. Do you know about this? Ji Wuli frowned, remained silent for a few seconds, nodded, and said, I know. Ye Tianci continued, since you know, it's simple. Write a promissory note in public for me. Tomorrow is the repayment deadline, so no one will gossip. Can't you handle such a small matter? Ji Wuli's eye twitched, cursing Ye Tianci inwardly, feeling completely outsmarted. Despite his reluctance, he could only reluctantly nod and accept. All right, I will write the promissory note. Ji Wuli called for paper and pen, wrote the promissory note in public, pressed his handprint, and had it handed over to Ye Tianci. After confirming it was correct, Ye Tianci lifted his foot from Ji Bo's body, then kicked him away. With a bang, Ji Bo slid miserably for over 10 meters until he stopped in front of Ji Wuli. Ji Bo groaned in pain, saying, Thank goodness I'm alive. I thought it was over, sob. He endured the pain, got up, and saw Ji Wuli kneeling on the ground. Trembling, he hurried over to support him, saying anxiously, Dad, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Ji Wuli pushed him away, shaking as he stood up. His face was full of anger, almost spitting fire, wishing to strangle Ji Bo. Ji Bo knelt in fear, slapping himself in self-blame. Ji Wuli gritted his teeth and said, Nonsense. You have disgraced the Ji family. Even if I forgive you, what can you do? Ji Bo clenched his fists and firmly said, Dad, don't worry. I will remember this humiliation today and will avenge it in the future. Ji Wuli slightly eased his emotions and coldly said, Stand up. Today's incident will not happen again. Ji Bo stood up, with only resentment in his eyes when looking at Ye Tianci. Regardless of the future, he swore to make Ye Tianci pay. Ji Wuli took a deep breath and unwillingly said, Ye Tianci, you have gone too far today, and everyone has seen it. When Miss Rong arrives later, I will report to her truthfully. Once she gives the order, you will not have an easy time. The wealthy merchants behind Ji Wuli nodded in agreement, showing their support. They believed that although Ye Tianci had strong martial arts skills, he was ultimately just a martial artist. In front of the magnificent Rong family mansion in the bustling provincial capital, I still feel as insignificant as an ant. Facing the threat, Ye Tianci couldn't help but sneer. What terrible luck! He had just apologized and kneeled to the other party, but in the blink of an eye, his son was released, only for the other party to turn around and bite back. Fate really loves to play tricks on people. Ye Tianci calmly said, Let's not even talk about whether Miss Rong has the ability to cut off my path. Even if she does, why would you think she would listen to you? Ji Wuli smirked triumphantly and said, Haha. Just because our Ji family has been prearranged as the business partner of the Rong family, Miss Rong will naturally obey us. Can't accept it? Then you'll just have to bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice of unparalleled beauty rang out, Oh! The Rong family has actually prearranged your Ji family as their business partner? Funny, I had no idea. The sudden appearance of this voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes were immediately drawn to her. She was wearing a shiny silver cheongsam, tailored perfectly to accentuate her graceful figure. The black stockings swayed between her legs, peeking through the cheongsam's slit, exuding mystery and allure. However, what stood out the most was her confidence and noble aura, as if she wanted everyone to bow down to her. She seemed like a queen from legend. The expressions of the people present varied. Both Ji Wuli and Ji Boduan, father and son, looked a bit displeased. This lady had previously come forward several times at the Ji family's birthday banquet to support Ye Tianci, which made them uncomfortable. Ye Tianci furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly pondering something. Han Ruoyun's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. A few days ago, this lady had given Ye Tianci 1.01 million at the hospital entrance, obviously secretly supporting him. Was she here today to find Ye Tianci again? Xiao Qingcheng's mood became even more complicated. This lady had confronted her many times, and she had always ended up on the losing side. What exactly was her identity? What was her relationship with Ye Tianci? Under the gaze of the crowd's complex eyes, Rong Meiyen walked straight to the center of the crowd, disdainfully glanced at Ji Wuli and others. Master Ji, May I ask how you learned of the news that the Ji family has been internally designated as a partner of the Rong family? Ji Wuli stood with his hands behind his back, looking disdainful. It is common knowledge that our Ji family has been internally designated as a partner of the Rong family. If you are unaware, it only shows that your status is not enough to be informed of this news. The people behind him echoed, "You don't even know this news, yet you come to Miss Rong's gathering? How ignorant and laughable." Rong Meiyen raised an eyebrow slightly. "I am very interested in this. Why can only Master Ji be chosen and not others?" Ji Boduan realized he had a chance to regain control of the situation. He said smugly, "Beauty, perhaps you are not aware. A few days ago at the banquet, the second young master of the Rong family personally called my father to inform us that we had been internally designated as partners of the Rong family. Many people witnessed this scene. Furthermore, our Ji family has established a business alliance in Jiangnan City, attracting wealthy businessmen to join. Now that the alliance has been established, our influence is even comparable to the local dignitaries. Do you think, in all of Jiangnan City, Miss Rong has other choices? Would she choose that waste son-in-law Ye Tianci who was kicked out by the Xiao family?" This remark elicited laughter from the people behind him. "Ha ha ha, if Miss Rong chooses that waste Ye Tianci, I'll eat 2 pounds of shit on the spot," Li Jingye shamelessly declared. "In fact, it's not Miss Rong choosing the Ji family, but she can only choose the Ji family. Master Ji leading us to form a business alliance will surely dominate Jiangnan City." Upon hearing this statement, other neutral onlookers couldn't help but secretly admire. The Ji family had now established a business alliance, unstoppable, and once they became the Rong family's business partner, they would be even more powerful. If possible, they all hoped to join this business alliance. Unfortunately, their financial resources were insufficient, and the Ji family might not accept them. At this moment, Ji Wuli stepped forward. Han Tianzheng squinted his cold eyes in the face of Ji Wuli's questioning. The head of the Ji family first informed him of the establishment of the business alliance and invited him to be the deputy leader. However, now he chose to betray them and collude with Ye Tianci. The people present did not understand why Han Tianzheng would stand on Ye Tianci's side. Did he think that there was more future with Ye Tianci than with the Ji family? This question not only puzzled Ji Wuli but also most of the people present. Han Tianzheng answered seriously, "The head of the Ji family is right. I think cooperating with Ye Tianci is more promising." This answer made the people present couldn't help but laugh. Li Jingye shook his head and said, "Master Han, are you joking? Ye Tianci may be powerful in battles, but these tricks have no value in business. How could there be any future?" Xie Bin followed with a smile, "Brother Han, you must be misled by that kid. How powerful is the head of the Ji family? How invincible is the strength of our alliance? How can you look down on a useless son-in-law? Isn't it ridiculous to spread such rumors?" Others also expressed their support, believing that Han Tianzheng had lived a miserable life in recent years and couldn't even see the most basic situation clearly. Faced with everyone's doubts, Han Tianzheng just smiled calmly. In his opinion, Ye Tianci had now become the honored guest of the richest man in Linqi, with an extraordinary identity. Cooperating with him was equivalent to establishing a relationship with the richest man in Linqi. How could there be no future? On the contrary, these people were short-sighted and offended the wrong people. Han Tianzheng's calmness made Ji Wuli unable to contain his anger. He frowned and threatened, "Master Han, you should know that this choice will make your Han family lose the opportunity to cooperate with Miss Rong, and the Han family will also become a competitor of our business alliance in the future. Even if you are the richest man in Jiangnan City and the Han family is one of the 3 major families, you will not be able to hold on for long under our blockade." Han Tianzheng's expression became serious. Although Ji Wuli's words were somewhat arrogant, they were not exaggerated. Once the Ji family became a partner of the Rong family, coupled with the strength of the business alliance, jointly suppressing the Han family would indeed be unsustainable. This Ji Wuli, indeed cunning and sinister. Ji Wuli continued smugly, "However, Brother Han, you don't need to worry. Based on our many years of friendship, I am willing to give you a chance to repent. As long as you publicly announce the severance of ties with Ye Tianci, apologize to me, I guarantee not only to welcome you to join our alliance but also to recommend you to Miss Rong in front of her. The benefits are self-evident." The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Han Tianzheng was facing a difficult decision. Ji Wuli demonstrated his deep cunning by employing various means, both gentle and forceful, to threaten and entice in an attempt to undermine the power around Ye Tianci. This was also a warning to others, implying that supporting Ye Tianci meant being enemies with the Ji family, while cooperating with the Ji family would bring immense benefits. For any slightly rational person, choosing to follow the Ji family seemed like the most sensible decision. However, Han Tianzheng's decision took everyone by surprise. He unhesitatingly rejected Ji Wuli's offer and declared that he would support Ye Tianci no matter what. This caught Ji Wuli off guard, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine. Very well, Han Tianzheng, this is your own doing. Don't regret it in the future." Then, Ji Wuli turned to Xiao Qingcheng and asked, "Xiao, how will you choose? Will you stand by your former fiancé, or will you choose to stand with us?" Xiao Qingcheng fell into contemplation. A series of unexpected events made her start to doubt that Ye Tianci was not entirely without merit, as he was able to attract such loyal followers like Han Tianzheng. However, she couldn't ignore the fact that she had made the decision to divorce Ye Tianci initially. If she chose to support Ye Tianci, would that mean her decision was wrong? This was an idea she couldn't accept, especially when she thought about Ye Tianci's relationship with Han Ruoyun and that woman. A wave of regret washed over her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally voiced her choice. Many wealthy merchants praised the business alliance led by Ji Wuli, applauding Xiao Zong's decision to join as a wise move. Xiao Qingcheng was indifferent to Ye Tianci's lack of trust in her, considering their relationship as ex-spouses, only lacking a divorce certificate. She didn't care about such a useless man, stating that she wouldn't want him either. Ye Tianci calmly explained that divorce was his choice, hoping Xiao Zong wouldn't regret it. Xiao Qingcheng frowned but remained silent. Meanwhile, Assistant Sun sarcastically remarked in a sarcastic tone that as the top female CEO in Jiangnan City, Xiao Zong joining the Ji family business alliance had limitless possibilities. Why would she regret it? He also mocked Ye Tianci for using tricks to deceive the big shots, predicting that he would eventually be kicked out. This displeased Han Ruoyun, who bluntly retorted to Assistant Sun, pointing out that he had no right to speak like that. Assistant Sun, red-faced with anger, retorted that it was none of Han Ruoyun's business whether he needed discipline. Han Ruoyun then directly slapped Assistant Sun, causing a gasp from the crowd, but secretly relieved Ye Tianci. He had long been dissatisfied with Assistant Sun but had endured it because she was a woman. Seeing Han Ruoyun take action made him feel relieved. Shaking, Assistant Sun asked Han Ruoyun if she dared to hit him again. Han Ruoyun coldly warned that if he didn't watch his mouth, she would make him disappear forever. Assistant Sun, pale-faced, stepped back. Xiao Qingcheng frowned, expressing that Han Ruoyun's actions were a bit excessive, as she and Assistant Sun were like sisters. Despite Assistant Sun being at fault, public physical violence was too much. Han Ruoyun calmly explained that she was disciplining Xiao Qingcheng's subordinates, reminding her to manage them well, or she would suffer greatly. Xiao Qingcheng's face alternated between pale and red, showing signs of being conflicted. Despite being at a disadvantage, she suppressed her anger and refused to stoop to the other party's level. With that, she walked away with Assistant Sun towards Ji Wuli and the others. Suddenly, a charming voice sounded out, "Xiao Zong, have you considered it? Maybe Mr. Yi has a point?" Xiao Qingcheng looked towards the dazzling and mysterious woman in a silver cheongsam, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Han Ruoyun spoke up for Ye Tianci, followed by someone else who made Xiao Qingcheng feel uneasy. She frowned and responded, "No need to consider. I never regret. Whatever the outcome, I will accept it calmly and move forward with determination." Rong Meiyen couldn't help but applaud, saying, "Well said. Looking forward to Xiao Zong's performance." Xiao Qingcheng confidently replied, "Mutual respect." Before heading towards Ji Wuli and the others, Ji Bode hurriedly approached, trying to flatter her. "Qingcheng, your decision is so domineering. Join our alliance. I promise to take good care of you, help you secure the partnership with the Rong family, and let Ye Tianci see the difference." Xiao Qingcheng glanced at Ji Bode, feeling a hint of resistance. She looked at the dirt and scars on Ji Bode's body, feeling even more disappointed. Ji Bode noticed Xiao Qingcheng's gaze, awkwardly stepped back, and explained, Qingcheng, it's my mistake. I'll make it up next time and prove to you that I'm better. However, he harbored some dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiao Qingcheng's gaze remained on Ye Tianci, feeling a slight unease. She had a vague sense that today's meeting might not go smoothly. Ji Wuli glanced at Wuxingye and Jiaping, deeming them not influential enough to be worth wooing. He sneered and threatened Ye Tianci, kid, 5 minutes before the meeting starts, I'll reveal your crimes to Miss Rong and let her deal with you. However, a voice interrupted him, no need to report, Miss Rong won't be deceived by you. Ji Wuli's face darkened as he looked towards the speaker. The lady has delayed things several times, which seems to have made Mr. Ji a bit angry. He appeared somewhat arrogant and said, HMPH. Mr. Ji is the designated business partner of the Rong family. What are you compared to me? Do you know Miss Rong better than I do? The people behind him also echoed, that's right, who are you? How dare you claim to know Miss Rong better than Mr. Ji? Mr. Ji is the designated business partner of the Rong family. If Mr. Ji orders, he will kick you out of the meeting. Rong Meiyen took 2 steps forward, elegantly surveyed the crowd led by Ji Wuli, with a slight smile on her lips, and said, in that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Rong Meiyen, from the Rong family in the provincial capital. My father is Rong Tianong, coming to Jiangnan City this time as the representative of the Rong family. I am hosting this meeting specifically to select an outstanding partner to help the Rong family expand its business in Jiangnan City. So, do you think I know Miss Rong better than Mr. Ji? This sentence was like a bomb, instantly stunning everyone present. The sound of shock echoed in their minds. The crowd that had been mocking her just moments ago now stood there dumbfounded. Ji Wuli and Ji Boduan, father and son, couldn't help but tremble, almost kneeling to the ground. So she was the legendary Miss Rong? Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Han Tianzheng, Han Ruoyun, Wu Xingye, Xia Ping, and others were all stunned, unable to speak. Even Ye Tianci's face showed surprise. Wasn't this woman Lin Feng's lover? How did she suddenly become Rong Meiyen? The whole venue fell into a minute of silence. Ji Wuli finally couldn't help but lose his composure, subconsciously denying, no, it's impossible. How could you be Miss Rong Meiyen? There must be a misunderstanding here. Although he had never seen Rong Meiyen, it was well known that she was the eldest daughter of the Rong family, a legendary queen of the business world, an absolute high and mighty figure. How could such a person be associated with Ye Tianci, a waste of a son-in-law? If she really was Rong Meiyen, why didn't she reveal her true identity at the banquet the day before yesterday? Thinking of this, Ji Wuli calmed down slightly and quickly shared his doubts with the people behind him. The head of the Ji family made sense. Miss Rong's identity was so noble, how could she come alone? That's right, on that day, Assistant Aching clearly announced that Miss Rong couldn't make it due to some last-minute issues, and this woman clearly had logical contradictions. The people of the Business Alliance nodded in agreement. Xiao Qingcheng also felt it made sense and breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Wuli sneered at Rong Meiyen and said, haha, almost fooled by you. I have to admit your courage is commendable. How dare you impersonate Miss Rong so blatantly, truly fearless. Rong Meiyen sighed helplessly, alas. It's truly baffling. You are clearly so foolish, yet Uncle wants to recommend you as a partner. It's really puzzling. Ji Wuli's face darkened, about to erupt. Ji Boduan quickly interjected, Dad, let me handle this kind of woman. I have more experience, you don't need to intervene. He looked like he saw through everything. Solemnly said to Rong Meiyen, the trick of impersonating Miss Rong has been exposed, don't you know to repent? You are just an actress hired by Ye Tianci, appearing every time to add luster to him. Ji Boduan turned to the crowd and appealed, we can overlook this woman's past misdeeds. But now she is impersonating the Rong family's daughter, it's simply an insult to us. We must defend the dignity of the Rong family. The crowd expressed their agreement. Xie Bin even volunteered, raising his hand and saying, in my opinion, this kind of habitual liar should be punished, slapped 100 times, and then sold to a nightclub to earn profits for our alliance. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ji Boduan smirked, haha, that's a good idea. Thank you, Director Xie, for your trouble. Xie Bin nodded, hee, no problem. I'm always good at dealing with these kinds of women. He swaggered up to Rong Meiyen, greedily staring at her exquisite beauty and perfect figure, unable to help but drool. When Rong Meiyen was threatened, a surge of anger and unwavering determination welled up in her heart. She remained indifferent, facing the person threatening her without fear. Suddenly, the person delivered a hard slap to her face, the crisp sound echoing throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Rong Meiyen lowered her hand, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness and warning. She calmly stated, "The dignity of the Rong family cannot be violated. Anyone who dares to do so again will pay a heavy price." Xie Bin, holding his slapped cheek, felt a mix of anger and shame, but he was silenced by the icy gaze of Rong Meiyen, unable to speak. Just as the situation seemed to reach a deadlock, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from the entrance, deafeningly loud. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, where a group of burly bodyguards in black swiftly entered the venue, exuding a sense of authority and power with their imposing stature. The leader of the bodyguards, nearly 2 meters tall, stood as mighty as a black bear, his presence no less intimidating than Feng, the steward. Following closely behind was a tall, ponytailed woman in high heels, striding in with a proud demeanor. As soon as the crowd saw her, they were shocked, for she was none other than Rong Meiyen's personal assistant, Qing. Ji Bo hurried forward, attempting to explain the situation, only to receive a harsh slap from Qing, knocking him to the ground, her eyes flashing with anger and dissatisfaction. Ji Wooly and others looked at Qing in confusion, hoping for an explanation. Qing coldly surveyed the crowd and said, "Your behavior has crossed the line. Disrespecting the young lady warrants punishment." With that, she walked straight to Rong Meiyen, respectfully bowing and saying, "Miss, we are here." The bodyguards behind her all shouted in unison, "Miss." Their voices resonated throughout the venue, leaving everyone present moved. Ji Wooly, Ji Bo, and the others were dumbfounded, realizing they had offended someone as influential as Rong Meiyen. A sense of tension and fear gripped them as they realized they might face serious consequences. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive. Rong Meiyen's eyes, filled with intense emotions, lingered on the couple, scrutinizing them closely. The couple, dressed in magnificent attire, exuded strong love for each other. The man, handsome and resolute, with deep and firm gaze, seemed like the center of the world, while the woman, charming and enchanting, gazed at him with admiration and adoration. The tacit understanding and melancholic affection between them seemed to flow in the air, making people can't help but sigh at the beauty of love. Rong Meiyen felt a deep sense of envy in her heart, longing to have such a beautiful love, to be with her beloved and spend a lifetime together. Watching the sweet exchange between the lovers, Rong Meiyen couldn't help but lament her loneliness and solitude. Perhaps, love is this wonderful, making one feel both happy and melancholic. She secretly vowed to strive to find her own happiness, no longer letting loneliness haunt her in herself. Ji Wooly was so scared that he was speechless, feeling like his scalp was numb and his legs were as soft as cotton. Provoking Miss Rong Meiyen, as dangerous as touching a tiger's bottom. Once Miss Rong uses the power of the Rong family to retaliate, the Ji family will be wiped out in an instant. However, as an experienced old hand, Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and decisively decided to take action. He knelt in front of Miss Rong Meiyen without hesitation, tremblingly saying, "Miss Rong, please let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Blame should be on me. I apologize to you." Then he turned to Ji Boduan and sternly reprimanded, "You scoundrel! Why haven't you knelt down and apologized to Miss Rong yet?" Ji Boduan, who had been knocked down by Qing before, painfully got up and knelt before Rong Meiyen. At that moment, Ji Boduan felt despair and regret rushing to his heart. If he had known she was Rong Meiyen, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to offend or provoke her. Not only the Ji brothers, but also the members of the alliance behind them were trembling in fear. After all, they had just questioned Rong Meiyen's identity and now they were feeling regretful. If Miss Rong holds a grudge, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the usually calm and proud Xiao Qingcheng, at this moment, had a pale face, tightly biting his lips, finding it hard to accept the scene before him. Assistant Sun was trembling all over, losing the courage to speak. Rong Meiyen looked at the reactions of these people, just smiled faintly, and then walked slowly towards Xie Bin. She asked coldly, Are you Xie Bin, the chairman of Honda Group? Xie Bin was so nervous that he was shaking all over, big beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks, filled with regret. If he had known it would end like this, he would rather keep his mouth shut and not invite trouble, let alone say the words of selling Rong Meiyen to a nightclub as a lady. Now he was reaping what he had sown. He knelt heavily on the ground, tears streaming down his face, saying, "Miss Rong, I was wrong, please forgive me." Rong Meiyen turned a deaf ear and ordered her bodyguards to break Xie Bin's limbs and throw him out onto the street. Oh! Xie Bin let out a heart-wrenching scream, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, shocking everyone present. Especially the members of the alliance led by Ji Wuli were horrified, fearing they would meet the same fate. Even Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others felt a chill. This Miss Rong is even more fierce than rumored. Only Ye Tianci slightly narrowed his eyes, silently feeling that his fiancée seemed to be somewhat different. After a moment, Xie Bin, with broken limbs, was dragged away by the bodyguards, and Qing also hung up the phone. Mrs. Orders have been delivered, and the family's forces are mobilized to shut down Honda Group and bankrupt them within an hour. Although the statement seemed calm, the people present were in a state of panic. Honda Group's assets are at the billion level, yet they could be bankrupted within just an hour. As one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, the power of the Rong family is truly astonishing. This move intensified Jawuli's fear of Rong Meiyen even more. Xie Bin, just for a moment of reckless talk, had his limbs broken and faced the fate of bankruptcy. So, would the other participants also be as unlucky as Xie Bin? Rong Meiyen turned around, looked down at Jawuli, and still with a harmless smile, said, "Master Ji, I accidentally ruined your business alliance partner. Do you believe it was unintentional?" This statement almost scared Jawuli to death. As a veteran of the business world, he knew clearly that Rong Meiyen was pressuring him, publicly humiliating him. But faced with absolute power, he dared not question the challenge, and could only bow and say, "Miss Rong, of course, I believe you." Besides, Xie Bin deserved his punishment, and dealing with him this way is already his luck. And I also want to clarify one thing. Someone like Xie Bin has never been endorsed by my Jiwu family's business alliance. And to be frank, my previous misunderstanding of you was also incited by Xie Bin in secret. Everything is ultimately his fault. The people behind him looked at each other. Jawuli, for personal gain, decisively cut off the relationship at a critical moment. Although selfish, they might have made the same choice if they were in his shoes. Because only by doing so could they escape the risk. Indeed, Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "Since it was a misunderstanding, please stand up, to avoid rumors that I, Rong Meiyen, have gone too far, making guests kneel at the meeting, which would leave a bad impression." Jawuli and Jibo then quickly stood up. They always wore flattering smiles, afraid of offending Rong Meiyen. At this moment, Qing whispered a few words to Rong Meiyen. Rong Meiyen nodded, and said to everyone, "Sorry, everyone, I suddenly have something to attend to. I will leave for a moment. When I come back, our meeting will officially begin, and I will announce the identity of the business partners." Everyone expressed their understanding. "Miss Rong, your time is more precious than ours. We will wait for your return, no rush." Rong Meiyen nodded, and left the venue with Qing. As soon as she left, the venue became lively. Everyone was surprised to find out that she was Miss Rong. The recent scene frightened them. They never expected such a thing to happen before the meeting even began. Jia's family was truly unlucky to the core. Rong Meiyen's strong actions made everyone feel exhilarated. Some whispered, "Haha, Miss Rong is so unique. Taking down Jia's family is so satisfying." "Shish, keep it down. Jia's family is usually arrogant. Offending Miss Rong, the identity of the designated partner may be affected this time." The discussions of the crowd made Jawuli and others' faces turn serious. The development of the situation was beyond their expectations. They had originally wanted to show off with the designated partner identity from Rong's family. Instead, they were embarrassed by Miss Rong, which was extremely awkward. Lai Jingye cautiously asked, "Master Ji, I'm wondering, would offending Miss Rong have any impact on your decision to appoint a business partner?" Everyone else also looked at Ji Wuli nervously, their hearts filled with anxiety. Although Rong Meiyen did not continue to pursue the responsibility, her dissatisfaction with the behavior of the Ji family and others was evident. This kind of emotion is bound to affect the choice of partners. When they saw Ji Wuli's ambiguous attitude, the alliance members expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Master Ji, you promised us to become partners in the first place, that's why we decided to join this alliance. If in the end you don't become a partner, the 10 million membership fee we paid should be refunded to us double. A member of the alliance bluntly made a demand. Master Ji, didn't you and Ji Boduan claim to be familiar with Miss Rong before? Now it seems that even her true identity is unclear. With this misunderstanding, you must give us an explanation. Another alliance member also complained. If it weren't for our help, we wouldn't have been involved in offending Miss Rong. If she holds a grudge, each of us will be in trouble, and the consequences will be more serious than Xie Bin. The dissatisfaction of the alliance members made Ji Wuli and Ji Boduan extremely troubled. The business alliance they had painstakingly established faced the danger of division in less than an hour. Just the compensation of 2 billion is enough to bankrupt them. In the end, everything is to blame on Ye Tianci. Without him, how could they have offended Rong Meiyen? Without offending Rong Meiyen, how could they have ended up in this predicament? They are full of complaints against Ye Tianci. In the midst of the questioning, Ji Wuli tried to appease everyone and explain, please be patient and listen to me. Miss Rong's situation was purely accidental, not intentional on my part. Please trust our Ji family. However, someone immediately retorted, trust what? Either guarantee that you will definitely become partners, or guarantee to refund us double the membership fee we paid. An explanation must be given. Various questioning voices continued, making Ji Wuli feel extremely helpless. He had previously solemnly promised that the Ji family would definitely become partners, but now he didn't have the confidence to make any more commitments. It's already good enough that Rong Meiyen didn't seek revenge. In the chaotic business alliance, only Xiao Qingcheng did not participate in questioning Ji Wuli's actions. Since Rong Meiyen publicly revealed her identity, her mind had been in a state of confusion, finding it difficult to accept the reality of this fact. What made it even more unacceptable was the complex relationship between Ye Tianci and Rong Meiyen, which was unfathomable. When did they actually meet? Did they have contact before she proposed divorce? This made her emotions extremely complicated. She couldn't help but look deeply at Ye Tianci in the distance. In the 3 years of marriage, how many secrets has he hidden? Ye Tianci's mood at this time was also quite complicated. He originally came to cancel the engagement, but he didn't expect Rong Meiyen's true identity to be her. If they were strangers, he would not have too much burden canceling the engagement. At most a little compensation would suffice. But the situation is completely different now. They not only know each other, but Rong Meiyen has also helped him out several times. In grand occasions like a gathering, publicly calling off an engagement could hurt the other person's self-esteem. Sigh, it seems like I need to find a private moment to explain things. Meanwhile, Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others are in a very cheerful mood. Especially Han Tianzheng, considering he just faced suppression from Ji Wuli and the threat of being marginalized in the Han family after becoming a partner. Now the situation is completely different. His family has not been affected yet, and the partners of the Ji family might be replaced, causing internal discord and chaos within the alliance. Things are developing so rapidly. How exciting. As for Han Ruoyun, she pursed her lips and asked Ye Tianci, you knew she was Rong Meiyen all along, right? That's why you dared to cause trouble so brazenly at the meeting. Han Ruoyun pursed her lips, clearly skeptical of his explanation. She felt uncomfortable, especially when she thought about Ye Tianci's companion not being an unknown person, but the legendary Miss Rong from the Rong family, which made her feel an indescribable sense of crisis. She even believed that just as everyone knows how steel is forged, Ye Tianci must be able to write about how weak men are cultivated. On the other hand, just as Ji Wuli was almost unable to respond to the questioning of the alliance members, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Rong Tianli calling. Ji Wuli's face lit up with joy. The savior has arrived. He signaled to everyone to be quiet and then answered the phone. Rong Tianli's voice immediately came through. You fool. Do you have any brains at all? Offending Rong Meiyen at a critical moment. What use are you to me? Ji Wuli froze in fear and cautiously asked, young master, do you know about it? Rong Tianli coldly snorted, in this world, what can escape my eyes? Ji Wuli quickly asked, "Young master, what should I do now?" Rong Tianli calmly said, "Don't worry, there's just a misunderstanding between you and Meiyen, not irreconcilable enemies. She came to Jiangnan City just to select outstanding partners. Now, in Jiangnan City, besides you, she has no other choice. And you must understand one fact. In the Rong family in the provincial capital, it's not just up to her, you just need to be prepared to become a partner of the Rong family." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuli's eyes sparkled. He nodded quickly, "Understood. Thank you, young master. I will always be grateful for your kindness." Rong Tianli coldly said, "Seize this opportunity, don't disappoint me." Then he hung up the phone. Ji Wuli finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his body. Then, he proudly described Rong Tianli's phone call to the members of the alliance. "Since Master Rong said so, there should be no problem, we were just overthinking it. Master Ji, we are really sorry, we were too hasty just now, speaking without thinking, we hope you don't mind." "That's right, Master Ji, no matter what difficulties arise, we will steadfastly follow you. Never abandon you." The members of the alliance quickly reverted to their flattering attitude towards Ji Wuli. The speed of their change of heart was astonishing. Ji Bo said to Xiao Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, did you hear that? The partner position is destined for the Ji family, and I will recommend you to be a partner when the time comes." Xiao Qingcheng nodded firmly. Although Ye Tianci's performance was unexpected, although he had a close relationship with the Han family, although he had known Rong Meiyen early on. But as long as Xiao Qingcheng becomes a partner of the Rong family today, it will prove her excellence. She will become even more outstanding after leaving Ye Tianci, and will never regret the divorce. No matter how powerful Ye Tianci is, he is just relying on the strength of others. As people were discussing in the venue, no one noticed that Huang Zhen, the captain of Rong Meiyen's bodyguard team, walked up to Mr. Feng, the steward. He politely said, "Mr. Feng, you have maintained order at the venue before. Let us take care of the security next." Mr. Feng smiled and said, "Miss Rong rented the Hongfeng Villa for the event, so security is naturally our responsibility. There is no need to trouble you." Huang Zhen said sternly, "This is Miss Rong's wish. Please don't make it difficult for me, Mr. Feng." After hesitating for a moment, Mr. Feng nodded in agreement. After Huang Zhen left, Mr. Feng was ready to leave with his subordinates. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly fell on the throwing knife on the marble floor. His body involuntarily froze in place. A subordinate asked, "Mr. Feng, what's wrong with that throwing knife? Didn't you just inspect it?" Mr. Feng anxiously said, "Quickly pull out the knife and show it to me." "Hurry!" The subordinate immediately pulled out the throwing knife and handed it to Mr. Feng. He took the throwing knife, carefully examined it, looked at the sharp blade, the red body, and could tell it was extraordinary at a glance. When he saw the red maple leaf logo at the end of the throwing knife, his eyes suddenly froze, his body trembled, and his fist involuntarily clenched. Feng Yao did not immediately respond, but turned to Ye Tianci with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and ordered in a low voice, "Immediately inform everyone to guard all the entrances to the villa. Without my orders, Ye Tianci is not allowed to leave. At the same time, gather the other elders and stewards and have them go to the meeting hall immediately for an important discussion." His subordinates felt a shiver down their spines. Since Lady Lin Feng's disappearance, this was the first time all the elders and stewards had been summoned for a discussion. Obviously, there must be a crucial secret behind this flying knife. "I'll go do it." The subordinates hurriedly left. Feng Yao turned and left, his eyes not noticing Ye Tianci. With a cold and piercing gaze, he said, "I don't care how powerful you are personally, or how close your relationship is with Miss Rong. Today, you won't be able to leave Red Maple Villa alive." With that, he hurriedly left with his men. A little-known crisis was quietly spreading. Meanwhile, in the lounge next to the meeting hall, Rong Meiyen handed a square wooden box to Ah Qing and instructed, "I'm giving this to you. When we meet at the meeting later, wait for my command to open it and take out what's inside." Ah Qing frowned and asked, "Miss, do you really think things will escalate to that point? The Ji family wouldn't use it, right?" Rong Meiyen coldly replied, "I naturally don't care about the Ji family. It's just that some things are far more complicated than they appear on the surface, so I have to make some preparations in advance. Ah Ching nodded seriously. Understood. Shouldn't we return to the meeting hall? The guests are waiting. Rong Meiyen smiled and said, no rush, I'm waiting for a call. Ah Ching was puzzled. A call? Who's calling? Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Uncle Rong Tianli. Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes slightly and said, ah, the call has come. She answered the phone with an innocent smile. Uncle what instructions do you have? Meanwhile, in the adjacent meeting hall, the guests were still whispering and discussing. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out from outside the door, haha. I'm late for such a lively meeting. I, Zhang, have arrived. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a big flat-top haircut, and a cigar in his mouth, swaggering in. As soon as he stepped through the door, a domineering aura hit everyone. Oh my god, it's actually Tiger Lord? I heard that Miss Rong invited Tiger Lord, a big shot behind Dragon Lord, to attend the meeting, but I didn't expect he actually came. Tiger Lord has a bad temper. Everyone needs to be careful not to provoke him. The people present all took a step back, and some timid ones didn't even have the courage to look at him more than once. After all, rumors had it that this Tiger Lord was the president of the largest gang in Jiangnan City, the Black Tiger Society, a ruthless character. It's best not to provoke him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, Han Ruoyun's face changed slightly, and she quickly reminded Ye Tianci, you should hide, don't let him find you. It's well known how Ye Tianci offended Tiger Lord at the bidding conference, although it's unclear how he managed to escape unscathed. Tiger Lord's domineering personality never makes him back down easily. Meeting Ye Tianci again, he is sure to cause trouble. However, Ye Tianci remains calm and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. To Zhang Xiaohu, who can only do humble work in the fallen city, Ye Tianci is not even worth his attention. Han Ruoyun couldn't help but blame Ye Tianci. Keep pretending to be strong. HMPH. I have a feeling that old fox Ji Wooly will definitely sow discord between you and Tiger Lord, and then you will be in big trouble. Sure enough, reality proved her speculation correct. Ji Wooly asked Ji Boduan, I remember when Tiger Lord led 3,000 brothers to deal with Ye Tianci at the Bidding Merchant Association. Why didn't they end up fighting? This matter is quite strange. Ji Boduan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, I remember now, Miss Rong was also present at the Bidding Merchant Association at that time. Tiger Lord may have discovered her identity and hesitated to act against Ye Tianci in front of her, so he let him go. Ji Wooly nodded. This explanation seems to make sense. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes turned cold as he approached Ye Tianci step by step. Tiger Lord, long time no see, you have become more and more imposing. Blowing out a smoke ring, Zhang Xiaohu said casually, oh, it's Master Ji. I heard you are going to become a partner of the Rong family, congratulations. Ji Wooly quickly said modestly, where, even if I become a partner, I will still rely on your support in the future in Jiangnan City. Zhang Xiaohu smiled, seemingly quite satisfied. Taking the opportunity, Ji Wooly suggested, Tiger Lord, there is a guy who has offended you here. Do you want our Ji family to help? Zhang Xiaohu sneered disdainfully. Someone who has offended me still needs help from others. What a joke. Tell me, who is he? I'll take care of him right away. Ji Wooly immediately pointed to Ye Tianci. It's him. Following her finger, Zhang Xiaohu saw Ye Tianci standing there, smiling and greeting him. Hey, Tiger Lord, long time no see. Zhang Xiaohu felt his scalp tingle for a moment, almost dropping the cigar in his hand. Oh my god, how did this guy appear here? He is the nightmare of Zhang Xiaohu's life, often causing him nightmares. The conditioned reflex developed in the fallen city made his legs as weak as cotton, subconsciously wanting to kneel. However, the warning look in Ye Tianzi's eyes made him immediately shut his mouth, showing an embarrassed and bewildered smile. He cursed Ji Wooly 1,000 times in his heart. Damn it, almost exposed me. However, Ji Wooly was completely unaware of Zhang Xiaohu's reaction, thinking that he was angry at seeing Ye Tianci. At that moment, a cold light flashed in Lord Hu's eyes, as if he was contemplating something. Beside him, Gonggu whispered, Lord Hu, that guy surnamed Yi is right over there. Didn't you say you wanted to teach him a lesson? Now is the perfect opportunity. We will fully support you. Upon hearing this, Lord Hu suddenly turned around, shouting angrily, "Get lost! I have my own plans. Don't come and disturb me." His voice carried an undeniable sense of dominance and determination. Next, Ji Wuli was slim and unable to withstand a heavy blow from Zhang Xiaohu. He was instantly knocked down, dizzy and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The members of the Ji family alliance were stunned and puzzled. What happened? Wasn't Lord Hu supposed to deal with Ye Tianci? Why did he hit Ji Wuli instead? Ji Wuli, holding his cheek, asked in astonishment, "Lord Hu, did you mistake me for someone else?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu kicked him in the stomach. With a dark expression, he said, "I am going to hit you. You, trying to provoke me, instruct me on how to do things. Trying to harm me?" Ji Wuli was kicked several times in a row, in excruciating pain. Ji Bo, Duan Lijingye, and others were scared to move, fearing trouble. Xiao Qingcheng looked puzzled. She suddenly remembered a scene at the Bidding Merchant Guild, where Zhang Xiaohu and his 3,000 brothers appeared, seemingly to harm Ye Tianci. However, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly changed his attitude and beat his nephew, Zhang Chunlei, severely. Today's situation had a similar twist of fate. Was it a coincidence the first time? Could it still be considered a coincidence the second time? Her gaze fell on Ye Tianci, seeing the ambiguous smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. This made Xiao Qingcheng suspicious. Could it be that Lord Hu's change in attitude was actually related to Ye Tianci? But how could that be possible? Xiao Qingcheng was caught in a dilemma and confusion. Others whispered and discussed among themselves. Some were curious about why Lord Hu changed his attitude, while others mocked Ji Wuli for embarrassing himself. After a while, Ji Wuli finally begged for mercy. He pleaded, "Lord Hu, I was wrong. I won't speak out of turn again. Please spare me." Zhang Xiaohu stopped, saying coldly, "Today, for Miss Rong's sake, I'll spare your life for now. But if you offend again, there will be no mercy." Seeing that Ye Tianci showed no anger, Ji Wuli breathed a sigh of relief. He silently thanked himself for reacting in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But no matter what, in front of Ye Tianci, his heart always raced, and his legs felt weak. This was a sequelae developed from the experiences in the fallen city. If this continued, even without any interaction with Ye Tianci, he might have a heart attack. For self-preservation, fleeing was the best option. After hesitating for a moment, he kicked Ji Wuli harshly again, blaming him for talking too much and affecting his mood, saying he wouldn't attend the meeting this time. With that, he turned and left without even having the courage to greet Ye Tianci. Han Tianzheng and others were shocked to see this scene. In their impression, Zhang Xiaohu had always been eccentric and disdainful. Today, I thought I would see Ye Tianci retaliate, but he unexpectedly left in such a way. Han Ruoyun felt puzzled and asked, "Why is that?" Ye Tianci smiled faintly and replied, "He's probably afraid of me dealing with him, so he found an excuse to slip away. This guy is still so timid. You guys still call him Lord Tiger, but I think calling him Little Kitten would be more appropriate." Han Ruoyun rolled her eyes and sarcastically retorted, "Lord Tiger is afraid of you? Don't be ridiculous. This time he didn't deal with you. He just had his little moment of fun." Ye Tianci shook his head helplessly without further explanation. Meanwhile, Ji Boduan and Lai Jingye helped Ji Wuli up. At this moment, Ji Wuli's face was swollen and he looked miserable. Ji Boduan handed him a tissue to wipe the blood off his nose and asked in confusion, "Dad, what's going on? Everything was fine. Why did Lord Tiger hit you?" Ji Wuli gritted his teeth and said aggrievedly, "How would I know? He was supposed to show off at the meeting, but was forced to kneel and apologize by Ye Tianci, scared by Miss Rong, and now publicly beaten by Lord Tiger. This is not just embarrassing, it's a complete disaster." Lai Jingye expressed concern. Is Lord Tiger angry because he knows Ye Tianci? That's why. Ji Boduan immediately interrupted, "Impossible. How could a waste like Ye Tianci know Lord Tiger?" Lai Jingye argued, "But you said the same about Miss Rong before." After a moment of silence, Ji Wuli gritted his teeth and analyzed, "I guess they don't know each other. If they did, why didn't Zhang Xiaohu greet Ye Tianci? Obviously, Lord Tiger despises Ye Tianci and doesn't care about him at all. In this case, Lord Tiger must have known about the relationship between Ye Tianci and Miss Rong, and by trying to eliminate Ye Tianci, we unintentionally made Lord Tiger offend Miss Rong, making him a scapegoat. That's why he acted angrily." After hearing Ji Wuli's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. Such a big shot definitely wouldn't like being used. But even so, he shouldn't have resorted to violence, it's too much. Alas, the underground forces leader in Jiangnan City is really extraordinary. While everyone sighed in frustration, Ji Wuli comforted, "Don't be discouraged. Although Zhang Xiaohu is formidable, once I become a partner of the Rong family, what can he do even if he's powerful? In front of me, he can only go from a tiger to a kitten." Everyone nodded in agreement, showing a hint of confidence on their faces. After a while, Rong Meiyen finally returned to the venue with Ah Ching. The expressions of everyone present became serious and expectant. They all knew that the meeting was about to officially begin. At this moment, Han Ruoyun looked towards the door and said somewhat disappointedly, "Is he not coming over?" Ye Tianci asked in confusion, "Is your friend not here?" Han Ruoyun shook her head and explained, "I heard that Miss Rong invited Lord Tiger and the big shot behind Lord Dragon. Lord Tiger is already here, but the big shot has not shown up yet. That big shot has always been her idol, and she has been looking forward to meeting him." Ye Tianci smiled and said, "Who said he hasn't arrived? Here I am." Han Ruoyun gave Ye Tianci a skeptical look, not believing his words at all. Xiao Qingcheng was feeling anxious in her heart. She knew she wasn't the highly acclaimed figure, but still held onto a glimmer of hope, hoping for a chance to explain to Rong Meiyen and reclaim the 10 billion worth order hanging over her head. However, reality can be cruel, and she might have to face another disappointment. The meeting quickly began. The lights dimmed suddenly, leaving only a spotlight shining on one side of the stage. Rong Meiyen walked gracefully onto the stage, exuding elegance and stunning everyone present. Although Xiao Qingcheng and Han Ruoyun seated below were no less impressive than Rong Meiyen, her unique queenly aura was unmatched by them. Of course, Xiao Qingcheng's noble and aloof demeanor and Han Ruoyun's lively charm each had their own characteristics and strengths. Rong Meiyen took the stage, holding a microphone, and began speaking slowly. "Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for the delay caused by some unexpected events. Thank you all for attending my meeting." Her brief opening statement elicited thunderous applause from the audience. She continued, "As a representative of the Rong family, I have come to Jiangnan City for a clear purpose, which I believe you all know very well. It is to find a strong, courageous, and reliable partner for the Rong family." Rong Meiyen's voice was firm and elegant, leaving people in awe of her demeanor. The atmosphere in the venue was tense yet filled with anticipation, as people held their breath, waiting for the announcement of the results. Some even devoutly clasped their hands together in prayer, hoping that the heavens would favor their selection by Rong Meiyen. Ji Wuli couldn't help but sneer at the scene, thinking to himself with satisfaction that these people were truly ridiculous, as the outcome had long been decided, and even seeking help from deities and immortals would be of no use. Ji Boduan chimed in, agreeing, "They are just comforting themselves. After all, second young master has already decided to leave the position of partner to our Ji family." With that said, he disdainfully glared at Ye Tianci, making up his mind to retaliate against him as soon as the meeting ended, wanting to make him suffer. However, Ye Tianci maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned about being selected as the partner of the Rong family. He simply wanted to end the meeting soon and find an opportunity to privately dissolve the engagement with Rong Meiyen. Everything else was irrelevant to him. On stage, Rong Meiyen continued, "The name of the partner is..." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuli adjusted his collar, took a step forward, ready to embrace his position as partner. Behind him, the members of the alliance raised their hands, waiting to applaud and cheer after Rong Meiyen announced Ji Wuli's name. However, to everyone's surprise, Rong Meiyen went on to raise her voice and declare, "His name is Ye Tianci." In that instant, the entire venue fell silent as if in the depths of winter. Ji Wuli was stunned. Ji Boduan was dumbfounded. Xiao Qingcheng stood there dumbfounded, and Han Ruoyun was also dumbfounded. Everyone present was shocked and dumbfounded. Even Ye Tianci himself wore a look of astonishment, inwardly thinking, "Oh no, I've become a partner? How did this happen? How did I get involved?" The scene remained silent for a full half minute before erupting into a buzz of voices. "What? Did I hear it wrong? Miss Rong chose Ye Tianci as the partner? Wasn't it already decided for the Ji family? What's going on? This is a shocking turnaround. Ji Wuli, who was ready to receive applause, stood awkwardly in place, looking incredulous. Ji Boduan's head was buzzing. This must be a mistake. Lai Jingye and others turned pale, completely shocked by the outcome. Xiao Qingcheng trembled all over, almost falling to the ground. Biting her lip, she shook her head, full of doubt. Why Ye Tianci? Why? Although Rong Meiyen and Ye Tianci know each other, choosing a partner is an important business decision. How can it be so hasty? Just because Ji Wuli offended Rong Meiyen? But didn't second master Rong Tianli guarantee that the partner position belonged to the Ji family? Suddenly, Xiao Qingcheng remembered that when she joined Ji Wuli's business alliance, Rong Meiyen had warned her not to regret it before revealing her identity. There were even similar hints yesterday at the treasure pavilion. Could it be that Rong Meiyen had already decided on this result? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng felt her mind in chaos, filled with struggle, regret, and unwillingness. Her assistant son had long been stunned, her face burning with pain. Earlier, she had arrogantly mocked Ye Tianci, calling him useless and a freeloader, but in the blink of an eye, he had become the business partner of the Rong family. From now on, she will soar to the pinnacle of a brilliant life, far beyond the heights she had ever imagined. However, this sudden success has brought about some doubts and opposition from certain individuals. Ji Boduan took the lead in questioning, isn't this a bit unfair? Rong Meiyen smiled faintly and countered, young Master Ji, where do you see the unfairness? Ji Boduan gritted his teeth and insisted, Miss Rong, you mentioned that business partners need to possess many qualities such as strength, courage, and ability. If that's the case, why did you choose someone like Ye Tianci instead of our Ji family? What is the difference between me and my father compared to Ye Tianci? I suspect that you are acting out of a previous misunderstanding and personal bias, so this is unfair. As soon as he spoke, Lai Jingye and others echoed his protest, expressing their objection to the unfairness. However, Rong Meiyen calmly responded, you were beaten black and blue by Ye Tianci, and your father was scared into apologizing on his knees by Ye Tianci. With such displays of weakness, I really can't see your courage and strength, so what qualifications do you have to be a partner of my Rong family? Her words hit a nerve with the Ji family, leaving them speechless. Rong Meiyen turned to the crowd and said calmly, since the partnership has been decided, let's applaud and congratulate Mr. Ye Tianci. Applause broke out, and the onlookers clapped and congratulated. Even Han Tianzheng and others were shocked and cheered. Especially Han Tianzheng, who exclaimed excitedly, Nephew Yi, congratulations. I always knew you had extraordinary talent, a dragon and phoenix among men. He had initially chosen to stand by Ye Tianzi's side despite immense pressure. At first, it was because of Ye Tianzi's distinguished status, but he never expected him to become a business partner of the Rong family. To have such a position at such a young age, his future achievements were truly limitless. With a firm resolve, he decided to expedite the marriage between his daughter and Ye Tianci, not allowing anyone to snatch away this good match. On the other hand, Han Ruoyun's feelings were complicated. Rong Meiyen actually gave up the partnership position for Ye Tianci, which was truly puzzling. Could it be that there were qualities in Ye Tianci that Rong Meiyen saw but she couldn't? Were they worth her high regard? Thinking this, she looked towards Rong Meiyen on the stage, a hint of hostility creeping into her eyes. Meanwhile, Rong Meiyen smiled at Ye Tianci and gently said, Mr. Yi, from today onwards, you are the business partner of our Rong family. Would you like to say a few words on stage? Ye Tianci found himself in a dilemma. He had originally come to break off the engagement, but he couldn't refuse Rong Meiyen publicly. Just as he was feeling torn, a cold voice rang out, let's spare him the trouble of speaking on stage, because in our Rong family, we do not allow waste to become partners. Everyone turned their heads to see an elderly man in grey tang suit with silver-white short hair, looking sharp and spirited despite his age. Flanking him were two burly men in white suits, tall and imposing like iron towers. In the Hall of Crimson Maple, Feng Yao, the steward, is a figure of great charm and dignity. His calm and elegant demeanor seems to exude boundless strength and wisdom with every step. Whether facing difficulties or challenges, he remains unruffled and composed. The resolute and decisive gleam in his piercing eyes exudes an irresistible force. Feng Yao's presence is like a blazing bonfire, drawing people towards him involuntarily, craving his guidance and protection. In every corner of the Hall of Crimson Maple, one can feel his unique charm, as if the whole world has become more beautiful and mysterious because of him. The old man dared to question Miss Rong's decision. Is he a member of the Rong family? Does the Rong family actually have such a figure? Ji Wuli was almost desperate, but when he saw the old man, a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. He hurried forward and respectfully greeted, "Master Fu, why are you here?" The old man glanced at him slightly and snorted, "Of course, the second master sent me over. You are really useless, actually suffering losses in the hands of a young man, unworthy of great use." Faced with such harsh criticism, Ji Wuli did not show displeasure, but instead smiled and expressed gratitude. Because he knew that the identity of this old man was definitely not simple. Fu Guang, the steward of the Rong family in the provincial capital, has long been trusted and valued by the family head, with a high status, second only to the family head and core elders, as well as the Rong brothers, Rong Tianong and Rong Tianli. Now, with fierce competition among the heirs within the Rong family, Fu Guang has long stood on the side of Rong Tianli. For Ji Wuli, Fu Guang is on his side. So he immediately confided in Fu Guang, "Master Fu, the second master just called me and told me that the partnership qualification has been given to the Ji family, but Miss Rong suddenly changed her mind and gave it to Ye Tianci. I am at a loss." Fu Guang said indifferently. The second master had already anticipated that this situation might occur, and specially sent me to resolve it. You just need to watch from the sidelines. Ji Wuli was overjoyed after hearing this, immediately stepped aside, and hinted to the Ji family business alliance behind him, hinting at the arrival of a turning point. This boosted the confidence of people like Lai Jingye, brimming with a sense of pride. Fu Guang then turned to Rong Meiyen on the stage, smiling and greeted, "Miss Rong." Rong Meiyen smiled faintly. She had just received a call from her second uncle Rong Tianli, informing her to hand over the partnership qualification to the Ji family. Although she refused, her second uncle sent Fu Guang. Rong Meiyen said calmly, "Master Fu is already of advanced age, yet he personally came, truly wholeheartedly for the Rong family. I have already made the choice of partner in Jiangnan City. Could you please take a look, Master Fu?" Fu Guang stroked his beard and gently said, "Miss, there is no need to review, because as I have already said, the person you have chosen is not suitable to be a partner of our Rong family. Please change to the Ji family. Only the Ji family is suitable for this position in Jiangnan City." Despite the words being said with a smile, they conveyed an unquestionable command. This sudden turn of events left everyone present puzzled, as the partnership qualification that had been confirmed suddenly reversed. Ji Wuli and others naturally rejoiced, praising Master Fu's imposing manner. While Ye Tianci did not care, as he was not interested in the position of partner. From the current situation, it is evident that there is an intense internal struggle within the family of Rong Meiyen and her second fiancé. However, Rong Meiyen remains calm and composed. She smiled slightly and calmly said to Fu Guang, "Uncle Fu, this time I represent the Rong family in selecting partners in Jiangnan City, and the decision-making power is in my hands. The choice I make does not require interference from others." Her words were full of confidence and assertiveness. Fu Guang did not back down and bluntly said, "Miss, as the representative of the Rong family, you should prioritize the overall interests of the Rong family. What we need is an excellent partner, not a waste son-in-law driven out by the Xiao family. Choosing him will only bring shame to the Rong family." He firmly demanded that Rong Meiyen revoke her decision. Rong Meiyen raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What if I refuse to revoke it?" Fu Guang smiled and replied, "If you insist, I can only make some offensive moves for the sake of the Rong family's interests." This statement made Qing, who was standing beside Rong Meiyen, look serious and reprimand Fu Guang for not daring to offend the miss. Fu Guang smiled without saying a word, teasingly saying, "I am just a humble steward, how could I harm the miss? However, it might be offensive to certain individuals." Rong Meiyen's expression turned serious, questioning Fu Guang's intentions. Fu Guang calmly said, "I have no other intentions. If you insist on choosing a waste as a partner, I can only represent the Rong family in getting rid of him, and then you can only choose the Ji family as a partner." This statement surprised everyone present. Fu Guang actually wanted to get rid of Ye Tianci just to make the Ji family a partner? This direct and domineering family struggle, though ruthless, was extremely effective. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others' faces changed drastically. They had just cheered for Ye Tianci becoming a partner, but they didn't expect Fu Guang to want to get rid of him. They felt helpless and unable to stop the power of the Rong family. They could only pin their hopes on Rong Meiyen, the only person who could oppose Fu Guang. Rong Meiyen's expression gradually became indifferent as she told Fu Guang, "Mr. Yi is a partner I personally chose, and you have no right to lay a hand on him. Please do not forget, in Jiangnan City, I represent the Rong family." Fu Guang nodded in understanding. "I have no authority to intervene, but what if this token appears?" With that, he took out a silver white round token with peony patterns engraved on it, showing it to everyone present. In the center, prominently embedded, was a shining, Rong character. The audience was astonished to find that this was the silver badge of the Rong family. How could it appear in Fu Guang's hands? Legend has it that the Rong family holds 1 gold badge, 2 silver badges, and 3 bronze badges, symbolizing their authority and leadership position, with the silver badge being higher in status than the brass badge. Everyone was talking and discussing. Even the usually elegant Rong Meiyen couldn't help but frown, with a look of surprise in her eyes. In the Rong family, the 2 silver badges are held by 2 core elders. Even Fu Guang's father and second uncle are only bronze badge holders. But Fu Guang actually has a silver badge. It's simply unbelievable. Fu Guang smiled and said, "Who knows about this matter, miss? You just need to know that with this silver token in my hand, it represents the presence of the senior elder of the Rong family, and his authority far outweighs yours as a representative. Therefore, I have decided to change the outcome of the partnership back to the Ji family. Miss, please cooperate and sign the contract." With his words, the members of the Ji family business alliance were all pleased. Haha, indeed, Fu Guang is well prepared. Now that the silver token of the Rong family has appeared, even Miss Rong will have to obey. The partnership will eventually belong to the Ji family. Despite the twists and turns, the result is pleasing. Congratulations to the head of the Ji family. Amidst the congratulations, Ji Wuli, whose face was swollen from a previous fight, now smiled brightly like a blooming chrysanthemum. Haha, thank you all for your support. I am grateful for the support of the second master and Fu Guang. I couldn't have become a partner of the Rong family without everyone's support. Of course, the support of the second master and Fu Guang is crucial. I thank everyone for that. Ji Wuli then looked at Ye Tianci. He sneered and taunted, "Are you a bit confused, kid? Haha, as the saying goes, first fat doesn't count, it's the last fat that crushes the bed. I've told you long ago that the partner is predetermined within our Ji family. Nobody can take it away. A waste like you can only enjoy a moment of false happiness." Including Han Tianzheng, the others looked disappointed and unhappy. Ye Tianci, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. He had no interest in things like becoming a partner. As for Han Tianzheng and the others, their faces were somewhat disappointed and unpleasant. Ji Wuli, feeling smug, said to Rong Meiyen, "Miss Rong, when shall we sign the partnership contract?" Ha ha ha, he would never have dared to speak to Rong Meiyen in such a tone before. But now, with Fu Guang backing him, what did he have to fear? However, Rong Meiyen on the stage coldly smiled and said, "Who said I agreed to sign a contract with you? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you deserve to be a partner of the Rong family?" Gulp. Ji Wuli was momentarily at a loss. He had agreed earlier to let him become a partner and sign the contract. So why was Rong Meiyen now refusing? At this moment, Fu Guang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Miss, I have already decided to change the partner to the Ji family." "What's wrong? Do you no longer value the silver token of the Rong family?" Rong Meiyen smiled confidently and said, "As a descendant of the Rong family, how dare I not respect the silver token? It's just that, 1 silver token may not be enough to sway my decision." Fu Guang sneered, "It's the rule of the Rong family that seeing the silver token is like seeing an elder. I know you are the only one among the young generation of the Rong family who has a brass token, but in front of the silver token, you must obey orders. Otherwise, your position as a representative of the Rong family may be changed." Ha ha. Rong Meiyen confidently smiled and said, who said Rong Meiyen only has a brass token. Qing, bring it out and show it to Fuguang. Yes, Qing obeyed, opened the wooden box in his hand, and took out a token. The whole venue fell into silence. Only the silver token in Rong Meiyu's hand shimmered, as if telling her determination and confidence. Rong Meiyu's eyes were firm and profound, facing Fu Guang and Ji Wuli fearlessly, as if she had already anticipated everything. The atmosphere on the stage was tense and oppressive, as if a game of hidden currents was about to begin. Rong Meiyu elegantly held the silver token, smiling at Fu Guang, saying, Fu Bo, now I also have a silver token. The balance between us has been broken. You cannot revoke my position as the representative. The fate of the partners still lies in my hands, isn't it? Fu Guang's expression changed slightly, a hint of unease surging in his heart. Ji Wuli felt anxious, realizing that things were beyond his control. The people present had different expressions. Lai Jingye and others were nervous. Xiao Qingcheng was even more tense and uneasy. Her heart was like a roller coaster, unable to calm down. Fu Guang took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure, said to Rong Meiyu, since Miss has a silver token, I cannot stop your decision. But I must follow the second master's orders. So some people can only helplessly endure. With that, he turned to look at Ye Tianci, his eyes flashing with undisguised hostility. Fu Guang coldly said to Ye Tianci, you have two choices now. First, reject Mrs. proposal, and I, on behalf of the second master, will reward you with 10 million to leave here. Second, accept the arrangement of the partners. I will immediately have someone get rid of you, leaving no trace, and the ultimate partnership will return to the Ji family. You have half a minute to consider. The venue suddenly buzzed with discussions. At this moment, Ye Tianci faced unprecedented pressure and choices. His inner turmoil was like a storm, but beneath his exterior, he showed calmness and determination. Under the gaze of everyone, Ye Tianci pondered, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. Finally, when Fu Guang asked, Ye Tianci took a deep breath and calmly answered, I choose the second option, to accept the arrangement of the partners. This decision would change his destiny and open a new chapter. Ye Tianci felt quite helpless in his heart. He believed that the thing he hated the most since childhood was multiple choice questions, and what he hated even more was being forced to do them by others. Ye Tianci's response shocked everyone present. He actually agreed to become a partner? This is simply disrespectful to Elder Fu. Not only that, he openly called Elder Fu an old scoundrel. It's like publicly provoking him. The audience whispered and discussed. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others' faces changed slightly. Ye Tianci actually dared to offend Elder Fu? This could be trouble. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. She didn't understand. Elder Fu had already given Ye Tianci a chance, but he didn't appreciate it. Instead he countered Elder Fu. Does he have to do this to stand out? Since his divorce, Ye Tianci has been going further on the wild path. Sun assistant beside him gloated, saying that Ye Tianci brought this upon himself, and no one can help him, just putting on airs. Rong Meiyen on the stage flashed a hint of admiration in her eyes and smiled at Qing, saying, this Mr. Yi is indeed unique. Qing nodded, reluctantly admitting that Ye Tianci does have a somewhat unique personality, but Elder Fu and Ji Wuli won't let it go easily, as expected. Ji Wuli and Fu Guang's faces were very ugly, especially Ji Wuli. Although he looked angry on the surface, he was actually quite happy inside. Because he didn't agree with the conditions Fu Guang proposed. Why let Ye Tianci go and still give him 10 million? Why not just get rid of him directly? And now, Ye Tianci is asking for trouble himself, insisting on playing with fire. Ji Wuli naturally had to add fuel to the fire. He pretended to be angry and reprimanded Ye Tianci. You, this guy, dare to be so rude to Elder Fu. Apologize to him immediately. Ye Tianci replied calmly, an old thief with only 3 days left to live. Still has the nerve to care if I am rude or not. You'd better prepare your coffin early. Ji Wuli turned to Fu Guang and said, Fu Elder, did you hear that? This guy is too arrogant. If you don't punish him today, your reputation will be ruined. At this point, Fu Guang's face darkened. He had hoped that Ye Tianci would accept the first condition, so it wouldn't be so ugly. Unexpectedly, Ye Tianci not only refused, but also mocked him. As the steward of the Rong family, He has always been respected and honored wherever he goes. He has never been humiliated by others, and now he is burning with anger inside. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, do you know the consequences of saying I have less than 3 days left?" Ye Tianci replied calmly, "I'm not cursing, I just observed that your dark eye bags, unsteady gait, and distracted look indicate excessive energy consumption, leading to severe weakness. You probably have frequent urination, declining memory, and decreased physical functions." Although Fuguang appears to be in good health on the surface, he is actually taking some kind of medication that forcibly squeezes his vitality, just a temporary flicker of life. However, his kidney deficiency has now become so severe that it is affecting the functions of other organs. The doctor even asserts that his life is only 3 days left, which is already a conservative estimate. All eyes are on Fuguang, a man of noble status, yet his life is dwindling to just 3 days due to excessive consumption of vitality, a situation that sounds somewhat unbelievable. Ji Wuli instinctively asks Fuguang if the news is true. Although Fuguang's face is cold, he insists with gritted teeth that he is strong and everything is fine. However, deep down, he is already fearful and anxious. Fuguang is usually obsessed with women, regardless of their age or status. As long as he is interested, he will definitely succeed. It is said that he has had relationships with 3,000 women in his life, hence the nickname, Fusanchin, in high society. However, behind this halo lies the fact that his body is severely overdrawn. 3 months ago, he suddenly fainted and vomited blood after being intimate with 2 beauties, but fortunately he was able to save his life by seeking medical help in time. Recently, a mysterious Taoist prescribed him some medicine, which indeed restored his energy. He even had a great time with a stewardess last night. How could his life suddenly be reduced to just 3 days? This must be that guy deliberately exaggerating. Fuguang is not intimidated, but calmly points out that Ji Wuli's life may be even shorter. He orders the 2 strong men behind him to get ready to take action, and they immediately show a strong sense of oppression. Rong Meiyen immediately intervenes, resolutely protecting Ye Tianci from harm. Fuguang then solemnly states that all actions are for the benefit of the Rong family, and he will not allow the Rong family to cooperate with the waste. He even sneers and says that his decision is unstoppable. Rong Meiyen coldly orders the bodyguard Huang Zhen to expel Fuguang, ensuring Ye Tianci's safety. However, unexpectedly, Huang Zhen refuses to comply with the order, believing that Ye Tianci's behavior is inappropriate and unworthy of being a partner of the Rong family, and he should even be punished. He fearlessly stares at Rong Meiyen and firmly expresses his stance. His eyes did not show respect, but rather a hint of threat. The gaze seemed to penetrate the heart, causing a sense of unease. In this situation, Fuguang betrayed Miss Rong, which surprised and disappointed her greatly. She coldly scrutinized the other bodyguards, trying to discern their stance. All the bodyguards stood tall and faced Miss Rong without fear, expressing their opinions one after another. Wanga's words emphasized that the Rong family must not be humiliated, and Fulaui cannot be allowed to do so either. They believed Ye Tianci brought this upon himself. They advised Miss Rong to prioritize the interests of the Rong family and choose the Ji family as a partner. They emphasized Fulaui's prestigious status, questioning how they could drive him away. They implored Miss Rong not to put them in a difficult position. All the bodyguards supported Fuguang, which made him smirk with satisfaction. He told Miss Rong that he had already made it clear, she couldn't stop him, so she better support his decision. Miss Rong turned to Huang Zhen and asked if he had investigated Ye Tianci's background and relayed it to the second uncle. Huang Zhen smiled and said the second master was concerned about her safety, worried she might come into contact with unsavory characters, so it was necessary to know who she had been in contact with. They were all thinking about her safety. The reason they chose to betray Ye Tianci was for the Rong family's benefit. Miss Rong coldly remarked that they were just tempted by the second uncle's interests, leading to their betrayal of her. What she found most unacceptable was that all the bodyguards had betrayed her. This indicated that the second uncle had done many things behind her back that were unknown to others. Thinking of this, Miss Rong's expression became even more serious. Meanwhile, Fuguang was in high spirits, patting Huang Zhen's shoulder approvingly. Huang Zhen was very happy and gratefully accepted Fuguang's praise. Fu Guang smugly told Miss Rong that he hoped after eliminating Ye Tianci, she would cooperate and agree to make the Ji family a partner, not putting him in a difficult position. Miss Rong coldly asked him if he dared. She reminded him that this was the Hongfeng Manor, where she hired the Hongfeng Hall to maintain security. Even if Huang Jin and the others listened to him, it did not mean that the Hongfeng Hall would listen to him. Unexpectedly, Huang Jin understood and said the Hongfeng Hall would only obey the orders of the Southern War God, not anyone else. To prevent the Hongfeng Hall from intervening, he had arranged for Feng Steward to take people away in advance. This meant that no matter what happened, the members of the Hongfeng Hall would not come over. Miss Rong glanced around the venue and indeed did not see any members of the Hongfeng Hall. She was usually very composed, but at this moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She began to doubt this Huang Jin, who appeared carefree but was so calculating. He had planned every step in advance. Other guests also noticed this detail and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Was this the internal struggle of a large family? The depth of scheming was too terrifying. Fu Guang, with his hands behind his back, ordered Ye Tianci, indicating that no one could save him today. He gave Ye Tianci a chance to solve the problem himself, to avoid suffering. Ye Tianci, however, nonchalantly dug his ear, completely indifferent. Lao Bideng misunderstood Ye Tianci, thinking that he needed protection. Ye Tianci never needed anyone to protect him, as he was confident and strong. However, Ye Tianci gave Lao Bideng a chance, demanding that he kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, Lao Bideng's life would only last for 3 more days. This attitude made Fu Guang angry, clenching his fist and appearing arrogant. He ordered his men to immediately get rid of Ye Tianci, but suddenly Wu Xingye and Xia Ping stepped forward to plead for mercy. Wu Xingye begged Fu Guang to spare the divine Dr. Yi, offering up his family property for mercy. Xia Ping also expressed willingness to offer treasures from the treasure pavilion. Han Tianzheng also joined the plea, offering to give half of his family property, just to beg Fu Guang to spare Ye Tianci. This sudden turn of events caused a stir. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what charm Ye Tianci possessed to make these people disregard everything. The total amount of family property they were willing to offer reached billions, which was astonishing. Fu Guang, upon hearing these requests, was deeply moved. These 3 individuals valued Ye Tianci so much, willing to offer huge sums of family property, which made him consider. However, Ji Wuli had objections to this, believing that these 3 were loyal supporters of Ye Tianci, and sparing him would bring trouble. He proposed to eliminate Ye Tianci and these 3 individuals at the same time, so that their family property would belong to Fu Guang. This proposal shocked everyone present. Ji Wuli's sinister methods were shocking, showing his ruthlessness. Han Tianzheng's face turned pale, questioning Ji Wuli if he had gone too far. Ji Wuli arrogantly stated that business warfare was a dirty game, and he was just one of the dirty players. Ji Boduan also joined in mocking, believing that Han Tianzheng was asking for trouble. Lai Jingye even accused Han Tianzheng and Ye Tianci of bringing trouble upon themselves. Han Tianzheng, hearing these taunts, had a pale face, worried that the decades of hard work by the Han family would go to waste today. Despite this, he did not give up on pleading with Fu Guang for forgiveness. However, Fu Guang interrupted him, proposing to take Han Ruoyun as a condition to spare his life. This greed left everyone stunned. Upon hearing the obscene words from Fu Guang, Han Tianzheng's pupils constricted. Han Ruoyun was his only daughter, the apple of his eye. How could he bear to hand her over to an old man to serve day and night? Han Tianzheng reluctantly tried to negotiate. Fu Lao, could you consider changing the terms? This condition is really quite difficult for me. Fu Guang sneered, his gaze greedily fixed on Han Ruoyun. He had noticed her a long time ago. He never expected to find someone with such a figure and appearance in the small city of Zhongnan. As someone who had roamed among women for decades, how could he let go of such a rare gem? Fu Guang smirked lewdly. Master Han, you may have misunderstood something. I am not negotiating with you, I am ordering you. If you refuse, even after I eliminate you, I can still take your daughter, can't I? Han Tianzheng's body trembled violently. This old man was truly shameless. Han Ruoyun's face was pale as well. After all, She was just a pampered young lady who had never experienced anything so terrifying. She was completely panicked. Unable to hold back the trembling in her voice, she complained, "It's over. Ye Tianci, it's all your fault, you jerk. I don't want to serve an old man." Rather than spending the rest of her life serving an old man, she would rather take over Ye Tianci, a second-hand man played by Xiao Qingcheng. Ye Tianci confidently reassured, "With me here, no one can harm a hair on your heads." Then, Ye Tianci took a step forward and spoke to Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others. "What you have done for me today is enough. I will remember it. Please step back and leave the rest to me." Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others exchanged glances, a bit uneasy. But at this point, it seemed that they had no choice but to trust Ye Tianci. In the end, they nodded and stepped back, reminding Ye Tianci to be careful. Ye Tianci cracked his neck and made a clicking sound. He coldly said to Fu Guang, "Old man, I just gave you a chance to kneel down and apologize. Since you didn't take it, don't blame me for getting tough on an old man." Fu Guang chuckled. "Get tough on an old man? Interesting. I'd like to see how a useless person like you can get tough in front of so many bodyguards." As he spoke, Huang Zhen led over 20 bodyguards forward, their eyes locked on Ye Tianci. Regardless of Ye Tianzi's actions, they could react instantly. Suddenly, Ye Tianzi's figure disappeared from the center of the venue. Huh? Where did he go? In the next instant, Ye Tianci was standing right in front of Fu Guang. Huang Zhen and the bodyguards' faces changed drastically. So fast, they couldn't see what was happening. Before these bodyguards could react, a slap landed on Fu Guang's cheek. With a light smack, Fu Guang was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away. Fu Guang cried out in pain, falling to the ground. 2 teeth even fell out. But it wasn't over yet. Ye Tianci appeared in front of him again, looking down at Fu Guang expressionlessly. Nervously, Fu Guang stammered, What are you going to do?" Ye Tianci slowly raised his right foot. Ye Tianci just raged at Fu Guang, using harsh words and declaring that he would completely ruin his old brother. Fu Guang was terrified, on the verge of a breakdown, fearing the cruel treatment from Ye Tianci. However, just as Ye Tianci was about to ruthlessly crush Fu Guang's legs, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly spoke up, "Wait." Ye Tianci looked up to see Xiao Qingcheng's grave expression as she said, "Ye Tianci, what are you doing? Don't you realize the serious consequences?" Ye Tianci calmly replied, "I'm just disabling an arrogant old brother, what's wrong with that?" Xiao Qingcheng was so angry she almost stomped her feet, reminding him, "Fu Lao is the steward of the Rong family, with a prominent status. Do you know the consequences of provoking him?" Ye Tianci coldly responded, "When he threatened to eliminate me, did you ever speak up to stop him? Now that I strike back once, you come to lecture me? Are you only worried about being implicated, concerned about damaging our cooperation?" Xiao Qingcheng shuddered at his unreasonable words, suppressing her anger. "I'm just looking out for you. Do you think you can confront Fu Lao's skilled bodyguards alone? Even if you defeat them, can you stand against the power behind the Rong family? What can you do in the face of such immense pressure?" Ye Tianci calmly replied, "I never fear any cost." With that, he stomped heavily, and Fu Guang's old brother instantly shattered, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The whole venue was filled with screams, sending chills down everyone's spine. Xiao Qingcheng covered her mouth in horror, shocked by Ye Tianqi's resolute actions, making the situation even more serious. Sun Assistant was nearly in tears, worried about the deteriorating situation. "Oh no, Ye Tianci has caused a disaster, and we will all be implicated. What should we do?" Rong Meiyen on the stage showed a hint of shock and satisfaction in her eyes, long dissatisfied with Fu Guang. After experiencing numerous women's intrigues, Fu Guang finally received the punishment he deserved. But she also knew that Ye Tianqi's actions would be the spark of conflict. She whispered to the people beside her, "Once a conflict arises, make sure to protect Mr. Yi. Do you have confidence?" After some contemplation, the person frowned and replied, "They have a large number and strong power. I only have a 50% chance." Rong Meiyen said solemnly, 50% is enough." Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others were also stunned by the scene. Han Tianzheng excitedly clenched his fists and said, "Well done." Then he realized his slip of the tongue and quickly shut his mouth. However, His heart was still in turmoil, filled with admiration and excitement for Ye Tianci's performance. Among the crowd, Ji Wuli, Ji Boduan, and others looked the most terrified. They never expected that Ye Tianci would dare to attack Elder Fu, let alone leave the old man permanently disabled. This scene made the two white-suited bodyguards brought by Fu Guang instantly pale with anger. A strong sense of killing intent spread in the air, and the atmosphere in the entire venue seemed to cool down a few degrees. "Kid, how dare you harm Elder Fu? Today, you will definitely pay with your life for avenging him." At the next moment, Rong Meiyen's expression changed instantly as she saw the situation unfold. Fu Guang and Qing were the close bodyguards of the Rong family, with extraordinary strength that should not be underestimated even in the provincial capital. She quickly said to Qing, "Hurry, go support." However, before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Ye Tianci faced the attack with a calm expression. Even his body remained still, as if he was stunned. But when the two men rushed towards Ye Tianci and threw punches, Ye Tianci just waved his hand lightly, with lightning-fast movements. Crack, crack, the two men were each slapped and flew more than 10 meters away, crashing into the pillar at the center of the venue, instantly losing consciousness. The people in the venue were stunned. Is it over just like that? Weren't they supposed to take Ye Tianci's life today? How come they were easily defeated instead? On the stage, Rong Meiyen's eyes flashed with astonishment. Qing behind her showed a look of shock for the first time. Even she would need a fierce battle to defeat those two men. But this Ye Tianci actually solved it with just one palm? How powerful is this guy? At this moment, Fu Guang forgot about the pain in his groin and was also shocked by the scene in front of him. My God, this kid is so powerful? Didn't we hear that he was kicked out of the Xiao family and called a useless son-in-law? Is the whole Xiao family blind? Although he was complaining in his heart, in reality, he felt more hatred and fear towards Ye Tianci. Today, Ye Tianci must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. He endured the pain and shouted at Huang Zhen, "What are you waiting for? Take care of this guy." Yes, yes, Huang Zhen nervously swallowed, sweat beading on his forehead. Although he knew that Ye Tianci had some martial arts skills, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. He actually easily subdued the two bodyguards of Fu Guang. The strength of these two people should not be underestimated. In a one-on-one fight, he knew he had no hope. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. The advantage was still on their side. Huang Zhen raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, let's go together. Don't hold back." Yes, a group of people rushed towards Ye Tianci, shouting slogans, forming an encirclement. More than 20 people against one person. It seemed like they had the absolute numerical advantage, but in reality, Ye Tianci was unstoppable. Facing the attack of more than 20 people, Ye Tianci remained calm. With just one palm, he could make them fall one after another, either rolling in pain or unconscious. Without exception, crack, the last palm landed heavily on Huang Zhen's chest. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, as strong as a giant bear, he was also knocked flying and slid 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Huang Zhen felt a bloody taste surging in his throat. Blood gushed out from Pu's mouth as he knelt on the ground, filled with the bitter taste of defeat. The entire bodyguard team collapsed under his leadership. Their failure was so swift, not even lasting half a minute. The venue fell into silence, as if one could hear a pin drop. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others were gleaming with joy in their eyes. Ye Tianci had previously entrusted the rest to them, and they nervously clenched their fists, fearing Ye Tianci might meet an accident. However, Ye Tianci effortlessly defeated his opponent, not even breaking a sweat. Han Ruoyun slightly opened his mouth, with stars glittering in his eyes, feeling a stronger admiration for Ye Tianci. Why does this guy look more handsome now? Rong Meiyen and Qing on the stage were in turmoil, especially Rong Meiyen. She once wanted Qing to protect Ye Tianci's safety, but now she found her worries somewhat absurd. Perhaps, with Ye Tianci's strength, even if faced with several times more opponents, he could still face them calmly. Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes, biting her lip, despite Ye Tianci having made several moves in front of her. Each of his moves left her deeply shocked, each shock stronger than the last. It seemed that no matter how powerful the opponent, they could not escape the power of Ye Tianci's single strike. Ji Wuli, Ji Boduan, and others were already weak in the legs, as the numerous experts from the Rong family were no match for Ye Tianci. This made them feel terrified, as Ye Tianci's level of terror exceeded imagination. Ye Tianci himself did not feel excited about defeating the enemies, but rather shook his head with disappointment. "Oh, I thought you could bring me some challenges, but you all perished before even warming up. It's truly disappointing." Ye Tianci couldn't help but reminisce about the days in the fallen city. Although he had taught lessons to so-called experts like the War God and the King of Terror, being able to subdue them with just a slap, those guys were physically strong, sometimes even enduring 2 slaps. Unlike these self-proclaimed experts outside, boasting of their prowess but actually weak. "Kid, don't get cocky." Suddenly, Huang Zhen roared, swiftly standing up from the ground, pointing a black pistol at Ye Tianci. "Move again, and I'll shoot." The whole venue fell silent, some timid people even screaming, "Oh, a gun! He's going to kill someone! Oh my god, how did he have a gun?" The Dragon Kingdom has extremely strict gun control, and most people have never seen a real gun in their lives. This scene shocked everyone present. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others turned pale. Huang Zhen actually brought a gun into the venue? Ye Tianci was in trouble. Han Ruoyun was even more nervous, holding his breath, as Huang Zhen wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up slowly. With a smug smile, he looked at his opponent in front of him, filled with mockery and pride. He acknowledged the strength of the other party, who had already reached the realm of martial artists, but in the face of a gun, no matter how superb the martial arts, they could not resist the power of the bullets. Despite Ye Tianci being much stronger than him, within 10 meters, Huang Zhen was 100% confident that he could shoot down his opponent with one shot. He laughed heartily, looking at Ye Tianci's painful and contorted expression, and exclaimed, "Well done." Fu Guangcheng looked at the scene in front of him, filled with pain, unable to help but admire. With veins bulging on his forehead and eyes bloodshot, he shouted at Ye Tianci, "Kid, didn't expect this, did you? You were so arrogant just now, how about now? Keep pretending." At the same time, Ji Wuli and the others saw this scene and were overjoyed. They thought the situation was already unfavorable, but they didn't expect the situation to turn around again. They believed that this time, Ye Tianci had no chance of turning the tables. Xiao Qingcheng watched everything happening in front of her, her face changing drastically, instinctively wanting to step forward to plead for Ye Tianci, but was timely stopped by Assistant Sun. Assistant Sun reminded her in a low voice, "Miss Xiao, are you really going to risk everything? Are you going to sacrifice yourself and the entire Xiao family for a waste?" Xiao Qingcheng stood still, torn. In the moment of her hesitation, a gunshot rang out. Gunshots rang out, and lying in a pool of blood was none other than Huang Zhen. A round blood hole appeared on his head, his eyes never closed, frozen in an expression of disbelief. Among the guests, some screamed in shock, some fled in terror, while more were left in confusion and astonishment. Huang Zhen, originally a bodyguard, ultimately betrayed his employer and met his end in that betrayal. The voice of Rong Meiyen rang out, drawing everyone's attention. On the stage, she held a small pistol, smoke still rising from the barrel. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't Huang Zhen who fired the shot, but Rong Meiyen. She actually killed Huang Zhen with her own hands. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The young miss of the Rong family was so decisive? And where did she produce that gun from? After killing Huang Zhen, Rong Meiyen remained composed, showing no signs of panic. Stepping down from the stage in high heels, she exuded a powerful aura that left everyone present moved. Without even glancing at Huang Zhen on the ground, Rong Meiyen walked straight towards Ye Tianci. With a charming smile, she said, "Mr. Ye, I apologize for startling you." Ye Tianci smiled faintly, not at all concerned about the threat posed by Huang Zhen. To him, the handgun was just a toy that couldn't harm him at all. He could change the situation at any time. However, as he was about to deal with Huang Zhen, Rong Meiyen took the initiative to shoot him dead. Ye Tianci looked deeply at his fiancée, who remained calm and composed even after committing murder, revealing her strong mental resilience. Rong Meiyen turned to the terrified Fu Guang, whose lips were trembling in fear. Indifferently, she said, "Fu Guang, you brought this upon yourself." Then, she raised the gun without hesitation and shot Fu Guang in the head. Fu Guang fell into a pool of blood, eyes still filled with fear, unable to close in death. The crowd was stunned, many guests trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, Rong Meiyen had always been the queen of the business world, a mysterious and beautiful young lady. They never expected her to have such a ruthless and merciless side, leaving no room for any explanation. Unconcerned with the gaze of the surrounding guests, Rong Meiyen coldly looked at the few remaining bodyguards who hadn't been knocked out, commanding, "Take these 2 bodies back to the provincial capital and tell my second uncle that I killed them myself. If he has any objections, he can come directly to me, without implicating others. If he dares to play tricks again, I will fight him to the end." The bodyguards trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly in agreement. They quickly cleared the scene, taking away the bodies of Fu Guang, Huang Zhen, and their unconscious companion. Rong Meiyen looked up at Ji Wuli and the others, the gun in her hand slightly trembling. The head of the Ji family decided to give the position of business partner to Mr. Yi, a decision that shocked Ji Wuli, Ji Bo Duan, and others. When Rong Meiyen shot and killed Huang Zhen, they were already scared out of their wits. And when Fu Guang was taken out, even their breathing became cautious. At this moment, Rong Meiyen's inquiry made them even more frightened. Ji Wuli directly knelt down on the ground. This was already the 3rd time he had knelt today. He expressed full support for Miss Rong's decision, praising her wise choice with his words, while his face was full of flattery and fear. Other members of the Ji family alliance also knelt down one after another to show their support, afraid that offending Rong Meiyen would cost them their lives. Rong Meiyen responded indifferently. Her eyes swept over Xiao Qingcheng, and the gazes of the 2 beautiful women met, with Xiao Qingcheng clearly lacking in momentum and feeling ashamed. She had been hailed as the top beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City, looking up to Rong Meiyen as a role model. However, in this meeting, Rong Meiyen completely overshadowed her in terms of ability, confidence, and courage. Xiao Qingcheng had never felt so inferior in over 20 years, especially after knowing about the relationship between Rong Meiyen and Ye Tianci. Her inner turmoil became unbearable. Rong Meiyen reminded Xiao Qingcheng not to regret standing on the wrong side, but Xiao Qingcheng was speechless. Rong Meiyen bluntly criticized Xiao Qingcheng for her short-sightedness and making the wrong decision by giving up the excellent Mr. Yi. These words were like a heavy blow, leaving Xiao Qingcheng feeling heartbroken and unable to retort. Rong Meiyen turned to Ye Tianci, extending her hand to congratulate him on becoming a partner of the Rong family and inquiring if they could sign the contract. Ye Tianci looked a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, his face showing a hint of difficulty. Ye Tianci was not particularly interested in becoming a partner, he was just provoked by Fu Guang. In fact, he didn't have much interest in the position. Han Tianzheng and others behind him excitedly urged him to accept Miss Rong's offer without hesitation, praising Yi Xian nephew for this rare opportunity. They congratulated and praised Dr. Yi one after another. Only Han Ruoyun stood still, with a slight smile on his lips, but a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Once Ye Tianci became Rong Meiyen's partner, they would have more opportunities to get in touch with him. Considering Ye Tianci's freeloading and lecherous nature, Han Ruoyun had a premonition that he would be deeply trapped in the land of tenderness. In this way, what chance would Rong Meiyen have to control his thoughts? Just as she was feeling conflicted, suddenly, a group of people dressed in black martial arts uniforms with a red maple leaf pattern on their chests rushed into the venue, their powerful aura instantly quieting the entire room. Only Feng Yao walked out of the crowd, his eyes coldly scanning the crowd, ordering everyone to leave as the Red Maple Hall had urgent matters to attend to. He specifically asked for the person named Ye Tianci to stay behind. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Ye Tianci couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had happened? Why were they suddenly asking him to leave when the meeting was about to end? Was it because of the previous conflict with Butler Feng, and they were still holding a grudge, deliberately creating a disturbance? Such petty behavior was truly baffling. Even Rong Meiyen, who was usually composed, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She furrowed her brows slightly and asked Feng Yao, "Butler Feng, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Feng Yao politely explained, "Miss Rong, the situation is sudden, and it involves highly confidential matters of the Hong Feng Hall. Please forgive our presumption. To express our apologies, all the expenses for today's private booking at the Hongfeng Manor will be refunded double. We hope you can leave with all your guests, leaving only Ye Tianci behind. Only Ye Tianci? Rong Meiyen furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding. She said sternly, Butler Feng, Mr. Yi is the newly confirmed partner of my Rong family and a reliable ally of mine, Rong Meiyen. What is your intention in wanting to keep him behind? Are you trying to provoke a conflict with the Rong family in the capital city? Feng Yao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Wasn't the agreed upon partner for the meeting the Ji family? Why did it suddenly change to Ye Tianci? This could be troublesome. Everyone knew that the Rong family, as one of the 4 major families in the capital city, had a deep background and strong influence. In the peak period of the Hongfeng Hall, they might have been able to compete with the Rong family, but now, without Master Lin Feng, the Hongfeng Hall was clearly no match for the Rong family. The consequences of antagonizing them would be unimaginable. Just as Feng Yao was in a dilemma, a tall, thin man with a hooked nose and short hair stepped out from the crowd. He looked to be in his early 30s, but he wore 3 maple leaf patterns on his chest, indicating a higher status than Feng Yao. This man, named Fan Yi, calmly introduced himself. I am one of the elders of the Hongfeng Hall, Fan Yi. Today, we have gathered 4 elders, 8 stewards, and hundreds of brothers for an important discussion. In other words, they have come only for Ye Tianci and have no intention of targeting anyone else. We hope Miss Rong Meiyen will not put them in a difficult position. Otherwise, the Hongfeng Hall will not hesitate to be at odds with anyone. This statement shocked the whole room. The Hongfeng Hall was actually confronting the Rong family for Ye Tianci? Was it just because of Butler Feng's personal grudge that they were so agitated? There must be hidden truths behind this. Han Tianzheng and the others were also surprised, not understanding what Ye Tianci had done to provoke such a reaction from the Hongfeng Hall. Rong Meiyen's cold gaze swept across the room. She had been somewhat prepared for incidents like Fu Guang's disturbance and Huang Zhen's betrayal. But the Hongfeng Hall seeking out Ye Tianci was beyond her expectations. Without backing down, she declared, Ye Tianci is a partner of my Rong family. If you want to harm him, you'll have to step over my dead body. As she spoke, she quietly reached for the handgun hidden inside her cheongsam. Ah Qing behind her looked serious, ready to engage in battle at any moment. However, she knew that there was a huge disparity in numbers and strength between the 2 sides, and they would have almost no chance of winning in a conflict. Just as the situation was on the brink, Ye Tianci suddenly spoke. He walked slowly towards Rong Meiyen, reaching out to stop her right hand from drawing the gun. The moment of touch sent a shock through Rong Meiyen like an electric current. She had never experienced physical contact with the opposite sex before, expecting to feel resistance, but strangely, she felt no displeasure in her heart. Ye Tianci turned to face Fan Yi, Feng Yao, and others, and calmly said, Since Hongfeng Hall has something to discuss with me, I agree to stay, the rest can leave. Rong Meiyen's face changed, resolutely saying, No, it's too dangerous here. I won't let you stay alone. The Rong family never abandons its partners. Ye Tianci was somewhat surprised, not expecting the ruthless Rong Meiyen to also have a considerate side. He smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, it's not dangerous for me here. Take all the guests and leave. Rong Meiyen hesitated, and Ye Tianci continued, What? As the young lady of the Rong family, don't you even have basic trust in choosing your partners? If that's the case, then let's change partners. These words made Rong Meiyen slightly stunned, then a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She nodded heavily and said, Okay, I trust you, and hope you won't let me down. I'm waiting for you to sign the partnership agreement. With that, she turned to the guests present and said, Everyone, please leave immediately. Go, go, go. Hurry, this is a dangerous place. Hongfeng Hall is about to show its strength, and being involved will not end well. The neutral guests hurriedly left the dangerous place. The members of the Ji family alliance also left in a hurry, afraid of being dragged into the conflict. Although they felt uneasy, they were still somewhat relieved. Although they didn't know the reason, the thought of Hongfeng Hall joining forces to deal with Ye Tianci meant that even with all his skills, he couldn't escape death. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, and others wanted to stay and help Ye Tianci, but were firmly rejected by Ye Tianci. Han Ruoyun stepped forward, with a worried look in her eyes, saying, "Can you really handle this? Don't lose your life here." Ye Tianci smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you just wish me luck?" Han Ruoyun seemed determined and said, "I'll go out and figure something out later, you have to hold on. I'm still waiting for you to cure me." With that, she hurriedly left the scene. Ye Tianci was a bit confused. Cure her? Is she being self-centered? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng and Ye Tianzi's eyes met. Xiao Qingcheng instinctively wanted to avoid, but after a moment of hesitation, she gathered courage and coldly said, "Ye Tianci, don't forget that we can only proceed with the divorce proceedings in a month. Before that, I don't want to become a widow." Ye Tianci was taken aback, about to ask her intention, but Xiao Qingcheng had already hurriedly left the venue. Assistant Sun quickly caught up and asked in a low voice, "President, what should we do next?" Xiao Qingcheng said anxiously, "I will use all my connections, no matter what the cost, to save Ye Tianzi's life. Even if he is disabled, I can accept it." Assistant Sun shook his head helplessly and chose to remain silent. It seemed that the president still held some feelings for Ye Tianci, she just never admitted it to herself. After everyone left, alone, Ye Tianci stood in the center of the venue. Numerous experts from the Red Maple Hall surrounded him, forming a barrier. However, Ye Tianci remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fear. He calmly asked, "May I ask, why have you asked me to stay?" Feng Yao coldly interrogated Ye Tianci, his voice filled with disdain and anger, bluntly accusing him of hiding a sharp throwing knife, which turned out to be Master Lin Feng's personal hidden weapon. Faced with Feng Yao's accusations, Ye Tianci felt a hint of helplessness and grievance. He vividly remembered when Master Lin Feng personally gifted him this throwing knife, expressing admiration and trust. Master Lin Feng once proudly demonstrated his throwing knife skills but lost confidence after being easily defeated by Ye Tianci in an accident, leading him to pass the throwing knife to Ye Tianci. Master Lin Feng's words echoed in Ye Tianzi's mind, "You are not worthy of it, it deserves a better owner." Ye Tianci took the throwing knife, unexpectedly becoming the target of misunderstanding by the members of the Red Maple Hall. Feng Yao's accusations made Ye Tianci feel wronged. He bitterly explained that Master Lin Feng willingly handed over the throwing knife to him, contrary to Feng Yao's suspicions of conspiracy. However, Feng Yao remained unmoved, firmly believing that Ye Tianci was the one who killed Master Lin Feng. The members of the Red Maple Hall harbored doubts about Master Lin Feng's disappearance, convinced that he might have met an untimely end. Therefore, when Feng Yao discovered the maple leaf throwing knife, he immediately pointed the finger at Ye Tianci, vowing to seek justice for Master Lin Feng. Faced with the angry glares of the Red Maple Hall members, Ye Tianci calmly suggested contacting Master Lin Feng to prove his innocence. However, Fan Yi doubted Ye Tianzi's motives, thinking he was deliberately stalling. An elder, filled with a vengeful determination, prepared to confront Ye Tianci. Following the elder's lead, Feng Yao decided to join forces with the others to confront Ye Tianci, determined to seek justice for Master Lin Feng. Ye Tianci shook his head in resignation, deciding not to explain further in the face of the hatred before him, but to prepare for the impending challenge. Knowing he couldn't withstand the group alone, he rallied all his brothers to stand together and show no weakness. In the midst of intense hatred, a fierce confrontation unfolded between the members of the Red Maple Hall and Ye Tianci, creating a tense and unprecedented scene. The atmosphere in the Red Maple Hall was ignited by Ye Tianci's provocation. His arrogant remarks angered everyone present. Fan Yi's eyes flashed with coldness, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips as he warned Ye Tianci that his arrogance would come at a heavy price. Without hesitation, the people of Red Maple Hall rushed towards Ye Tianci, vowing to avenge their leader. The sound of punches and screams echoed through the venue, intense confrontations causing fear and tension. Meanwhile, the participants outside the Red Maple Manor were unaware, leaving the venue individually, oblivious to the internal chaos. After experiencing a thrilling and terrifying meeting, Ji Wooly and the others were still shaken, especially by the painful experience of Fu Guang being killed by Miss Rong. The partnership status of the Ji family was at risk, as doubts arose about the stability of the internal alliance. Ji Wooly tried to reassure everyone, pointing out that Ye Tianci's fate under the siege of the Red Maple Hall was sealed, and the partnership quota would eventually fall into the hands of the Ji family. After hearing this, the mood of the crowd calmed slightly, beginning to anticipate Ye Tianci's downfall. Ji Wuli continued to explain that with just 2 days of patience, the partnership quota would naturally be theirs. As the mood gradually settled, the crowd started looking forward to the victory of the Ji family. However, Ji Boduan seemed preoccupied, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Ji Wuli's heart was not at peace, as if there was a hint of disturbance. He sternly reprimanded Ji Boduan, "Stop thinking about women. When you truly become powerful, what kind of woman can't you have?" Ji Boduan nodded slightly, feeling a bit uneasy, and accepted the task. Ji Wuli's eyes flashed with sharpness as he coldly said, "Ye Tianci has offended the Hongfeng Hall and is doomed to die. He has caused great losses to our Ji family and cannot be let off easily. Find some reliable people to level the Yi family's cemetery. I want the Yi family to disappear completely." Ji Boduan showed a look of surprise and hesitation, saying, "Father, this seems a bit too much." Although Ji Wuli had mentioned destroying the Yi family's cemetery before, it was just to provoke Ye Tianci and not a serious plan. After all, people must have a sense of awe for the gods. Ji Wuli said in a deep voice, "Are you afraid? Can't you do it?" Ji Boduan trembled in fear and reluctantly replied, I will make the arrangements now." After Ji Boduan left, a trace of indifference flashed in Ji Wuli's eyes. Assistant Sun asked Manager Xiao, "Who should we find to help save the so-called waste Ye Tianci?" She originally wanted to use harsher words, but considering Ye Tianci's outstanding performance at the meeting today, he almost became the focus. If even he is considered a waste, then she as an assistant would be even more useless. Manager Xiao hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, "Let's go find Zhang Xiaohu at the Black Tiger Club." Assistant Sun was surprised to hear this and asked Manager Xiao why he wanted to find him. Zhang Xiaohu has a notorious reputation in Jiangnan City, terrifying everyone. In addition to the recent incident of beating up Ji Wuli at the venue, there are other unforgettable misdeeds that are deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. This kind of unpredictable and ruthless character is not someone anyone wants to get close to. Manager Xiao hopelessly said, "If we don't find him, can I find someone else in Jiangnan City?" In Jiangnan City, the most influential figure in her network is Zhang Xiaohu. And this network can be traced back to the last time at the bidding chamber, when Zhang Xiaohu inexplicably apologized to her after beating up his nephew Zhang Chunlei, establishing a connection. Although Manager Xiao did not understand why Zhang Xiaohu did this at the time. But now it has reached a desperate situation. She can only try her luck and see if she can get Zhang Xiaohu's help. Everything can only be left to fate. After Han Ruoyun left the manor, she immediately called Lin Zhaoyang and asked her father, Lin Shishou, to come to the Red Maple Manor for help. Lin Zhaoyang was shocked when she heard about Ye Tianzi's accident, but immediately agreed and contacted her father. Han Tianzheng, Wu Xingye, Xia Ping, and others also made phone calls, trying their best to use their connections to help Ye Tianzi. Although facing such a mysterious and powerful Red Maple Hall, the chances were slim. But they still tried their best. Rong Meiyen also called Lin Shishou at the first time, and after hanging up the phone, said, "I have contacted Uncle Lin. He is expected to arrive here in 10 minutes. Qing's expression became serious, saying, "If Lin Shishou comes, the Red Maple Hall will definitely give him face. Spare Ye Tianzi, but time may not be enough." Rong Meiyen raised her eyebrows and asked, "Are you saying that Mr. Yi won't last until then?" "Yes," Qing nodded seriously and said, "I admit that Mr. Yi's strength is extraordinary, even surpassing me, but he is facing the entire Red Maple Hall. You have to know that just those 8 stewards are all at the level of martial artists in the early stage, absolutely not to be underestimated." Manager Xiao nodded. Although she didn't understand martial arts, as someone from a prominent family, she still had some knowledge in this field. It is said that those who practice martial arts can reach the realm of martial artists at a certain level of cultivation. The realm of martial artists is divided into early stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak, and consummate stages. For example, the 2 bodyguards brought by Fu Guang, as well as Huang Zhen, are all at the level of martial artists in the early stage. Although the early stage is the lowest level, it is still very difficult to reach this realm. But in any case, they are all rare talents. There are not many strong people with such strength in the whole Jiangnan city. Qing continued. And those 4 elders, I estimate that each of them has already reached the late stage of martial artists, 2 realms higher than the level of the steward Feng, and 1 realm higher than me. What? Rong Meiyen's expression became serious. In the later stages of a warrior, such a presence, even placed in the provincial capital, would be an unbeatable top master. Even the Rong family would have to take special notice. Red Maple Hall actually has 4? Qing sighed and said, Mr. Yi just easily killed several early-stage warrior masters, but even if he is stronger, it's difficult to defeat 4 late-stage warrior experts. Not to mention, there are also hundreds of members in Red Maple Hall with strength close to the quasi-warrior level. Even facing masters in the complete warrior realm, it's not easy to win. Only by reaching the level of a grandmaster is there a glimmer of hope, but unfortunately, Mr. Yi does not have the strength of a grandmaster. Rong Meiyen's expression was serious. She understood that the level of a grandmaster was unattainable, and those who could reach this level were all experienced practitioners, at least in their prime. In the entire Jiangnan city, the only strong person she knew who reached the grandmaster level in their early 20s was Lin Feng. A genius of the generation, an undefeated legend. Of course, Lin Feng's talent was far beyond this. In the end, he surpassed the grandmaster level and reached the legendary realm of the war god, known as the Jiangnan war god. Such a peerless genius, unparalleled in the world. Even though Ye Tianci is dazzling, he can't be compared to Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Rong Meiyen couldn't help but sigh and said, We can only hope that Mr. Yi can hold on and wait for Uncle Lin to come to support. If he really encounters an accident, as your partner, I, Rong Meiyen, will definitely help you seek revenge with all my strength. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Red Maple Manor, who on earth is he? This is simply unbelievable. Oh, it hurts so much. Why is this happening? All the hundreds of people in the Red Maple Hall couldn't beat him one-on-one? It's too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful existence. In the entire hall, members of the Red Maple Hall were lying all over the place, some even hanging on the chandeliers on the ceiling. All covered in wounds, none spared. Only Ye Tianci stood alone, calm and composed. Feng Yao and the 8 chief stewards, as well as Fan Yi and the 4 elders, all lay on the ground, looking at Ye Tianci with amazement and disbelief. Just now, Ye Tianci actually defeated everyone easily in less than 3 minutes. Anyone who rushed up would be slapped away by Ye Tianci. No one could fight back. Throughout the whole melee, not one person could get close to him. And Ye Tianci, from start to finish, didn't even show signs of rapid breathing. It was like a strong man playing with children in a kindergarten. The gap in strength was like heaven and earth. Ye Tianci shook his head slightly disappointedly, with his hands behind his back, and said, Alas! I thought the organization created by Lin Feng was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. I suggest you pack up and disband as soon as possible. With these words, Fan Yi, Feng Yao, and other high-level members of the Red Maple Hall glared angrily. Bastard! How dare you insult Master Lin Feng and the Red Maple Hall? Even if we die, we won't let you off. Ye Tianci smiled helplessly and said, Alas! Each of you is mediocre in strength, but loyal to that guy Lin Feng. To be honest, I can't muster the interest to kill you small fries. The crowd at Hongfeng Hall was burning with anger. Each of them felt furious at the pretentious behavior of a guy named Ye Tianci. They wished they could teach him a lesson right away. However, they also realized that they were no match for him. Ye Tianci looked down on the people lying on the ground, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ye Tianci looked at the group of people and couldn't help but sigh. Why do they all look like Lin Feng? They are all so stubborn and single-minded. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed a video call to a prison guard in the Fallen City prison. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a prison uniform appeared on the screen, looking excited and full of awe as he greeted Ye Tianci, Young Master, hello. Ye Tianci didn't mince words and gave the order, Tell Lin Feng to come over. I want to talk to him. Yes, please wait a moment, Young Master, came the hurried footsteps and shouts from the video. About half a minute later, a young man in prison clothes, with acne on his face, a flat nose, and a slightly balding head, appeared on the screen, holding a toilet brush and looking somewhat ridiculous. He greeted Ye Tianci obsequiously. "Young master, hello. Do you need something from me?" This person is the legendary Zhongnan war god Lin Feng, hailed as unparalleled in the world. Although he rarely shows his face, once he does, he is highly respected and idolized by the people. Ye Tianci smiled and asked, "How have you been doing these years while I was away?" Lin Feng respectfully replied, reporting to young master, "I diligently clean toilets every day, never slack off, always inspired by your teachings. I'm starting to enjoy this job more and more." Smooth talker. Ye Tianci chuckled and said, "Today, I happened to run into some old acquaintances of yours. Take a look." He pointed the phone at the Red Maple Hall members lying on the ground. Lin Feng looked stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, how did you get to my territory? Did these guys hurt you? Tell me, I'll make them apologize." Ye Tianci calmly said, "They can't hurt me, just suspect that I killed you, it's a misunderstanding." At this moment, the people of the Red Maple Hall saw Lin Feng in the video, all stunned. Lin Feng is still alive? Great. Why does he respect Ye Tianci so much? Why is he wearing prison clothes? And what's with the toilet brush in his hand? These questions left them confused. But they didn't care about these. They climbed to the phone screen one after another, excitedly saying, "Boss, where are you? We miss you. Tell us, we'll come find you immediately. It's great that you're still alive." The people of the Red Maple Hall were excited, some even cried. These people had been knocked down by Ye Tianci with a slap, but they never cried. Red Maple on the other end couldn't help but cry, "Brothers, I miss you too. When I have the chance, I'll come see you." The whole hall was filled with crying, as if in a husky's den. Ye Tianci felt a headache coming on, so he handed the phone to Fan Yi and instructed, "I'm going to the bathroom, take the opportunity to ask questions. I'll be back later. If it's still like this, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he turned and left. Ye Tianci was not worried that Lin Feng would reveal information about the fallen city and him to the brothers of the Red Maple Hall. He believed that Lin Feng knew what should be said and what should not be said. After all, this was a basic principle. 5 minutes later, Ye Tianci walked out of the bathroom, only to be surprised to find that everyone in the Red Maple Hall stood up and gathered in the center of the hall, looking respectful. Fan Yi quickly walked up and respectfully handed over his phone. Ye Tianci asked, "Is the conversation over?" Fan Yi, with red eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, we misunderstood you. On behalf of the brothers of the Red Maple Hall, we apologize to you." Ye Tianci nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Suddenly, he asked in confusion, "Wait, what did you just call me?" Fan Yi respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Lin Feng said you are our boss, and he is our boss, so you are our grand boss now." Ye Tianci was speechless for a moment. Fan Yi continued, "Master Lin Feng also said that from now on, the entire Red Maple Hall will follow your orders, and we will do our best no matter what." Ye Tianci was about to refuse, but then he saw Fan Yi suddenly kneel down, followed by the other brothers. They shouted in unison, "Grand boss! Grand boss!" The sound was deafening, filling the entire hall. Ye Tianci was amused by this sudden turn of events, thinking to himself that Lin Feng had caused him trouble by bringing a group of followers. He decided that he must teach Lin Feng a lesson the next time he returned to the fallen city. At the entrance of the Imperial Club, which was Zhang Xiaohu's headquarters and also the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society, Xiao Qingcheng instructed Assistant Sun to wait at the entrance and then resolutely walked into the club to seek help from Zhang Xiaohu. Assistant Sun advised, "Miss Xiao, it's very dangerous here. It's not worth risking it for Ye Tianci." Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly and said, "Whether it's worth it or not has nothing to do with Ye Tianci. After all, he is my legal husband, and there are things I must do." With that, Xiao Qingcheng walked into the Imperial Club. Inside the club, Xiao Qingcheng explained to a junior leader of the Black Tiger Society that she wanted to see Zhang Xiaohu. After the report, knowing that Zhang Xiaohu was not there, the junior leader decided to take advantage of the situation. He secretly contacted Zhang Chunlei, saying that Xiao Qingcheng wanted to see Lord Tiger. Zhang Chunlei, with malicious intent, instructed the junior leader to bring Xiao Qingcheng to his office. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chunlei sat up smugly, his eyes flashing with cunning and greed. He decided to make the most of this unexpected opportunity. In the mirror, he saw his face covered in bruises, his nose twisted. Zhang Chunlei gritted his teeth, burning with anger. His heart was filled with rage and hatred, wishing to blame all of this on that bastard husband and his wife. Because of their harm, Zhang Chunlei was beaten to near death by his second uncle at the tendering chamber. It was all unjust, but now he had finally found a way to vent. The ironclad facts lay before him, making him feel relieved. Since fate has arranged it this way, he won't hesitate to unleash all his anger and hatred on them. The sound of sirens pierced the sky as a fleet of police cars quickly surrounded the estate. Law enforcement officers poured out of the vehicles, numbering in the hundreds, each armed with live ammunition and riot shields, setting up a perimeter and ready to act at a moment's notice. This sudden move left everyone wondering what had happened inside the estate. Could it be a terrorist attack? Look, isn't that Director Lin and Deputy Director Wang from the city over there? Even they personally showed up, so something big must have happened. Onlookers outside the police cordon speculated in hushed tones. Deputy Director Wang respectfully reported to Lin Wanda, the city leader, that the law enforcement team was ready to go and could launch the operation at any time. Lin Wanda nodded solemnly. Just as he was in a meeting with the city leaders, he suddenly received an urgent call from Rong Meiyen and her daughter Lin Zhaoyong, saying that Ye Tianci was in trouble at the Red Maple Manor and needed his help urgently. Lin Wanda naturally couldn't afford to delay Ye Tianci's request. He immediately ordered Deputy Director Wang to lead the law enforcement team to swiftly move to the Red Maple Manor and surround it. Standing beside Lin Wanda were Rong Meiyen and Han Ruoyun. Han Ruoyun anxiously said to Lin Wanda, "Uncle Lin, give the order for the law enforcement team to rush in and rescue people. Any further delay and it will be too late." Lin Wanda nodded and ordered coldly, "Deputy Director Wang, lead the team to storm into the Red Maple Manor, no matter the cost. Make sure to rescue Ye the Divine Doctor." Although the Red Maple Hall is powerful in Jiangnan City, if anything happens to Ye Tianci, he doesn't mind uprooting the Red Maple Hall from Jiangnan City. In this era, no matter how powerful the underground forces are, they are no match for the official authorities. Just as the law enforcement team was preparing to launch the assault, Ye Tianci walked out of the manor in a grand manner. Behind him were two bruised and swollen guys, the elder of the Red Maple Hall, Fan Yi, and the steward Feng Yao, both wearing fawning expressions. The scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Ye Tianci was supposed to be trapped by hundreds of Red Maple Hall members, his life hanging by a thread. How did he walk out unscathed? And who were those two guys? They looked like they had just taken a heavy beating. Although shocked, onlookers breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Ye Tianci unharmed. Han Ruoyun's face lit up with joy as he quickly walked towards Ye Tianci, his chest heaving. He approached Ye Tianci and asked eagerly, "Are you okay?" Ye Tianci quickly averted his gaze, embarrassed, and said, "I told you I'd be fine. Why all this commotion?" Han Ruoyun sneered and said, "Who cares about saving you, you jerk? Pervert." Ye Tianci was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "What? How did I become a pervert?" Han Ruoyun, with righteousness, said, "You peeked at my chest just now. If that's not being a pervert, then what is it?" Ye Tianci felt embarrassed and awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Mayor Lin walked over with a smile and said, "As long as Ye the Divine Doctor is safe and sound. Otherwise I would have almost lost my temper." Although his words were laced with humor, the underlying threat was quite evident. Fan Yi and Feng Yao, upon hearing this, became nervous and couldn't help but feel scared. It turns out the boss actually knew Mayor Lin. Luckily, they had just been defeated at the meeting. Ye Tianci smiled and explained, if the boss had any unexpected situation, he would probably have been caught by the Lin City Chief's law enforcement team by now, right? Lin Wanda responded cheerfully, "As a guest of honor in our Lin family, you have a deep bond with us. These small matters are not worth mentioning. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I'll take my leave." Ye Tianci nodded in understanding. "Please take care, Chief Lin." Lin Wanda, accompanied by the deputy director and a large team of law enforcement officers, left to avoid causing panic among the citizens. As they departed, the onlookers dispersed one after another. Ye Tianci said to Fan Yi and Feng Yao, "You two stay here for a bit and then you can go back." Fan Yi and Feng Yao respectfully nodded. "Boss. I mean, Mr. Yi, sorry for the mistake." Ye Tianci had emphasized multiple times at the meeting that he didn't want to be called boss. However, the members of the Hongfeng Hall insisted on calling him that, feeling it was more affectionate and natural. Ye Tianci reluctantly accepted it but set a condition that they could call him boss in private and Mr. Yi in public. After Fan Yi and Feng Yao left, Rong Meiyen looked at their receding figures with a complex expression and a hint of contemplation. Then, she walked up to Ye Tianci and said, "Mr. Yi, you always surprise me. I am more and more convinced that choosing you as a partner was a wise decision. Can we sign the contract now?" Ye Tianci was about to respond when his phone rang, showing that it was a call from Zhang Huilin. Despite feeling annoyed, he still answered the call. Before officially divorcing Xiao Qingcheng, Zhang Huilin was still his future mother-in-law, so basic courtesy was necessary. However, after answering the call, he heard Zhang Huilin angrily questioning, "Where have you, a useless person, gone? Xiao Qingcheng went to seek help from the Black Tiger Society alone to save you and now she's missing. What trouble have you caused? Did you intentionally harm Xiao Qingcheng? If anything happens to her, I will never let you off." Ye Tianci furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhang Huilin, in a rage, said, "Are you pretending to be clueless? Assistant Sun called and said that Xiao Qingcheng went to find Zhang Xiaohu for help because of you and then lost contact. What trouble have you stirred up? Did you deliberately frame Xiao Qingcheng? If something happens to her, I will never forgive you." Ye Tianqi's expression changed suddenly upon hearing this. Xiao Qingcheng went to seek help from Zhang Xiaohu at the Black Tiger Society to save him and now she's missing. This reckless woman, doesn't she care about her own safety? Although he believed Zhang Xiaohu wouldn't dare to harm Xiao Qingcheng, the uninformed Zhang Chunlei was an unstable factor. Xiao Qingcheng was likely already entangled by him. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Tianci immediately hung up the phone and said to Rong Meiyen, "Let's talk about the contract later. I have urgent matters to attend to." He then turned to Han Ruoyun and said, "Give me the car keys." Han Ruoyun handed the car keys to Ye Tianci, looking somewhat puzzled. After taking the car key from Han Ruoyun, Ye Tianci decisively got into the vehicle without any hesitation. Starting the engine, the car accelerated rapidly and, after a thrilling drift, disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. Although they were not sure what had just happened, they could sense an unprecedented seriousness and determination from Ye Tianqi's expression. This kind of expression had never appeared before in their previous encounters, leaving everyone present in awe. Xiao Qingcheng was tied up with ropes on the sofa, unable to move, wearing a pristine evening gown soaked in red wine. After Zhang Chunlei ordered her to be tied up, he also poured a few sips of red wine into her, his lascivious gaze roaming over her, especially under that wet white dress, outlining alluring curves. This made Zhang Chunlei dry-mouthed and full of admiration. Xiao Qingcheng suppressed her inner fear and warned, "You better not mess around. I have made arrangements. If nobody comes out in 10 minutes, my people will call the police." She had originally come to seek help from Master Hu, but unexpectedly fell into the hands of Zhang Chunlei. Zhang Chunlei sneered, "Don't you know the influence of our Black Tiger Society in Jiangnan City? Even if you call the police, the Law Enforcement Bureau dare not intervene." Xiao Qingcheng's face changed color. The other party actually didn't even put the police in their eyes. Zhang Chunlei opened a drawer, displaying various props, a whip, candles, handcuffs, sailor suit. He leered and said, "Miss Xiao, seeing your usual aloof appearance, you must be quite licentious, right? Which prop do you like? Let this young master play with you later?" Xiao Qingcheng felt her scalp tingle. This Zhang Chunlei was not only lewd but also a bit perverted. She gritted her teeth and warned, "Zhang, I came to find your uncle. Aren't you afraid he will find out about this?" Zhang Chunlei sneered, "Don't mention my second uncle. I will avenge this. By then, I will become the head of the Black Tiger Society. Let's see who dares to provoke me. You better behave and listen to me. My brothers can't wait any longer." He pounced on Xiao Qingcheng. She struggled violently, but bound by ropes, coupled with the effects of alcohol, her head began to spin, unable to resist. "Even if you scream, no one will come to save you." Zhang Chunlei impatiently tore open her evening gown, revealing her snow-white skin emitting an enticing fragrance. Just as he was about to take further action, the office door suddenly burst open. A handsome, furious young man rushed in. Who was it? Zhang Chunlei was so scared that he fell off the sofa, and when he saw the newcomer, his face instantly turned pale. Damn it, it's you, Ye Tianci? Xiao Qingcheng was also surprised. Ye Tianci was actually still alive? Why did he appear here? Was he here to rescue her? Amidst the joy, she felt guilty and wronged, as if she owed something to Ye Tianci. Seeing this scene, Ye Tianci was burning with anger. Without a word, he slapped Zhang Chunlei, sending him flying. Zhang Chunlei harshly crashed into the wall, his face covered in bruises. Wao spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. Ye Tianci quickly walked to the front of the sofa, hurriedly untied the ropes on Xiao Qingcheng, took off his coat, and draped it over her like a guardian angel. The spring light was blocked by the coat, casting a gentle glow on her. Xiao Qingcheng, with red eyes, reminded Ye Tianci, Ye Tianci, you should leave. Don't worry about me, there are too many of them. The alcohol in her body started to take effect, and before she could finish her sentence, she fell into a drowsy state. Ye Tianci sighed, looking at her with heartache. She was always too strong-willed, always wanting to shoulder all the burdens alone, but always unable to bear them. However, no matter what, Xiao Qingcheng fell into trouble just to save him. He gently lifted Princess Xiao Qingcheng and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I will take you away from here." At this moment, Zhang Chunlei struggled to sit up, his face full of anger as he threatened, "Ye Tianci, do you think you can escape? Dream on. Today, I will make you pay." He picked up the walkie-talkie, urgently ordering his men to come to support and besiege Ye Tianci. The members of the Black Tiger Gang acted swiftly, and in no time, hundreds of people surrounded the office, filling the corridors with people. They brandished weapons, looking fierce and menacing. They charged in without hesitation, launching attacks on Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci remained calm and composed, kicking the front person away, triggering a chain reaction that knocked down the surrounding Black Tiger Gang members. The crowd exclaimed at his immense strength. However, even though Ye Tianci was powerful, he was holding Xiao Qingcheng and had no hands free. Faced with the siege of hundreds of people, how could he be their match? The members of the Black Tiger Gang attacked frantically, seeking revenge for Zhang Chunlei. Ye Tianci fought back mercilessly, each strike a deadly blow. The office echoed with screams, the scene chaotic. Just 2 minutes later, all the members of the Black Tiger Gang were lying on the ground, a horrifying sight. Zhang Chunlei watched this scene, trembling in fear. Ye Tianci looked coldly at the wet crotch, a fire of anger burning in his heart. He furrowed his brows deeply and disdainfully said, "You don't need to know my identity, but remember, those who hurt me will pay the price." With that, he lifted his right foot and decisively stepped between Zhang Chunlei's legs. With a crunching sound, the sound of shattered eggs rang out. This was the second one Ye Tianci had destroyed today. Zhang Chunlei groaned in pain. "Oh, don't, it hurts so much." He covered the injured area, spewing foul language and cursing hysterically. Ye Tianci coldly said, "Those who seek death, I will grant your wish." Just as he was about to kick Zhang Chunlei's head, Xiao Qingcheng in his arms suddenly murmured weakly, "Don't kill, please don't kill." Ye Tianci stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, "All right, I'll listen to you." He picked up Xiao Qingcheng, effortlessly crossed over the Black Tiger Gang's men, and leisurely left, leaving Zhang Chunlei struggling in pain on the ground. When Ye Tianci carried Xiao Qingcheng downstairs, Xiao Qingcheng kept murmuring softly in his arms. She frowned tightly, sweat beads seeping on her forehead, breathing rapidly, as if she was going through a terrible nightmare. She kept telling Ye Tianci, "Please go, don't mind me, I'm so scared." Ye Tianci comforted her softly, telling her that everything was over. Gradually, Xiao Qingcheng's emotions calmed down. Ye Tianci sighed. Although Xiao Qingcheng was usually cold and proud, after experiencing such a thing, she would definitely be left with psychological shadows. Moreover, everything she endured was to save him. This unexpected and touching act reduced Ye Tianci's resentment towards Xiao Qingcheng. As Ye Tianci carried Xiao Qingcheng out of the Imperial Dynasty Club, Several people anxiously surrounded them. They were Zhang Huilin, Xiao Nan, and assistant son. Zhang Huilin and Xiao Nan, the mother and son, rushed over. Seeing Ye Tianci carrying Xiao Qingcheng out, Zhang Huilin quickly asked, "Qingcheng, are you all right? Why are you closing your eyes and not speaking?" Ye Tianci explained, "She was given some red wine, a little tipsy, but she's fine." Unexpectedly, Zhang Huilin suddenly slapped Ye Tianci and scolded, "Nonsense. My daughter is like this, and you say she's fine? If it weren't for saving you, would she end up like this?" Ye Tianci furrowed his brows, filled with anger, but he suppressed it, knowing that Xiao Qingcheng went through all this to save him. He apologized, "I'm sorry, this is indeed my responsibility." However, Zhang Huilin relentlessly said, "Apologies are useless, then what's the point of having the police? If you want to die, don't involve my daughter." Xiao Nan also berated, "My mom is right. Let go of my sister, don't touch her with your dirty hands. We are getting a divorce, and you still want to take advantage of her." Xiao Nan forcefully took Xiao Qingcheng from Ye Tianci's arms. Zhang Huilin also had assistant son help support Xiao Qingcheng, not letting Ye Tianci touch her. Assistant son just nodded, assisting Xiao Qingcheng, without taunting Ye Tianci this time. Just a few minutes ago, she was anxiously waiting at the entrance of the Imperial Dynasty Club, seeing Ye Tianci drive and rush in alone to save General Xiao. Although she didn't like Ye Tianci, she had to admit that in that moment, Ye Tianci showed great bravery. It seemed that he was not as useless as before. Zhang Huilin shook Xiao Qingcheng, calling out anxiously, "Daughter, wake up. You must be all right. There's nothing else in the wine you were given, right?" Xiao Nan angrily warned Ye Tianci, "If anything happens to my sister, you will pay the price." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly started coughing violently, followed by vomiting several times. Zhang Huilin hurriedly patted Xiao Qingcheng's back, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. After Xiao Qingcheng finished vomiting, coupled with the cold wind outside, she became much more sober. She reassured her mother, saying, "Mom, I'm fine now, don't worry." Zhang Huilin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful that things didn't get worse. She turned to glare at Ye Tianci, lips pursed slightly, complaining, "It's all because of that troublemaker. You two, on the verge of divorce, yet still meddling in his affairs?" Xiao Qingcheng listened without immediately responding to Zhang Huilin's words. Her gaze lingered on Ye Tianci for a moment, showing complex emotions. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Thank you for saving me. How is Zhang Chunlei? You didn't hurt him, did you?" She only remembered Ye Tianci bursting into the office just as she was about to be harmed by Zhang Chunlei. The memories after that became blurry. Ye Tianci answered truthfully, "I spared his life, but he can no longer be called a man in the future." What? Hearing this news, Xiao Qingcheng and the others' faces changed. Ye Tianci actually made it so Zhang Chunlei could no longer be a man? Does this mean they are now enemies with the entire Black Tiger gang? Zhang Huilin paled in fear. "Oh no, this is terrible. Do you know what trouble you've brought upon us? Master Hu will surely destroy our Xiao family." Xiao Nan exclaimed excitedly, "Are you crazy? How dare you treat Zhang Xiao like this?" Ye Tianci confidently replied, "Considering his despicable actions, it's only right to disable him. Zhang Xiaohu knows this will only lead to me sparing him and not causing you trouble." Xiao Qingcheng frowned, displeased. "Ye Tianci, when will you stop this overestimation of your abilities? Just offended the Hong Feng Hall, now the Black Tiger gang, can't you be more cautious?" Ye Tianzi's eyes drooped slightly. Clearly, he was being blamed for helping her avenge Zhang Chunlei. This woman is truly beyond help. Ye Tianzi responded mercilessly, "Aren't you overestimating your abilities? Knowing this is a dangerous place, yet still insisted on coming alone. Foolish." Xiao Qingcheng became agitated. "Am I foolish? Wasn't I doing this to save you? Do I need you to save me?" Ye Tianzi said coldly, "Don't forget we've already talked about divorce. You said we'd have no connection and you wouldn't care about my life or death. So please stick to your words. I don't need you to worry about me. Mind your own business." This statement left Xiao Qingcheng stunned. She couldn't believe Ye Tianzi's attitude. She risked her life for him, almost being humiliated by Zhang Chunlei. Instead of gratitude, he blamed her for meddling? It was chilling. Zhang Huilin finally couldn't hold back and angrily said, "Do you, heartless person, have no conscience? Apologize to Qingcheng." Ye Tianci responded coldly, "I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? You dare to talk back?" Zhang Huilin raised her hand in anger to slap Ye Tianci, but he caught her wrist in time. Ye Tianci said sternly, "Enough. Even a clay figurine has a temper, don't go too far." Zhang Huilin stiffened her neck and retorted, "What's wrong with confronting you, troublemaker? Can't accept it? If you dare, hit me. Come on." With that, Zhang Huilin's face was right in front of Ye Tianci, full of provocation. "Don't push me," Zhang Huilin continued to provoke. In a fit of anger, Ye Tianci didn't hesitate to raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to Zhang Huilin. He felt the burning fury in his chest, no longer tolerating her insults and provocations. In that moment, his eyes shone with a firm light, revealing his unwavering character and sense of justice. Ye Tianci refused to be humiliated any longer, fearlessly stepping forward to defend his dignity and principles. This slap was not just a retaliation against Zhang Huilin, but also a display of his steadfast stance. In that moment, Ye Tianci showcased his courage and determination, allowing others to witness the righteousness deep within his heart. However, Zhang Huilin's plan was completely shattered by Ye Tianci. She never expected Ye Tianci to make such a move. Surprised, she covered her slapped cheek and screamed, "Oh, he hit me. My useless son-in-law who was kicked out of the house actually dared to hit someone. Is there no justice in this world anymore?" Xiao Qingcheng and others were also incredulous that Ye Tianci dared to fight back. For the past 3 years, Zhang Huilin had always been domineering over Ye Tianci, and he had never resisted. She immediately reprimanded, "Ye Tianci, are you out of your mind? You must apologize to my mother for hitting her." Ye Tianci calmly responded, "When your mother hit me before, why didn't you ask her to apologize to me?" Xiao Qingcheng then noticed a lingering slap mark on Ye Tianzi's cheek. "Did he just get slapped right before I woke up?" Despite this, Xiao Qingcheng still stood by Zhang Huilin's side and blamed, "Even if my mother hit you, as a junior, can't you be a little more tolerant? Are you only happy when you treat my family like this?" Ye Tianci sneered and shook his head. "Xiao, your biased heart is truly speechless." Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, thinking, "You, Ye Tianci, are beyond redemption." Just then, Zhang Huilin angrily scolded, "You ungrateful scoundrel. If it weren't for my daughter meddling, you would have starved to death on the street long ago. Look at your behavior. With this kind of attitude, which woman would ever look at you? You are destined to achieve nothing in your life." Xiao Nan also joined in the sarcasm, "Exactly. Without my sister, you are nothing, truly shameless." As the words fell, a displeased voice sounded, "Enough. I've noticed that since Ye Tianci left your sister, he has become more and more outstanding. On the contrary, your sister can't do anything right, yet she still dares to boast about being the top beauty CEO in Zhongnan City. How ridiculous." Everyone turned to look and saw Han Ruoyun, dressed beautifully and with a curvaceous figure, walking over. Xiao Qingcheng and others looked at her in astonishment, wondering, how did Miss Han from the Han family suddenly appear? Ye Tianci also asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Han Ruoyun replied, "Why can't I come? Besides, I am your unmarried." She seemed to realize something and quickly changed her tune, "HMPH. Anyway, you took my car and I was worried you might damage it, so I came to see if everything was okay." Although she said that, the worry in her eyes was hard to conceal. Ye Tianci was puzzled by Han Ruoyun's intentions. With a wry smile, Ye Tianci said, "Don't worry, if the car breaks down, I will compensate you." Zhang Huilin, displeased, retorted, "Miss Han, just because you are from the Han family doesn't mean you can lie at will. What did you mean by saying that Ye Tianci became outstanding after leaving my daughter, while she achieved nothing? You must give us an explanation, or I will sue you for defamation." Xiao Nan added, "Exactly, my sister is about to become a partner of the Rong family after today's meeting. How could Ye Tianci be better than her?" Han Ruoyun rolled her eyes and said, "Are you still stuck in the 2G era? At the just ended Miss Rong's meeting, Ye Tianci has been appointed as a partner of the Rong family. In contrast, your Xiao Qingcheng not only achieved nothing but also offended Miss Rong. How dare you say he is better than Ye Tianci?" Han Ruoyan made a disgusted expression, showing extreme disdain. Zhang Huilin and Xiao Nan stared in disbelief. They had thought that the Ji family would become partners at the meeting and then recommend the Xiao family to cooperate together. How come Ye Tianci ended up as the partner instead? Zhang Huilin quickly asked Xiao Qingcheng. Daughter, I don't believe what that Han woman said. Tell mommy, is it true? This question hit Xiao Qingcheng's weak spot. Despite being full of unwillingness inside, she could only nod truthfully and answer, she didn't lie. Ye Tianci did become a business partner of the Rong family. Zhang Huilin and her son stood stunned, their heads buzzing. They had once thought Ye Tianci was a worthless son-in-law expelled by the Xiao family, but now he had become a business partner of the Rong family. This status was soaring, surpassing the entire Xiao family. Seeing their shocked expressions, Han Ruoyan couldn't help but feel happy. Is this what it feels like to show off? So exciting. So no wonder some people like to show off. Han Ruoyan continued. By the way, do you know that Ye Tianci also has another identity? He is the honored guest of the Lin city's first house, and every appearance at the Lin city's first house is highly respected. Look at your Xiao family, all ignorant fools, not even qualified to enter the Lin city's first house. This statement not only shocked Zhang Huilin and her son but also surprised Xiao Qingcheng and assistant son. This was the first time they had heard this news. Xiao Qingcheng suddenly realized. So the reason why Ye Tianci said the Black Tiger Gang dare not retaliate against him was because of this identity, naturally not afraid of the Black Tiger Gang. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng regretted her words of underestimating Ye Tianci before. Normally, she might apologize. But at this moment, seeing Han Ruoyan speak up for Ye Tianci, Xiao Qingcheng felt a surge of anger and jealousy in her heart. She coldly responded, no matter how much you say, you cannot deny that Ye Tianci needs to rely on others to succeed, regardless of his personal strength. And I have always achieved success through my own efforts. Miss Han, please don't meddle in my affairs. Han Ruoyan instinctively wanted to retort but was stopped by Ye Tianci. He said to her, forget it, it's pointless to explain to her. Han Ruoyan nodded, smiling, all right, I'll listen to you. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help feeling displeased. Xiao Qingcheng's heart was burning with anger. She felt unjustly treated. Why couldn't Ye Tianci communicate with her properly? Was he really fickle, only obedient to Han Ruoyan? This thought made her more and more furious. So, without hesitation, she declared, let's go, and stormed off. Zhang Huilin and Xiao Nan witnessed this scene, intending to make a sarcastic remark, but seeing Ye Tianci's sudden change in status, they could only sigh and leave with resignation. Han Ruoyan deliberately reminded loudly, Ms. Xiao, take your time and don't forget to attend the celebration banquet for Ye Tianci becoming a partner in the Rong family. As his ex-fiancé, you must dress up beautifully. These words made Xiao Qingcheng want to explode. She felt that Han Ruoyan was shameless. And Ye Tianci, teaming up with another woman to provoke her. Had they not officially divorced yet? She almost got humiliated by Zhang Chunlei in order to save him, but he blamed her for meddling and flirted with other women. Bastard, jerk, unfaithful man, pretty boy. The more she thought, the angrier and sadder she became, until she got into the car and closed the door. Ye Tianci felt somewhat helpless. He didn't understand why Han Ruoyan always had a grudge against Xiao Qingcheng. Every time he saw Xiao Qingcheng, Han Ruoyan would provoke a few words before giving up, as if there was some deep-seated animosity. Han Ruoyan sarcastically said, oh, what's wrong? Are you upset because someone mentioned your ex-fiancé? Ye Tianci touched his head, smiled to show that he wasn't angry, but rather relieved. Usually, he was teased by Xiao Qingcheng, so letting Han Ruoyan taste this feeling today wasn't bad either. Han Ruoyan grumbled, that's about right. Maybe people think you can't forget that beautiful, well-proportioned ex-fiancé with long legs. Even though her chest isn't as big as mine, it's still enticing enough, right? Any man would be unforgettable, right? Ye Tianci rolled his eyes helplessly. In the 3 years since he married Xiao Qingcheng, there had never been any inappropriate behavior. There was nothing to be unforgettable about. Besides, they had already decided to divorce. There was no possibility of going back. Han Ruoyan suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, by the way, I have a question for you. You must answer truthfully. What is your relationship with Rong Meiyen? Why is she so good to you, even giving you such an important partner position, willing to offend her second uncle, and even deal with Fu Lao and the others for you? In business cooperation, the most important thing is commercial value. Although you have strong martial arts skills, outstanding medical skills, and are the richest man in Lin City, it's still a bit far-fetched as a partner. Ye Tianci pondered with his chin resting on his hand and said, regarding my relationship with Rong Meiyen, it's not really a secret. I can tell you, it doesn't matter. In fact, she, like you, is also my fiancée. Han Ruoyun widened his eyes, unbelievably saying, really? The Miss Rong from the provincial capital's Rong family is also your fiancé? Ye Tianci smiled bitterly and nodded. Why would I lie to you? In fact, there are 8 more fiancés like you. Han Ruoyun widened his eyes like a bell. Are you saying you have 9 fiancés? Ye Tianci nodded. Although there are 9 fiancés, I will personally cancel these engagements. After all, through my marriage with Xiao Qingcheng, I have learned a lesson. Being single is also good. Han Ruoyun frowned. So when you came to my house to cancel the engagement, it was because of this reason? Ye Tianci nodded. Yes. I haven't cancelled the engagements with the others yet. You are the first one. Han Ruoyun was a bit unhappy after hearing this, pouting, so that's it. I thought I was the worst among your 9 fiancés, so I was eliminated the fastest. Ye Tianci thought for a moment and also felt that this explanation seemed somewhat reasonable. Han Ruoyun felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife when she heard Ye Tianci's words, as if someone had pierced her heart. Seeing the change in Han Ruoyun's expression, Ye Tianci quickly added, don't take it too seriously. I will treat all my fiancés equally and cancel all engagements. Han Ruoyun felt her heart being twisted again, as if someone had pierced her heart. Angered, she said, do you take it lightly? What do you mean by that? Ye Tianci asked. Any other questions? Han Ruoyun glared at Ye Tianci furiously and said, I thought you would change today, but you are still the same shameless jerk. Talking about 9 fiancés, talking about single freedom, all lies. Hypocritical to the extreme, she angrily turned and left, the bunny on her chest thumping. In this world, liars are easily trusted, while truth-tellers are often doubted. Honest people have it tough. However, soon after, Han Ruoyun turned back angrily, extending her right hand. Ye Tianci was puzzled and asked, why are you back? Through gritted teeth, Han Ruoyun said, how dare you ask? Give me the car keys. Ye Tianci quickly handed her the car keys. Han Ruoyun took the keys, glared fiercely at Ye Tianci, opened the car door, and drove away. Ye Tianci sighed. Women are indeed troublesome beings. He thought about the remaining engagements and felt he must deal with them quickly. Just as he left the entrance of the Imperial Club, not far away, various car sounds suddenly came. Then, black cars stopped at the entrance of the Imperial Club one after another. Hundreds of cars parked there in unison. A group of thugs armed with sticks and machetes got out of the cars, looking fierce and menacing. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the Imperial Club, with the number still increasing. This scene caught the attention of many onlookers. What's happening? Why are so many people gathering here? Don't you know? I heard that Tiger Master's nephew, Zhang Xiao, was beaten and had his manhood severed. Oh my god, this is a big deal. How dare they touch Tiger Master's nephew? They're done for. Yes, and it happened at the headquarters of the Black Tiger Club, the Imperial Club, right in front of Tiger Master. It's a disgrace. People were discussing one after another. A black Rolls-Royce stopped, and Zhang Xiaohu got out of the car with a grim expression. His fists clenched, veins popping on his forehead. At Miss Rong's meeting, he saw a presence scarier than the King of Hell, so he left early to have tea at the tea house to calm down. Unexpectedly, his brothers from the Black Tiger Club suddenly called to inform him that someone had intruded into the Imperial Club, defeated hundreds of brothers, and crippled Zhang Chunlei. Zhang Xiaohu hurried back to check the situation. He rushed upstairs with his men and arrived at Zhang Chunlei's office. Inside the office lay the beaten and battered brothers of the Black Tiger Club. The situation was extremely dire. His nephew, Zhang Chunlei, shivered in pain, clutching his lower body with a furrowed brow, enduring intense agony. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu approaching, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He quickly seized this last lifeline, pleading, "Uncle, you're finally back. My reproductive organs have been severely injured, and I'm afraid I can never become a father. You must seek justice for me." Zhang Xiaohu, unable to contain his anger, glared ahead. He has always been alone, without wife or children. Now, his only nephew has suffered such misfortune. Does this not mean the end of the Zhang family line? Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Chunlei, tell uncle who harmed you. Where did he hide? I will immediately take my brothers to find him. He must pay with his blood." Before he could finish speaking, a familiar and indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. All eyes turned to a handsome and dashing young man, hands in his pockets, looking calm as he stood there. The brothers of the Black Tiger Gang, upon seeing him, immediately paled. "Oh my, when did this guy sneak in? How did no one notice him?" Zhang Xiaohu, who was originally furious, was completely stunned, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Goodness gracious, how did this guy, scarier than the King of Hell, suddenly appear here? Wasn't he supposed to be attending Miss Rong's gathering at the Red Maple Manor? What on earth is going on? However, Zhang Chunlei was unaware of Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts. Pointing at Ye Tianci, he said resentfully, "Second uncle, it was him who did this to me, and injured so many brothers. You must uphold justice for me and make decisions for the brothers." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding brothers of the Black Tiger Gang were filled with righteous indignation, gritting their teeth. "This troublemaker again? He absolutely cannot be let off today." Someone angrily said, "Lord Tiger, as long as you give the order, we will immediately tear him to pieces." Unable to bear it any longer, bullying us like this, we cannot let it go this time. Zhang Xiaohu, however, turned a deaf ear to their words, suppressing his fear, and tremblingly said, "Wah! What is going on? Why did Ye Tianci beat my nephew like this? He's completely crippled." Ye Tianci coldly said, "Xiao Qingcheng came to see you for business, but was forcibly detained by your nephew, who even had ill intentions towards her. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu felt a chill all over, as if struck by lightning. Zhang Chunlei roared furiously, "Ye Tianci, my biggest regret is not being able to have your wife. How dare you come back? I'll see how my second uncle deals with you." However, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly erupted in anger, sternly saying, "Shut up." He grabbed the chair beside him and fiercely smashed it towards Zhang Chunlei's head. The chair immediately shattered, wood chips piercing into Zhang Chunlei's scalp and face, blood flowing. "Oh!" Zhang Chunlei let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling and struggling in pain on the ground. But that wasn't enough. Zhang Xiaohu, with a dark expression, snatched a baseball bat from his subordinate and ruthlessly struck Zhang Chunlei's right knee. The bone instantly shattered. Zhang Chunlei grimaced in pain, his forehead veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. "Oh, second uncle, have you gone mad? Why are you hitting me?" Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "I'm hitting you, you troublemaker. Don't just talk about hitting you, I even want to kill you." He swung the baseball bat again, hitting Zhang Chunlei's left knee hard. Another cracking sound. "I provided for you, fed and clothed you, asking for nothing in return, but I never expected you to end up killing me." Once again, the baseball bat fell on Zhang Chunlei's right arm, bones instantly breaking. "Oh!" Zhang Chunlei let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently, eventually fainting. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohu had not vented his anger yet, as he lifted the baseball bat again and broke Zhang Chunlei's remaining left arm. This horrifying scene made the brothers of the Black Tiger Gang gasp in horror, trembling with fear and dread. It had been days since they last witnessed Lord Tiger so furious, back at the bidding meeting. It's unbelievable that Ye Tianci actually has a special identity that even Hu Yi feels awe towards. However, Ye Tianci is just a discarded son-in-law by the Xiaos. As everyone was speculating, Zhang Xiaohu no longer held a baseball bat, but turned around and knelt in front of Ye Tianci, expressing deep apologies and fear. He respectfully said, "Young Mr. Yi, please forgive this mistake, it's my negligence in disciplining Zhang Chunlei. You can punish as you see fit, I have no complaints." The onlookers were once again amazed. These figures who dominate the martial arts world actually knelt before Ye Tianci one after another. They knew in their hearts and saw with their own eyes, the fear of Ye Tianci was genuine. Facing Zhang Xiaohu, Ye Tianci calmly stated, "If there is another time, the Black Tiger sect will be doomed." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but tremble, nodding repeatedly to express his gratitude, and vowed to strictly discipline Zhang Chunlei to prevent him from causing harm again. Then, Zhang Xiaohu's men quickly carried the fainted Zhang Chunlei away, while others also left one after another, leaving only Ye Tianci and Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu still knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Ye Tianci calmly pulled over a chair, sat down, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that after you came out, you would become the leader of the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, known as Hu Yi, quite impressive." Zhang Xiaohu awkwardly smiled and said, "Young master, you're joking. In front of you, how could I dare to call myself Hu Yi? I will always be your most loyal and reliable little kitty, meow 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 tilde." As he spoke, he even imitated the gesture of a beckoning cat. If others saw this scene, they would surely be surprised. However, Zhang Xiaohu didn't feel embarrassed about it. In his view, in the decadent city, as long as Ye Tianci glanced over, no matter how strange the actions were, it was not surprising. Ye Tianci thoughtfully said, "From your previous actions against Ji Wuli, your nephew has a rebellious look. He may pose a threat to you in the future, be careful." Zhang Xiaohu was a bit incredulous. "He dares? The only thing he fears is me. I crippled him, making him disabled for life. He has no ability to seize power." Ye Tianci did not continue the discussion on this topic, but asked, "You are over 40, surrounded by women. Why not marry and have children? Do you want to remain a bachelor?" Zhang Xiaohu awkwardly scratched his head and said, "To tell you the truth, although I dream of having a family, I have some health issues that prevent me from having children. I've seen many famous doctors but to no avail." Sigh. This is the deepest pain in Zhang Xiaohu's heart, with a great family and business, yet no one to carry on the family line. Ye Tianci raised his head, hoping to seek help from his nephew, Zhang Chunlei. However, he was somewhat disappointed because his nephew had always been unruly. Ye Tianci nodded slightly and reached out his arm, saying, "Come, let me take a look at you." Zhang Chunlei's eyes lit up with excitement and immediately agreed. As someone who had lived in the fallen city for many years, he was well aware of Ye Tianci's various abilities, especially his outstanding medical skills. Many top tycoons outside would spare no expense to invite the young master of the Ye family to treat their illnesses, but they must consider the old man Ye Tianci's mood. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Zhang Xiaohu naturally wouldn't miss it. After examining Zhang Xiaohu's pulse for half a minute, Ye Tianci said, "How is it?" Zhang Xiaohu asked cautiously. Ye Tianci replied, "There are some minor issues, but they may be troublesome for others. I will prescribe you a prescription, follow the instructions to take it. After one course of treatment, you can ask for as much as you need in the future." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohu said excitedly. "Thank you, young master, I will always remember your kindness. In the future, in Jiangnan City, as long as you need it, I am willing to risk my life without hesitation." Zhang Xiaohu was extremely excited. Then, he kowtowed to Ye Tianci 3 times in a row. Just then, Ye Tianci's phone rang, showing a call from Grandpa Zhao. Grandpa Zhao has always voluntarily taken care of the Lin family cemetery. Ye Tianci pressed the answer button and heard Grandpa Zhao's old and anxious voice on the other end. "Xiaoqi, it's bad. Someone with a construction team wants to raise the Ye family cemetery to the ground." "What?" Ye Tianci stood up abruptly. "You have to find a way, I'll be right there." "Old man, who gave you permission to make this call?" Smash his phone. Before Grandpa Zhao could finish, he heard a commotion of curses from the other end. Ye Tianci exuded a strong sense of killing intent, instantly turning the atmosphere in the office tense and twisted. Zhang Xiaohu looked horrified, his face pale, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, what has happened?" Ye Tianci narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Someone wants to destroy the ancestral tomb of my Ye family." Zhang Xiaohu, shocked, widened his eyes and asked incredulously, "Who is so audacious? How dare they commit such outrageous acts?" Faced with such audacious behavior, Zhang Xiaohu felt incredulous, as if old longevity had just drunk fatal poison. He immediately expressed his full support for Ye Tianci, vowing not to let any wanton destroyers go unpunished. Ye Tianci nodded, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Zhao Guangwen, who whose real name is Zhao Guangwen, is over 70 years old. Many years ago, Ye Tianci's grandfather, Ye Xuanying, saved his life. Later, when the Ye family suffered a fire disaster and Xiao Hongming helped them bury the fire, Zhao Guangwen voluntarily took on the responsibility of guarding the Ye family's ancestral tomb. Through wind and rain, he remained steadfast, always protecting this land. Living alone, struggling financially, he spared no effort, using all his savings to repair the ancestral tomb. 3 years ago, when Ye Tianci returned to Jiangnan City and learned of all this, he was deeply moved. Ye Tianci had tried to arrange for others to take care of the tomb, and had even offered Zhao Guangwen a generous pension, but all were firmly rejected. Zhao Guangwen simply stated that it was the life-saving grace of Ye Xuanying, and watching over the tomb was just his way of showing gratitude, without seeking any reward. Therefore, Zhao Guangwen is someone Ye Tianci greatly respects and cares for in Jiangnan City, almost like a family member. Ye Tianci's eyes sparkled with determination as he gritted his teeth and said, "Whoever dares to harm Grandpa Zhao, I will make them pay a heavy price." Panlong Mountain Cemetery is located in the western suburbs of Jiangnan City, with excellent feng shui. Legend has it that a true dragon slept here thousands of years ago, so those buried here in later generations would prosper. Many prominent families and wealthy businessmen choose to purchase burial plots here as their ancestral tombs. The ancestral tombs of big families like the Han family, Xiao family, Ji family, are all located here, and the Yi family's tomb is no exception. At the moment, at the entrance of the Yi family's tomb, an old man with a stooped body and a single arm waving a hoe blocked the way of the visitors. His face was full of anger, tears in his eyes, and a broken phone at his feet. This old man was Zhao Guangwen. He angrily shouted, "This is the Yi family's tomb, not a place for your reckless behavior. Get out of here." In front of him stood more than 10 people, led by Ji Boduan, dressed in bright clothes but with a face full of scars. Accompanied by a group of thugs wielding clubs, they looked arrogant and domineering. Behind them were the construction team under the Ji family enterprise, with various engineering vehicles. Ji Boduan's face was grim. He had come on his father's orders to level the Yi family's tomb, but encountered such a stubborn old man who refused to let them take a step forward. Ji Boduan angrily scolded, "You old man, always idle and interfering in my business. Get lost." Zhao Guangwen responded without backing down, "It should be you scoundrels who should get lost. Wantonly desecrating someone's ancestral grave goes against the laws of nature. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" A thug with red hair sneered, "Haha, what era is this? Still caring about so-called laws of nature and retribution. Only conservative people like you would believe in that. I don't have time to waste with you. Get lost now, or we'll get physical." Zhao Guangwen gritted his teeth, determined not to let them advance any further. This old man is so resolute in protecting the Yi family cemetery. There must be an unusual relationship with Ye Tianci. Ji Boduan's eyes flashed with determination. "If that's the case, let's deal with him once and for all. Let's see if his mouth is tougher or our fists are tougher." "Understood." With Ji's order, "It's enough. Take down this old man." Over a dozen thugs brandished clubs and charged towards Zhao Guangwen. "Get away! Get away!" Zhao Guangwen swung a hoe, resisting fiercely. Despite showing a fearless attitude, facing numerous young thugs, coupled with old age and declining strength, he was no match. Before long, he was knocked to the ground. Seeing this scene, the thugs did not stop, but became more excited. They continued to launch various attacks. This old man has been silent for so long, so stubborn. So what if he's stubborn? Give him another kick. Still acting tough with one arm left? Disable it. The red-haired thug's foot stomped heavily on Zhao Guangwen's remaining arm. He twisted it forcefully. Zhao Guangwen's arm made creaking sounds, the pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, shaking all over. However, he did not utter a groan from start to finish, nor did he apologize or show weakness. "Not talking? I'll make you talk." The red-haired thug squatted down, pressing the burning cigarette butt directly on Zhao Guangwen's arm. The cigarette butt instantly burned his skin, emitting white smoke. Zhao Guangwen still gritted his teeth and persisted, "You villains, the Yi family will never let you off. You will receive the punishment you deserve." The red-haired thug sneered, "Yi family? I've never heard of this person. Have you heard of it? Never heard of it. This name sounds non-threatening. The thugs mocked. Ji Boduan sneered inwardly. The person you mentioned has long been eliminated by our Hong Feng Hall. Don't hold on to hope for him anymore. He glanced at the time and urged, the sun is about to set, act quickly. Understood. The red-haired thug answered. He grabbed Zhao Guangwen's hair, threatening ominously, old man, have you surrendered now? Paw. Zhao Guangwen spat out blood, splashing on the red-haired thug's face. Damn it. Enraged, the red-haired thug slapped Zhao Guangwen fiercely. Ji Bo is a ruthless man who issued a cruel order without hesitation. He turned to the driver, Xiao Di, who was operating the steamroller, and coldly commanded, crush this old man's right arm into a pulp and let him know fear. Xiao Di, looking slightly fearful, hesitated and asked, red hair, isn't this going too far? What if something goes wrong? We can't bear the consequences. Although they were used to bullying others as henchmen, no one dared to take responsibility for a serious matter like causing someone's death. Ji Bo coldly smiled and said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. I will take full responsibility for all consequences. Just as he finished speaking, he turned nervously and saw the cold-faced Ye Tianci walking briskly towards him. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, Ye Tianci, you're still alive? Ye Tianci coldly replied, I am alive, but someone should be dead. Ji Boding tried to act calm and threatened, what do you want to do? I warn you, I brought so many thugs here. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Nonsense. Ye Tianci was not polite and kicked Ji Boding in the stomach without hesitation. Bang! The tremendous force sent Ji Boding flying back 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! It hurts so much. Ji Boding writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach, feeling like his intestines were about to be kicked apart. Without sparing a glance at Ji Boding, Ye Tianci quickly rushed to Zhao Guangwen's side. Zhao Guangwen coughed violently and weakly said, Xiaoqi, run, these people are ruthless, you must be careful. Ye Tianci immediately bent down and helped Zhao Guangwen up. He said firmly, Grandpa Zhao, don't speak, don't worry about me. I will make those who hurt you pay the price. He quickly checked Zhao Guangwen's injuries. Although Zhao Guangwen was not in danger, he had a broken leg, fractured ribs, and dozens of other abrasions on his body. Such serious injuries would be hard to bear even for a young person. These people actually used such ruthless methods on an elderly person, which was outrageous. Ye Tianci exuded a sense of rage. The temperature around the Yi family cemetery seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the group of thugs, and said coldly, who injured Grandpa Zhao? His momentum shocked the group of thugs for a few seconds, but they quickly regained their composure and became arrogant. You are Xiaoqi? Quite capable, huh? Do you think you can turn the situation around by yourself? How dare you slap young Master Ji? Why don't you apologize quickly? You think you can deal with this after hitting a disabled old man? Ye Tianci ignored their provocations and asked coldly, I'll ask again, who injured Grandpa Zhao? At this moment, a red-haired man walked up arrogantly and said, I did it. This old man is quite resilient, not showing any weakness even with a broken leg and ribs. I want to see if you are just as resilient. Suddenly, he raised the stick in his hand to strike Ye Tianci. Just as the stick was about to hit Ye Tianzi's head, swish. Huh? Where did he go? The red-haired man froze. Don't bother looking. I'm right behind you. Ye Tianci said coldly. Before the red-haired man could turn around, Ye Tianzi's slap had already landed on his cheek. Slap. This slap carried tremendous force, sending the red-haired man flying and crashing 7 or 8 meters away. Red Hair felt a ringing in his ears, blood oozing from his fingertips, his eardrums already ruptured. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Ye Tianci suddenly appeared beside him, coldly reminding him, Grandpa Zhao's shin is broken. You need to pay back tenfold. With that, Ye Tianci heavily stepped on Red Hair's right shin, causing a crisp cracking sound as the right shin twisted and deformed. Red Hair screamed in agony, but Ye Tianci remained emotionless, continuing, It seems your bones are not tough enough, there are 9 more to go. He then forcefully stomped on Red Hair's left leg, leaving it disfigured with exposed bones and mangled flesh. This scene terrified the other thugs. While Red Hair howled in pain, threatening to kill Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci coldly responded, "Indeed, only by enduring the pain can it be considered interesting." He then kicked Red Hair in the chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse with fractured ribs. Each kick from Ye Tianci precisely broke 2 ribs, perfectly controlled. Finally, Red Hair lay on the ground with a sunken chest, spitting blood and writhing in agony. Ye Tianci looked at the other thugs, coldly ordering, "You all participated, so you will all be dealt with as well." The thugs' faces paled, falling into silence. The entire scene was filled with a chilling silence. Despite their inner fear, they still tried to appear calm and show a threatening attitude. "Don't come any closer, we have more people here. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and try," the leader roared, his voice trembling slightly. They were not just a few individuals. The leader was actually one of Lao Mao's men, and Lao Mao had a mysterious connection with the Tiger Lord of the Black Tiger Gang. "You've beaten up Hong Mao Zhe like this. Wait until I inform Lao Mao. The Tiger Lord will definitely make you regret." Ye Tianci responded coldly, "HMPH. Let the Tiger Lord come in person and see if he dares to say such words." A yellow-haired thug smirked and said, "Haha, what a bragger. Wait for Lao Mao to bring the Tiger Lord to deal with you." As he reached out to make a phone call, suddenly there was a loud noise outside the cemetery. A large group of people emerged, wielding various weapons and looking fierce. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a big pompadour and a cigar in his mouth, none other than Zhang Xiaohu. At first, they were shocked, then their faces lit up with joy. Wang Mao quickly walked up to Zhang Xiaohu, his face full of flattery, and said, "Lord Tiger. This kid just hit Red Hair brother and arrogantly said he's not afraid of you. He doesn't care about the Black Tiger Gang at all. You can't let this kind of arrogance go unpunished." Zhang Xiaohu, without any hesitation, kicked Wang Mao to the ground and angrily scolded, "Where did you come from? Do you even deserve to let me do things for you?" Then he fiercely kicked Wang Mao again. He didn't care at all about the so-called cat brother or dog brother. He had never even heard of them. He quickly turned around, nervously explaining, "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. I have no knowledge of these titles." Zhang Xiaohu was not lying. As the underground boss of Jiangnan City, he had never heard of these minor characters. On the contrary, these minor characters often used his name to boast about themselves. Seeing this scene, the thugs were stunned. "What? Cat brother doesn't know Lord Tiger? We've been fooled." They began to realize the terrifying existence they had provoked. Wang Mao and the others immediately realized their foolishness. Kneeling in front of Ye Tianci, they all apologized, "Big brother. I'm sorry, it was my fault. We shouldn't have resorted to violence. Please don't hold the fault against us. I was really wrong. Everything was arranged by young Master Ji using money. We didn't mean to do it." Driven by their survival instinct, they truthfully recounted the whole incident, without hiding any details. Even the Black Tiger Gang brothers present couldn't contain their anger. Although they were used to fighting, extortion, and blackmail, they had never beaten a 70-year-old one-armed elderly man like this before. This kind of crime was simply shocking and would be condemned by society. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "These animals, committing such atrocities. Mr. Yi, how do you think we should deal with these animals? I will make sure to handle this matter clearly and fairly for you." This statement made Wang Mao and the others turn pale, sweating profusely. While Ji Boduan and Red Hair on the ground felt an icy chill running through their bodies. Ye Tianci looked down at the thugs from a high vantage point and said calmly, "As the saying goes, dragons have scales that must not be touched. Phoenixes have necks that must not be violated. The injuries Mr. Zhao suffered must be compensated tenfold by you. Even if you kneel and apologize, this cannot be changed. Zhang Xiaohu, you said you would handle this matter clearly and fairly for me. These people are now in your hands." "Yes," Zhang Xiaohu nodded respectfully. Those thugs were so arrogant and audacious, daring to covet Mr. Yi's mansion. Today, let Zhang Xiaohu teach them a lesson on right and wrong. Quick, drag them down. According to Mr. Yi's orders, make sure that the injuries suffered by that Mr. Zhao are doubled, and anyone who dares to do evil will not escape punishment. Dozens of brothers from the Black Tiger Society quickly took action, forcibly dragging down Huang Mao and the other thugs. Despite their struggles and pleas, it was all in vain. Subsequently, the sounds of screams and bones shattering were heard one after another, a scene that was both shocking and horrifying. In less than 2 minutes, everything returned to calm. A subordinate hurried over to report, "Boss, out of the 10 animals, 6 have passed out, and the remaining 4 are barely hanging on." Zhang Xiaohu didn't even lift an eyelid. "Understood. Get rid of these animals. I don't want to see them in Jiangnan City ever again." "Got it. I'll take care of it right away." Zhang Xiaohu glanced at the red-haired and Ji Boduan on the ground, asking, "Mr. Yi, how do you think we should deal with the remaining 2? At this moment, red-haired was filled with regret and extreme fear. If he had known about Ye Tianci's powerful background, he would never have gotten himself involved with Ji Boduan in this quagmire. "Please, spare me. I have already been punished. I don't want to die." Red-haired, like a wriggling maggot, crawled towards Ye Tianci, leaving a clear trail of blood. His voice was full of pleading and despair, extremely pitiful. Ye Tianci looked down at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Just now, you wanted to test whether Mr. Zhao's arm or the steamroller was stronger, right? You gave me a good idea. If you can hold on, maybe there's still a chance to live." "No, no." Red-haired's face turned pale, his heart filled with despair, his emotions on the brink of collapse. He never expected Ye Tianci to be so heartless and unscrupulous. Zhang Xiaohu sneered. He had witnessed Ye Tianci's methods in the fallen city before. Nothing impressive, right? You haven't seen the young master deal with those heinous criminals. That's what I call extremely cruel. Stuff like pouring chili oil, using steel wire balls to rub. Just thinking about it gives me chills. With that in mind, Zhang Xiaohu immediately ordered his men to firmly secure red-haired to the ground. He instructed the driver's men to break red-haired's arms. The driver's men turned pale with fear. "Boss, I can't do it. Red-haired is my brother. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohu interrupted sternly, "Shut up. If you don't do as I say, I'll personally have the steamroller crush you. You choose." The driver's men hesitated no more. "Okay. I've long been fed up with that red-haired. I'll crush him." Roar. The steamroller started, heading straight for red-haired. "No, no." Red-haired screamed with all his might, but he couldn't change the outcome. Roar. The several-ton steel wheel of the steamroller directly rolled over red-haired's arm. With a sharp crack, the arm burst into pieces, blood, flesh, and bones mingling on the ground, creating a gruesome scene that was truly shocking. Burp. Red-hair let out one last piercing scream before falling silent. His body spasmed a couple of times before finally passing away in agony. Ye Tianci sneered disdainfully, "Huh. It seems his bones were indeed not as tough as a steamroller. How boring." Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand, and his men swiftly moved forward to clean up red-hair's body. This scene left the brothers of the Black Tiger Gang trembling with fear. Who exactly was Ye Tianci? Treating his enemies with such ruthless coldness? Such a person, even if they were to be killed, they wouldn't dare provoke. Ye Tianci turned to Ji Bo, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Ji Boduan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as if everything had been forgotten. He never expected Ye Tianzi to still be alive. What's even more unexpected is that Zhang Xiaohu actually obeyed Ye Tianzi's orders. And what left him incredulous was the viciousness of Ye Tianzi's retaliatory methods. It was as terrifying as a devil. No, even more terrifying than a devil. Ye Tianzi approached step by step, coldly saying, "At our meeting, you have repeatedly provoked me, and I have given you a chance to live. But you couldn't control yourself and crossed my bottom line again. Tell me, how should someone like you change?" Seeing Ye Tianzi getting closer, Ji Boduan didn't hesitate, and knelt down directly. He choked, "Ye Tianzi, please don't kill me. All of this was ordered by my father. I never wanted to be involved in such a conscience-harming matter. Please spare me." At this moment, he was filled with anger and blame towards his father. If it wasn't for that old guy insisting on having him push down the Yi family cemetery, how could things have evolved to this point? Ye Tianzi coldly said, "Blaming your father, can you escape the punishment of death? This reason is far from enough." What should I do? Ji Boduan panicked. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly said, "I have another reason. Have you forgotten? You are my grandfather. This time I did something wrong. Please forgive me this time, I beg you. After saying that, he kept kowtowing, hoping to move Ye Tianci. Hearing this, Ye Tianzi's eyes twitched. He remembered Ji Boduan calling him grandfather to beg for mercy at the meeting. Was this guy so addicted to being a grandson? Ye Tianci scolded. I don't have a grandson like you. Get lost. He kicked Ji Boduan to the ground. Ji Boduan rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. Ignoring the pain, he got up and continued to kneel and kowtow. Yes, yes, yes. You are right. I don't deserve to be your grandson. I, this scum, only deserve to be an animal, only deserve to be dog shit. Whatever you say I am, I am. Ji Boduan's abject and shameless behavior to save his life made Zhang Xiaohu and the brothers of the Black Tiger Society feel sorry for him. They sighed. The young master of the Ji family is so weak, really bringing shame to the Ji family. Even for the sake of survival, he shouldn't have lost all his backbone like this. I think he deserves it. He angered Mr. Yi, who even the Lord of the Black Tiger Society dares not offend. He must be severely punished. Ji Boduan ignored these comments and continued to apologize by kowtowing non-stop. However, a firm determination suddenly rose in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, as long as you promise to spare my life, I guarantee I can give you an explanation to completely ease your mind. Ye Tianci became interested. Oh, I'd like to hear how you, Ji Boduan, plan to explain to ease my mind. Ji Boduan took a deep breath and said, in fact, all of this was caused by my father instructing me to push down the Yi family cemetery. As an explanation, I am willing to lead a construction team to level our Ji family's cemetery, to appease your anger. When these words were spoken, the whole scene erupted. Zhang Xiaohu and the other members of the Black Tiger Gang were all deeply surprised. This young Master Ji from the Ji family is truly audacious. To ensure his own safety, he actually dares to disregard the ancestral tomb of his family. Such betrayal is truly rare. However, in a way, this also highlights his terrifying nature. In order to seek personal gain, he is willing to betray everything his family stands for. Ye Tianci couldn't help but sneer. He had long heard about the character of Ji Boduan. No matter how shameless this person acts, it is within his expectations. Ye Tianci said frankly, all right, as long as you fulfill your promise, perhaps I can spare your life. Ji Boduan immediately burst into tears of gratitude, quickly kowtowing and saying, thank you for your great kindness and generosity. You are truly a righteous person. After speaking, he stood up and hurried towards the construction team, ordering them to start leveling the Ji family cemetery. The members of this construction team were all employees of the Ji family enterprise. Upon hearing this task, each of them wore a troubled expression, expressing doubts. Young Master Ji, are you joking? If we destroy the Ji family cemetery and the family head finds out, we will all be in trouble. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Ji Boduan gritted his teeth and reprimanded them. Shut up. My words no longer count, is that it? If there is an accident, I will take responsibility. If anyone disobeys orders, I will immediately hand them over to Lord Hu for punishment. Good luck to you all. The members of the construction team all bowed their heads in obedience. Ji Boduan complimented Ye Tianci. I have made the arrangements and can start at any time. Ye Tianci said to Zhang Xiaohu, I am not interested in the destruction of the cemetery. I will escort Grandpa Zhao to the hospital. You stay behind to monitor. If Ji Boduan acts as agreed, let him go. Otherwise, you know how to handle it. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Understood. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you and Grandpa Zhao to the hospital. After Ye Tianci and the others left, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Ji Boduan coldly. Young Master Ji, lead the way now. Don't waste any more time. Yes, yes, yes. Although Ye Tianci left early, Ji Boduan was not someone he could provoke. He could only obediently follow orders and lead the others to the Ji family cemetery. The family cemeteries in Jiangnan City are all located in the Panlong Mountain Cemetery area, so the Ji family cemetery is not far from the Yi family cemetery. Before long, they arrived at the Ji family cemetery. As one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, the Ji family cemetery is luxurious and magnificent. It is surrounded by exquisitely carved marble decorations, with various precious trees and flowers embellishing the surroundings. This Ji family cemetery was established during the late Qing dynasty, and 7 generations have been laid to rest here. There are nearly 100 tombstones of various sizes. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Ji Boduan. Young Master Ji, the sun is about to set. Don't delay any longer. All right, I will have everyone start working now. Ji Boduan answered with a stiff smile. He looked at the cemetery with some trepidation. He knew that once this matter reached his father and the Ji family's ears, it would surely cause a huge uproar. However, at the moment, for the sake of self-preservation, he had no choice. He ordered the members of the construction team to start the construction work with bulldozers, excavators, and other vehicles in the cemetery. Tombstones were toppled, trees were felled, and flowers and grass were uprooted. Rumble, 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 whether by coincidence or the arrangement of fate, when the construction team was halfway through the work. Suddenly, the sky roared with thunder and the wind howled. With a crack, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the ground just a few meters in front of Jibo. Immediately, a loud explosion created a deep crater in the ground, with billowing smoke and dust rising up. Jibo was scared out of his wits, sitting on the ground trembling, murmuring to himself incessantly. The members of the construction team were all scared and trembling, one by one requesting to stop the construction. They were worried about offending the spirits and feared attracting punishment from the heavens. Ji Deshao's face showed fear as he suggested halting the construction. He was concerned about the consequences if they continued and angered the spirits. With tears in his eyes, Ji Deshao pleaded with Zhang Xiaohu to stop and discuss, hoping to avoid any unforeseen disasters. Zhang Xiaohu, with a hint of a smile playing on his lips, calmly said, "Oh, now you're afraid of angering the heavens? You didn't think about this when you knocked down the Yi family cemetery, did you? It's too late to stop now. It was you who proposed to demolish the Ji family cemetery, so if there's any retribution, it's on you. If you insist on stopping, I will have to use force against you and show you the power of the steamroller." Ji Deshao, pale-faced, quickly expressed willingness to continue the construction, pleading with Zhang Xiaohu not to be angry. He sternly reprimanded, "We can't stop. We must continue. This is a scientific society now. There are no such things as ghosts and spirits. Even if there are, I believe the ancestors of the Ji family would understand my predicament." Although he said this, deep down, he kept praying, "Ancestors, grandparents, please spare me, hold me accountable for any grievances, please don't cause trouble. After tonight, I will burn money for the ancestors, burn billions, just please don't cause any more trouble." Strangely, as Ji Deshao sincerely prayed in his heart, the thunder and fierce winds miraculously ceased. Seizing this opportunity, the construction team accelerated the demolition. In less than an hour, the Ji family cemetery was completely leveled, a scene of desolation. The once glorious luxury had turned to nothingness. Ji Deshao, with a bewildered look on his face, asked, "Master Hu, can you spare me now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Spare you? Of course, but considering you have repeatedly offended Mr. Yi, while the death penalty can be remitted, the living cannot escape punishment. So, to teach you a lesson, I suddenly came up with an interesting game. I hope you enjoy it." Ji Deshao's mind went blank. His intuition told him that this game would not be easy or pleasant. At a high-end private club in Jiangnan City, the members of the Ji Family Business Alliance were sitting together, celebrating joyfully. Lai Jingye raised his glass to toast Ji Wooly and said, "Master Ji, congratulations. With Ye Tianci eliminated by the Hongfeng Hall, the position of the Rong family's business partner will surely belong to you. Please take care of us in the future." Ji Wooly responded confidently, "Follow me in the future, and you will never lose. Brothers will not go hungry. As for that untrustworthy Han Tianzheng, he will get his comeuppance sooner or later." The crowd expressed their support for Master Ji's decision. With Ye Tianci dead, Rong Meiyen had to actively seek help from Master Ji and give up the position of the partner to you. I really don't know what Rong Meiyen was thinking, choosing Ye Tianci as a partner, simply not worthy to be compared with Master Ji. The crowd belittled Ye Tianci but didn't forget to flatter Ji Wooly. Lai Jingye sighed and said, "It's a pity we didn't witness Ye Tianci's fate with our own eyes, what a shame." Ji Wooly proudly said, "Brother Lai, you worry too much. Although we couldn't personally get rid of Ye Tianci, I had arranged a more ruthless plan and had Boduan go and level the Yi family cemetery. The deceased ancestors of his family cannot rest in peace, and even he himself cannot find peace after death. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Ji family alliance couldn't help but applaud and cheer, praising Ji Wuli's clever methods. It was truly inspiring. Ji Wuli continued. It seems that the situation with Bo Duan has been almost resolved. I'll call him right away so that we can all hear his good news together. He took out his phone and dialed Bo Duan's number, but there was no answer. Could it be a signal issue? Ji Wuli wondered. Just then, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A fat, anxious-looking middle-aged man with curly hair hurriedly rushed in. I need to see the head of the family. Where is Ji, the head of the family? This sudden scene broke everyone's thoughts, and all eyes turned to this person. Ji Wuli recognized him as Manager Ma from the Ji family engineering department. He was in charge of the team responsible for leveling the Yi family cemetery that Ji Boduan was overseeing. I'm here. Ji Wuli stepped out from the crowd, his face full of anticipation, and asked, Manager Ma, did you come here specifically to tell me good news? Let me guess, the cemetery has already been leveled, right? Manager Ma's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he nodded and said, yes, the cemetery has indeed been leveled, but... Before he could finish speaking, Lai Jingye suddenly clapped his hands and interrupted, great. Such good news. Congratulations, head of the Ji family. The members of the Ji family alliance also joined in applauding, saying, well done. Congratulations. Fantastic. Flattening the cemetery is truly a joyous piece of news. I suggest we all have a drink together. Ji Wuli said with satisfaction. Yes, let's have a drink together to celebrate this good news, haha. Everyone raised their glasses in excitement. In the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, Ji Wuli noticed that Manager Ma was still standing in place, seeming to have something else to say. Frowning, he asked, Manager Ma, it seems you have something else to say. What is it? Manager Ma's face showed a terrified expression, almost on the verge of tears, as he said, head of the family, the cemetery has indeed been leveled, but it was your Ji family's cemetery that was leveled. This statement was like a bombshell, shocking everyone in the private room. They were all incredulous. What's going on? Wasn't the good news about leveling the Yi family cemetery? How did it become the Ji family's cemetery? Slap. Ji Wuli slapped Manager Ma directly, angrily shouting, nonsense. Do you even know what nonsense you're talking about? How could my Ji family's cemetery be easily leveled? Nonsense. Manager Ma, holding his cheek, explained with a look of grievance, every word I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the video. He took out his phone and played a video for Ji Wuli and the others to watch. In the video, the Ji family's construction team was carrying out extensive construction work on a cemetery, leveling everything clean. From the background in the video and the names on the tombstones, it was clear that it was the Ji family's cemetery. Members of the Ji family alliance were stunned, their hearts in turmoil. The Ji family cemetery was actually leveled. They had just been raising their glasses in celebration, thinking that the Yi family cemetery had met with disaster, but they never expected the joyous occasion to turn into a tragedy. They quickly set down their wine glasses, restrained their smiles, afraid of showing even a hint of joy. Ji Wuli couldn't help but let out an unwilling roar, almost falling to the ground. Lai Jingye and others quickly supported him, Ji Wuli trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clenched. The Ji family cemetery was destroyed by someone. How could he face his ancestors? Thinking of this, he was on the verge of collapse. Forcing himself to calm down, he sternly demanded, who did this? I will dismember him and uproot him. The people present also glared with anger. Disturbing the tombs of others is no different from committing the most heinous crimes. Exterminating 9 generations would not be excessive. The people in the private room were once again shocked by the actions of young Master Ji. He actually ordered the construction team to flatten his own ancestral tomb. All eyes turned to Ji Wuli involuntarily. Didn't he just say he wanted to wipe out his entire family? We were all curious. How did you manage to eliminate all the relatives of your son? Ji Wuli's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Then he roared angrily, nonsense. Do you believe I'll cut off your tongue? How could Ji Boduan do such a thing? Is he crazy? Suddenly, Manager Ma knelt down, trembling, and explained, Master, how dare I deceive you? These messages were all reported to me by the brothers of the construction team for the first time. The situation is like this. He recounted everything he knew in detail, including Ji Boduan leading thugs to beat Zhao Guangwen, Ye Tianci suddenly appearing to avenge Zhao Guangwen, and Ji Boduan actively proposing to flatten the homeland to save his own life, and so on. After listening to Manager Ma's account, the atmosphere in the room suddenly boiled, and the members of the Ji family alliance were shocked. Ye Tianci is still alive? How is this possible? Wasn't he eliminated by the Hong Feng Hall? Why did Boss Tiger obey Ye Tianci's orders? It's simply unbelievable. Oh no, if Ye Tianci is really alive, what should we do? Will he come to retaliate against us? We didn't participate in the plan to flatten the ancestral tomb that would ruin our future. For a moment, everyone was in a panic, fearing that Ye Tianci would also flatten their family tombs. That would be a disaster. Enough! Shut up, all of you! Ji Wooly suddenly shouted, interrupting the discussion. He gasped for breath, unable to accept it, and said, I don't believe Ye Tianci is still alive. Can he single-handedly defeat the entire Hong Feng Hall? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lai Jingye looked at his phone, suddenly spoke up, I know why he's still alive. All eyes were on Lai Jingye, waiting for his explanation. Lai Jingye said solemnly, I saw in my friend circle that shortly after Ye Tianci was besieged in the hall by the Hong Feng Hall, Mayor Lin and Deputy Director Wang led hundreds of law enforcement teams to surround the Hong Feng Manor and rescued Ye Tianci. Everyone was shocked. What? Mayor Lin personally led the team to rescue Ye Tianci? Where did this kid come from with such a big background? Could it be that Ye Tianci has an unknown relationship with Mayor Lin? Not only that, he also had Boss Tiger's help. Did we misjudge him? If Ye Tianci really has such a powerful background, we're in trouble. Ji Wooly looked at the terrified expressions of the crowd, gritted his teeth and said, Look at all of you, being scared by a little kid. Are your courage so small? Lai Jingye said helplessly, Master Ji, it's not that the brothers are cowards. It's just that Ye Tianci has a deep relationship with Mayor Lin and Boss Tiger. We can't afford to offend them. Ji Wooly snorted. What deep relationship with Mayor Lin and Boss Tiger? I think they only help because of Rong Meiyen's status. Without Rong Meiyen as a background, what is Ye Tianci? Don't scare yourselves. The crowd looked at each other, seemingly finding some truth in this, and felt a little calmer. After discussing with Lai Jingye, the head of the Ji family, we need to figure out our next steps. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and said, The most urgent matter now is for me to visit the Ji family cemetery and try to salvage the situation. Then we can figure out how to deal with Ye Tianci. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Manager Ma, asking, By the way, where is Ji Boduan, that unscrupulous guy? Why didn't he come back to inform me about this matter? Manager Ma replied in a low voice, Head of the family, young Master Ji, he's missing. What? Missing? What's going on? Back home, after the Ji family cemetery was leveled, the construction team was asked to leave by Lord Hu, but young Master Ji was left behind. After about 10 minutes, Lord Hu and his men came out, but young Master Ji was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't be reached by phone. Ji Wooly's body trembled again, almost fainting. The leveling of the Ji family cemetery alone was a huge blow, and now his son was missing. The continuous blows, even for someone as experienced as him, were hard to bear. The members of the alliance's faces changed. My God, did Lord Hu get rid of young Master Ji? It's impossible. Didn't he promise to give young Master Ji a chance? Who can guarantee such a thing? After all, Lord Hu is notorious for not blinking an eye at killing. Various speculations emerged. Manager Ma asked with a sad face, Head of the family, what should we do now? Ji Wooly almost bit through his back teeth and said loudly, What else can we do? Quickly get everyone out to find Boduan. I want to see him alive, or see his body if he's dead. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Manager Ma hurriedly left. Members of the Ji family alliance said tacitly, Head of the family, I'll go back immediately and have the company's people help with the search. I believe young Master Ji will be safe. Me too. Soon, everyone left the club, leaving only Ji Wooly alone. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the sofa. His eyes were red, his heart was beating faster, sweat soaked his back, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Today was the humiliation and defeat he had never experienced in decades. And all of this originated from Ye Tianci. Thinking of this, cold light flashed in Ji Wuli's eyes, roaring, Ye Tianci. I will never reconcile with you, you beast. I will make you taste the torment of living hell. After leaving the first hospital of Jiangnan City, Ye Tianci went straight back to the purple gold heavenly palace villa. Zhao Guangwen, after his treatment, was out of danger. However, due to his old age and slightly weakened physical condition, he still needed to stay in the hospital for a period of recovery. Therefore, Ye Tianci specifically contacted Dean Wu Xingye, who assured him that he would take good care of Zhao Guangwen. Arriving at the door of the number 1 purple gold villa, Ye Tianci noticed that the lights were on inside. He remembered that the lights were all off when he left. Could there be someone inside? Alert in his heart, Ye Tianci entered the password to unlock the door and pushed it open to walk in. He saw a pair of expensive black high heels at the entrance of the living room. Indeed, someone had come in. Ye Tianci bypassed the foyer and looked ahead. In the center of the sofa sat a familiar figure. It turned out to be Rong Meiyen. Ye Tianzi's pupils slightly contracted. It's her. How did she sneak in? What is the intention of her late-night visit? Rong Meiyen. Ye Tianci stopped in his tracks, less than half a meter away from Rong Meiyen. This was the first time he had seriously observed Rong Meiyen up close. Even though she wasn't wearing high heels, standing barefoot there still reached a height of 1.7 meters, her slender legs surpassing Xiao Qingcheng, and though the curves on her chest may not be as prominent as Han Ruoyun's, they already exuded the charm of a D-cup. She was truly a peerless beauty. Ye Tianci averted his gaze, cleared his throat and asked, "You mentioned winning the bet just now, what did you mean by that? Also, how did you get in here?" Han Ruoyun didn't directly answer, instead asking back, "Mr. Yi, with your status, pretending to be a delivery person, is deceiving people like this fun?" Ye Tianci explained, "It was a misunderstanding that you thought I was a delivery person, I didn't deliberately deceive you." "Okay. I can accept your explanation." Rong Meiyen nodded, then squinted slightly, scrutinizingly saying, "But, do you have something more important that you're hiding from me? As partners, we should be honest with each other. Deliberately concealing things isn't good, right?" Ye Tianci was taken aback. Had she already sensed that I was going to propose canceling the engagement? So she's reminding me to say it out loud? What a coincidence. Ye Tianci nodded and smiled. "You're right. I didn't mean to hide anything. It's just a difficult truth. Now that you've noticed, I'll be honest with you. Actually, He was about to reveal the truth, but noticed Rong Meiyen's usually composed expression beginning to show signs of excitement and anticipation. Before he could finish, Rong Meiyen couldn't wait to interject. "You're actually Lin Feng, the war god of Jiangnan, right? I've guessed it a long time ago, right?" Ye Tianci was utterly confused. "What's going on? I was about to talk about canceling the engagement. How did it suddenly turn into being Jiangnan's war god, Lin Feng?" Seeing Ye Tianci's puzzled expression, Rong Meiyen said with a hint of satisfaction, "Surprised, aren't you?" Ye Tianci's eye twitched. He was taken aback, but found the scare somewhat amusing. Ye Tianci quickly explained, "Sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm not that Lin Feng." Rong Meiyen raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of his explanation. A renowned war god of Jiangnan, yet unwilling to admit his identity. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Ye Tianci responded somewhat speechlessly, "Isn't this just baseless speculation? Do you have any evidence?" Rong Meiyen confidently said, "Firstly, the Jiangnan war god disappeared without a trace 3.5 years ago, and there has been no news since. Yet you mysteriously returned to Jiangnan City 3 years ago. How do you explain this coincidence?" Ye Tianci helplessly replied, "Jiangnan City is bustling with people. Such coincidences are not uncommon." Rong Meiyen continued to inquire, "Then how do you explain your extraordinary skills, effortlessly defeating Fu Guang's guards and others?" Ye Tianci calmly said, "Apart from the Jiangnan war god, are there no others with such abilities?" Rong Meiyen continued with a smile, "All right, then why were you able to leave unharmed when the people from the Hong Feng Hall suddenly wanted to talk to you privately today? Even Feng and the others treated you with great respect?" Ye Tianci shrugged and answered, "Isn't it because I made them shut up? Who allowed them to disrespect me?" Rong Meiyen coldly asked, "One last question. The purple gold number 1 villa is the private property of the Jiangnan war god. Why did you choose to live there?" Ye Tianci casually replied, "That's just a gift he gave me. Any problem with that? Rong Meiyen sneered. Looking at these 4 incidents individually may not be conclusive, but when put together, it can only prove that you are Lin Feng, the Zhongnan war god. Stop pretending to be clueless. Ye Tianci helplessly said. I'm not pretending to be clueless, I'm very clear, okay? However, Rong Meiyen continued to speculate in her own imagination. I know you are under immense pressure as the Zhongnan war god. These false titles are not what you seek. Disappeared 3.5 years ago, then returned to Zhongnan City as Ye Tianci, just wanting to live a low-key life. But after 3 years of marriage, being despised by Xiao Qingcheng, you returned to the Purple Gold No. 1 villa, rallying your old comrades from the Hong Feng Hall, wanting to reclaim the identity of the Zhongnan war god, right? Ye Tianci was dumbfounded after hearing this speculation. He felt that this woman's imagination was even more unexpected than her shooting at the meeting. Ye Tianci couldn't help but comment, have you read too many novels? Rong Meiyen's eyes lit up with excitement. How did you know? I love reading those urban novels where the male lead is unique. I often imagine myself in the male lead's shoes. She didn't continue, but the blush on her face said it all. Ye Tianci felt a bit speechless. What's going on here? I just wanted to end an engagement. Why did it become so complicated? It seems they can no longer communicate through words. Only by finding the marriage certificate can he confirm his identity. Wait, let me find something. Just as Ye Tianci was about to find the marriage certificate, Rong Meiyen suddenly spoke up. What are you looking for? Is it this? She took out a contract from behind and handed it to Ye Tianci. A hint of charm was evident in her smile. Zhongnan war god, congratulations on becoming my partner. You can now sign your name on it. Ye Tianci stood there stunned, at a loss. I understand the look on your face. I know you don't want to reveal your identity, so this secret is just between you and me. I will continue to call you Mr. Yi in front of others, never revealing your true identity or causing you trouble. Honestly, before meeting you today, I was a bit worried. But after confirming your true identity, I believe that no one in Zhongnan City can replace you as my partner. Ye Tianci, you have said enough, what more can I say? Sigh, let the misunderstanding exist. When the time is right, I will bring up the cancellation of the engagement with her. During this period, let's temporarily maintain a partnership, which can also be considered as a compensation for the cancellation of the engagement. Ye Tianci sighed and quickly signed the documents. Amazing. My partner is actually the god of war in Zhongnan. My idol. If some people find out, they will definitely envy them, won't they? He till the Rong Meiyen flipped through the contract, carefully confirming, and couldn't help but get excited and jump around. At this moment, where is the cold and decisive business queen? The contrast makes Ye Tianci feel a bit unreal. However, as Rong Meiyen jumped around, her lovely figure also trembled, making Ye Tianci feel a bit dry in the mouth. Rong Meiyen noticed Ye Tianci's gaze but did not get angry because of it. Ye Tianci felt a bit embarrassed and hesitantly said, well, it's okay. Rong Meiyen lowered her head slightly after hearing this, glanced at her chest, and said disappointedly, do you only think it's just okay? I thought you would like it. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe it will satisfy you. Ye Tianci felt puzzled, but politely declined. Miss Rong, maybe this isn't a good idea? Rong Meiyen, however, casually replied, what's wrong? Even though you are married and preparing for a divorce, and I am single, although my family arranged a marriage for me, I know nothing about my fiancé, let alone marrying him. You don't have to feel pressured. Ye Tianci was surprised to learn that Rong Meiyen was unaware of their engagement. Curiously, he asked, aren't you afraid of betraying your unseen fiancé? Rong Meiyen seemed unconcerned and said, I heard men like to flirt with other men's wives. Isn't it exciting for fiancés to do the same? As the war god of Zhongnan, don't you find it exciting to wear a cuckold's hat on someone else? Ye Tianci felt awkward by her words, feeling a mix of emotions. The good news was that he was that man, but the bad news was he would be wearing a cuckold's hat. Seeing his discomfort, Rong Meiyen continued to tempt, why don't we give it a try now? The sofa is so spacious, it must be exciting. Ye Tianci couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a surge of heat in his abdomen. However, he immediately calmed down, took a step back, and earnestly said, Miss Rong, please stop. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Rong Meiyen grumbled slightly, but developed a sense of respect for Ye Tianzi's persistence. She regained her composure and said, "From today, you are my partner. I hope we can work together happily. Good night." With that, she waved her hand, smiled charmingly, and left the room. Rong Meiyen's earlier behavior was just a facade. At this moment, her cheeks were burning, and she was panting heavily. She was actually extremely nervous inside, as the words she said just now were all learned from novels, and she had never acted this way towards anyone before. Covering her hot cheeks, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for her actions. Muttering to herself, "Rong Meiyen, oh Rong Meiyen. She truly lives up to her reputation as a bold individual. Even when facing her idol, she never crosses the line, maintaining her noble demeanor and upholding her dignity, never allowing others to underestimate her." Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed the excitement in her heart. Reflecting on the scenes in the living room just now, she lightly bit her lip and murmured softly, "The probing just now revealed to her that this person is resolute and trustworthy. If she could get closer to the Zhongnan war god, perhaps the arranged marriage could be smoothly dissolved." Ye Tianci plopped down on the sofa, still carrying the unique fragrance left by Rong Meiyen. Thinking of Rong Meiyen, he couldn't help but sigh. Originally planning to cancel the engagement, he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Canceling one engagement was not easy. How should he handle the remaining 7? Suddenly, his phone rang with an unknown number displayed on the screen. Thinking it was a scam call, Ye Tianci directly hung up. However, the phone rang again, the other party calling back persistently. This scammer was not easy to give up. Ye Tianci furrowed his brows, pressed the answer button, and somewhat impatiently said, "I don't need insurance, don't shop online, and definitely won't participate in brushing orders, you scammer." However, he was met with a furious female voice on the other end, "Hey. Who's the scammer? Whose whole family should die? Disgusting. Ye Tianci, how dare you say that to me? Do you believe I will cut ties with you?" Ye Tianci listened to the somewhat familiar voice, subconsciously asking, "Who are you?" The other party replied displeased, "I am Liu Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten me?" A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Tianci's eyes. How could he forget Liu Ruyan? This woman had 3 identities. Firstly, she was the hottest actress in the current Dragon Kingdom film and television industry, with millions of fans and the title of the national goddess, all achieved in just 3 years with her stunning looks and outstanding acting skills. Secondly, she was Xiao Qingcheng's college roommate. The two were like sisters, and she even attended Ye Tianci and Xiao Qingcheng's wedding, quickly entering the entertainment industry and achieving great success. Thirdly, she came from the prestigious Liu family in the provincial capital, on par with the Rong family. However, these were not important to Ye Tianci. The key point was that Liu Ruyan turned out to be one of the fiancés arranged by his master. Yes, this secret was discovered by Ye Tianci when he looked through the 9 marriage letters after Xiao Qingcheng proposed a divorce, and he speculated that Liu Ruyan probably didn't know about this relationship between them. For the past 3 years, Liu Ruyan has visited Zhongnan City several times, but has never mentioned this matter, which is quite a strange coincidence. On the phone, Liu Ruyan's voice came through somewhat displeased, "Hello. Why aren't you speaking? Have you lost your voice?" Ye Tianci furrowed his brow. This woman has become even more arrogant since becoming a big star, her temper bigger than her fame. Ye Tianci furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the matter for calling me?" Liu Ruyan coldly ordered, "Sister, I have arrived in Zhongnan City. The plane has just landed. I will be out of the airport in half an hour. Come and pick me up immediately." Ye Tianci asked, "Why not let Xiao Qingcheng pick you up?" Liu Ruyan replied arrogantly, "Nonsense. Qingcheng is busy with Xia family's affairs. I don't want to bother her. It's you, freeloaded at the Xia family for 3 years, feeling wronged when asked to do something. Hurry up to the airport. If you're a minute late, I will complain to Qingcheng and have her fire you." Then she hung up without waiting for Ye Tianci's response. Ye Tianci rolled his eyes, thinking how these women nowadays all act like they're owed billions. Whatever they want, they get. Despite the complaints, Ye Tianci still decided to go pick her up. It wasn't because he was afraid of being fired by Xia Qingcheng, as she had already proposed a divorce. It was because Ye Tianci felt that since he failed to successfully cancel the engagement with Rong Meiyen tonight, having Liu Ruyan show up might be a good opportunity. Ye Tianci waited at the airport pickup point. Before long, a woman in a loose white shirt and black denim shorts walked out from the exit. Despite her simple outfit, with sunglasses and a mask, she caught the attention of many men. Tall and fair-skinned, the buttons on her shirt seemed like they could pop open at any moment. Her bust was even bigger than Xiao Qingcheng and Rong Meiyen, almost comparable to Han Ruoyun. Ye Tianci couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. The woman walked straight towards Ye Tianci and furrowed her brows, asking, "Ye Tianci?" He nodded, "Yes, and you are?" The woman pushed her sunglasses down to reveal a pair of beautiful eyes and somewhat displeased Ly replied, "What do you think?" It was then that Ye Tianci recognized her as Liu Ruyan. No wonder she was so tightly wrapped up. After all, she was a big star. Revealing her identity easily attracted paparazzi and fans. Liu Ruyan put down her sunglasses, casually tossed her luggage to Ye Tianci, and walked off towards the parking lot. After a few steps, she realized that Ye Tianci wasn't following. She turned around angrily and said, "What are you waiting for? Come over here with the luggage." Ye Tianci muttered, "She really thinks highly of herself." He didn't care about these things, so he dragged the luggage and followed Liu Ruyan towards the parking lot. With her chin up, Liu Ruyan asked, "Where's your car?" Ye Tianci pointed to a yellow electric bike parked in the corner and replied, "There it is." "What, ride an electric bike?" Liu Ruyan asked with a disdainful tone. "Ye Tianci, are you kidding me? I'm Liu Ruyan, a top female star. I usually have a nanny car for filming and luxury cars like Lamborghini, Maserati for outings. I wouldn't even bother with Mercedes or BMW level cars. And you want me to ride this electric bike? Does it match my noble status? If this gets out, how can I survive in the entertainment industry?" Ye Tianci rolled his eyes and retorted, "Stop being so picky. I don't have a driver's license, so I can only ride an electric bike. If you don't like it, find someone else to pick you up, or take a taxi. As a big star, you shouldn't lack money, right?" Liu Ruyan stomped her foot in anger. Although she was a big star, little did people know that she had run away from home due to family conflicts this time. Her family had frozen all her accounts and credit cards, leaving her with just enough money for the plane ticket, with nothing left in her pockets. Of course, she would never reveal this predicament to Ye Tianci. Maintaining her haughty demeanor, she said, "I usually have an assistant to take care of these things, including calling taxis. This time, I'll leave it to you. And I won't ride anything less than $1 million car. Hurry up and call a car to pick me up. After all, nobody's perfect." Ye Tianci furrowed his brow, not giving Liu Ruyan a good expression. "I'm not your assistant. Why should I listen to you?" Liu Ruyan replied calmly, "Because you are my best friend's husband. Since you listen to her, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I will call her and tell her to divorce you, leaving you begging on the streets." Ye Tianci responded indifferently, "Go ahead and call her. Maybe you don't know, Xiao Qingcheng has already filed for divorce. We are in the cooling off period. We will get the divorce certificate in a month." Liu Ruyan widened her eyes, showing a surprised expression. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but cheer, "Wow. That's great. How many times have I advised Qingcheng to divorce, not to waste her youth on a waste of space, but she never agreed. Now this girl has finally come to her senses." She looked at Ye Tianci, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Since you are getting divorced, why did you agree to come and pick me up? Are you trying to leave a good impression on me to help you persuade Qingcheng not to divorce? Ha! I warn you, forget it. Put away your little tricks." Ye Tianci rolled his eyes, "Please don't flatter yourself. I came to pick you up for this." He took out a document and handed it to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan took the document, puzzled, and asked, "What's this?" Ye Tianci explained, "Open it and you'll see." Liu Ruyan opened the document, which read, "With the exchange of gifts, we unite in marriage, 2 surnames joined in celebration, poems and songs for the family's happiness. Male, Ye Tianci. Female, Liu Ruyan." After reading the document, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but take off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful big eyes, wide open. This document is about you and me? You are my fiancé?" Ye Tianci nodded, "That's right." Liu Ruyan was a bit stunned. How is this possible? She seemed to realize something and directly threw the document back into Ye Tianci's arms. "You, Ye Tianci, just got divorced by my best friend, and now you're targeting her best friend, using fake documents to deceive people. Scum, Ye Tianci said helplessly. How could there be fake documents? If you don't believe me, you can call our elders at home to ask. But Liu Ruyan didn't seem to listen to Ye Tianci's explanation at all. She took off her mask, took out a small mirror, and patted her face lightly with her palm, making a very cute gesture. Sighing, she said, "Alas, it's all because I'm too beautiful that so many men can't resist me. If this is a mistake, I'm willing to make the same mistake over and over again." Saying that, she took a few selfies and praised herself. How can there be such a beautiful person in the world? I am the queen, so outstanding. Ye Tianci was speechless. He admitted that Liu Ruyan was extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than the peak period of Dilariba. But this kind of arrogance and self-love, the artificial personality, really made people not want to get too close. He became more determined to cancel the engagement, just as he was about to explain the reason for taking out the document again. With a sleek black Bentley parked not far away, the door opened slowly, and a well-dressed young man stepped out. Clad in designer clothing and sporting a luxurious watch on his wrist, he exuded the air of a wealthy scion. His handsome face bore a confident and sly smile, as if he had the world at his fingertips. Walking alongside him was an elderly man in a yellow robe, tall and thin, with bright eyes and rough, calloused hands that betrayed his seasoned martial arts background. The young man strode towards Liu Ruyan, smiling softly as he spoke. "Ruyan, you've also come to Jiangnan City?" Liu Ruyan cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, "Whether I come to Jiangnan City or not, what does it have to do with you?" The young man seemed unfazed by Ruyan's attitude and continued, "Ruyan, where are you planning to go? Can I give you a ride? If it's convenient for you." Ruyan impatiently retorted, "No need. I already have someone picking me up. You don't need to bother." "Someone picking you up?" The young man furrowed his brow, then turned to look at Ye Tianci beside him. "They don't even have $200 between them. They look like a couple of paupers." A hint of disdain flashed in the young man's eyes. Ye Tianci was puzzled, ignoring Rong Zidong's words. Rong Zidong mistakenly thought that Ye Tianci was intimidated by his identity, and his disdain for him grew stronger. He turned around and gently said to Liu Ruyan, "Ruyan, come with me. That guy doesn't deserve to have you." Liu Ruyan frowned, feeling extremely reluctant in her heart. Rong Zidong had been pursuing her for over a year. From the looks of it, Rong Zidong could indeed be considered perfect. As the only son of Rong Tianli, his status among the younger generation of the Rong family was second only to the business queen Rong Meiyen. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he was the prince charming in the hearts of countless girls. However, Liu Ruyan had no affection for him. The reason was simple. Rong Zidong was no different from other second-generation rich kids, with a chaotic private life. Liu Ruyan said impatiently, "I've already told someone to pick me up. You don't need to worry, young Master Rong." Rong Zidong's face darkened slightly. He asked, "Ruyan, why reject me and let a stranger pick you up? Aren't you worried he might have ill intentions and harm you?" As he spoke, he took the initiative to embrace Ye Tianci's arm, deliberately getting closer to him, displaying excessive intimacy. This action left Ye Tianci somewhat stunned. Frowning, he asked softly, "What do you mean by this?" Liu Ruyan threatened him through gritted teeth, "Didn't you say we have an engagement just now? If you want me to admit it, cooperate with me and play along, or wait and see." Then she immediately put on an affectionate look, coquettishly saying, "Darling, long time no see. I miss you so much. I have so much to tell you. Let's go." While speaking, she deliberately brushed her chest against Ye Tianci's arm. Although this move was full of temptation, it sent shivers down Ye Tianci's spine. This woman was indeed from the entertainment industry, with superb acting skills. Rong Zidong couldn't hold back his anger. He said, "Ruyan, I've never heard you have a fiancé. Are you playing me like a child?" Liu Ruyan took the marriage certificate from Ye Tianci's hand and placed it directly in front of Rong Zidong. Provocatively, she said, "Look, did I lie to you?" But she was secretly glad that Ye Tianci had fabricated a marriage certificate to pursue her, which now came in handy. After reading the contents of the marriage certificate, Rong Zidong was stunned. Liu Ruyan actually had a fiancé? Wait, this man's name is Ye Tianci. Why does it sound so familiar? However, he didn't delve further, but unwillingly said, Ruyan, how can this scum be worthy of being your fiancé? Liu Ruyan raised her chin and said, it doesn't matter if he's worthy or not, as long as I like him. Rong Zedong's eye twitched. He knew that Liu Ruyan had been spoiled since childhood, and after becoming famous, she had millions of fans doting on her, which had already nurtured her arrogant and spoiled personality. Rong Zedong looked at Liu Ruyan angrily, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, marriage and love are not child's play. The reality must be carefully considered. Let's talk about this issue. As a high-profile movie star, would you be willing to ride a simple electric scooter? Does this mode of transportation align with your status? Liu Ruyan replied seriously, although I am a star, more importantly, I am an ordinary person. The electric scooter, while not expensive, is a common means of transportation for ordinary people. I don't find it inappropriate. As an actor, I constantly remind myself to breathe the same air as the masses and share their fate. Only by doing so can I truly experience life and understand the essence of life. Ye Tianci almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Liu Ruyan changes so quickly. She used to refuse to ride a car worth less than $1 million, but now she accepts an electric scooter. What a drama queen. Rong Zedong said somewhat unwillingly, does that mean my Bentley is inferior to his electric scooter? Liu Ruyan nodded, firmly stating, yes, I prefer a low-key and simple lifestyle. I would rather shed tears on an electric scooter than laugh heartily in a luxury car. I hope you can understand and support my choice. This statement left Rong Zedong in silence. Really, other women would rather cry in a luxury car than smile on an electric scooter. Why do you have to be different? Are you saying these things just to reject me? Do you see me as a naive child? This must be the doing of that inexplicable fiancé. Liu Ruyan noticed Rong Zedong's change in mood and wanted to remind Ye Tianci to leave, but it was already too late. Rong Zedong pointed at Ye Tianci and said coldly, as the saying goes, beauty matches a hero. Liu Ruyan is the woman I admire. Whoever wants to win her must pass my test, including you, the fiancé. I challenge you to a duel. Only the victor deserves to have Ruyan. Do you dare to accept? Ye Tianci looked puzzled. What era is this? Dueling? Isn't that too childish? I have no interest in Liu Ruyan at all. Liu Ruyan frowned, displeased, and asked, Rong Zedong, do you see me as a bet? Ye Tianci is my fiancé. There is no need to accept your challenge. After speaking, she signaled to Ye Tianci to leave. Even though she didn't have a good impression of Ye Tianci, she didn't want to involve him. After all, Rong Zedong was a violent and ruthless guy, notorious in the provincial capital for bullying the weak, getting into fights. The consequences of angering him were not pleasant. To someone like Rong Zedong, Ye Tianci, an ordinary and powerless person, was simply not worth his attention. Rong Zedong strode forward, blocking their way. He coldly and arrogantly said, Liu Ruyan, my decision won't change. Today this kid either accepts the duel or admits defeat. There is no other choice. Liu Ruyan looked troubled. She didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. Ye Tianci was unwilling to back down in his heart. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage. So, he reluctantly said, Ye Tianci, perhaps you should consider conceding and bowing to him. Liu Ruyan looked at Ye Tianci, who was once considered weak and incompetent, with surprise, and he calmly replied, in my world, the word concede does not exist. Since young Master Rong wants to challenge, then I will play with him. Liu Ruyan widened his eyes and couldn't help but say, are you crazy? Rong Zedong is a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. How could you possibly be his opponent? Don't force it. Ye Tianci shook his head, smiling, and said, 5th-degree black belt? Sounds scary, but in reality, it's just the level of kids fighting. Come on, let's get started. I still want to rest early. This action undoubtedly seemed like a provocation to Rong Zedong. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He shouted and charged straight towards Ye Tianci. Liu Ruyan was startled, subconsciously covering her mouth, thinking, it's over. Ye Tianci is in trouble this time. Clearly warned that he is not Rong Zedong's match, why would he still accept the challenge? No ability but loves to show off. It's not surprising that Qingcheng suddenly divorced. Just as she was anxiously worried, an unexpected scene unfolded. Rong Zedong had just rushed to Ye Tianci, ready to deliver a high kick, but first came a muffled impact sound. Bang! She didn't see clearly just now, and saw Rong Zidong being knocked out. How did Ye Tianci do it? Isn't he just a useless freeloader in the Xiao family? How could he be so good at fighting? I never heard Xiao Qingcheng mention it. Ye Tianci looked at Rong Zidong and said indifferently, the outcome is already decided. Rong Zidong, clutching his chest, struggled to stand up, the intense pain in his chest making him feel unreal and hard to accept. Gritting his teeth, he said unwillingly, it was just an accident earlier, it doesn't count, let's go again. Rong Zidong was about to make a move on Ye Tianci again, but was stopped by the old man in a yellow robe who got off the car with him. Young Master Rong, don't be impulsive, you are not his match. Rong Zidong, unwilling, said, Kong Lao, don't stop me. It must have been some trick he used just now to win by chance. I can regain face now. Kong Lao said calmly, his strength has reached the realm of a warrior. Are you sure you can regain face? What? Rong Zidong's pupils constricted. After all, he had been practicing taekwondo for many years, but he had not even reached the threshold of a warrior. And the other party, who was about the same age as him, actually had the strength of a warrior. Although shocked and confused, Rong Zidong did not question Kong Lao's words. After all, Kong Lao had been in the realm of warriors for many years, so it was impossible to underestimate such things. No wonder I am not his opponent, damn it. Rong Zidong frowned, clenched his fists, looking unwilling. Liu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly, Rong Zidong, now you know the strength of my fiancé, right? The outcome is decided. Words count, don't come to me again in the future. Rong Zidong's face darkened. The reason he proposed the duel was that he was absolutely confident he could win. How could he have expected to end up in failure? But it was impossible for him to give up pursuing Liu Ruyan like this. Liu Ruyan's face changed. Hey, Rong, do you have no shame? You lost the duel yourself, and now you want someone else to help you. Is this what a hero does? Is this fair? The Liu family and the Rong family are both among the 4 major families in the provincial capital, and Liu Ruyan knows a lot of information about the Rong family. The old man in front of her is not an ordinary bodyguard, but a guest under Rong Tianli. It is rumored that he is strong and has a good reputation in the provincial capital. If this person were to deal with Ye Tianci, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with Liu Ruyan's rebuke, Rong Zidong not only felt no shame, but instead said proudly, nowadays, fairness is based on background and resources. Your fiancé, even if he is a hero, is just one person after all. Kong Lao, make your move. Let it go. Kong Lao shook his head. Rong Zidong frowned and said, Kong Lao, what do you mean? Are you not his match either? Not at all. Kong Lao shook his head and said, Young Master Rong, before leaving for Jiangnan City this time, the second master repeatedly reminded you to consider the overall situation, to do the most important things well, and not to cause any trouble. Have you forgotten? But, Rong Zidong wanted to say something unwillingly. Kong Lao interrupted coldly. If young Master Rong insists on not listening, the old man will have to call the second master. Rong Zidong's face changed slightly. After thinking for a few seconds, he reluctantly sighed and said, Okay, I'll listen to you this time. He turned to Ye Tianci, gritted his teeth and said, Kid, this matter is not over. I won't let you off easy next time we meet. Ruyan, I will make you see sooner or later who is more worthy of you. With that, Rong Zidong and Kong Lao got into the Bentley and drove away. Liu Ruyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I almost got taken away by Rong Zidong. Although Liu Ruyan knew he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to her, just being with him made her feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, Ye Tianci stepped forward and blocked him. Liu Ruyan lightly patted Ye Tianci on the shoulder and praised, Oh my! I didn't expect you to have some martial arts skills. I really underestimated you before. Ye Tianci responded expressionlessly, The acting is over. Now we should seriously discuss our engagement. Before he could say the words, Cancel the engagement, Liu Ruyan interrupted vigilantly, Ye Tianci, I warn you not to go too far. Although you helped me deceive Rong Zidong, it doesn't change my opinion of you, nor make me believe that you really have feelings for me. I advise you to rein it in a bit. Ye Tianci frowned, trying to explain, but Liu Ruyan refused to listen, shaking her head resolutely. She pointed at the electric scooter and arrogantly said, "But considering your effort, I'll reluctantly ride the electric scooter once, consider it a reward for you. You may not know, in Longguo, how many men dream of being my driver. You have this chance, you should be happy." Ye Tianci felt somewhat hopeless, realizing that no matter what he said, it was futile in front of Liu Ruyan. Ye Tianci coldly said, "I can't communicate with you, and I don't want to continue. This big star should find someone else to take you. My electric scooter is not up to standard." Liu Ruyan was furious. "How dare you?" Ye Tianci responded fearlessly, "There's nothing I dare not do." With that, he rode off on the electric scooter. Just as he was about 10 meters away, he suddenly heard crying behind him. Ye Tianci turned around to see Liu Ruyan standing there, crying with tears streaming down her face. Her tears fell like beans, full of grievance. Wiping her tears, Liu Ruyan sobbed, her voice choked up. "Woo woo woo tilde I came to seek refuge with you in the middle of the night, but you left me alone in the parking lot. Woo 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 tilde I, such a naive girl, will definitely attract the attention of bad people. They might do bad things to me, woo woo woo." Ye Tianzi's heart was touched by her crying, feeling heartbroken. Liu Ruyan's grievance was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to everyone who heard it. At this moment, several drivers peeked out in disgust. "Oh my! That kid is so heartless, he actually left a girl in the parking lot. Such a good girl is so wasted on this scum. He's really disgracing men." Ye Tianci felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although he was fearless, he was most afraid of women crying. He realized that his behavior was a bit excessive inside. He turned back to Liu Ruyan, comforting her, "I'm sorry, I was just joking. Since I promised to pick you up, I will definitely take you. Stop crying." Unexpectedly, when Liu Ruyan heard his words, she suddenly stopped crying. "Tears have vanished without a trace. The choked feeling no longer troubles me, and the inner grievances have been concealed." She puts on her sunglasses again, elegantly swaying her long hair, restoring her usual arrogant demeanor. With a slightly smug smile, she says, "Actually, sis was just playing a joke on you. Look, sis's acting skills are quite impressive, right? Are you tempted to become sis's fan now?" Xiao Mansion, second floor, Xiao Qingcheng's bedroom. Xiao Qingcheng sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly, with swollen eyes and a complex expression. For over 20 years, she had always been the role model in other people's eyes, outstanding, independent, and persevering. Especially in the past 3 years after marriage, her career had been smooth sailing, never encountering setbacks. But today, all the grievances and failures came crashing down on her, making it unbearable for her. And the instigator of all this turned out to be Ye Tianci. Her heart was filled with anger. She yanked off Ye Tianci's coat and threw it on the ground. It still carried his scent. Unexplainably, a sense of resentment and fury surged within her. She wanted to crush the coat, as if cursing Ye Tianci in pain. At this moment, Zhang Huilin and Xiao Nan outside the door heard the commotion inside and felt worried. Zhang Huilin said anxiously, "Your sister has been locked in the bedroom alone since she came back. What if something happens? What should we do? Grandpa has just started to recover and is still recuperating, unable to deal with major issues. That's why we didn't dare tell him about everything that happened today." Xiao Nan frowned, thinking that his sister must have been provoked by Ye Tianci today. He had never seen her so angry before. She turned to her mother and said, "Please advise her not to be too stubborn." Zhang Huilin gently knocked on the door and said in a soothing tone, "Daughter, listen to mom for a few words. Ye Tianci's behavior is indeed a bit excessive, but things are often two-sided. You should also reflect on your own problems." Xiao Qingcheng in the room was puzzled to hear this. Every time she had a conflict with Ye Tianci in the past, Zhang Huilin always fully supported her and criticized Ye Tianci. But now, she suddenly changed her tune, leaving her confused. Xiao Nan was also puzzled and asked, "Mom, why are you suddenly on Ye Tianci's side? This is really unexpected, isn't it? He's about to divorce my sister." Zhang Huilin replied expressionlessly, "Do you understand? Ye Tianci is now a partner of the Rong family and a celebrity in Lin City with unlimited prospects. Such an outstanding man, we haven't gained any benefits from him at all. How can I bear to let your sister leave him?" Xiao Nan suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly to show his understanding, and then continued to persuade, Sister, Ye Tianci is in a prominent position now. There must be many women coveting him. Don't be foolish to let others take him away. If it really doesn't work out, you can go and apologize to him, coax him back. Xiao Qingcheng in the bedroom almost exploded upon hearing this. She stood up, opened the bedroom door, and questioned, Mom, Xiaonan, what are you talking about? Asking me to give up divorce and apologize to him? Zhang Huilin confidently said, of course. With Ye Tianci's current status, how many people are eager for him? And you insist on divorcing him, isn't that foolish? Xiao Nan echoed, Ye Tianci cares about you so much. As long as you soften a bit, he will willingly be controlled by you. Mom and I are doing this for your own good. Xiao Qingcheng was almost bursting with anger at these words. When she married Ye Tianci, she never thought of divorce, but because the mother and daughter often instigated and repeatedly said that Ye Tianci was not good enough, she must divorce. Now, seeing the change in Ye Tianci's status and being asked to remarry, saying it's for her own good, purely for the sake of benefits, Xiao Qingcheng gritted her teeth and firmly said, if there's an apology to be made, you two go apologize. I, Xiao Qingcheng, will never bow to him, nor will I regret filing for divorce. Don't think he's amazing just because he became a partner of the Rong family. In the end, he was just lucky to be favored by Miss Rong, not truly outstanding. Zhang Huilin sneered, if you don't want to remarry, that's fine. After all, I don't like him either. But according to the law, you are not divorced. All his property should be shared with you. You can talk to him. Remind him to share the profits of the partnership with you. At least make you a half-partner. Xiao Nan calmly suggested that even if Xiao Qingcheng insisted on divorce, Ye Tianci should ensure that he provides enough compensation, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing after 3 years of freeloading at home. Xiao Qingcheng angrily expressed that she felt extremely humiliated and would rather starve outside than accept anything from Ye Tianci. She silently closed the bedroom door, leaving Zhang Huilin and Xiao Nan looking at each other helplessly. Outside the Xiao family villa, Ye Tianci stopped the electric scooter and gently said, we're here, you can get off now. Liu Ruyan reluctantly got off the scooter. However, on the way back home from the airport with Ye Tianci, she experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom from the wide open view and the summer breeze. Nevertheless, she still felt a bit displeased because Ye Tianci had to brake suddenly several times, causing her to lose control and bump into his back, resulting in some pain. Even her bra position was slightly off. After adjusting it discreetly, she asked Ye Tianci, aren't you coming in with me? Ye Tianci shook his head and said, no need. Liu Ruyan muttered, I can tell you feel a bit inferior in front of Qingcheng, too embarrassed to see her. It's understandable, she's so outstanding that it's normal to feel inferior in her presence. With that, she turned to enter the villa, but was stopped by Ye Tianci who asked, wait, is there something else? She had zero faith in this engagement for 2 reasons. First, no one in the family had ever mentioned the engagement to her. Second, if the engagement did exist, why had Ye Tianci never mentioned it to her in the past 3 years? Instead, right after Xiao Qingcheng mentioned divorce, Ye Tianci suddenly claimed they had an engagement, which clearly didn't make sense. Ye Tianci nodded seriously, this engagement is absolutely real. I came to the airport to pick you up with the purpose of proposing to cancel the engagement. Cancel the engagement? Liu Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes. Suddenly she realized, haha, I get it now. You must be worried that Xiao Qingcheng will find out about the fake marriage contract and pursue me. So now you suddenly propose to cancel the engagement to cover it up, right? I didn't expect you, this kid, to be quite scheming. Ye Tianci took a deep breath. Please don't add drama to yourself. I'm very serious. Liu Ruyan pursed her lips, thinking that Ye Tianci was getting addicted to acting, but his acting skills were not bad, giving her a feeling of having met her match. All right, you like acting, don't you? Then I'll play along with you and see how long you can keep it up. Do you believe in this engagement of yours? But what? There was a touch of cunning in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She said solemnly, since you have an engagement with someone else, suddenly proposing to cancel the engagement now, if this matter spreads, where will the face of that young lady from a respectable family go? Where will our family's face go? Maybe our Liu family will be affected. Our status will plummet, and we may even be ruined. Ye Tianci frowned. It's just canceling the engagement. Why would the consequences be so severe? Liu Ruyan said seriously, of course it's serious. You say canceling the engagement nicely, but in reality, it's breaking off the engagement. Do you know how big a stir it caused when Nalan Yanran went to Xiaoyan to break off the engagement in battle through the heavens? HMPH. I understand now. You clearly look down on her. Let me tell you, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't underestimate a poor girl. Ye Tianci had a black line on his face. The inner drama of this woman was truly astonishing. But to some extent, what she said made some sense. Ye Tianci explained, it was my fault to propose canceling the engagement first, so I'm willing to offer compensation. As long as it's within my ability, feel free to ask, and I will try my best to fulfill it. HMPH. You, Liu Ruyan pursed her lips. She didn't believe that Ye Tianci, a useless guy with no money, no connections, and no status, could do anything. However, following the principle of not using what's free, she nodded and said, all right, I will stay in Jiangnan City for a month. I happen to need an assistant during this time, so you can be my personal assistant. Ye Tianci frowned at the proposal of being an assistant, feeling somewhat unhappy about it. As the young master of the fallen city, his position within the organization was unshakable, even more important than the second in command of his master. The leaders of those terrifying organizations, the heads of top assassin groups, all bowed down before him. But now he was supposed to serve a woman? Liu Ruyan discontentedly said, HMPH. I knew you weren't sincere. If you want to cancel the engagement, then go ahead. But give me 3 years, and I will show you the power of a young woman. Ye Tianci quickly waved his hand and said, all right, all right. Let's just say I'll be your assistant for a month. But there's one condition. Don't make me do anything against my moral principles, and don't stir up trouble for no reason. Liu Ruyan smiled and said, don't worry, I will never be like those troublemakers. I promise not to cause you any trouble. Ye Tianci chuckled and said, I hope so. I'll take my leave now. He didn't want to interact with this woman any longer, so he started his electric bike and left. Liu Ruyan had a smug smile on her face, muttering to herself, haha, thought I would encounter trouble in Jiangnan City, didn't expect to get a silly assistant instead. Who would believe this story of an engaged fiancé? I am indeed too clever. She hummed a tune as she walked into the Xiao family villa. When Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan saw Liu Ruyan visiting, they immediately welcomed her warmly. As a member of the Liu family, with a noble status and a popular celebrity, she naturally received flattery from the mother and son. Xiao Nan had long been infatuated with Liu Ruyan, trying to win her favor to become a part of her life. Liu Ruyan exchanged a few pleasantries with them and then went upstairs to find Xiao Qingcheng. She knocked on the bedroom door, and when Xiao Qingcheng saw her, he was both surprised and happy. Yan Yan, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have picked you up. Liu Ruyan smiled and said, you're too busy, I didn't want to disturb you. So I let Ye Tianci bring me here. Ye Tianci brought you here? Xiao Qingcheng's eyes trembled slightly, filled with complex emotions. He has already left. Oh, Xiao Qingcheng's eyes teared up. Liu Ruyan asked, I heard you two are getting a divorce? Xiao Qingcheng nodded, yes. Well done. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but praise, but she noticed that Xiao Qingcheng's emotions were not high, and his eyes were still a bit red, obviously having just cried. Did someone bully you? Even my best friend dares to bully you. They really have guts. Tell me, I'll stand up for you. Liu Ruyan said seriously. Xiao Qingcheng felt the care from Liu Ruyan and felt a warm flow in his heart. Over the years, Liu Ruyan had always cared for her, which made her feel very happy. She shook her head and said, no one bullied me. But Liu Ruyan didn't believe it and said seriously, do you still consider me your best friend? If you don't tell me, we won't be friends anymore. Xiao Qingcheng gently bit her lip, knowing that this matter could not be kept hidden. Xiao Qingcheng sighed deeply and gestured for the two to come into the room and close the door. They sat on the bed, and Xiao Qingcheng patiently recounted everything that had happened during this time, focusing on the entanglement between her and Ye Tianci. Of course, these events were all described from her subjective perspective. After listening, Liu Ruyan angrily gritted her teeth and said, Ye Tianci, I've known for a long time that he likes to take advantage, but I never expected him to stoop so low. Don't worry, sisters will definitely stand up and give him a profound lesson. That daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan City, Han Ruoyun, and the young lady from the Rong family in the provincial capital, Rong Meiyen. He actually flattered them and took advantage of them. Tonight, he even set his sights on you. Does this man only know how to take advantage? Xiao Qingcheng shook her head helplessly and said, let it go. Ye Tianci is now a business partner with Rong Meiyen. The situation is different now. Liu Ruyan patted Xiao Qingcheng's shoulder and confidently said, others may fear Rong Meiyen, but I don't. Rest assured, with me here, I will help you regain everything you have lost. Xiao Qingcheng's originally despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. With Liu Ruyan's identity and status, she might really be able to do it. Xiao Qingcheng asked hopefully, do you already have a plan? Liu Ruyan smiled slightly, extended her right hand, and said mysteriously. Xiao Qingcheng was puzzled when she heard Liu Ruyan's request for a loan. She thought, as a prominent figure, how could Liu Ruyan possibly be short of pocket money? Seeing Xiao Qingcheng's hesitation, Liu Ruyan explained with a bitter smile, well, we are best friends, I won't hide it from you. I have had a serious conflict with my family. They not only froze my assets but also threatened to have my brokerage company cancel all my endorsement deals. Now I am penniless and can only turn to you, my good friend, for help. Can you help me? Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh and cry after hearing this, but Liu Ruyan naturally thought she could borrow money from her best friend. Suddenly, thunder roared, strong winds rose, and torrential rain poured down. Xiao Qingcheng frowned, realizing something. She asked Liu Ruyan, earlier, was it Ye Tianci who rode an electric scooter to bring you here? Liu Ruyan complained, yes, it was. I rode an electric scooter for the first time, and he slammed on the brakes several times on the way, causing me body aches. I don't know if it was intentional or what. Xiao Qingcheng, distracted, didn't notice the hidden meaning in Liu Ruyan's words and absent-mindedly replied. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you worried that Ye Tianci will be caught in the rain on his way back on the electric scooter? Xiao Qingcheng quickly denied, no way. I wouldn't care about him. Liu Ruyan chuckled and said, that's good, or else let him freeload. She then suggested, I'm a bit tired, let's wash up and sleep. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Liu Ruyan playfully said, it's been a while since we bathed together. Let me see how your development compares to mine, how many cup sizes you lack. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Xiao Qingcheng's chest. Xiao Qingcheng shyly blocked her, but Liu Ruyan continued playfully. On the bed, the two beauties playfully tussled, clothes and straps slipping off, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. The room was filled with fragrance, creating a warm atmosphere. At the same time, in the Panlong Mountain Cemetery area, hundreds of people wearing raincoats were searching for traces of Ji Bo in the pouring rain. Ji Bo had been missing for hours with no news. Members of the Ji family alliance came to help with the search. Ji Wuli stood in front of the flattened family tomb, his face gloomy and his eyes bloodshot. In one day, he not only lost the designated partnership position but also saw the family tomb destroyed, and his son's whereabouts unknown. This series of failures made him furious, and he decided to seek revenge. He went to the Yi family cemetery but found many members of the Black Tiger Society guarding it, preventing him from approaching. With limited strength, the Ji family could only helplessly retreat, growing angrier as they thought about it. At this moment, Manager Ma rushed over, panting heavily. When the good news arrived, Ye Tianzi's heart was filled with bitterness, as if mocking him. Manager Ma covered his cheeks and said in a grievance, Master, we found Ji Deshao, he's still alive. Really? Ji Wuli widened his eyes and urgently asked, where is he? What happened to him? Manager Ma hurriedly replied, the brothers from the construction team are carrying Ji Deshao over, they will be here soon. Just as they were speaking, a group of people rushed over from the distance in the rain, a strong man carrying Ji Boduan on his back. Ji Wuli saw Ji Boduan's miserable state. His face instantly turned pale, his mood heavy. Ji Boduan was covered in wounds, clear marks of ropes visible, his face pale, lips purple red, trembling all over, soaked in rain, looking extremely disheveled. Ji Wuli gritted his teeth and asked, what's going on? How did Boduan end up like this? Manager Ma nervously explained, When we found Ji Deshao in the lonely grave circle a kilometer away, he was stripped naked and tied to a tree, so that's why. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Wuli slapped him again, angrily saying, seeing Boduan stripped naked, you didn't even bother to dress him. Were you trying to freeze him to death? Yes, I didn't think it through. I'll dress Deshao right away. Manager Ma was frightened and quickly took off his clothes, asking his subordinates to help dress Ji Boduan. Ji Wuli coldly stared at Manager Ma, then asked with concern, son, are you feeling better? Say something to Dad. Ji Boduan, eyes full of fear, tremblingly said, there's a ghost, a ghost. I'm so scared. He tightly hugged his head, screaming in uncontrollable panic. Ji Wuli's eyes narrowed, immediately shouting, where's the doctor? Come and see what's wrong with Boduan. A private doctor with gold-rimmed glasses quickly stepped forward to examine Ji Boduan. After a moment, the private doctor said, Ji Deshao is physically fine, but mentally shocked. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. Ji Wuli's face changed, arranging for people to take Ji Boduan to the hospital. Lai Jingye comforted, Master Ji, don't worry too much. Ji Deshao may have been scared, but everything will be alright. Ji Wuli's chest churned with anger, his eyes flashing with fury. The eldest son, Ji Boduan, was so frightened that he became disoriented. The second son, Ji Boshao, was beaten and is still in the hospital due to the sequelae causing him to lose physiological functions. Such hatred is truly hard to let go of. Through gritted teeth, he said, Ye Tianci has crossed my bottom line multiple times and must be put to death to calm the anger in my heart. Lai Jingyi sneered and said, isn't it simple to get rid of Ye Tianci? Ji Wuli curiously asked, what do you have in mind? Despite his deep hatred for Ye Tianci, he had to admit that this guy was highly skilled in martial arts, and getting rid of him was not an easy task. Lai Jingyi replied indifferently, professional matters should be handled by professionals. To eliminate Ye Tianci, we naturally need to entrust it to a professional assassin. Do you know how to find a professional assassin? Ji Wuli's pupils contracted slightly, nodding repeatedly, saying, of course I've heard of it. It's said that Tianken is the top assassin organization in Dragon Country. The assassins inside are all extraordinary, and any target they lock onto is hard to escape from death. You actually managed to contact them? Lai Jingye nodded proudly. Thanks to some fortuitous circumstances, I was able to reach out to the assassins of Tianken. As long as you pay, they can take care of Ye Tianci. Ji Wuli frowned and said, but as far as I know, 5 years ago, the leader of Tianken was arrested for assassinating a big shot and was imprisoned in a mysterious prison. Since then, there has been no news, and the organization disbanded. Are you sure you can contact them? Lai Jingye smiled and said, Tianken may have disbanded, but there are still many members scattered around, continuing their previous profession. They are professionals and will never reveal your identity. Even if Ye Tianci dies, no one will know who did it. Excitement flickered in Ji Wuli's eyes as he said, great. Contact the assassins of Tianken immediately. The reward is not a problem, as long as we can get rid of Ye Tianci. Lai Jingye quickly made a call to the side, conveying the request. After a moment, a cold and deep voice came from the other end of the phone. To kill this person, the price is 20 million, payment first, then the job. Lai Jingye said, please wait, let me ask the client. Covering the phone with his hand, he asked Ji Wuli, they are asking for 40 million, payment first, then the job. What do you think? Ji Wuli narrowed his eyes, and without hesitation for revenge, he said, 40 million is fine, I'll arrange the payment immediately. All right, Lai Jingye nodded greedily, agreeing, and continued to communicate with the person on the other end of the phone. In the drizzling rain, Ji Wuli's eyes became sharper, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Ye Tianci, be as arrogant as you want. Your end is near. Early the next morning, Ye Tianci was awakened by the doorbell. Opening the door, he found Rong Meiyen standing at the door. She was wearing a light purple silk nightgown, slightly open at the neckline, revealing her slender neck and sexy collarbone. Her face was delicately beautiful, with a hint of lazy charm between her eyebrows and eyes, exuding a unique charm. Ye Tianci quickly averted his gaze and asked, What's the matter coming to me so early? Rong Meiyen leaned against the doorframe and sighed softly. As business partners, can't I come to you without a reason? She continued. I still feel a bit unreal that I'm living next door to the legendary Zhongnan war god, and only I know your true identity. It's truly a wonderful fate. Ye Tianci chuckled twice, thinking to himself that maybe only she would mistake me for Lin Feng, that fool. Rong Meiyen handed Ye Tianci a box of lunch and said, take it. This is the breakfast I made for you. Ye Tianci asked with some confusion, why did you make breakfast for me? Rong Meiyen said seriously, as the Zhongnan war god, you have been studying martial arts all your life. I don't think you can cook, which can be seen from your previous purchases of fried noodles and braised chicken. As a business partner, I don't want you to eat junk food outside affecting your health, so I specially made breakfast for you. Try it. Ye Tianci asked in surprise, you can cook? As the eldest daughter of the Rong family, Rong Meiyen is hailed as the queen of the business world in the provincial capital and has always been thought to have no connection with the kitchen. After all, nowadays, few wealthy women cook themselves, like Xiao Qingcheng, who at most can only cook some simple noodles, and they are not even tasty. Rong Meiyen smiled and said, actually, I rarely cook. You'll know once you taste my cooking. Ye Tianci nodded, smiling, and said, in that case, I'll gladly accept your offer. Deep down, he was also looking forward to seeing how skilled his fiancée was in the kitchen. Taking the lunchbox, Ye Tianci invited Rong Meiyen into the house. Sitting at the dining table, Ye Tianci opened the lunchbox. Several slices of lean meat and chopped century eggs were floating on the crystal-clear congee noodles, steaming hot. Overall, it looked pretty good from the outside. Rong Meiyen propped her chin with her hand, eyes shining with anticipation, and asked, quick, taste it. How is it? Ye Tianci took a spoonful, but was shocked by a bitter and salty taste, almost making him vomit. He quickly drank some cold water to alleviate it. What did you put in this? It almost choked me. Ye Tianci couldn't help but complain. Rong Meiyen, with a rare hint of panic on her face, quickly tasted it, then frowned, snatched Ye Tianci's water cup, and drank several mouthfuls. Perhaps too eager to quench her thirst. Water droplets slid down her chin to her delicate neck, flowing down to her collarbone, and even deeper, depicting a mysterious and beautiful scene. Ye Tianci quickly averted his gaze, wryly saying, I didn't lie to you, did I? Rong Meiyen said somewhat awkwardly, sorry, it's my first time making this, I didn't handle the seasonings well. Ye Tianci smiled and said, it's okay. You probably didn't have breakfast this morning, right? Let me make noodles for you. Rong Meiyen's eyes lit up, somewhat incredulously asking, you can cook? Ye Tianci smiled and said, just a little bit. With that, he busied himself in the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, Ye Tianci came out with 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles. He handed one bowl to Rong Meiyen and said, try it. Rong Meiyen looked at the bright red tomatoes and golden eggs in front of her, making her mouth water. She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and found the noodles soft and chewy, the sweet and sour tomatoes complementing the savory chicken broth, creating a delicious dish. Rong Meiyen couldn't help but exclaim, it's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such tasty noodles. She quickly finished the bowl, not caring about her image, devouring it like a whirlwind. She eagerly said to Ye Tianci, another bowl, please. Ye Tianci chuckled and said, sure, there's more in the pot. He served Rong Meiyen another bowl, and she quickly finished it again. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, want more? Rong Meiyen waved her hand, saying, no, even though it's delicious, I really can't eat anymore. She sighed and said, I never expected that the Southern War God, not only invincible on the battlefield, but also astonishingly skilled in cooking. Yet Ye Tianci responded casually, it's just cooking, nothing worthy of praise. He only learned these culinary skills to cater to his master's taste, practicing deliberately during his time in the fallen city. Despite this, Ye Tianci failed to realize the admiration shining in Rong Meiyen's eyes beside him. In her mind, the Southern war god Lin Feng was unmatched only in martial arts. However, during these days, she discovered that he was not only proficient in medicine, calligraphy, and carving, but also excelled in cooking. What astonished her even more was that the Southern war god had always concealed his identity, wearing a mask and rarely revealing his true face to anyone. And yet, his true self was so handsome. Rong Meiyen couldn't help but exclaim. The southern war god was indeed the idol she had long awaited in her heart, truly a treasure. Such a talented individual, being divorced and driven out of the house by Xiao Qingcheng, was truly foolish. With this in mind, her expression turned serious. Rong Meiyen reminded Ye Tianci that she forgot to tell him last night that the probation period for their partnership contract is 1 month. During this time, he needs to pass performance evaluations to officially become a partner. Otherwise they will have to choose a new partner. Ye Tianci nodded without showing too much emotion. He agreed to become a partner just to secure compensation for the dissolution of the engagement, with no intention of staying in that position permanently. Rong Meiyen continued, stating that in the past, as long as she guaranteed it, the performance evaluation was just an empty promise. However, due to the conflict at yesterday's meeting, Uncle Er's plan was disrupted. Considering Uncle Er's character, he would definitely not give up easily and might make a fuss about this matter, even targeting Ye Tianci personally. Ye Tianci calmly replied, "Tit for tat. I'm here, let your Uncle Er do whatever he wants. An heir of the Rong family in a provincial capital is far from enough to catch my attention." His confident attitude impressed Rong Meiyen, who couldn't help but respect him. She smiled and said, "Is this the style of the Zhongnan war god? I'm getting more and more curious about you." As she spoke, she unconsciously moved closer to Ye Tianci, with a distance of less than 20 centimeters between them. At this moment, Ye Tianci caught a whiff of the unique fragrance emanating from Rong Meiyen's body. When he looked down, he noticed the faint curves beneath her collar, not as stunning as Han Ruoyun or Liu Ruyan, but captivating enough. Ye Tianci couldn't help but swallow. Sensing his gaze, Rong Meiyen raised a playful smile and teasingly asked, "How'd I look? Do you want me to lift my collar to show you?" Ye Tianci awkwardly cleared his throat. Just as he was about to explain, his phone suddenly rang with an unknown number displayed. To avoid embarrassment, Ye Tianci quickly answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" A familiar and cold voice came from the other end. "Ye Tianci, good morning, it's Ji Wooly." Ye Tianci furrowed his brows slightly. He wasn't surprised that Ji Wooly could get his phone number, as it's not difficult to obtain someone's number in this information age. "Why are you calling me?" Ji Wooly sneered. "You are truly ungrateful. Yesterday at the meeting, you claimed that my Ji family owes you 220 million. Today is the repayment deadline. I have prepared the check and am waiting for you to come and collect it. I just don't know if you dare to come." Ye Tianci calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ji Wooly said, "Good, then I'll be waiting at home for you, don't break your promise." After the call ended, Rong Meiyen, who overheard their conversation, looked worried and said, "Although Ji Wooly's power is limited, he is very cunning and treacherous. Contacting you to come and collect the check is definitely a trap. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Do you want me to accompany you?" Ye Tianci confidently said, "The Ji family is nothing special. It's not a dangerous place. There's nothing to fear." Rong Meiyen wanted to say more, but he interrupted her. Ye Tianci was interrupted by Rong Meiyen, and said somewhat helplessly, "Ahem. Weren't you always calling me the war god of Zhongnan? Why are you suddenly concerned about my safety now?" Rong Meiyen was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, "Yes, that's true. You go ahead. I'll stay home and clean up the dishes, waiting for good news." Ye Tianci nodded and prepared to leave. But as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered a question. "How did you get into my house last night? You didn't know the password, right?" Rong Meiyen chuckled and replied, "It's simple, just a password lock. Spend some money to hire a locksmith and it's done." Ye Tianci's face instantly darkened. When Lin Feng gave him the house, he boasted about how secure the villa was and that no one could break in. But now, a locksmith solved it. However, upon further thought, it made sense. As everyone knows, Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong is the residence of the war god of Zhongnan. With his reputation, naturally no one dares to intrude. Even if the door is wide open, probably no one dares to step in. Realizing this, Ye Tianci stopped dwelling on it and prepared to head to the Ji family. The Ji family estate covers more than 10 acres, with artificial hills and clear springs, creating a pleasant scenery. Ye Tianci rode his electric bike to the Ji family estate, and upon arriving at the entrance, he found several people already waiting there. The leader was none other than the familiar face of the second young master of the Ji family, Ji Boxiao. Wasn't this guy severely injured by him at the Ji family's birthday banquet? How did he recover so quickly? Ji Boxiao's eyes flashed with resentment and hatred. It's all Ye Tianci's fault for losing face at the banquet, causing him serious injuries and leaving behind sequelae. Now even his physiological functions are abnormal, worse than a eunuch. But thinking of his father's instructions, he could only set aside his hatred for now. Although he smiled, his words were filled with sarcasm as he said, HMPH. Do you think this useless person dares not come to our Ji family? It's not too late to turn around and leave now. Ye Tianci glanced at him and reprimanded. How dare you speak to me like that? Have you forgotten the respect for elders after just a few days in the hospital? Ji Boxiao's eyes widened in anger. Looks like the topic of respecting elders is a sore spot for him? Ji Boxiao coldly said, Yi, I'm not here to argue with you, but to guide you. My father is waiting for you in the estate, and the check is ready. Are you coming in or not? Ye Tianci smiled and said, since I'm here to collect debts, of course I'll go in, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. With that, he swaggered into the Ji family estate. Ji Boxiao smirked behind him, thinking that Ye Tianci was putting on airs, unaware that traps had already been set in the estate. Let's see if he can still smile later. On the way, Ye Tianci asked, why didn't your brother come to greet me? Why are you the one coming out today? Ji Boxiao impatiently replied, he's not feeling well today, so I'm here to welcome you on his behalf. Ye Tianci raised his eyebrows and asked, oh, what happened to him? How come I have no idea? Ji Boxiao's eye twitched, thinking to himself, my brother experienced that situation in the cemetery last night and almost had a breakdown. You say you don't know, that's just unbelievable. However, he didn't want to anger Ye Tianci so quickly, so he forced himself to say, he's fine, I didn't see anything wrong. You seem to care a lot for my brother. Ye Tianci waved his hand and smiled, saying, it's okay. We are family, caring for each other is natural. Family? Ji Boxiao was a bit puzzled. Ye Tianci explained, don't you know yet? Your brother called me grandfather at the meeting yesterday, so of course we are family now. In terms of relationships, you can call me dad, your brother is my grandson, so he should call you uncle. As for your father, he should call you little brother. It's a bit confusing. Let's just use our original titles from now on. No need to thank me. Who should I thank? Thank your grandpa. At that moment, Ji Boxiao strongly wanted to kill Ye Tianci with a knife. 2 minutes later, Ji Boxiao brought Ye Tianci to the pavilion by the artificial lake in the estate. The pavilion was full of familiar faces, about 20 people, including Ji Wuli, Lai Jingye, and others, all members of the Ji family's business alliance. Among them, there was someone who surprised Ye Tianci. Xiao Qingcheng was puzzled, but still followed Ji Boxiao into the pavilion. Although they had already decided to divorce, she decided to face it all with the attitude of a stranger. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. When she received Ji Wuli's invitation early in the morning to discuss important matters at the Ji family, she never expected Ye Tianzi to suddenly appear. She secretly speculated on Ye Tianzi's intentions, her gaze inadvertently falling on Ji Wuli. Suddenly, Ji Wuli stood up and strode towards Ye Tianzi with a gentle smile on his face, saying, Mr. Yi, your presence honors the Ji family extraordinarily, he. These words surprised everyone present, as Ji Wuli and Ye Tianzi were once archenemies, so how did his attitude suddenly change so drastically? Only Lai Jingye sneered in the crowd, as if he had long known the truth. Ye Tianzi looked at Ji Wuli's attitude and responded lightly, Master Ji, there's no need to be so polite. Ji Wuli warmly invited Ye Tianzi to take a seat, and without hesitation, Ye Tianzi walked into the pavilion and sat down in the only available seat next to Xiao Qingcheng. The two were close at hand, and Xiao Qingcheng felt the presence of this familiar yet unfamiliar man beside her. She couldn't help but recall yesterday's events, feeling a wave of grievance in her heart, but she tried to conceal this emotion and maintain a cold demeanor. After Ji Wuli sat down, Ji Boxiao stood behind him. Ji Wuli praised Ye Tianzi's talent and ability, expressing that there may have been some misunderstandings and conflicts in the past, and he hoped Ye Tianzi wouldn't mind. Ye Tianzi responded calmly, Master Ji, there's no need for such formalities. I'm here to discuss business directly. Ji Wuli took out a check for a total of 200 million, stating that this was the money the Ji family owed Ye Tianci, and everyone present could serve as witnesses. The crowd murmured quietly, and Xiao Qingcheng was also shocked to see this scene. The assets of the Xiao family added up to just over 10 billion, and she could only come up with a maximum of 1 billion in cash. Ye Tianci effortlessly accepted the check, leaving behind an IOU. He smiled and reminded Ji Wuli to properly discipline his son and not let him indulge in gambling. Although Ji Wuli was secretly displeased, he maintained a smiling demeanor and promised to remember the advice. Then, Ji Wuli took out another check and placed it on the table, continuing to say. Ye Tianci felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart when Ji Wuli shamelessly tried to tempt him with money. He deeply felt the cruelty and ruthlessness of this business war. Ji Wuli's words were like a sharp sword, piercing his weak spot. He couldn't help but ponder his position and future in the business world. The cunning gleam in Ji Wuli's eyes seemed to have everything calculated in advance. His words carried a sense of provocation, making Ye Tianci feel angry and frustrated. The attitude of the Ji family alliance members also put immense pressure on Ye Tianci, as if the whole world was forcing him to make a choice. Ye Tianci stared at the contract in his hand, feeling conflicted. He knew his own value and abilities, as well as the ruthlessness of the business world. Transferring the partner position meant giving up some control and future development space, but the temptation of money made him waver. The gazes of the people present seemed to be exerting pressure on him, making Ye Tianci feel suffocated. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It was not just a contract, but a decision about his future. In the end, he turned his gaze to Ji Wuli and firmly said, I will not betray my principles and dignity. Money cannot buy my soul. I choose to believe in myself and stay true to my original intention. After hearing Ye Tianci's response, Ji Wuli's face showed a hint of surprise, quickly hidden. He looked at Ye Tianci with a touch of admiration. Perhaps the persistence and courage of this young man were what he lacked. Ji Wuli smiled slightly, knowing that talents like him were truly priceless gems. Ji Wuli's eyes flashed a hint of smugness. He thought to himself, this kid is short-sighted, only seeing the immediate benefits. Hurry up and sign, he taunted. Once the contract was signed, it meant that Ye Tianci would have to fulfill his promises. Ji Wuli smugly thought to himself that the so-called vice leader now owed him 220 million and control of the transfer check. Smirking, he taunted Ye Tianci, when you go to hell, remember to go find the king of hell to collect your debts. However, the following turn of events left him stunned. Ye Tianci bluntly threw the contract on the stone table in the pavilion. Ye Tianci hesitated in his heart, wondering if his decision was wrong. The contract terms were so favorable. Why wasn't he moved at all? Had he seen through the so-called partnership transfer contract as a trap? Ji Wuli's face gradually turned cold. Ye Tianci, let me remind you, no one in Jiangnan City has ever dared to refuse a contract proposed by me. Ye Tianci still smiled faintly and replied calmly, then congratulations, Ji Master, let me be the first one to refuse your contract. Ji Wuli's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. This guy, as always, would rather make a toast than be forced to drink a forfeit. The atmosphere in the pavilion instantly became tense. Xiao Qingcheng, seeing this scene, hesitated for a moment and spoke up, Ye Tianci, you should agree to Master Ji's proposal and sign the contract. Ye Tianci turned his head and gazed at the aloof woman. He asked, Miss Xiao, why do you say that? Xiao Qingcheng earnestly replied, I think Master Ji genuinely wants to reconcile. He overlooks past grievances and instead offers you so many favorable conditions. Why do you insist on refusing? Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure that Ji Wuli truly wants to reconcile? A discerning person would know this is just a trap. Can't you see that? Xiao Qingcheng explained. This type of partnership should be a mutually beneficial choice, and Master Ji's words are not empty. Business partners need to have business influence, financial resources, and other conditions. I believe that the right person should do the right thing, and you are not suitable to be a partner, so why force yourself? Do you think Miss Rong would fully trust you? As these words were spoken, members of the Ji family alliance nodded in agreement. They secretly praised Xiao Qingcheng as Ye Tianci's ex-wife. Her eloquence was indeed sharp. Ye Tianci sneered and raised an eyebrow. Miss Xiao, after saying so much, aren't you just trying to persuade me to transfer my partnership status so that the Ji family can benefit more? Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes. Xiao Qingcheng was full of doubts in her heart, wondering if the image of me in Ye Tianci's eyes was really that materialistic. She furrowed her brows and said, Ye Tianci, I was just trying to help, why can't you appreciate it? Ye Tianci replied indifferently, Xiao, please understand our relationship. I don't need your help, and I don't need you meddling in my affairs. Xiao Qingcheng was struck by his response, completely stunned. She only wanted to advise Ye Tianci to stop getting involved with the Ji family to avoid trouble, but she didn't expect him to call her foolish and delusional. His words pierced her heart like needles, causing intense pain. She bitterly smiled and said, Yes, I was foolish, I was delusional. Do as you wish, it has nothing to do with me. Ye Tianci calmly responded, As long as you understand this, just stay away from those human scums, or you'll suffer sooner or later. Xiao Qingcheng clenched her teeth, trembling with anger in her chest. Ye Tianci nonchalantly said, Do as you please, just don't regret it later. Just then, Ji Wuli coldly said, Since you refuse to voluntarily give up your position as a partner, don't blame me for taking action. With his words, a group of thugs emerged in the distance, surrounding the pavilion with various weapons in hand. Ji Wuli confidently stated, Ye Tianci, you can't escape on my turf anymore. Ye Tianci slowly stood up, looking at the surrounding thugs, and chuckled, Do you think you can deal with me with just these people? Ji Wuli ordered the thugs to attack, and they rushed towards Ye Tianci like they were injected with chicken blood. Ye Tianci remained unfazed, knocking the front thug away with a palm, then leapt into the crowd. Like a fierce tiger among sheep, he was ruthless, leaving a trail of fallen enemies behind, wails echoing. The thugs were powerless, beaten to a pulp, some even fainting on the spot. In just 2 minutes, nearly 100 thugs were all on the ground, writhing in pain, a scene of extreme brutality. The members of the Ji family alliance watched in horror, their faces pale. Xiao Qingcheng was also dumbfounded by the sight. Ye Tianci looked down at the fallen thugs, slightly disappointed, and said, Ji Wuli, is this all the strength you have? How boring. Ji Wuli clenched his fists, a hint of fierceness in his eyes, and said, Kid, don't be too pleased. The real show is yet to come. With that, he waved his hand. A white light suddenly flashed, heading straight for Ye Tianci's throat. Ye Tianci's pupils contracted and he quickly dodged, the white light ultimately piercing into a willow tree behind him. It was a white dagger about 30 centimeters long, the blade deeply embedded in the tree, demonstrating powerful force. Ye Tianci was secretly vigilant, not underestimating the strength of his opponent. A tall, thin man slowly emerged from behind a distant rockery, around 40 years old, with triangular eyes, dark skin, and an old scar on his nose, exuding a fierce aura. This person looked difficult to provoke, remaining undetected behind the rockery. Members of the Ji family alliance were curious about this mysterious figure, and Lai Jingye proudly explained that he was a killer specially hired by the Ji family's leader from the Tianci men, specifically targeting Ye Tianci. The crowd was both shocked and pleased upon hearing this, as they were well aware of the reputation of the Tianci men, being professional and reliable. Surprisingly, the Ji family leader was able to hire their killer. Ye Tianci appeared indifferent, calmly inquiring about the other's identity. The tall, thin killer approached, coldly introducing himself as the silver medal killer of the Tianci men, nicknamed Zhuha Kan, and warning Ye Tianci that he only had 10 seconds left to live. Ye Tianci remained expressionless, quietly awaiting the upcoming challenge. Ye Tianci squinted his eyes, suddenly remembering a former acquaintance who was imprisoned in the fallen city. The man seemed to be the leader of the heavenly maimed sect. 5 years ago, after being imprisoned, he was tortured every day by Ye Tianci's whip, but now he diligently operated a sewing machine in prison, and it was said that many umbrellas on the market were his masterpieces. Thinking of all this, Ye Tianci couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Zhuhuakan frowned slightly and said discontentedly, You are almost dying, what's so funny? Ye Tianci smiled and replied, I laugh at you, as an assassin, for rashly taking on a mission without understanding the target's strength. How did your leader teach you back then? Zhuhuakan disdainfully said, I don't need anyone to teach me how to kill. In comparison, Although you have some strength, you have unfortunately fallen into my hands. As he spoke, he drew a short knife from his waist. Over 30 centimeters long, the blade shimmered with a cold light, full of killing intent. Those familiar with him knew that Zhuhuacan was a late-stage martial artist. Although he was not prominent in the heavenly maimed sect, his methods were no less than those of the top assassins. The reason was his special preference for stabbing the opponent's chrysanthemum with a short knife, extremely cruel. Over the years, dozens of people who died at his hands, not one of their chrysanthemums escaped. Therefore, he earned the nickname Zhuhuacan. At this moment, Ji Wuli and others in the pavilion relaxed, exuding a sense of satisfaction. Ji Wuli sneered, "Yi, in order to kill you, I have spent a lot of money. You should feel honored." Ji Baxiao boldly said, "Mr. Zhuhuacan, please torture that bastard well. Don't let him die easily. As long as I enjoy watching it, I will reward you an extra 5 million after it's done." Hearing this, Zhuhuacan smiled slyly, "Rest assured. Torturing people is my specialty, especially the opponent's chrysanthemum." With that, Zhuhuacan suddenly roared and rushed towards Ye Tianci. His speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. The two were more than 20 meters apart, but in less than a second, he reached Ye Tianci's side. Just as Ye Tianci was about to move, Zhuhuacan's figure flickered, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Ye Tianci. "Ha ha, got you." Zhuhuacan raised the short knife and stabbed fiercely towards Ye Tianci's buttocks. At this moment, the expressions of the people present were varied. Ji Baxiao was extremely excited, truly a professional killer with such speed. Ji Wuli and Li Jingye were excited, their faces flushed. Stab him quickly." Xiao Qingcheng nervously covered her mouth, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. However, just as Zhuhuacan's short knife was less than 5 centimeters away from Ye Tianci's buttocks, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the standing Ye Tianci disappeared in an instant. His speed far exceeded that of Zhuhuacan. "Oh my God, where did he go?" Zhuhuacan's expression stiffened, immediately turning his head to look around. "Stop looking, I'm right here," came a cold voice from above. Zhuhuacan looked up and saw a pair of feet rapidly enlarging. Unable to dodge, he was directly stepped on his face. Bang! Zhuhuacan was ruthlessly stepped on the ground by Ye Tianci, with Ye Tianci's feet firmly on his face. The pressure underfoot felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, causing Zhuhuacan to almost collapse. His cheek was twisted and deformed by the trampling. The short knife in his hand had somehow fallen into Ye Tianci's hand. As a silver medal assassin of the Tiancan men, Zhuhuacan had never experienced such humiliation. In anger, he threatened, "Get off my face right now." Immediately, however, Ye Tianci seemed indifferent, responding lightly, "You said torturing others, chrysanthemum, is your specialty, isn't it?" Quite an interesting concept. Zhuhuacan felt a sense of foreboding. Trembling, he asked, What do you want?" "Don't stir up trouble." With a harmless smile, Ye Tianci said, "This isn't causing trouble, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." With that, he casually threw the knife. Swish! The knife accurately pierced deep into Zhuhuacan's chrysanthemum, over 10 centimeters deep. Blood gushed out. Zhuhuacan first felt a coldness behind him, then a sharp pain, screaming in agony, eyes red, struggling all over. However, Ye Tianci kept pressing him down, making it impossible for him to stand, only able to cover his buttocks with both hands, trembling and tears streaming down. Once thought he could pierce others' chrysanthemum, but never expected to be pierced himself in the end. This cruel scene shocked Ji Wuli and others, all tightly clenching their chrysanthemums. How could this happen? Ji Baxiao widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Jingye nervously swallowed. This can't be. How is this possible? He knew the terrifying nature of the Tiancan men assassins, thinking it would be easy for them to deal with Ye Tianci, but never expected such a complete defeat. Ye Tianci's terror exceeded imagination. Xiao Qingcheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but watching Ye Tianci deal with Zhuhuacan, a hint of resistance rose in his heart. How could he become so ruthless? Yet Ye Tianci himself remained indifferent, softly saying, "Zhuhuacan, you reap what you sow. Now that you've brought this upon yourself, how does it feel? Tell me." Zhuhuacan, burning with anger, gritted his teeth and threatened, "Kid, Do you know what you've done? I am the silver medal assassin of the Tianci men. Can you bear the consequences of treating me like this? Ye Tianci calmly replied. Even if your Tianci men's leader appeared in front of me, they would be no more than ants. Why should I care about offending you? Zhuha Kan, furious, roared, arrogant. If you have the guts, release me, and we'll have a fair fight. Ye Tianci coldly said, a fight? With your strength, you're far from enough. I don't want to waste time. You said I have only 10 seconds left, now I'll give you one last chance, speak. This statement caused Ji Wuli and the others to pale in shock. Xiao Qingcheng watched the scene before her, a hint of fear and concern creeping into her heart. Ye Tianci, he was unexpectedly ruthless, daring to make a move against the members of the Tianci men. Wasn't he asking for trouble? She furrowed her brow, attempting to dissuade him. Ye Tianci, you have done enough already. There's no need to take such risks. The Tianci men are not to be trifled with. However, Ye Tianci seemed to turn a deaf ear to her advice. He coldly counted down, 10, 9, 8. Zhuha Kan, however, did not back down, gritting her teeth provocatively, HMPH. Even if you're putting on a show, I don't believe you actually dare to make a move. With a mocking laugh, before the words had even fully left her mouth, Ye Tianci wasted no time, channeling his inner strength and injecting it into the dagger in his hand. The dagger vibrated violently, spinning relentlessly. It pierced through Zhuha Kan's buttocks, piercing through her intestines, reaching her vital organs, and finally stopping at her heart. Zhuha Kan let out a scream, instantly losing all signs of life. This scene sent a chill down one's spine, Ye Tianci's determination and decisiveness leaving one's heart pounding in fear. The pavilion was quiet, and even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Ji Wuli and others witnessed the horrifying body of Chrysanthemum Remnant, speechless and deeply shocked. As top killers trained by the Dragon Country, the silver medal killers were easily defeated by Ye Tianci, and the scene of death was so tragic. It was chilling and terrifying. Alas, the so-called silver medal killers are disappointing at best. Ye Tianci jumped down from Chrysanthemum Remnant's body and fixed his gaze on Ji Wuli and the others. Master Ji, didn't you say you wanted to settle the old scores between us? Use all your means, or it will be too boring. These words were a blatant provocation in Ji Wuli's ears. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't think you can act recklessly just because you are in the Ji family. Ji Boxiao warned sternly, Ye Tianci, you have made a big mistake. By killing Chrysanthemum Remnant, we will definitely report to the Heaven's Gate. When the time comes, even if you are powerful, facing the retaliation of Heaven's Gate's killer team, you will only have a dead end. Ye Tianci calmly replied, if you want to report, go ahead. By the way, you let Chrysanthemum Remnant torture me just now. It seems like you enjoy being tortured? With that, Ye Tianci walked to a willow tree, took the dagger originally thrown by Chrysanthemum Remnant, and slowly approached Ji Boxiao. Ji Boxiao couldn't help but feel nervous and asked tremblingly, What do you want to do? Ye Tianci smiled and said, nothing much, since this dagger was Chrysanthemum Remnant's weapon. It should naturally be put back in its original place. Ji Boxiao immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and nervously took a few steps back, instinctively covering his buttocks with both hands, and tremblingly said, Ye Tianci, I warn you not to go too far. Ye Tianci grinned and said, I just like going too far. Just as he was only 5 meters away from Ji Boxiao, a shout suddenly came from afar, stop. Ye Tianci stopped, turned his head, and saw more than 10 people quickly approaching. A man in his 50s with a medium build and a queue on his head, somewhat resembling Ji Wuli. Behind him were a group of men in black suits, looking fierce. Although there were only a dozen of them, they all held pistols, aiming at Ye Tianci in unison. The man with the queue shouted loudly, Kid, don't move, if you move, I'll kill you. Leading his men, he rushed to Ye Tianci and ordered his men to surround him about 10 meters away. Ji Wuli saw this scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling lucky. Now it's good. The man with the queue quickly walked up to Ji Wuli. Cousin, are you okay? What happened? The thugs and assassins I hired were all defeated by that guy. Luckily, I had a plan and called you back in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lai Jingye cautiously asked, Master Ji, who is this? Ji Wuli proudly replied, "He is my cousin, Ji Wugan." Upon hearing this, members of the Ji family alliance were all shocked. What? He is actually Ji Wugan. I always thought he looked familiar, so it turns out to be Mr. Ji Wugan. But I heard that Mr. Ji Wugan had passed away 10 years ago. How could it be? The crowd discussed in confusion. Everyone had heard of the deeds of Ji Wugan. He was Ji Wuli's own cousin, known for being aggressive and ruthless, the kind of person who would even hit a dog on the street. He had once been one of the most famous big brothers in the underground world of Jiangnan City. However, 10 years ago, he disappeared without a trace after offending a powerful figure he shouldn't have. Everyone thought Ji Wugan had long since died. It was unexpected that he was still alive. Ji Wuli looked at the puzzled crowd with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. 10 years ago, Ji Wugan had indeed almost lost his life. But Ji Wuli cleverly used the trick of golden cicada shedding its shell to help him escape by a stroke of luck and arranged for him to develop elsewhere. In these 10 years, thanks to Ji Wuli's support, Ji Wugan had made a name for himself in the new place. From smuggling, selling firearms to drug trafficking, he did all kinds of evil deeds. Now, he had become a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, Ji Wuli had always regarded Ji Wugan as a secret trump card of the Ji family and had never truly used him. But yesterday's events led to an unprecedented failure for Ji Wuli. He swore to make Ye Tianci pay the price. So, he not only had Lai Jingye contact the assassins of the Tiancan Gate but also secretly called back Ji Wugan to rush back overnight. Indeed, he played a crucial role at the most critical moment. Ji Wugan confidently said to Ji Wuli, "Cousin, with me here, you can rest assured. Our Ji family has lost face to him, and I will help you regain it." He turned around, glaring at Ye Tianci with hatred and killing intent in his eyes. What angered him the most was not that Ye Tianci offended Ji Wuli, but that he destroyed the Ji family cemetery. That was where his parents and elders rested. This hatred was unbearable for him. He raised his gun and coldly said to Ye Tianci, "Kid, go to hell." At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng's face changed drastically, subconsciously wanting to stop him. But Ji Boxiao spoke first. "Uncle, please wait." Ji Wugan frowned and asked, "Why are you trying to stop me?" Ji Boxiao gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, this bastard has humiliated our Ji family multiple times, causing us such heavy losses. Letting him die so easily is letting him off too lightly." Ji Wuli also agreed. "Boxiao is right. We can't let him die so easily." Ji Wugan raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what do you mean?" Ji Boxiao's eyes flashed a hint of mockery as he took a few steps forward. Ye Tianci looked at Ji Boxiao, his eyes flashing with a hint of unwavering determination. He sneered and said, "How does it feel to suddenly taste the flavor of a turnaround? I understand your strength, but facing a dozen guns, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? The power of a warrior is indeed formidable, but in front of the barrel of a gun, you can only surrender. Moreover, this is just the beginning." Ji Boxiao smiled confidently, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Ye Tianci smiled slightly, unwilling to say more. "Enough with the nonsense. What do you want to do? Just say it clearly." Ji Boxiao suddenly spread his legs apart, with a sly gesture, as if hinting at something. Xiao Qingcheng heard the discussions of the crowd and felt increasingly worried. Since the mention of divorce, Ye Tianci's behavior has become more and more erratic, and the rift between them has deepened. However, she did not wish for Ye Tianci to spiral into destruction. After all, they were legally married even though they had not officially registered. She could not just stand by. Moreover, Xiao Hongming had always treated Ye Tianci like his own grandson. If news of Ye Tianci's death were to spread, the old man would be devastated. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingcheng turned to Ji Wuli and pleaded for mercy, asking him to spare Ye Tianci's life. Ji Wuli looked coldly at Xiao Qingcheng and said in a chilling tone, "Xiao, do you know what Ye Tianci has done to our Ji family? What right do you have to ask me to spare him?" Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. Was the conflict between Ye Tianci and the Ji family only because of the recent banquet incident? Despite the tense relations between the two sides, did it have to come down to a fight to the death? Ji Wuli's face twisted with anger as he continued. "Ye Tianci destroyed my family's ancestral grave yesterday, leveling nearly 100 tombs to the ground. Do you think I would spare him? Xiao Qingcheng's face paled. Ye Tianci had actually committed such a crazy act. What was he trying to achieve? No wonder Ji Wuli was so angry, willing to do anything to put Ye Tianci to death. Filled with fury, Xiao Qingcheng demanded of Ye Tianci, why would you behave so extremely? Are you out of your mind? While there may have been reasons for the conflicts between you and the Ji family in the past, desecrating graves is an intolerable and despicable act, no matter when or where. She couldn't understand why Ye Tianci would do such a thing. Ye Tianci replied indifferently, is it too much? In my opinion, they deserve it. They brought it upon themselves. Xiao Qingcheng couldn't contain her anger and said, I know you have conflicts with the Ji family, but yesterday at the meeting, you had already won. Why would you still want to destroy so wantonly, engaging in such despicable acts like destroying tombs? Ye Tianci coldly narrowed his eyes and said apathetically, Xiao, you're still the same, always being influenced by others. The Ji family's ancestral graves have been destroyed, that's a fact. Xiao Qingcheng cut him off, bluntly stating, in that case, what else do you have to explain? Your actions have been utterly disgraceful. The head of the Ji family did not blame her, but instead kindly invited her to become the deputy head of the Ji family alliance. However, she did not appreciate it, but instead became even more unreasonable. She self-mockingly said, I was so stupid to plead for you to the head of the Ji family. Ye Tianci rolled his eyes directly upon hearing this, and said, you are not a fool, but a fool. Xiao Qingcheng was shocked. She couldn't believe that after 3 years of marriage, Ye Tianci would curse at her for the first time. She felt her guard had been lowered. Ye Tianci continued, why do you let me scold you? You only see a part of it, and act smart, isn't that being presumptuous? Xiao Qingcheng wanted to retort, but suddenly a terrible thought flashed through her mind. Could Ye Tianci have a legitimate reason for pushing down the Yi family cemetery? She began to hesitate. At this moment, Ji Boxiao intervened. This kind of person is not worthy of your sympathy, let me deal with him. He arrogantly said to Ye Tianci, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Do I have to shoot? Ye Tianci coldly replied with a sneer, you act tough with your tail up, and roll your eyes when you're cornered, is that who you are? Ji Boxiao felt ashamed and then angry after hearing this. He angrily said, nonsense. Who rolled their eyes? I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Ji Wugan licked his lips, sinisterly saying, I am best at teaching people a lesson. He strode towards Ye Tianci, pointing the gun at his forehead, coldly ordering, kneel down. Ye Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly, warning, I hate it when someone points a gun at my head the most. Ji Wugan ignored him and pressed harder a few times, provocatively saying, what's wrong with pointing a gun? Little guy, are you scared? Ye Tianci coldly replied with a smirk, believe me, you will soon see your brain splattered. Members of the Ji family alliance laughed and mocked, thinking that Ye Tianci was just bluffing and had no substance. They believed Ye Tianci was already a dead man. Facing the mountain of bodies accumulated over the years by Ji Wugan, Ye Tianzi's smile only grew brighter. More than 170 or 80 lives disappeared under the barrel of his gun, including some self-proclaimed martial arts masters. However, no matter who it was, they could only choose to submit in front of him, which made Ji Wugan feel ridiculous. Although Ye Tianzi remained calm in front of everyone, every move he made was full of dignity. Any slight movement could trigger the whistling of bullets. Ji Wugan sneered, I heard you were tough. Turns out you're just a smooth-talking kid. Let me see what you've got. However, in the instant his words fell, Ye Tianzi made his move. With extraordinary speed, he snatched Ji Wugan's handgun and aimed it at his forehead. Everyone was stunned, especially the group of armed men. How did he do it? The whole process was just a blink of an eye. An incredible scene unfolded, causing people to question whether Ye Tianci was human or ghost. With extensive experience in the field of firearms, he never expected someone could swiftly snatch the gun from his hand. Ye Tianci coldly stated that his identity was of no importance, as the other party was about to face a fate of death regardless. Ji Wugan nervously swallowed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and cheeks. Despite his inner turmoil, he tried to maintain a calm exterior. He warned Ye Tianci that even if he was killed, His brothers would retaliate immediately and suggested Ye Tianci to lower his weapon for a proper discussion. Ji Wuli also regained his composure from the shock, frowning as he urged the other party to drop the weapon, stating that as long as his cousin was spared, everything could be negotiated. Ye Tianci did not respond, simply lightly tapping the barrel of the gun against Ji Wugan's forehead, sneering and asking what if he didn't want to negotiate. Ji Wugan, a seasoned figure in the underworld, toughened his stance, although fearful inside, thinking the other party was just trying to intimidate him. He defiantly retorted, suggesting to shoot if negotiations were off the table, curious to see what would become of his own head. Ye Tianci coldly replied, "Very well, I'll grant your wish," then pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through Ji Wugan's head, blood gushing out. Ji Wugan stared wide-eyed in astonishment, witnessing his own brain matter in his final moments. His body slumped to the ground, eyes never closing. The onlookers were all shocked by Ye Tianci's decisive action, showing no mercy. Xiao Qingcheng trembled, face pale, frightened by the scene of murder and bewildered by Ye Tianci's actions. The Ji family had truly gone mad this time. Ji Wuli cried out in grief and anger. Being an only child, Ji Wugan was practically like a real brother to him. At this moment, witnessing his cousin being gunned down on the spot, he was at a loss for words. Ji Wuli was extremely angry, on the verge of losing control. His lips trembled, his eyes bloodshot, as he shouted loudly, "Ye Tianci, today I will make you pay. End your life in the cruelest way possible. Not only that, I will also eliminate everyone related to you, including Xiao Qingcheng, including everyone from the Xiao family. Make them pay for what my cousin did. This is an eye for an eye." Xiao Qingcheng, upon hearing this, turned pale and completely collapsed. She couldn't help but complain to Ye Tianci, "I warned you not to provoke the Ji family, and now look at us, the Xiao family being unjustly implicated. Are you satisfied?" Ye Tianci coldly responded, "Miss Xiao, Ji Wuli's intentions towards you are not within my control. Do you blame me for it? Should honest people be bullied?" Xiao Qingcheng, consumed by anger, mercilessly accused, "What do you care about reasons? All of this is because of you. If you hadn't insisted on this, would it have ended like this?" Ye Tianci rolled his eyes helplessly, feeling speechless towards this foolish woman. Ji Wuli clenched his teeth and said, "If you want to argue, you too can continue in hell." He loudly ordered his men, "Shoot that Ye surname guy for revenge." The surrounding henchmen, eager and angry, shouted, "Revenge for the boss. Shoot, shoot as much as you can." They immediately aimed at Ye Tianci, pulling the triggers, and bullets poured down like rain, filling the air with gun smoke. In just a few seconds, the gunmen ran out of bullets. Ji Wuli sneered, saying, "Where do you think you can escape to now?" He believed that even Ye Tianci, no matter how powerful, couldn't withstand such an intense barrage of bullets and would surely die. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone stared in astonishment to find Ye Tianci unscathed, standing there unharmed. In his hand was the lifeless body of Ji Wugan, riddled with bullet holes, a gruesome sight. Ye Tianci smirked and said, "I thought one bullet was enough as a reward for you, but your men were willing to give you all their bullets, truly a group of brave warriors." He threw Ji Wugan's body in front of Ji Wuli and the others. Ji Wuli was so frightened that his legs gave out, falling to the ground trembling. Ji Boxiao, seeing the gruesome state of Ji Wugan, felt nauseous and vomited on the spot. Members of the Ji family alliance were in a state of panic, retreating in fear. Xiao Qingcheng stood frozen in place, speechless. Ye Tianci once again used his strength to slap Xiao Qingcheng in the face, coldly saying, "Ji Wuli, you said you wanted to settle old scores one by one. Now I'm here to settle the score with you." He walked slowly towards the pavilion, each step heightening their tension. When he reached a distance of less than 2 meters from them, Ji Boxiao's spirit first crumbled. Ji Boxiao suddenly knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Ye Tianci, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I swear I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me." Ye Tianci raised his eyebrows, coldly asking, "Who do you think I am?" Ji Boxiao was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Father. Father, you are my father. It was my fault for causing trouble without understanding. You can scold me, but please don't kill me." With that, he kept kowtowing, begging for mercy. Members of the Ji family saw this scene and couldn't help but show their disdain. Ji Wuli's eyes twitched, angrily rebuking, "This troublemaker. You knew he killed your cousin, yet you kneel down in public and call him father, giving up even the dignity of a man? You have disgraced the reputation of the Ji family." Ji Boxiao retorted, "What does a man's dignity matter? Faced with life and death, what does dignity matter? I just want to live. What's wrong with that?" Ji Wuli was speechless at these words, finally understanding that survival is the top priority. So, he also knelt down on the ground, pleading with Ye Tianci, "Mr. Yi, please spare us. We already knelt down once at the meeting yesterday." Ji Wuli knelt on the ground, and the members of the Ji family alliance looked at each other, secretly feeling disdainful. How could they, as men, choose to kneel down? Couldn't they just stand up like men? However, other members of the Ji family alliance, like Li Jingye, also knelt down one after another. Deep down, they had already softened, and kneeling down actually brought them some relief. After all, they had just been mocking Ye Tianci, and now they were worried that this ruthless guy might retaliate against them. So, they chose to kneel first, hoping to save their own lives. Xiao Qingcheng saw this scene and felt a chill in her heart. These members of the Ji family alliance were all well-known figures in Jiangnan City, which was why they were invited to join the Ji family business alliance. Now, they were all kneeling in front of Ye Tianci, the man she had once thought was useless. It had only been a short time since their divorce, and Ye Tianci had already reached this point. This made Xiao Qingcheng feel even more conflicted inside. It seemed like she hadn't left Ye Tianci behind, but instead, he had long surpassed her. The gap was widening. Ye Tianci didn't care about Xiao Qingcheng's thoughts. He played with the gun, sneering disappointedly, "I thought you business elites had some backbone. Now it seems that calling you a bunch of rabble is an overestimation. You're simply a bunch of trash." The members of the Ji family alliance lowered their heads, full of dissatisfaction, but no one dared to speak up. After all, no one wanted to see their brains splatter. Ye Tianci pointed the gun at Ji Wuli's forehead and provocatively asked, "Both you and your son want to live, then give me a reason to spare you both?" Ji Wuli trembled in fear. "Mr. Yi, we can talk it out. As long as you spare us, today's events will be forgotten, and the check of 220 million will be yours. We will never provoke you again. Is this reason acceptable?" Ye Tianci sneered. "The check of 220 million was originally what you owed me. Taking it back is only natural. Ji Wuli, don't try to play tricks." Ji Boxiao was so scared that he shouted loudly at Ji Wuli, "Dad, it's not the time to hide money now. You still have the 200 million check. Hurry up and bring it out. Bring it out to buy our lives." Ji Wuli's eye twitched, not expecting that his two sons, whom he had raised painstakingly, would be so weak at a critical moment. He did indeed have a 200 million check in hand, originally intended to buy the cooperation rights of Ye Tianci. Now, in desperation, he could only sacrifice himself to save them. "Mr. Yi, I am willing to bring out another 200 million check. I hope you can spare the two of us." Trembling, he took out the check, his heart in agony. The Ji family's cash flow was only a few billion, and now giving Ye Tianci 420 million almost depleted all their cash flow. This was self-inflicted. Ye Tianci didn't hesitate. He directly took the 200 million check. Upon hearing Ye Tianci's words, everyone felt a bit relieved. Ye Tianci suddenly changed the topic, looked at the others, and asked, "Ji Wuli and Li Jingye have already made their stance. What about the rest of you?" Li Jingye and the others were a bit confused after hearing this, not understanding what else they needed to do. They thought just kneeling would be enough, so why the need for additional expressions? Ye Tianci showed a harmless smile and said, "Just now you mocked me, and my spirit has been severely injured. I think I should ask for some spiritual damages from each of you. Wouldn't that be fair?" Li Jingye and the others were at a loss after hearing this. They knew deep down that it was Ye Tianci who had been the ruthless one earlier, and now he was threatening them with a gun, causing them their own mental distress. This unreasonable demand left them feeling helpless. Despite their inner complaints, they still smiled and asked, "Mr. Yi, how much do you think is a reasonable amount for spiritual damages?" Ye Tianci raised a finger and softly said, "I am not greedy. Considering you are not the masterminds, I only ask for 10 million from each person, is that reasonable? Li Jingye and the others were almost infuriated. 10 million? Most of them only had assets in the billions or tens of billions, with cash on hand only in the tens of millions. Just a few days ago, they had already paid 10 million as an entry fee to join the Ji family alliance. Now they were being asked to cough up another 10 million each as spiritual damages. This was simply adding insult to injury. Faced with this dilemma, Li Jingye and the others hesitated. Ye Tianci raised his gun and decisively fired a shot into the ground. They were scared and immediately changed their minds, expressing their willingness to pay and handing over the money willingly. In the end, the more than 20 people present compensated Ye Tianci with over 2 billion. Ye Tianci nodded in satisfaction and said, I have a suggestion. If there is a similar feast like the Hongmen banquet to deal with me in the future, it can be made bigger, more dangerous, and more exciting. This way, I can demand more spiritual damages, which can be considered fair to my conscience. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Ji Boxiao's face turned pale, trying to plead, Mr. Ye Tianci, can you let us go now? Ye Tianci said indifferently, rest assured, I am different from you insignificant people, my word is my bond. You can leave, but I still have some personal matters to discuss with the head of the Ji family. Ji Wuli trembled slightly upon hearing this, wondering, why leave me behind alone? Is he planning to get rid of me? Although puzzled, he dared not ask more. The others quickly stood up and left the pavilion in a hurry, afraid that Ye Tianci might suddenly change his mind and ask them to stay. Ji Boxiao seemed to have a realization and quietly asked Ji Wuli, Dad, do you want to draft a will just in case? So as not to affect the distribution of our family's assets between my brother and me. Ji Wuli angrily said, get out. Xiao Qingcheng wanted to say something to Ye Tianci, but seeing that he completely ignored her, she ultimately left in resignation. In the pavilion, only Ye Tianci and Ji Wuli remained. Ji Wuli felt nervous, his throat a bit dry, and cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? I will do my best, whether it's risky or difficult. Ye Tianci calmly replied, it's simple, I just need you to honestly tell me one thing. Ji Wuli breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, a hint of reassurance appearing on his face. Ye Tianci was caught off guard by Ji Wuli's sudden question. His lips trembled as he said, I already told you at the birthday banquet, didn't I? A few days ago at the birthday banquet, Ji Wuli claimed that the jade pendant was purchased from Yi's grandfather, Yi Xuanying, to help the Yi family through financial difficulties. Ye Tianci immediately saw through this lie. Therefore, Ye Tianci risked his life to attend the banquet, ostensibly to collect the debt of 220 million, but actually to reveal the truth about the tiger-shaped jade pendant. So, instead of immediately getting rid of Ji Wuli, Ye Tianci spared his life to inquire about the truth. He pointed the gun at Ji Wuli's head and coldly reminded him, you better tell me the truth, or I can have you meet your family at any time. Ji Wuli felt the cold muzzle against his head, trembling all over, beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead, and quickly begged, Don't shoot, I'll talk, will that be enough, please don't shoot. He sighed, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and replied, indeed, this jade pendant was not sold to me by your grandfather, but was given to me by a mysterious person 15 years ago. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, mysterious person? Who is it? Ji Wuli shook his head hastily, I don't know, he had his face covered. I couldn't see his appearance at all. That night, he broke into my house and easily injured all the bodyguards. At first, I thought he was there to rob, but I didn't expect him to give me this tiger-shaped jade pendant and gave me a task. If I couldn't do it, he would kill me. Ye Tianci asked, what task? Ji Wuli replied, he wanted me to keep this jade pendant safe, not to leak the news, but to let everyone know that this jade pendant was in my hands after 15 years. So, I thought of holding an auction at the birthday banquet to show it to everyone. Ye Tianci frowned and asked, why did you agree to him? Ji Wuli said helplessly, you don't understand, that mysterious person was too terrifying, like a monster, even scarier than a monster. He demanded that I must do this, otherwise, he would massacre everyone in our Ji family. To save my life, I could only agree, and then he left. Ye Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling doubtful about the intentions of that mysterious person. He continued, "When you got the jade pendant back then, didn't you realize its origin?" Ji Wuli honestly replied, "After the mysterious person left, I realized that this jade pendant seemed to be a relic of the Ye family owner. Sure enough, shortly after, I learned that the Ye family suffered a big fire, and everyone unfortunately perished. According to what you said, the mysterious person who gave you the jade pendant that night may very well be the arsonist." Ji Wuli shook his head repeatedly. "That's not what I meant. I don't know if there is any connection between these two incidents. I just followed the instructions of the mysterious person, always kept the jade pendant hidden, and only recently spread the news for auction, unexpectedly. Bought by you. It can also be considered returning the item to its rightful owner, he." Ji Wuli awkwardly laughed twice, but seeing Ye Tianci's cold expression, he immediately restrained his smile and closed his lips. Upon hearing this news, Ye Tianci's heart was filled with tumultuous waves. 15 years ago, on the night of the Ye family's great fire, he never imagined that a mysterious event had also occurred at the Ji family. His mind was full of questions. Who was that mysterious person? Why did they entrust his grandfather's jade pendant to Ji Wuli for safekeeping? And why expose this matter 15 years later? Ye Tianci strongly felt that behind these questions lay important secrets. He asked Ji Wuli if the mysterious person had reappeared after leaving. Ji Wuli shook his head, indicating that the person had never shown up again, as if they had never existed. However, he paused for a moment and continued, saying that he always felt like that person was secretly observing him, and if he didn't act according to the demands of that year, he might face unforeseen consequences. Ji Wuli pleaded with Ye Tianci to spare him, stating that he had already revealed everything he knew about the jade pendant and begged for forgiveness. Ye Tianci told him there was one final question. He calmly stared at Ji Wuli and asked, "Do you know the inside story of the Ji family's fire 15 years ago?" Ji Wuli was frightened and quickly denied any involvement in the Ji family's fire. Ye Tianci interrupted him, saying, "I know it wasn't your Ji family's doing. Otherwise, do you think you'd still have a chance to talk to me?" Ji Wuli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reluctantly nodded in admission. He went on to mention that although he didn't know the insider information, he had noticed a strange occurrence after the fire. A certain family in Jiangnan City closed its doors for 3 months and cut off contact with the outside world, as if a major event had taken place. Later, during a conversation with their family head, when he mentioned the Yi family's fire, the other party avoided the topic, seemingly concealing something. Ji Wuli speculated that their family might know some details about the Yi family's fire, but it was just his guess. Ye Tianci pressed on to inquire which family it was, and after hesitating for a moment, Ji Wuli said it was the Liu family. Ye Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly. The Liu family was one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, alongside the Han and Ji families. The Liu family had always operated discreetly, rarely appearing in the business world, but their strength was formidable, making them the most powerful family among the 3 in Jiangnan City. Nevertheless, for Ye Tianci, as long as the Liu family was connected to the Yi family's fire, he would investigate thoroughly. Ye Tianci stood up, stating that due to Ji Wuli's honest confession, he would let him go, but he warned him to seek good fortune and accumulate virtue, or else he would reap what he sowed. With that, he threw the gun to Ji Wuli and walked away quickly. Ji Wuli, holding the gun, instinctively thought of shooting Ye Tianci in the back to redeem himself. However, after a moment of inner struggle, he ultimately set the gun down. Xiao Qingcheng looked anxiously at Ye Tianzi, her face filled with worry and concern. When she saw that Ye Tianzi was unharmed, she felt relieved. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to kill Master Ji?" Ye Tianzi shook his head and replied calmly, "He's not worth my time right now, but if he crosses me again, I might just take action." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and rebuked, "Ye Tianzi, when will you ever control that reckless mouth of yours? Despite your grievances with the Ji family, it's not worth being so extreme. Your behavior today has gone too far. Please refrain from taking risks in the future. It will only bring you more trouble." Ye Tianzi raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Qingcheng, and asked, "Xiao, in what capacity are you speaking to me now?" "I am naturally," Xiao Qingcheng wanted to say, "wife," but she immediately realized that they had already filed for divorce, and obtaining the divorce certificate was a done deal. She opened her mouth but couldn't say it, feeling a bit embarrassed. She bit her lip and stammered, It's nothing. Ye Tianci responded indifferently, since you no longer have any status, please refrain from meddling in the future, or else I will just think you're foolish. Xiao Qingcheng was immediately furious, unable to believe her eyes. In the 3 years they had been together, no matter how outrageous she acted, Ye Tianci never lost his temper with her. Today, he broke that rule. How dare he? But Ye Tianci had no intention of staying. He left without a second thought. Ye Tianci, stop right there. You must give me an explanation. How dare you say that about me? Xiao Qingcheng stomped her foot, tears welling up, feeling extremely wronged. Before they filed for divorce, no matter how big the argument between them, Ye Tianci would always patiently soothe her and even apologize. This made Xiao Qingcheng accustomed to this pattern. However, since the divorce was brought up, Ye Tianci never said sorry again. Thinking about this, Xiao Qingcheng felt even more empty inside. She made up her mind. Ye Tianci, just wait and see. I, Xiao Qingcheng, will become even more outstanding, and one day you will personally apologize to me. She angrily left the Ji family manor. Meanwhile, inside the Ji family manor, shortly after Ye Tianci left, Ji Boxiao and other alliance members returned to the pavilion. Seeing Ji Wuli kneeling on the ground, with a vacant look in his eyes, Ji Boxiao quickly walked up to help him up. Suddenly, Ji Wuli slapped Ji Boxiao in the face and roared, "Get lost! I don't have a son like you. No, I don't have a waist like you." Thinking back to Ji Boxiao kneeling and begging Ye Tianci for mercy, calling him father, Ji Wuli was furious. Ji Boxiao covered his cheek, at a loss for words. Ji Wuli's heart was burning with anger as he looked at the damaged chrysanthemums on the ground and his cousin Ji Wugan. His fury intensified. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Today's shame will be repaid tenfold or 100-fold in the future. Please assist me in seeking revenge." Upon hearing these words, members of the Zhang family alliance, like Li Jingye, exchanged uncertain glances. Ji Wuli furrowed his brow and demanded, "What's the matter? Do none of you have the courage? Have you all been frightened by Ye Tianci?" The group fell silent, tacitly agreeing with Ji Wuli's words. In the confrontations with Ye Tianci during this period, they had clearly felt his power. No matter how well prepared or confident they were, they always ended up in failure. This unpredictable individual made them fearful. Who would dare to provoke him easily? Seeing Li Jingye and the others remaining silent, Ji Wuli, burning with anger, said, "Are you bunch of cowards even worthy of being members of the Zhang family alliance? The Zhang family alliance cannot tolerate the timid and cowardly." After a moment of hesitation, Li Jingye decided, "Since the head of the Zhang family thinks I am not suitable to stay in the alliance, I choose to withdraw." He then reminded Ji Wuli that they had agreed that if he couldn't become a partner in the Rong family, the double joining fee of 20 million would be returned to them, meaning 2 million each. Others followed suit. Li is right. I also want to quit the alliance. Please return the 2 million joining fee to me, Ji family head. In a moment, more than 20 people expressed their desire to leave the alliance. Ji Wuli felt confused, his eyes widened, and he was at a loss. He had just vented his dissatisfaction casually, not expecting these people to take it seriously. The Zhang family account had been emptied by Ye Tianci, and returning this joining fee would require at least 4 billion. Taking out so much money at once would require selling the family's valuable fixed assets. This was definitely not what he wanted. Moreover, once these people left the alliance, Ji Wuli would be utterly defeated in Jiangnan City, with nowhere to cry. Ji Wuli awkwardly cleared his throat and hurriedly explained, "Please don't be hasty, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean for you to leave the alliance." However, Li Jingye and others were frightened by Ye Tianzi's threats and insisted on leaving the Zhang family alliance, no longer wanting to be enemies with Ye Tianci. Sweat poured down Ji Wuli's forehead as he grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Uncle Ji, there's no need to panic. When I arrived in Jiangnan City, even if Ye Tianci has extraordinary abilities, he can't escape my Wuji mountain." Everyone turned to see a young man in a suit with a cold demeanor walking over, accompanied by a spirited old man. Ji Wuli was overjoyed and hurried to greet them. "Young Master Rong, Old Kong, why have you come?" If Ye Tianci were here, he would definitely recognize these two. Rong Zidong smiled slightly as he looked at Ji Wuli's determined eyes, silently praising him in his heart. Despite experiencing setbacks, Ji Wuli's inner belief remained as firm as ever, a rare display of persistence and loyalty. Rong Zidong's impression of him grew even more favorable. Ji Wuli, your loyalty has not gone unnoticed by me. Since you are so full of confidence, I look forward to seeing you shine in this challenge, Rong Zidong said firmly, his eyes revealing his trust in Ji Wuli. Ji Wuli was thrilled to hear this, the disappointment on his face dissipating and being replaced by determination. He nodded solemnly and said, Rong de Xiao, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I will do my best. Rong Zidong nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Ji Wuli, his decision becoming even more resolute in his mind. He took a deep breath, gazing into the distance with determination, as if hinting at the impending storm. This challenge would be an unprecedented battle, and Ji Wuli would write his own legend in this fight. In the eyes of Lai Jingye and others, a hint of excitement flashed, all expressing their support, as if saying, I want to do it too. Rong Zidong smiled and said gratefully, looking at everyone with loyalty evident in their eyes. As long as everyone works together to help him disrupt Rong Meiyen's plan in Jiangnan City, he will definitely reward everyone. The crowd showed joyful expressions, clapping and cheering. At this moment, Ji Wuli reminded with some concern, young Master Rong, there's something I must remind you of. Rong Meiyen's chosen partner is Ye Tianci. This person is arrogant, ruthless, and highly skilled in martial arts. We have suffered a lot at his hands. He might be an unpredictable factor. After hearing this, Rong Zidong's eyes flashed with coldness, confidently saying, don't worry, with me here, that guy won't be able to cause trouble. If necessary, I will deal with him directly. Mentioning Ye Tianci made him recall the humiliation he suffered at the airport last night. At that time, he was completely focused on Liu Ruyan, and the name Ye Tianci just sounded vaguely familiar without much thought. But afterwards, he suddenly realized. He regretted not letting Kong destroy that guy. But it's okay, he will have enough time to stay in Jiangnan City, with many opportunities to deal with Ye Tianci. Meanwhile, at Villa 2 in Zijin Heaven Palace, Rong Meiyen hung up the phone, with a serious and angry expression on her face. She had just learned of the news from within the family, that the family actually demanded her and Ye Tianci to achieve 10 billion in revenue and 1 billion in profit within a month. This is almost an impossible task. Rong Meiyen gently pressed her temple, coldly saying, it must be second uncle trying to retaliate against my position with grandpa, that old fox. Ah Ching frowned worriedly and asked, Miss, what should we do next? Although Ye Tianci is outstanding, even with 10 of him, it's difficult to accomplish this task. Rong Meiyen bit her lip and remained silent. She knew Ye Tianci had another identity in Jiangnan City, as the war god of Jiangnan, but in terms of business, he might not be stronger than herself. Moreover, he had not managed the forces in Jiangnan City for many years, now only having the fixed assets of Villa 1 in Zijin Heaven Palace and Hongfeng Manor. He was not much help in this situation. What should be done? Meanwhile, in a high-end ward at the first hospital of Jiangnan City, Xiao Qingcheng left the Xiao family and came to visit Xiao Hongming. At this moment, the old man had recovered and could be discharged in a few days. Looking at her slightly reddened eyes, Xiao Hongming asked, did you cry just now? Did you have a quarrel with Tianci? Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and denied, no, grandpa. Don't you understand my personality? Just a little argument, nothing serious. Xiao Hongming said with emphasis, I already heard about yesterday's meeting. Is Tiance's situation the same as I mentioned? Qingcheng, do you regret not apologizing to Tianci, seizing the chance to mend things, especially when he doesn't have many women around him now? In the future, if he is surrounded by enough outstanding women who can attract him, you may no longer have the chance to be the center of his attention. Xiao Qingcheng, proud and arrogant, refuses to apologize. She believes that Ye Tianci is far from enough to impress her, not to mention his behavior is like a ruthless rascal, even leveling the Jija cemetery. Thinking back on Ye Tianci's actions in the Jija, Xiao Qingcheng feels that his behavior is extremely crazy, unstoppable, and he is completely unaware of it. However, just as she finished speaking, the situation changed. At the door of the ward, an elderly man with one arm sat alone in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages, his face still showing bruises. Xiao Qingcheng stood up in a hurry and asked in surprise, "Grandpa Zhao? What are you doing here? Are you injured?" She did not expect the person at the door just now to be Zhao Guangwen, the old man who had always guarded the Yi family cemetery. Over the past 15 years, Xiao Hongming often took Xiao Qingcheng to the cemetery to pay respects to their ancestors, so Xiao Qingcheng was both familiar and respectful towards Zhao Guangwen. Zhao Guangwen said solemnly, "Qingcheng, I overheard your conversation with Xiao Lao at the door just now. You misunderstood Xiaoqi. He had a reason for leveling the Yi family cemetery." Xiao Qingcheng felt a little puzzled and asked, "What is the reason?" Xiao Hongming was also anxiously waiting for the answer. Zhao Guangwen sighed and began to recount the events of yesterday when Ji Boduan brought people to level the Yi family cemetery and beat him, as well as the situation after Ye Tianci appeared. After hearing this, Xiao Hongming gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The despicable Ji family, they simply do not value human life, even desecrating ancestral graves. Tianci did well, they should be taught a lesson." Xiao Qingcheng's heart trembled as she bit her lip. It turned out that the instigator of leveling the cemetery was the Ji family, and Ye Tianci was just reacting passively. Even the proposal to level the Ji family cemetery was made by Ji Boduan himself. Oh my god, she misunderstood Ye Tianci once again. Thinking back to her previous attitude towards Ye Tianci at the Ji family pavilion and at the Ji family door, she wished the ground could open up and swallow her whole. Xiao Hongming frowned and said, "Qingcheng, Grandpa has always said that Tianci is not that kind of person, but you keep misunderstanding him, pushing him further away from you. If you continue to be willful like this, not only will you hurt Tianzi's heart, but you will also make our Xiao family unable to find peace." Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously wanted to argue, but this time she was indeed in the wrong and could not find a reason to refute. Zhao Guangwen advised earnestly, "I know about your decision to divorce Xiaoqi. He is a good boy, you must not miss out. You should apologize to him. Sincerely try to mend things with him. He is not an unreasonable person, he will not make things difficult for you." Xiao Qingcheng remained silent, with thoughts of apologizing crossing her mind. But every time she remembered Ye Tianci insulting her twice today, she felt wronged. Although she was at fault first, it was not a reason for Ye Tianci to use foul language. In the end, it was Ye Tianci who had changed. He no longer harbored her in his heart, otherwise, no matter what happened, he would not treat her like that. In that case, why should she bow her head and apologize? Taking a deep breath, she said firmly, "I will not apologize to him, nor will I try to mend things with him, unless Ye Tianci can prove himself one day, prove that he is an existence I can never reach." Xiao Hongming and Zhao Guangwen looked at each other and sighed helplessly. This stubborn child is truly hard to cure. After leaving the Ji family, Ye Tianci immediately called Zhao Hailong. "Please investigate the situation of the Liu family, especially the events surrounding the fire at the Yi family 15 years ago. Once you have compiled detailed information, please send it to me." Zhao Hailong respectfully replied, "Understood, I will do as instructed." Zhao Hailong remembered something else. "Mr. Yi, the Tianlong Group's 10 billion bid has been on hold since you last ordered it to be suspended. Do you think it's time to move forward with it?" After pondering for a moment, Ye Tianci replied, "Arrange to hold the bidding conference again in 3 days, reconfirm the partners, and allow all companies or groups in Jiangnan City to have the opportunity to participate in the bidding." "Got it. I'll take care of it right away," Zhao Hailong said before hanging up the phone. Suddenly, his phone rang again, and it was Liu Ruyan calling. Answering the call, Liu Ruyan urgently said, "Assistant, where are you right now? Come over and help me with something." Ye Tianci furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by assistant?" Liu Ruyan replied with a smirk, "You promised to be my assistant for a month yesterday, how could you forget so soon?" Ye Tianci rolled his eyes. "Assistant is assistant. Can you leave out the little in front? It's easy to misunderstand." Liu Ruyan brushed it off and hung up the phone. Ye Tianci sighed helplessly. "Master, why did you arrange 9 marriage proposals for me back then? Women nowadays are really giving me a headache." Despite complaining, since he had promised Liu Ruyan, Ye Tianci would not break his word. So, following the address sent by Liu Ruyan, He rode his electric scooter to the destination. 20 minutes later, Ye Tianci arrived at a Chanel store in Wensheng City. As he approached the entrance, he saw Liu Ruyan walking towards him with anticipation. Today, she was wearing a loose white t-shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing a charming neckline and her super E-cup curves. Paired with light blue jeans, her straight and long legs were highlighted, exuding confidence and beauty. Being a popular female celebrity, she was impeccable in both figure and temperament. Perhaps due to concerns about revealing her identity, she wore sunglasses and a mask. Ye Tianci furrowed his brow and asked, "What urgent matter did you call me here for?" Liu Ruyan grabbed Ye Tianci's arm and dragged him into the Chanel store, heading straight to the checkout counter. There were dozens of packed shopping bags on the counter. "Help me pay for these clothes and cosmetics. It's only a little over 500,000 yuan in total." "What? Did you call me here just to help you pay the bill? Is that what you call an urgent matter?" Ye Tianci asked incredulously. Liu Ruyan replied nonchalantly, "Isn't paying the bill an urgent matter? These clothes and cosmetics are my favorite styles." Ye Tianci looked bewildered. "With your wealth, asking me to foot the bill, isn't that a joke?" Liu Ruyan awkwardly explained, "To be honest, I'm facing some difficulties recently and hope you can help me out first. I borrowed 100,000 from Xiao Qingcheng last night and spent it all in this store while shopping today. There's still over 500,000 to settle, and I feel embarrassed to borrow more from Xiao Qingcheng. So, I thought of turning to you." She had heard from Xiao Qingcheng that Ye Tianci was currently favored by beautiful women and even kept, so she assumed he must be financially well off. Since she had the opportunity to enjoy it for free, she naturally wouldn't miss it. However, what she didn't expect was, Ye Tianci refused without hesitation, saying, "I'm not going to foot the bill for you on this one. If you can't afford it, just return it, the tags are still on anyway." It wasn't because he was stingy, but because he knew Liu Ruyan was someone who loved beauty and was a shopaholic. When he had money before, he didn't care how much he spent. But now things were a bit tight, and he didn't want Liu Ruyan to squander money on unnecessary things. Liu Ruyan stood with her hands on her hips and asked, "Hey, are you sure you're not buying it?" Ye Tianci firmly replied, "Not buying it." Liu Ruyan was about to explode, but she was touched by his attitude. He was wearing a shiny gold chain and a gold watch, giving off a bit of a nouveau riche vibe. Despite his height of only 1.6 meters, he had to look up at Liu Ruyan, who was slightly taller. Tisk tisk. Liu Ruyan, wearing sunglasses and a mask, although hiding her face, had an absolutely stunning figure and demeanor. Especially that E-cup bust, truly captivating. He greedily licked his lips and lecherously said, "Beauty, do you need me to pick up the tab?" Liu Ruyan frowned. She was already used to these sleazy middle-aged men and didn't want to pay any attention. Impatiently, she replied, "No need. Go away and stop bothering me." She turned to continue complaining to Ye Tianci. "Hey, are you not willing to let other women spend money on you?" the middle-aged man teased, trying to pick a fight. "What, spend money?" Ye Tianci was a bit puzzled, not understanding Liu Ruyan's intentions. Liu Ruyan raised her chin, threatening, "Stop playing dumb. I'm telling you clearly, if you want to reconcile with Qingcheng, you have to pay the price. Otherwise, I will badmouth you in front of her every day, guaranteeing you a smooth divorce and parting ways with her in a month." Unexpectedly, Ye Tianzi's face lit up with joy. That settled then, double happiness. Liu Ruyan was a bit stunned. She thought Ye Tianci would be scared, but he seemed so happy. Maybe Qingcheng wasn't that important to him after all? She thought to herself, indeed a scumbag. Crafty as you are, I'm not buying it. I don't need you to pick up the tab. Liu Ruyan was so angry that her chest heaved, almost causing the E-cups to jump out of her t-shirt. This scene left the middle-aged man stunned, reinforcing his determination to succeed tonight. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he coldly threatened, "Beauty, you can't return these goods." Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows. "Why can't I return them? This store isn't owned by you." The middle-aged man proudly puffed out his big belly and confidently said, "Even though this isn't my store, I'm the general manager of this Wanda Plaza. The entire mall listens to me. If I say you can't return them, then you can't." Liu Ruyan looked distrustfully at the female salesperson at the counter and requested a refund. The saleswoman hesitated. "I'm sorry, Manager Kai said these goods cannot be returned. Liu Ruyan was surprised, not expecting this middle-aged man to be the actual manager of the mall. The middle-aged man proudly introduced himself. Beauty, my name is Kai Kun, the general manager of this mall, and I've been working here for 2.5 years. Here, I call the shots, and there's nothing I can't do. As long as I want to do it, it can be done. Liu Ruyan glanced at him and asked, so, what do you want to do? Kai Kun smirked lecherously. I've already said, as long as you become my girlfriend, let me manipulate you, the promised 1 million is yours. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, filled with anger and disgust. The lewd behavior of the fat man in front of her made her sick, but she would not show weakness. Kai Kun mistakenly thought that Liu Ruyan was scared by him and smugly said, little girl, if you want to steal something, I won't agree. If you can't pay the bill, I'll report you to the police for theft. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but frown, thinking that this fat man was even more sleazy and disgusting than she had imagined. Seeing Liu Ruyan silent, Kai Kun arrogantly said, the fun in bed with Big Brother is great. Let Big Brother check how you've developed. With that, he reached out towards Liu Ruyan's chest. Enraged, Liu Ruyan gave him a resounding slap. Tilting her chin up, she disdainfully said, kid, you think you're worthy of being my boyfriend? Look at your fat pig appearance. Kai Kun, holding his slapped cheek, looked surprised and angry. Through gritted teeth, he said, you little slut, dare to hit me? You'll regret it. He raised his hand to strike back, but Liu Ruyan was not good at fighting and stood still for a moment, forgetting to dodge. Just as Kai Kun's hand was about to strike her cheek, it was suddenly grabbed by Ye Tianci. Kai Kun angrily looked at Ye Tianci and threatened, get lost. Ye Tianci calmly said, apologize to this lady and then proceed with the return process. He stepped in to help, partly because Liu Ruyan was his fiancée, and he couldn't stand by and watch her suffer, and partly because Kai Kun's behavior was too despicable and deserved punishment. Kai Kun looked Ye Tianci up and down, roaring, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? If you interfere more, you'll regret it. Ye Tianci smiled and said, really? I don't believe it. Such a response was clearly provocative. Infuriated, Kai Kun raised his fist to strike Ye Tianci's cheek, but Ye Tianci easily dodged it. Then, Ye Tianci tripped Kai Kun, and the 180-pound Kai Kun fell face first. Before Kai Kun could get up, Ye Tianci lifted his foot and stomped on Kai Kun's cheek, sternly saying, apologize immediately and process the return. Watching this scene, Liu Ruyan was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Ye Tianci to intervene. At this moment, he looked quite heroic and handsome, earning her admiration. The saleswomen in the store were all taken aback, knowing well Kai Kun's vicious nature. Many employees who had been bullied by him in the past had retaliated and been violently beaten, even disfigured. Such a violent bully must not be provoked. They quickly reminded, Manager Kai, please stop, or face the consequences. Ye Tianci, however, smiled calmly, in Jiangnan City, there is no one I can't handle. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. Kai Kun was stepped on and glared angrily, shouting loudly, kid, this mall belongs to the Han family in Jiangnan City. Hurting me is a direct challenge to the bottom line of the Han family. Now, I command you to let go immediately, kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise I will definitely represent the Han family and make you wish you were dead. However, just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly sounded displeased. Her long, straight legs clad in black sheer stockings exuded a hint of mysterious sensuality. Her upper body wore a white camisole, showcasing her massive E-cup breasts, revealing her identity. This is Han Ruoyun. Behind her were 4 security guards, looking imposing. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow, wondering how this woman ended up here. Since she had arrived, the fat man probably didn't need him to teach a lesson. Ye Tianci moved his foot away from Kai Kun's face, and Kai Kun quickly rolled to stand up. Facing Han Ruoyun, he smiled obsequiously. Although he was the general manager of the mall, in reality, he was just a high-level employee. Han Ruoyun, as the daughter of the Han family, now held the position of general manager in the Han group, second only to Han Tianzheng. Compared to this employee, her status was obviously much higher. Kai Kun respectfully asked, Ms. Han, why are you here? Han Ruoyan replied displeased, "What? As the Han family's mall, can't I come here?" Kai Kun's face changed, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I didn't mean that." Han Ruoyan first glanced at Ye Tianci and the woman beside him, Liu Ruyan, with a complicated expression, furrowed her brows, and then asked, "What happened in the store just now? Tell me." Kai Kun dared not confess. He changed the subject, pointing at Liu Ruyan, saying, "This lady stole clothes worth over 500,000 yuan in the store. When I tried to stop her, she slapped me. When I approached to reason with her, I was unexpectedly beaten by her accomplice. You saw it just now, she even stepped on my face with her foot. Please help me, Ms. Han." After speaking, Kai Kun smugly turned to Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan. "HMPH, you two were so eloquent before. Why are you silent now? Are you scared silly by Ms. Han?" Ye Tianci remained expressionless, lying in front of Ms. Han. "Aren't you afraid of being exposed in the end?" Kai Kun sneered, "I have always been upright and fearless. What is there to fear?" At the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong force kick him in the buttocks. Ouch! He had just turned around when Han Ruoyan slapped him hard across the face. Smack! A clear palm print was left on Kai Kun's cheek. Kai Kun was stunned. "Ms. Han, why did you hit me? You lecher! How dare you ask me why I hit you? Do you think your despicable deeds over the past 2.5 years can be hidden?" Han Ruoyan's face turned icy. In the past half year, the Han family had received many negative reports about Kai Kun, including embezzlement, abuse of power, and bullying of female employees and customers. At that time, the Han family had collected a large amount of evidence and was ready to deal with Kai Kun. However, just then, Han Ruoyan suddenly fell ill with a strange disease, and Han Tianzheng devoted all his energy to taking care of his daughter and treating her illness, causing the entire Han group to fall into turmoil, and dealing with issues like Kai Kun was naturally put on hold. After handling the trivial matters of the Han family, Han Tianzheng dispatched Han Ruoyan to deal with the issue of Kai Kun. Coincidentally, Han Ruoyan witnessed Kai Kun's abuse of power and the offense he caused to Ye Tianci. This audacious behavior made her furious. She sternly demanded that Kai Kun confess, but he chose to continue lying. Han Ruoyan mercilessly ordered the security guards behind her to detain Kai Kun and collect all the evidence of his wrongdoing, then called the police, determined to make him face the consequences. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and subdued Kai Kun, whose face changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to explain, "Ms. Han, I've been wronged." However, Han Ruoyan pointed at Ye Tianci, raised an eyebrow, and questioned Kai Kun, hinting at whether he thought Mr. Yi would wrongly accuse him of lying. Kai Kun nodded eagerly, claiming that Ye Tianci had wronged him and insisting that he had not lied. Han Ruoyan coldly reminded him that Ye Tianzi's identity was so prominent. As the chief guest of Lin City and a business partner in Zhongnan City, how could he possibly behave in such a manner? Kai Kun instantly regretted it, staring at Ye Tianci with wide eyes, filled with shock and fear. Recently, Ye Tianzi's reputation had been soaring in the business world of Zhongnan City. Even the Ji family was no match for him. Kai Kun had to quickly apologize. He pleaded with Ye Tianci to help him plead with Ms. Han, expressing his unwillingness to go to jail. However, what surprised him even more was the sudden appearance of Liu Ruyan by Ye Tianzi's side, revealing her true identity and reprimanding him for apologizing without thinking. The exposure of Liu Ruyan's identity left everyone present in awe. After all, she was a well-known and popular movie star. The salespersons were even more excited, their eyes sparkling with stars. Han Ruoyan felt shocked, while also feeling a sense of vigilance and confusion. What special relationship existed between Liu Ruyan and Ye Tianci? As for Kai Kun, he was trembling in fear, almost kneeling on the ground. It wasn't her celebrity status that scared him, but the power of the Liu family behind her, one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. He realized how foolish it was to flirt with and wrong Liu Ruyan. He begged Liu Ruyan to intercede for him, but Han Ruoyan coldly interrupted him, gesturing for him to be quiet. 4 security guards worked together seamlessly, ignoring Kai Kun's struggles, and decisively escorted him out. Ye Tianci smiled and said to Han Ruoyan, "Thank you for your help." Han Ruoyan shook her head and replied calmly, "No trouble at all. That guy should have been disciplined long ago. Just as she was about to inquire about the relationship between Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan took a step forward, raised her head high, and displayed a confident posture. To the surprise of everyone present, it turned out to be the current superstar of Longguo, with millions of loyal fans and far-reaching influence, almost a household name. Seeing the astonished expressions of the group, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but smile smugly. As a highly acclaimed celebrity, she adored the attention and the sense of accomplishment it brought her, making her feel fulfilled. Crossing her arms and lifting her chin proudly, she asked, "Now tell me, do I have the qualifications to go in and see Lord Long?" The head of the security team swallowed hard, unable to speak coherently. He never expected that the beauty in front of him was the legendary superstar Liu Ruyan. With her status and influence, there was no doubt she had the right to meet Zhao Hailong. If she were to meet Zhao Hailong and report him, the consequences would be unimaginable. What should he do? At that moment, Kai Kun coldly snorted and said, "Haha, who do you think you are? So, you're the famous star Liu Ruyan. Perhaps you had the qualifications to see Lord Long in the past. But now, not only do you lack the qualifications, your actions will also tarnish the reputation of our Tianlong group." Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "What exactly are you implying?" Kai Kun sneered and continued, "This morning, the news of your blacklisting in the entertainment industry has become a hot topic. You still think you're a highly acclaimed superstar? It's really laughable." Liu Ruyan was filled with question marks. She hadn't checked her phone much since the morning and was unaware of what had happened. She quickly took out her phone and opened a social media app. The first news she saw was the hot topic of her blacklisting, with comments flooding the section. "Oh my god, why was our goddess Yan Yan blacklisted? Does anyone know? My insider source says she's suspected of tax evasion of 500 million and got blacklisted. Heard she's not only involved in tax evasion but also drugs, surrogate pregnancy. Didn't expect such darkness behind the glamour. What goddess, just a puppet hyped up by the media, deserves to be blacklisted." Seeing these unbearable rumors and negative comments, Liu Ruyan turned pale, her eyes widened in disbelief. This was simply defaming her. But she quickly understood the situation. The previous conflict with her family was because they opposed her pursuing a career as a celebrity. Out of anger, she had declared to cut ties with the family, and in response, the family used their influence to suspend all her work. Due to her straightforward nature, she had offended many people in the entertainment industry over the past 3 years, be it the bosses enforcing unwritten rules or the hypocritical female celebrities. She had always been outspoken. At that time, her status was prominent, and those people didn't dare to easily offend her. Liu Ruyan used to be a shining star in the entertainment industry, but she was suddenly suspended from work, attracting a group of malicious slanderers who thought she had met with misfortune. They came out to hype up the situation, trying to smear her. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and angrily expressed her disgust towards these despicable clowns and villains. Kai Kun sarcastically remarked coldly, "Liu Ruyan, you have become a blacklisted negative female star, and you still want to meet the Dragon Lord? Aren't you just tarnishing his reputation?" The head of security added smugly, "Ah, so you're a blacklisted female star. You have even less qualification to see the Dragon Lord." They spoke arrogantly and behaved arrogantly, completely unaware that Liu Ruyan came from the prestigious Liu family. When Liu Ruyan entered the entertainment industry, she did not rely on her family background, and her background was relatively unknown. If they knew Liu Ruyan's identity, even if she was blacklisted, with the status of the Liu family, Kai Kun and the head of security would never dare to humiliate her like this. Kai Kun smirked self-righteously, saying, "There are rumors of me controlling women in Jiangnan City, but I have never tried the taste of a star. I heard that women in the entertainment industry are very open-minded in private. You, Liu Ruyan, are no exception, right? Do you want to play with me?" Liu Ruyan was so angry that she clenched her lips and her chest heaved violently. Since her debut, she had never experienced such humiliation. Once she fell from grace, she became a target for everyone to bully. Kai Kun frivolously ordered the security guards to restrain Liu Ruyan and bring her to his car, ready to take her back to savor the taste of a female star. The head of security led his men to grab Liu Ruyan's arms. Liu Ruyan struggled desperately, but as a girl, How could she be a match for the strong security guards? She couldn't break free from their restraints. Anxiously, Liu Ruyan turned to Ye Tianci for help, but Ye Tianci remained indifferent, smiling and saying, "Just now, helping you, you accused me of being a pervert and scum. If I help you again, I'll be labeled a big pervert or a sea king, right?" Liu Ruyan was so angry that she was fuming. This man was too petty, wasn't he? But for now, she could only apologize to him in a low voice. Ye Tianci nodded, indicating his agreement. Then he commanded the security guards, "You have 3 seconds, release her immediately." The security guards looked at each other, sneered, and said, "Let us release her? Who do you think you are? Kid, after dealing with this woman, we'll deal with you next." Ye Tianci sternly rebuked. The Tianlong group does not tolerate humiliation. Today, on behalf of Zhao Hailong, I am here to clean house. With that, Ye Tianci agilely rushed towards the security guards, quickly knocking them to the ground. The security guards groaned in pain, and Liu Ruyan was finally rescued. She looked at the security guards who had been knocked down on the ground, feeling a surge of fear in her heart. Although she had heard many legendary stories about Ye Tianci from Xiao Qingcheng last night, including his martial arts, medical skills, and calligraphy. Especially the rumors about his martial arts, saying that Ye Tianci could easily take on dozens of opponents alone, unbeatable. Initially, Liu Ruyan thought these were all exaggerated, doubting how could a son-in-law rejected by his family be so powerful. However, now seeing Ye Tianci in action, she couldn't help but feel her throat dry up. This guy is really that strong? Kai Kun was also intimidated by Ye Tianci's skills, quickly stepping back 2 steps. You kid, don't come any closer. I am the manager of the marketing department of the Tianlong group, and my dad is the vice president of the group. Dare you touch me and see? Before he could finish his words, Ye Tianci had already instantly appeared by his side, delivering a hard slap on his face. Slap! Kai Kun was directly knocked several meters away, falling heavily to the ground. Puff! Kai Kun curled up in pain on the ground, groaning. A heavy slap not only knocked out his teeth but also left his cheek swollen, almost ruining his handsome face. He felt helpless and angry. The flames of anger burned in his heart, his eyes bloodshot as he roared ferociously, "You beast! How dare you lay a hand on me on the territory of the Tianlong group? Just wait, I will make you regret being born." On the other hand, Ye Tianci remained calm and composed, hands in his pockets, looking at Kai Kun expressionlessly. He coldly said, "Fine, you have 5 minutes. It's not just your father, better bring Zhao Hailong as well. I want to see who will back down today." Kai Kun gritted his teeth and sneered, "Just wait. When my dad and Zhao Hailong arrive, let's see how arrogant you can be." With that, he quickly took out his phone to make a call. Watching Ye Tianci beat up Kai Kun, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of satisfaction. But when she heard that Zhao Hailong was also coming, she started to feel nervous. After all, she came here to meet Zhao Hailong, hoping to get to know an important figure through him. How could she let him come down to see her? Liu Ruyan whispered, "Ye Tianci, you're being too impulsive. What if Zhao Hailong blames us when he comes?" Ye Tianci casually replied, "What's there to fear about Zhao Hailong? Is there a reason to be afraid?" Sighing, Liu Ruyan felt anxious. She had heard from Xiao Qingcheng yesterday that Ye Tianci now acted arrogantly, always exaggerating. It was as she expected. She could only hope that Zhao Hailong was a reasonable person. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Tianlong group, Zhao Hailong and Rong Meiyen were sitting on the sofa, having a conversation. Qing stood behind Rong Meiyen with a cold and calm expression. Vice President Kai Shu stood behind Zhao Hailong, maintaining a respectful and flattering expression. Not long ago, the Tianlong group announced a project worth 10 billion, and Rong Meiyen took the initiative to visit. Zhao Hailong immediately cancelled all meetings and personally welcomed her with Kai Shu, showing the importance he attached to Rong Meiyen. Zhao Hailong valued Rong Meiyen not because she was the daughter of the Rong family, but because Ye Tianci had become a partner of the Rong family, so he had to show concern for Rong Meiyen. Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "Lord Long, I have already expressed our intention for the Rong family to participate in the bidding. I hope you can consider it. If you choose us, I will do my best." Zhao Hailong replied with a smile, "Of course, I will consider it." But it seems like you have something else to say? Zhao Hailong chuckled heartily and said, Miss Rong, directness is the best, no need to beat around the bush. Rong Meiyen nodded slightly and candidly expressed, at the last meeting, I invited the important person behind you, but he didn't show up that day, which made me feel regretful. I came here this time specifically hoping to meet him and make up for the regret. Could you please help introduce him, Dragon Lord? Zhao Hailong was somewhat surprised to hear this, thinking, hasn't Mr. Yi already attended? Haven't you already met, and even become business partners? Did Mr. Yi not reveal his identity? If so, he must be even more cautious. Rong Meiyen noticed Zhao Hailong's puzzled expression and asked in confusion, Dragon Lord, is there any difficulty? Clearing his throat, Zhao Hailong explained, Ahem, there's no big issue, it's just that he is not stationed at Tianlong Group. If Miss Rong wants to see him, I need to inform him first and let you know if a meeting is possible. Rong Meiyen nodded, smiled, and said, Understood, thank you, Dragon Lord. She then stood up to bid farewell, saying, I won't take up any more of your time today, Dragon Lord. I'll wait for your good news. Zhao Hailong also stood up politely and said, No problem, Miss Rong, let me escort you downstairs. Rong Meiyen, with a sharp and observant mind, was adept at observing words and actions. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Rong family and held a high status in Jiangnan City, Zhao Hailong, as a local tycoon, relied on the powerful Tianlong Group. In theory, he didn't need to be so polite. However, today's meeting with Zhao Hailong and the entire conversation process made her feel that Zhao Hailong deliberately maintained his politeness, which was somewhat strange. Just then, a phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Kai Shu's phone ringing. Zhao Hailong frowned slightly because it was somewhat impolite for a phone to ring suddenly during a conversation. Kai Shu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Miss Rong, Dragon Lord, I'll hang up now. Rong Meiyen smiled and said, Kai, there's no need. Dragon Lord and I have finished our conversation. You can take the call, don't delay important matters. Zhao Hailong breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, Go ahead. Kai Shu answered the phone, lowering his voice to reprimand the person on the other end, clearly scolding them for calling at this time. Kai Kun, on the phone, complained to his father about being bullied and asked Kai Shu to come and resolve the situation. Hearing this, Kai Shu's eyes narrowed, as he couldn't believe that his son, as the vice president of Tianlong Group, was being bullied within the company. This was like touching his sore spot. Kai Kun continued to recount what had happened, trying to shift the blame onto Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan, portraying himself as a victim. This behavior was intolerable. Kai Shu angrily hung up the phone, and Zhao Hailong, looking at his expression, asked, Deputy Kai, what happened? A hint of an indiscernible emotion flashed in Kai Shu's eyes. A hint of hesitation crossed his mind. If the man threatening to harm his son had powerful backers, it might be difficult to handle him alone. However, with the support of Lord Long and Miss Rong by his side, what was there to fear? So, he patiently described to Rong Meiyen the content of Kai Kun's phone call, emphasizing the man's arrogant demand for Zhao Hailong to come down in person. After listening, Rong Meiyen smiled slightly, a trace of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Who would dare to act recklessly on the territory of the Tianlong Group in Jiangnan City? Zhao Hailong's face darkened slightly. After all, with Rong Meiyen visiting today, someone causing trouble at the Tianlong Group was simply humiliating him. After hanging up the phone, Kai Kun straightened up, his face full of arrogance as he threatened, Haha. Kid, my dad and Dragon Lord will come down later. I advise you to kneel down and apologize immediately, otherwise no one can save you today. Ye Tianci smiled faintly and replied, You'd better worry about whether you can be saved yourself, you're wasting my time. With that, he strode towards Kai Kun and ruthlessly kicked him to the ground. Before Kai Kun could get up, Ye Tianci was already by his side, lifting his right foot and stomping hard on his face. Haha, I'll wait here for your dad and Zhao Hailong to come down and see if they dare to make me kneel and apologize. Kai Kun struggled to resist, but it seemed like his face was being pressed down by 5 huge mountains, unable to move, only able to let out painful groans. Seeing this scene, Liu Ruyan, though relieved, couldn't help but ask worriedly, will there be trouble later if you treat him like this? After all, He is from the Tianlong group. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, when did you become so concerned about others? Weren't you always advocating justice and bravery? Liu Ruyan blushed slightly and hurriedly explained. I'm not that saintly, I just think you're being too lenient. This bastard bullied us and even harassed me. How can we let him off easily? With that, she also stepped forward and ruthlessly kicked Kai Kun several times, inadvertently hitting his most vulnerable parts every time. Kai Kun groaned in pain, his face pale, making indescribable sounds of agony. At this moment, the security guards lying on the ground gasped in fear, afraid of being implicated. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Kai Zupao ran over, followed by Zhao Hailong, Rong Meiyen, and more than 10 bodyguards dressed in black suits. Kai Shu, seeing his son being beaten like this, was furious, shouting, "Get your foot off my son's face right now." Ye Tianci calmly replied, "What if I don't want to?" Kai Shu was trembling with anger, and Zhao Hailong coldly asked, "What exactly happened?" Kai Shu quickly turned to him for help. As Lord Long approached the scene, he saw the hooligans causing chaos. Who was he? How dare he challenge the dignity of the Tianlong group and beat someone else's son? Lord Long decided to personally intervene and not let this behavior go unpunished. Zhao Hailong stopped in his tracks, hands in his pockets, eyes following the direction pointed out by Kai Shu. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar face. His eyes widened, his mouth stuttered, Yi, but he couldn't say the full name, feeling his legs go weak, sweating profusely. He never expected that the troublemaker here was actually Ye Tianci. His success was all thanks to Ye Tianci's support. 3 years ago, when Ye Tianci returned to Zhongnan City, Zhao Hailong was able to rise and become the Dragon King of Zhongnan, Lord Long. Although he held a high position now, he knew that he owed everything to Ye Tianci's help. To take back his previous words, all it took was one sentence. How could he not respect Ye Tianci? Zhao Hailong was about to address Mr. Yi, but suddenly realized he couldn't expose Ye Tianci's identity in public. So he quickly shut his mouth, looking embarrassed. Beside him, Rong Meiyen did not notice Zhao Hailong's change, focusing all her attention on Ye Tianci. She couldn't understand how Ye Tianci suddenly appeared here, and why Liu Ruyan was with him. Although puzzled, she chose to observe the situation first. Ye Tianci also did not expect to meet Rong Meiyen here, was about to say hello, but was stopped by Liu Ruyan, who instructed him not to speak and leave everything to her. After all, she was the one who brought Ye Tianci here. Ye Tianci usually calls herself sister. She is loyal and strong-willed. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and faced Long Yi, speaking in a firm tone. Long Yi, please listen to my explanation. I am Liu Ruyan. Things are not as they seem on the surface. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Kai Shu's cold voice. Explain my foot. Quickly take down this couple and hand them over to Long Yi for handling. Yes, the black-clad bodyguards quickly surrounded Ye Tianci, exuding a stronger aura than ordinary security guards, obviously Zhao Hailong's trusted subordinates. Liu Ruyan's face changed. She didn't expect the people from Tianlong group to not give her a chance to explain. At this critical moment, Zhao Hailong suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The bodyguards stopped in their tracks, looking at each other, puzzled by Long Yi's change of mind. Kai Shu also felt confused and asked, Long Yi, these two clearly assaulted my son, provoking Tianlong group. The evidence is conclusive. Why did you stop them? Suddenly, Zhao Hailong slapped Kai Shu's face. The slap was strong and heavy, almost making Kai Shu turn around on the spot, with the clear imprint of the slap visible on his cheek. Kai Shu was stunned. Kai Kun was stunned. The surrounding bodyguards were also stunned. The security guards on the ground were even more dumbfounded. Even Liu Ruyan was shocked by this unexpected scene. According to common sense, Zhao Hailong should be dealing with the outsiders who provoked them. So why did he hit his own people first? Kai Shu covered his cheek, staring wide-eyed, and asked in confusion, Long Yi, what is this about? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Hailong sternly interrupted, Idiot, shut up. Dare to say one more word, and I'll chop you up and feed you to the crocodiles. Although he has not yet figured out the cause of the matter, in his opinion, Mr. Yi can do no wrong. These two guys really messed with Mr. Yi. If this leaves a bad impression on Mr. Yi, it will make Mr. Kai and his son feel extremely regretful. At this moment, Mr. Kai saw the angry expression on Zhao Hailong's face, and he was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He has been with Zhao Hailong for 3 years, and this is the first time he has seen the other party so angry. There must be something fishy about this. He couldn't help but come up with a bold guess. Could the two who beat his son have a special identity unknown to others? Thinking of this, he felt uneasy all over. Although Liu Ruyan was a little confused by the scene in front of her, she seized the opportunity and quickly said, "Dragon Lord, I haven't finished yet. Here is what happened." She quickly recounted everything that had just happened, without hiding anything. After hearing this, Zhao Hailong's eyes twitched fiercely. That scoundrel Kai Kun. How could he be so heartless? He stared at Kai Kun and asked through gritted teeth, "Do you have anything else to explain?" At this moment, Ye Tianci lifted Kai Kun's chin and kicked him in front of Zhao Hailong. Kai Kun fell to the ground. He nervously tried to defend himself. "Dragon Lord, don't listen to her nonsense, she's framing me. If you don't believe me, you can ask these security guards." These security guards had just been accomplices, of course, they would stick together. They all endured the pain and stood up, one by one speaking up, "Dragon Lord, Manager Kai is not lying, it's all their provocation. Please see the truth, Dragon Lord." The captain of the security team even said, "Dragon Lord, this Liu Ruyan is just a blacklisted negative female star. Her words are not trustworthy." However, to their surprise, Zhao Hailong angrily shouted and kicked the captain in the stomach, making him fall on his back, looking bewildered. Zhao Hailong gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know the identity of Miss Liu?" Kai Kun and the security guards looked at each other in confusion. Isn't she just a blacklisted female star? Although she was famous in the past, she is now infamous, worthless. What is there to fear? Zhao Hailong said angrily. This Miss Liu is the eldest daughter of the Liu family in the provincial capital. With her identity, would she frame you useless people for no reason? As the Dragon Lord of Zhongnan, his lofty status naturally made him aware of Liu Ruyan's identity as a member of the Liu family. Shocked, Kai Kun and the security guards stared with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. The eldest daughter of the Liu family in the provincial capital? Oh my god, that is a true aristocrat. In front of her, they are simply no match. Especially the security guards, when they remembered how they had controlled Liu Ruyan before and were about to send her to Kai Kun's car. Their faces turned pale, feeling hopeless. It's over. Completely over. Only Kai Kun gritted his teeth, shook his head, and couldn't believe it. It's impossible. If she is really the eldest daughter of the Liu family, with such a noble status, how could she ride in a simple electric car? This is illogical. Liu Ruyan crossed her arms and said seriously, "You misunderstood me. I have always been low-key, and I never favor luxury cars for travel. I only prefer electric cars." What's wrong with that? Kai Kun blinked, finding it hard to believe. This speech sounds quite reasonable, but seems somewhat unsatisfactory. He gritted his teeth, unwillingly turned his gaze to Ye Tianci. However, he suddenly realized the presence of Rong Meiyen, feeling puzzled. Who is this little brat? What qualifications does he have to intervene and beat people up? As he pondered, Rong Meiyen suddenly stepped forward and unceremoniously slapped Kai Kun. Smack! This blow made Kai Kun, who was already red-faced, even more embarrassed. Kai Kun looked bewildered and asked, Why did you hit me? Why did you do this?" Rong Meiyen coldly narrowed her eyes and arrogantly said, "Mr. Yi is a partner of my Rong family in Zhongnan City. By belittling him just now, you are essentially belittling me, Rong Meiyen. If not out of respect for the Dragon Lord, I would not only give you a slap, but even cut off your tongue. What can you do about it?" These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Kai Kun once again. What? This young man is the one who shone brightly at yesterday's meeting. Remember, he can even trample on the Zhongnan Ji family. And he ignorantly offended him. What kind of stupid mistake did he make? Instantly, he felt as if all hope was lost. When Kai Shu learned of the true identities of Liu Ruyan and Ye Tianci, he was almost fainting with anger. Damn guy, do you know what a big trouble you've caused? Kai Shu, unable to contain his anger, kicked Kai Kun down. He seemed to still feel unsatisfied. ruthlessly kicking Kai Kun repeatedly, while cursing, "I must have been extremely unlucky to have given birth to a bastard like you. Are you trying to kill me? Damn it. I've warned you several times to stay out of trouble, but you turned a deaf ear. I'll kick you to death. Get lost." Kai Shu once again ruthlessly beat Kai Kun, leaving him bruised and swollen, almost unrecognizable. Kai Kun curled up on the ground, covered in blood, barely able to speak coherently. After this action, Kai Shu knelt in front of Zhao Hailong. "Dragon Lord, please forgive your subordinate's lax discipline and mistakes. I beg for your mercy. Punish him however you see fit, just spare his life." He kowtowed 3 times in a row. Zhao Hailong hesitated, glanced at Ye Tianci, knowing that he had no right to intervene in this matter. The one who truly had the authority to decide was Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci noticed his gaze, smiled faintly, and reminded, "Dragon Lord, they are members of your group. According to the group's regulations, how to deal with them is entirely up to you as the chairman. Why hesitate?" Hearing Ye Tianci address Zhao Hailong as the Dragon Lord, Zhao Hailong was so scared that his legs were shaking, he almost lost control. He thought to himself, "Ancestors, please don't make fun of me. How dare I call myself a big shot in front of you?" But since Mr. Yi entrusted him with the authority to handle the matter, Zhao Hailong naturally did not dare to hesitate or be vague. He coldly said, "Vice President Kai, your son, as an employee of Tianlong Group, caused trouble outside of work hours, went too far in bullying others, made mistakes and even tried to cover up the truth, causing a great deal of negative impact on the group. Since you have already punished him, I will not delve further into this matter. However, from today on, he will no longer be an employee of our group. Wherever he goes, it has nothing to do with us." Zhao Hailong gratefully thanked, "Sir, thank you." Kai Zesong breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this punishment was relatively mild. However, Zhao Hailong continued, "I have something else to say. A long time ago, someone reported to me, accusing you, as the vice president of the group, of abusing your power to promote and raise the salary of your son, as well as engaging in multiple unethical behaviors such as corruption and bribery. All evidence is stored in the drawer of my desk. I originally wanted to give you a chance, hoping you would confess to me voluntarily, but you ignored it. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Kai Shu slumped instantly, his eyes devoid of spirit. Everything fell apart. Once the vice president of Tianlong Group, he had wealth and status, but now he had nothing. It was all because of his incompetent son. Anger filled his heart. Zhao Hailong scanned the security guards around him once again. For those who flattered and bullied others, violated company rules, all bonuses for this month will be deducted, immediate dismissal, never to be hired again. The security guards looked lifeless. As the most powerful enterprise in Jiangnan City, Tianlong Group offered substantial income and comprehensive benefits even to security guards. Now being fired, they would never find such a superior job again. It's all Kai Kun's fault. They wished they could hang Kai Kun on a tree and give him a good beating. Zhao Hailong waved his hand and ordered, "Take them away." The security guards in black suits unceremoniously dragged Kai Shu, Kai Kun, and the security guards away. How would the situation develop? How would they handle it? The small conflict came to an end. Zhao Hailong apologized to Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan. It was because he had not properly restrained his subordinates, offended the two, and would be more strict in the future, ensuring such incidents would not happen again. His attitude was very sincere and humble, almost as if subordinates were reporting to their leader about work. "Hey, it's just a small matter, no need to be so polite." But Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes, feeling that something was amiss. As the king of Jiangnan, Zhao Hailong had no need to be so humble in his apology. Even if subordinates made mistakes, it shouldn't be like this. There must be a problem behind this. While she was thinking, Liu Ruyan suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Hey, Rong Meiyu, are you provoking my friend Xiao Qingcheng, right?" Rong Meiyen raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Who is your friend?" Liu Ruyan stood with her hands on her hips, warning, "My friend is Xiao Qingcheng. Please don't target her again in the future." Rong Meiyen crossed her arms and smiled faintly. "Haha, so it's Miss Xiao. I just spoke the truth about her narrow vision." Liu Ruyan's face changed, frowning, and said, "Rong Meiyu, say it again and see what happens." Rong Meiyen raised her eyebrows and said, Liu Ruyan, not only do I think your friend has a narrow vision, but you are also unattractive. How about that? Their eyes met, as if electric sparks collided in the air. Both of them came from the four major families in Zhongnan, equally outstanding in appearance. Being compared since childhood, they were always full of hostility towards each other. Therefore, they gave each other the nicknames of Rong Meiyen and Liu Ruyan. Ye Tianci watched the two beautiful women quarrel with an appreciative expression. Oh, this is much more interesting than men fighting. Zhao Hailong took the opportunity while Rong Meiyen and Liu Ruyan were facing off, to quietly walk over to Ye Tianci's side. Zhao Hailong lowered his voice, respectfully apologized to Ye Tianci, feeling nervous and guilty, afraid of being reprimanded by Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci responded lightly, 1,000 li dike may collapse due to an ant hole. I entrust Tianlong Group to you, hoping that you will be careful and avoid internal issues leading to the downfall of the entire group. Zhao Hailong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered something and spoke up. Mr. Yi, after Tianlong Group announced a 10 billion order, the Liu family actually contacted us, saying they want to participate in the bidding conference 3 days later. Ye Tianzi's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this. According to Ji Wuli's words, the Liu family might know the truth about the fire at the Yi family 15 years ago. After pondering for a moment, Ye Tianzi asked, besides expressing their participation in the bidding conference, does the Liu family have any other requests? Zhao Hailong shook his head and said, no. Ye Tianzi frowned, pondering. Last time when Tianlong Group publicly tendered a 10 billion order, companies in Zhongnan City all participated, except the Liu family. But this time, the Liu family suddenly expressed their intention to participate, which seemed unusual. Ye Tianzi said gravely, continue to investigate the situation of the Liu family, be cautious, and do not alarm them. Also, the relationship between me and Tianlong Group must be kept confidential. Except for you and me, no one else must know my identity. Zhao Hailong nodded solemnly to show his understanding. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan and Rong Meiyen were still at odds. Liu Ruyan smugly raised her lips and said, everyone says you are the queen of the business world. Now that I'm here to assist Qingcheng, I will make everyone see that you are not the real queen. Rong Meiyen sarcastically replied, can't make it in the entertainment industry, planning to seek attention in the business world? With your personality, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your underwear on in the end. Right, padded bra goddess? Liu Ruyan immediately retorted angrily, who needs a padded bra? I am a natural E-cup. Rong Meiyen sneered, seems like you're a bit agitated. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger. She coldly snorted, I won't waste my breath on you. There are more important matters to deal with. She turned to Zhao Hailong and asked, Lord Long, I have something to discuss with you privately. Is it possible? Zhao Hailong quickly nodded in agreement. Considering the crowd downstairs, he suggested having the conversation in his office. After all, Liu Ruyan was Ye Tianzi's assistant, and although he was unsure of their relationship, he must not offend anyone. Liu Ruyan turned to Ye Tianzi and said, perhaps you have not seen Lord Long's office yet. Today you are fortunate to go together. Ye Tianzi smiled bitterly and followed Liu Ruyan. At that moment, Rong Meiyen suddenly spoke up, Mr. Yi, I have a private matter to discuss with you. Come with me. Ye Tianzi was slightly puzzled as to why she suddenly sought him out. Liu Ruyan immediately dissatisfiedly said, Ms. Rong, Ye Tianzi is my assistant. I need to take him upstairs. Why do you want to take him alone? When Rong Meiyen heard the term, assistant, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She could hardly imagine that the once prestigious Zhongnan war god would now be willing to be an assistant to a woman. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Perhaps after 3 years of suffering in the Xia family, Ye Tianci had already become a masochist, enjoying the pleasure of being provoked. Rong Meiyen furrowed her brows, unwilling to show weakness, and said, is Ye Tianci still my partner? What's wrong with asking him for something? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan put her hands on her hips, glared at Ye Tianci, and sternly asked, who are you going with today? It's either me or Rong Meiyen, you have to choose one. Rong Meiyen crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyes shimmering with all kinds of emotions. Two beautiful women were arguing, and Ye Tianci was suddenly dragged into the conflict, feeling helpless. Despite having developed a decisive character in the fallen city, he seemed hesitant when it came to disputes between women. Especially since these two were his arranged fiancées by their master, with equal status and identity, making it difficult for him to choose. Seeing Ye Tianci's hesitation, Liu Ruyan anxiously reminded him, "Hey, you promised to help me, are you going to break your word?" Rong Meiyen, on the other hand, displayed various charms and gently reminded Ye Tianci, "Mr. Yi, don't forget our agreement from last night. As partners, we promised to trust each other and exchange sincerity for sincerity." Ye Tianci rubbed the back of his head, falling deeper into confusion. Zhao Hailong, observing the scene, quietly took 2 steps back, pretending not to have seen anything, gazing into the distance, avoiding being dragged into the conflict. The awkward atmosphere became more apparent in this deadlock. Liu Ruyan, burning with anxiety, had promised Xiao Qingcheng in advance that she could secure a contract worth 10 billion. How could she let this opportunity fall into Rong Meiyen's hands? She was determined to give her all for her best friend. She angrily said, "Rong, you always like to oppose me, don't you? Today, I will show you." Rong Meiyen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you plan to do? Do you need my help?" Liu Ruyan replied angrily, walking to Ye Tianci's side and whispered, "As long as you agree to go upstairs with me, I will give you a big reward." The heat and fragrance of Liu Ruyan overwhelmed Ye Tianci, making him feel a bit restless. A big reward? He couldn't help but look down at Liu Ruyan's towering chest. Sensing his gaze, Liu Ruyan quickly covered her chest with her hands, nervously warning, "What are you looking at?" Ye Tianci casually said, "Isn't the big reward you mentioned big enough?" Of course, it's big enough." Liu Ruyan blushed and explained. She added softly, "I mean, as long as you agree to help, I will reward you with a big kiss, is that okay?" As she said this, Liu Ruyan's heart was pounding. Although she had acted in many romantic scenes, kissing scenes were always done by body doubles, and her first kiss had been preserved until now. The reason she proposed such a bold condition was that she could only offer this kind of temptation at the moment, as her account was frozen, and she had no other financial means to entice Ye Tianci. Although using a kiss to entice her best friend's husband was somewhat unethical, their marriage was already in name only. Liu Ruyan thought to herself, believing that Qingcheng wouldn't mind. After hearing Liu Ruyan's condition, Ye Tianci couldn't help but look at her tempting lips, smooth and sexy, making him unable to resist the urge to try. He took a deep breath. Turning to Rong Meiyen, he said, "Miss Rong, I'm really sorry. I promised Miss Liu to help her first, so I have to go with her first. I'll come find you after I'm done, is that okay?" On behalf of Ye Tianci, he stated that he was just following the principle of first come, first served, with no other intentions, especially not because of anything like a kiss. Hearing Ye Tianci's reply, Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "Mr. Yi keeps his word, of course you should go with that cunning woman. I'll just go back alone. Ah Ching, let's go." She rolled her eyes at Liu Ruyan and left the scene directly. Ye Tianci rubbed his temples, feeling a hint of sarcasm in Rong Meiyen's response. Liu Ruyan lifted her chin, smugly saying, "HMPH. You still have a long way to go if you want to compete with me." At this moment, Zhao Hailong cleared his throat as a reminder, "Excuse me, could you both follow me upstairs?" "Sure, okay," they replied. Zhao Hailong led the way, and Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan followed him into the Tianlong building. Along the way, Ye Tianci curiously asked, "By the way, why do you call Rong Meiyen, Rong Extinction?" Liu Ruyan coldly explained with a smirk, "Although that woman always smiles on the surface, she's actually very scheming. Especially in the business world, she's ruthless and cunning, just like the character, Extinction, from the Shenxia novel. That's why I call her, Rong Extinction. Haha, fitting name, right?" Ye Tianci chuckled and shook his head, thinking that Liu Ruyan was quite creative with names. Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Hey, aren't you curious why Rong Extinction calls me, Lin Crafty?" Without hesitation, Ye Tianci replied, "Do we really need an explanation?" She hit the nail on the head. Haha, Liu Ruyan twitched at the corner of her eye, wishing she could bite Ye Tianci right there and then. She thought to herself, ever since he got divorced from Qingcheng, He's become more carefree and his eloquence has improved. HMPH. This scumbag deserved to be divorced by Qingcheng. In the parking lot of the Tianlong group, after Rong Meiyen and Qing got in the car, Qing was about to start the car when Rong Meiyen stopped her. Wait. Perplexed, Qing asked, wait for what? Instead of answering, Rong Meiyen tilted her head slightly to look at the Tianlong group building, revealing an unmistakable sense of vigilance and discontent in her eyes. Miss, are you jealous? Qing teased. Jealous of Ye Tianci? He went upstairs with Liu Ruyan and didn't agree to go with you, so he deliberately waited downstairs to see what their relationship is, right? Rong Meiyen immediately denied, no way. Mr. Ye and I are just business partners. Although I admire him, I don't have other thoughts. I'm waiting downstairs just to make sure he's not being deceived by that cunning woman and affecting our cooperation plan. Qing mysteriously chuckled, smiled, and said no more. Rong Meiyen furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. What did Liu Ruyan say to Ye Tianci just now that made him refuse me? Does she have something to offer you that I, Rong Meiyen, can't? The usually calm and composed Rong Meiyen was starting to have wild thoughts. In the chairman's office on the top floor of the Tianlong group, Zhao Hailong politely said, Miss Liu, please have a seat. Liu Ruyan nodded and sat on the sofa. Mr. Long, please have a seat too. Zhao Hailong looked at Ye Tianci, who didn't dare to sit down. Liu Ruyan noticed Zhao Hailong's gaze but didn't inquire further. Raise your chin, smile gently, and say, Dragon, you don't have to be polite to him. You don't need to treat him as a prestigious partner. Just see him as my assistant. An assistant just needs to stand by. No need to sit down. We can handle things ourselves. Zhao Hailong's eyes twitched slightly, feeling somewhat helpless with Miss Liu's suggestion. Zhao Hailong accepted Liu Ruyan's invitation and reluctantly sat down, his slightly awkward expression revealing his unease. Liu Ruyan looked at him and asked in confusion, Lord Long, are you feeling unwell? She turned to Ye Tianci and ordered, You, kid, keep an eye on Lord Long and quickly pour him a cup of tea. As she spoke, she secretly gestured to Ye Tianci for help, as if implying, Please, do me a favor, don't embarrass me, I will definitely reward you later. Ye Tianci could only smile and respond, All right, I'll go pour the tea now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailong stood up with a start, waved his hand and said, No need, I'm not thirsty. Liu Ruyan asked with some confusion, Lord Long, why did you stand up? No need to be polite, let him pour the tea. Zhao Hailong awkwardly smiled, sat back down, but avoided direct eye contact with Ye Tianci. After Ye Tianci poured the tea, he said, Please enjoy. Zhao Hailong hesitated as he picked up the teacup, looking as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He felt like he could have a heart attack at any moment. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Miss Liu, is there any important business you have to discuss this time? Just say it directly, no need to be polite. Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up with excitement. Rumors outside claimed that Zhao Hailong was cold-hearted and eccentric, which was simply nonsense. Liu Ruyan smiled and said, Of course, I have important matters to discuss this time, but before we get into that, I want to give Lord Long a gift as a token of our meeting. She heard that Lord Long liked calligraphy, so she brought a master calligrapher to write a piece for you. Please don't be offended. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailong immediately became sincere and fearful, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. He had asked Ye Tianci for a calligraphy piece before, but was always refused due to lack of time. Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan brought Ye Tianci today and took the initiative to offer a calligraphy piece. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for him. Ye Tianci finally understood that Liu Ruyan asked him to come and write for Zhao Hailong. Since he had promised Liu Ruyan, he naturally wouldn't back out. So he said, Lord Long, please prepare the ink and paper. Zhao Hailong quickly smiled and said, All right, I'll get them right now. He walked to the cabinet behind the desk to get the ink and paper. Liu Ruyan asked with some concern in a low voice, Are you sure about your calligraphy skills? Don't embarrass me, this is a big deal. Ye Tianci replied calmly, If not, do you want to write? Liu Ruyan rolled her eyes helplessly. As a descendant of a prestigious family, she had learned calligraphy when she was young, even inviting renowned masters to teach her. However, after 2.5 years of study, she couldn't even grasp the basics, which was truly embarrassing. It would be troublesome to ask Yi to do it later. Liu Ruyan said cheerfully, Lord Long, don't be so polite to him in front of me. It's just writing a few words, it won't be a problem. Zhao Hailong smiled awkwardly twice. Ye Tianci expressed his gratitude openly to Zhao Hailong. He picked up the brush, dipped it lightly in ink, and asked the Dragon Lord what kind of text he would like to have written. No matter what mood he was in, Ye Tianci could write freely. Without hesitation, he spread out the rice paper and started to paint. Swish, swish, swish. The strokes of the brush were elegant, each stroke carrying a sense of righteousness. After a while, Ye Tianci stopped, and on the rice paper appeared the 4 characters, Hai Na Bai Chuan, inclusive of all rivers. Seeing this masterpiece, Zhao Hailong's face flushed with excitement, admiration shining in his eyes. He couldn't help but praise Ye Tianci's work, comparing it to a majestic dragon, truly a stroke of genius. Zhao Hailong's admiration was shared by Liu Ruyan, who was astonished and couldn't believe her eyes. Although she had studied calligraphy and had a good eye for art, Ye Tianci's work, in terms of technique and artistic conception, was top-notch, surpassing even the so-called master who had once guided her. This piece of art, once put up for auction, could easily fetch millions. Liu Ruyan looked at Ye Tianci with a newfound sense of awe, realizing the extraordinary talent he possessed. Despite being told by Xiao Qingcheng about Ye Tianci's exceptional calligraphy skills, Liu Ruyan had doubts at first, but now she was convinced. Ye Tianci's talent was truly unparalleled. His unique skill was not only rare in Zhongnan City but would be hard to find even in the provincial capital. As her friend was contemplating divorce, Liu Ruyan wondered if it was too hasty. However, she quickly dismissed her doubts. Even though Ye Tianci had exceptional talents, it didn't overshadow his flaws. Qingcheng's decision to divorce was not a mistake. Their sisterly bond would endure. Unaware of Liu Ruyan's thoughts, Ye Tianci put down his brush and asked Zhao Hailong if he was satisfied with the artwork. Zhao Hailong was overjoyed and expressed his satisfaction. He was deeply grateful to Ye Tianci and almost teared up. This masterpiece was truly a rare gem, one he decided to cherish. Liu Ruyan was ecstatic. Since Zhao Hailong was so pleased with the artwork, it was time to move on to the next step. She smiled and asked Zhao Hailong if they could now discuss business matters. Startled, Zhao Hailong composed himself and asked about the purpose of her visit, assuring her of his full support. Excited, Liu Ruyan explained that she needed Zhao Hailong's help to connect with an important figure for a private discussion. Surprised, Zhao Hailong asked why everyone seemed to want to meet this important person. Liu Ruyan, slightly puzzled, asked if there were others besides her who wanted to meet this individual. Suddenly, she remembered something. Zhao Hailong calmly accepted Liu Ruyan's words, nodding slightly. Liu Ruyan muttered unhappily, thinking that woman always likes to meddle in, even trying to steal the limelight from me. She asked with concern, Lord Long, has she seen that important figure? Zhao Hailong smiled and replied, no, because that person is not in the company. Even I would find it difficult to meet him. If Miss Liu wants to see him, I may need to inform him, but whether you can meet him depends on his willingness. Oh, I see. Liu Ruyan felt a bit disappointed. However, thinking that Rong Meiyen also hadn't met him, her mood calmed slightly. Since she couldn't meet that important person, she decided to take a different approach and strive to secure that 10 billion order. Her eyes lit up as she said, Lord Long, to be honest, I came this time to help my best friend, Xiao Qingcheng, secure that 10 billion order. I heard it was originally meant for her last time. Can you reconsider this time? Ah, well, Zhao Hailong was somewhat hesitant. When it came to Ye Tianci's ex-wife, he didn't dare to make decisions on his own. He glanced at Ye Tianci discreetly. Ye Tianci frowned slightly, realizing that this was Liu Ruyan's purpose for coming here. Seeing Zhao Hailong's hesitation, Liu Ruyan mistakenly thought he was unwilling to give the Xiao family the order. So she immediately understood everything. It seemed that because of the incident at the bidding conference, Ye Tianci had caused too much trouble, angering Zhao Hailong and that important person, ultimately leading to the conference being cancelled, and the order meant for the Xiao family going down the drain. Since she was here, she had to give Zhao Hailong an explanation. She turned to Ye Tianci and ordered, come over and apologize to Lord Long quickly, to resolve the misunderstanding from the last conference. What? Both Ye Tianci and Zhao Hailong were stunned. Zhao Hailong quickly stood up, waving his hands to refuse. Miss Liu, you've misunderstood. There is no misunderstanding between me and Mr. Yi, let alone that important person. There's no need for an apology. Zhao Hailong was sweating profusely. If she forced him to apologize, it would be as uncomfortable as being roasted over a fire. Liu Ruyan said seriously, Lord Long, despite your politeness, I still believe an apology is necessary. Otherwise, I'll make Ye Tianci kneel down. No, please don't. Zhao Hailong was almost screaming in fear. If this continued, he might have a heart attack. So he said sternly, Miss Liu, I'm serious. There's no need for an apology, or I will be angry. Seeing Zhao Hailong's seriousness, Liu Ruyan sighed and stopped insisting. Well, fine. Since Lord Long is so polite, I won't force you to apologize. But I still have a few words to say. Liu Ruyan turned to Ye Tianci, warning him seriously. Listen, Lord Long is letting you off the hook because of me. In the future, you must remember to be grateful to me and never make the same mistake again. Ye Tianci's eye twitched. What a great mentor she was. Zhao Hailong cleared his throat and said, Miss Liu, this 10 billion order will be publicly tendered by the group in the future, and all processes will be fair and just. Both you and your friend, Mr. Xiao, are very outstanding. I believe that you both have a great chance to stand out in this tender. Liu Ruyan smiled broadly and replied, Thank you for your praise, but I'm not that outstanding. I've only won the Best Actress award twice, have millions of fans, and been called the national goddess. It's nothing much. Zhao Hailong chuckled awkwardly. Since we've talked enough, I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Long. We'll take our leave now. Zhao Hailong quickly said, All right, I'll see you off downstairs. With that, Zhao Hailong carefully escorted Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan to the group's building's entrance. After the two had left, he finally went back upstairs, feeling relieved. Ye Tianci and Liu Ruyan arrived near the parking lot. Liu Ruyan was still immersed in joy, saying, I told you, as long as I step in, it's a piece of cake. Did you see? Mr. Long has promised me the 10 billion order. Ye Tianci was taken aback. When did he say he would give you the 10 billion order? Liu Ruyan confidently replied, Mr. Long said we have a great chance to stand out, so you can't be too direct about these decisions made by big shots. That's why he used that kind of implication. Business matters, you wouldn't understand even if I explained more. Ye Tianci smirked, gaining a deeper understanding of this woman's inexplicable self-confidence. Liu Ruyan continued, Regardless, I still want to thank you for helping today. You really saved me some face in the office just now. Ye Tianci smirked, No need for thanks. It's time to fulfill the rewards promised earlier, right? Huh? What reward? I don't know. Liu Ruyan's eyes dodged. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow. Oh, the famous Liu Ruyan. Are you denying what you said now? Where did I? Liu Ruyan lightly bit her lip. She was only so bold at the time to compete with Rong Meiyen and win over Ye Tianci. She was hot-headed and forgot about the consequences. What should she do now? Ye Tianci continued to tease, if certain people don't admit it, it's fine. After all, certain people have been blacklisted by the entertainment industry. They probably don't care about their reputation, right? Nonsense. How can I not care? Liu Ruyan glared, snorted coldly, and said, It's just a kiss. So what? Close your eyes. Ye Tianzi's eyes flashed with cunning. This girl really fell for it. But after all the effort he put in today, it was only fair to claim a little reward now. So he closed his eyes, feeling a bit excited and nervous. After about 3 seconds, Ye Tianci felt a fragrant breeze approaching, followed by a light, moist, soft, and warm sensation on his cheek. The sound of a kiss. In an instant, Ye Tianci felt a sensation he couldn't quite describe, as if an electric current was running through his body. Ahem. That's enough. Liu Ruyan whispered softly. Ye Tianci opened his eyes. Liu Ruyan's face was now tinged with a blush, her beautiful eyes wandering, revealing a hint of shyness. She exuded a unique charm. Ye Tianci looked at her, feeling mischievous, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He teased, Liu, are you sure this is enough? Liu Ruyan looked puzzled and replied, What do you mean? Ye Tianci said with a straight face, I thought you were going to kiss me as a condition for helping me, but you changed your mind and kissed my face instead. Does that count? Liu Ruyan blushed instantly, retorting, you are out of line. Watch how I deal with you. With that, she suddenly grabbed Ye Tianci's arm, caught him off guard, and bit him hard. Ye Tianci winced in pain, quickly pulling away. Seeing the clear bite mark on his arm, he felt it was as distinct as a scratch on a watch. Liu Ruyan crossed her arms triumphantly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, and proudly said, see what happens when you provoke me. Before she could finish, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up not far away, the door opening slowly, a woman's voice filled with anger and sarcasm echoing in the air. The lady has already left, hasn't she? Why is she still here? Ye Tianci felt as if something had caught his attention. He discreetly hid the arm that had been bitten by Liu Ruyan, feeling a bit embarrassed. But Liu Ruyan remained unfazed, instead provocatively saying, sis, why should I tell you how it tastes? If you have the guts, try the taste of death yourself, huh? I'm not as boring as you. Rong Meiyen coldly snorted and looked at Ye Tianci with a smile, saying, are you done with Lin Zuoxing? Ye Tianci replied, done. Rong Meiyen continued, since you're done, come with me now. Oh, your electric bike was damaged, so just hop into my car and leave together. Just as Ye Tianci was about to respond, Liu Ruyan suddenly interjected, hey. Ye Tianci, if you go with Rong Meiyen, what about me? Aren't you going to take me back? Ye Tianci was about to speak but was interrupted by Rong Meiyen. Doesn't Lin Zuoxing have long legs? Find your own way back. As Xiao Qingcheng's best friend, always wanting to hang out with her ex-husband, does that sound good? These words hit a nerve with Liu Ruyan. She blushed and coldly said, who wants to hang out with this guy? I don't need him to send me back. I can go back by myself. Rong Meiyen looked triumphantly at Ye Tianci and said, see, Liu Ruyan, the big star, doesn't need you to send her, she can go back by herself. Ye Tianci nodded, followed Rong Meiyen into the car, and drove away. Liu Ruyan watched the car leave, muttered, HMPH, go ahead, I can go back by myself. However, when she took out her phone, she was surprised to find it dead, unable to call a cab. She checked her pockets, no cash. Forget about the bank card, the family had frozen the funds long ago. Liu Ruyan started to panic. Oh no, how am I going to get back? Do I have to walk? Oh, it's all because of Ye Tianci, taking advantage of me and leaving, not even bothering to insist on sending me. Next time I see him, he will regret it. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Ye Tianci suddenly sneezed. He wondered if someone was secretly cursing him. Since he got in the car, he felt the atmosphere was a bit tense. Rong Meiyen was all smiles before getting in the car, but after, she sat there like a stranger. Both of them sat in the backseat, making Ye Tianci even more uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and broke the silence, asking, were you waiting downstairs just now? Rong Meiyen didn't answer him but instead asked seriously, when Liu Ruyan took you in to see Lord Long, was it to secure the 10 billion order for her best friend, Xiao Qingcheng? Ye Tianci smiled bitterly, having to admit that Rong Meiyen was really cunning. Although Liu Ruyan seemed strong on the surface, she was no match for Rong Meiyen in reality. Rong Meiyen squinted slightly at Mr. Yi and said, don't forget, you are a partner of the Rong family. Regardless of your relationship with Liu Zuoxing, is it really appropriate for you to help her secure the 10 billion order from Xiao Qingcheng? She felt uneasy, uncomfortable, and remained silent in the car. Ye Tianci smiled bitterly and explained, it's a misunderstanding. I just went to help Zhao Hailong write something. I didn't intend to help anyone secure the 10 billion order. As for Xiao Qingcheng, we are destined to only have the path of divorce, each going our separate ways. Rong Meiyen breathed a sigh of relief and her mood improved slightly. She reminded him, regardless, we must secure that 10 billion order. Ye Tianci asked puzzledly, why? Rong Meiyen sighed and candidly explained the family's assessment of partners, pointing out that this was a suppression from her second uncle. If the assessment fails, the second uncle will take absolute control, not only making her and her father's situation difficult, but also implicating Ye Tianci, which she did not want to see. After hearing this, Ye Tianci smiled relaxedly and said, it seems like it's not a big deal. The 10 billion order is just a piece of cake, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Qing, who was driving in front, couldn't help but sarcastically comment, "Do you think you're a big shot now? Can you just secure a 10 billion order easily? If you can really do it effortlessly, I'll do anything you ask." Rong Meiyen frowned and reminded, "Don't be rude." Ye Tianci shook his head and smiled, "It's okay. I'm used to this kind of misunderstanding." Rong Meiyen continued, "Now the family doesn't support me to use power. The assets I can use are limited, mostly fixed assets, and cash is also very tight. Although I believe in your abilities, we are still in a passive position in the upcoming order competition." Ye Tianci smiled and said, "Cash? I've got it." He took out 2 checks from his pocket and handed them to Rong Meiyen. "Take it. This is the payment I received from the Ji family this morning. If it's not enough, just let me know." Seeing the amount on the check was 420 million, Rong Meiyen widened her eyes. Although this amount of money was not a lot to her, it was still a considerable sum. And it was a check, which was like a timely help for her in her current situation. Rong Meiyen took the checks, looked at Ye Tianci, and her eyes were full of gratitude. She knew that Ye Tianci was the god of war in Zhongnan, and every time they interacted, he surprised her. The more she got to know him, the more mysterious he seemed. Women are emotional creatures, and the more mysterious a man is, the more it arouses their curiosity. Rong Meiyen was no exception. Ye Tianci, this man, has an unprecedented attraction to her. She reminded him with a smile, "No matter what Lin Zuoxing said to you downstairs just now, it's better to stay away from her in the future. She's just a scammer." "Oh, what did she scam?" Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "Clearly only a C cup, but insisting on using pads and push-ups to create an E cup goddess, isn't that considered deceiving? I know you men like plump women, but you also need to distinguish between real and fake." Ye Tianci coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit speechless. He always thought Liu Ruyan and Han Ruoyun were about the same age, but it turned out his eyes were blinded. As an experienced old driver, he even went blind. At this moment, Rong Mei. In front of him stood the majestic snow-white peak, tightly wrapped in black lace underwear, with its semi-spherical curves half hidden, sparking imagination. Ye Tianci's throat went dry, his mind restless. Such temptation is hard for anyone to resist, let alone the hot-blooded young man Ye Tianci. He took a deep breath, trying to appear calm and composed, but the inner turmoil was hard to conceal. However, his relationship with Rong Meiyen is merely a business partnership, and such behavior seems to cross a line. Moreover, Qing in the front row is still driving. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he saw it? Rong Meiyen is intelligent and wise. How could she not understand Ye Tianci's thoughts? She softly whispered, "Don't be afraid. Anyway, you two are getting divorced. Even if you take action, just be responsible to me in the future. I believe you are not heartless." Her words hit Ye Tianci hard, shaking his innermost being. Rong Meiyen's bold idea is so stimulating, so attractive. Ye Tianci still remembers when Liu Ruyan kissed his cheek in the parking lot before, igniting the evil fire in his heart. And now, Rong Meiyen's actions make his heart flutter, giving birth to a bold idea. Should he give it a try? Despite maintaining a calm exterior, his right hand slowly lifted. He cautiously explored but did not touch Rong Meiyen's neckline. At that moment, Ye Tianci felt a warmth in his right hand, as Rong Meiyen took the initiative to hold his hand and guide it into the underwear. Her eyes were full of tenderness, softly gasping, "Faster Tilda, what are you waiting for?" Seeing this, Ye Tianci hesitated no more. He reached out his right hand and boldly placed it on the protective cover. In an instant, Ye Tianci's mind went blank. Despite the layer of fabric in between, he still felt that firm, full feeling. This was a real D-cup. Ye Tianci exhaled a hot breath, lightly pinching uncontrollably. Rong Meiyen felt a surge of electricity spreading throughout her body. She held her breath, biting her lip, afraid to moan. She didn't understand why she was being so bold. Perhaps it was Liu Ruyan's provocation. Perhaps it was a special affection for Ye Tianci. In any case, her mind was restless at the moment. Her legs involuntarily tightened, slightly trembling. Ye Tianci leaned down to look at Rong Meiyen, noticing her blushing cheeks, like a ripe peach, tempting and desirable. The fire in his heart burned fiercely, his courage growing. In a low voice, he asked, "Can I go in?" Rong Meiyen pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with shyness. After a moment of hesitation, she let out a subtle, sound. This, carried 1,000 kinds of shyness, almost making it difficult for Ye Tianci to control himself. His fingers slid, ready to lift the protective cover, ready to conquer the towering snow-white naked peak. Suddenly, Ye Tianci's phone rang, startling him. He quickly took out his phone from his collar, which also startled Rong Meiyen. She straightened up immediately, a blush creeping onto her face as she casually adjusted a slipping shoulder strap. Ye Tianci felt a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, I was just about to climb a mountain. Who would call me at this crucial moment? After hesitating for a moment, he saw that the caller was Han Ruoyun, unsure whether to answer. Rong Meiyen smiled and said, Go ahead, maybe Miss Han has something urgent to talk to you about. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Rong Meiyen, Ye Tianci pressed the answer button. Han Ruoyun's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, are you busy right now? Ye Tianci replied, Not really, what's up? Han Ruoyun said, My dad wants to talk to you about something, inviting you over for dinner. You must come, or else, I'll ignore you from now on. The call ended with a beep before Ye Tianci could fully process it. He scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Why would Han Tianzheng suddenly invite me for dinner? Rong Meiyen overheard the conversation and suggested that since Han's family head had spoken for him at the meeting yesterday and invited him for dinner, he should accept the invitation, and she could give him a ride. Ye Tianci nodded. Thank you for that. Lowering her voice, Rong Meiyen asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Miss Han's reputation as a E-Cup is quite well known in Jiangnan City. You have a good relationship with her. Have you had any contact with her before? Ye Tianci didn't expect her to ask such a question out of the blue and shook his head awkwardly. Rong Meiyen continued. Are you eager to try it out? Ye Tianci didn't answer but tacitly agreed with her speculation. He thought to himself, of course, which man wouldn't want to try it out? Those who don't want to try can't be considered real men, right? As he was about to make a teasing remark, Rong Meiyen interrupted. Don't waste time, let's go to the Han's house and try out Miss Han. Ye Tianci awkwardly rubbed his nose, suddenly catching a whiff of a lingering milky fragrance. He took a few discreet sniffs while Rong Meiyen wasn't looking. At the Wolong manor of the Han family, the family members were busy. Han Tianzheng was preparing to entertain a very important guest, Ye Tianci. He even took out 2 bottles of well-aged Motai liquor from his collection. Lu Shuken frowned and asked, Old Han, is it worth the fuss? Han Tianzheng replied earnestly, Of course it's worth it. Don't you know how much attention nephew Yi is attracting these days? He performed remarkably well at the meeting yesterday and caused a scene at the Ji family this morning. I heard he made Ji Wooly and the Ji family members kneel and beg for mercy. With such outstanding performance at a young age, how impressive is that? We can't miss this opportunity at the Han family. He turned to Han Ruoyun and said, Yunyan, when nephew Yi arrives later, persuade him to have a few drinks. Once he's drunk, give it your all and capture him. Once he agrees, he'll be our Han family's son-in-law, haha. Han Ruoyun covered her cheeks, blushing, Dad, what are you saying? Too embarrassing. Han Tianzheng smiled broadly, exuding warmth and sincerity. He comforted her, don't be shy, after all, you're the one in his heart. You two are simply meant to be. Don't lose this outstanding gentleman because of temporary worries, that would be as foolish as Xiao Qingcheng. The Han family was in a joyous mood. Suddenly, 2 muffled thuds were heard outside the door. 2 Han family bodyguards were sent flying into the room, crashing heavily onto the floor, spitting out blood with serious injuries. A cold, cruel laughter could be heard from outside. The Han family was suddenly surprised. In the living room, the Han family of 3 immediately stood up. What happened? The group slowly walked into the living room, led by a tall and gloomy-looking young man, accompanied by an old man in a yellow robe. Walking with them were 2 familiar faces, Ji Wooly and Ji Boxiao, father and son, followed by 4 or 5 thugs. The group came aggressively. Han Tianzheng frowned and asked in confusion, Why did the Ji family master visit so late? What is the matter? Ji Wooly smiled and said, Brother Han, Ji is just accompanying young Master Rong to visit. Everything is up to him. Young Master Rong? Han Tianzheng looked towards the gloomy young man. Ji Wooly proudly introduced, This is the only son of the Rong family's second master, young master Rong Zidong. Upon hearing this, the Han family felt puzzled. Why did the young master of the Rong family suddenly visit the Han family? Rong Zidong, with an air of superiority, casually said, I am here just to inform you of two things, which the Han family must agree to. Han Tianzheng's eyes narrowed, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. What things? Rong Zidong raised a finger and said, First, from today onwards, the Han family will join my camp and obey my orders. Second, you must unconditionally transfer 50% of the Han family's assets to the Ji family. Sign the contract tonight. These words were shocking, causing the Han family members to exchange looks. Han Ruoyun couldn't help but angrily retort, Why? This is simply bullying. Ji Wuli sneered and said, Miss Han, at yesterday's meeting, I warned your father that continuing to associate with Ye Tianci means being an enemy of our Ji family and will face suppression. Now, young Master Rong is just fulfilling the promise. What's wrong with that? Ji Boxiao arrogantly added, That's right. Young Master Rong is only requesting to transfer 50% of the Han family's assets, which is already quite polite. If young Master Rong weren't merciful, even if he emptied your Han family, what could you do? Han Ruoyun was furious at the shamelessness of the Ji family. Han Tianzheng's face darkened as he said to young Master Rong, We are all businessmen. Negotiations should be conducted in a business-like manner, eventually reaching an agreement acceptable to both parties. But you are resorting to coercion and plunder, isn't that too much? Rong Zidong coldly smiled, indifferent. In my dictionary, there is no such word as too much. You have 1 minute to consider. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Tianzheng, experienced and knowledgeable, faced the threat fearlessly. Although the Han family's power was not as strong as the Rong family's, they were not easy targets. Faced with provocation, the Han family could only resist passively. He clapped his hands a few times, and more than 20 agile black-clad strong men quickly emerged from various parts of the villa, surrounding Rong Zidong and the others. These bodyguards were professionally trained to ensure the security of the Han family estate. Han Tianzheng sternly warned, Rong Dishao, please take them away immediately, otherwise, Han will have to take a tough stance. Rong Zidong disdainfully glanced at the bodyguards beside him. HMPH. A bunch of insignificant guys actually want to drive me away? Kong Lao, I'll leave these people to you. Haha. It's been a while since I've flexed my muscles. Tonight is a good opportunity to warm up a bit. Kong Lao, in a yellow robe, walked up, calm and slightly squinting provocatively at the bodyguards, saying, Come at me together, don't waste time. The black-clad bodyguards looked at each other, immediately made a decision. In the next moment, they rushed towards Kong Lao with united efforts. Kong Lao sneered, facing the oncoming bodyguards. His hands, covered with calluses, swung like iron hammers in the crowd. Bang! Each blow carried immense force. Those hit by him seemed to suffer heavy blows, falling backwards, some falling to the ground, some crashing into furniture. Anyone hit by him would be severely injured and some even had their arms and legs deformed. The power of Kong Lao's fists was evident. In just over a minute, more than 20 bodyguards were all defeated. At the same time, Kong Lao remained unscathed. The whole Han family was shocked. The strength of this old man was truly amazing. Ji Wuli praised with admiration. Indeed, Kong Lao, his skills are truly remarkable. Ji Boxiao exclaimed excitedly. Haha, when Kong Lao makes a move, he must be invincible. Kong Lao was already accustomed to these flatteries. He pointed at Han Tianzheng expressionlessly and said coldly, Agree to young Master Rong's conditions immediately, otherwise, you will suffer. Han Tianzheng gritted his teeth and said with a stern face, I, Han, will not betray the interests of the family, dream on. Kong Lao snorted coldly, clenched his fist with one hand, and charged directly at Han Tianzheng. Suddenly, a figure flashed between the two, also engaging Kong Lao in combat. Bang! The collision of their fists carried unimaginable force. Kong Lao was pushed back 2 steps, while the figure was pushed back 5 or 6 steps before stopping. Ji Wuli saw the face of that person clearly, raised an eyebrow and said, So it's Wang, the steward. Truly deserving of your reputation. Not only are you the steward of the Han family, but also Han Tianzheng's personal bodyguard, to actually have such strength, blocking Kong Lao's fist. HMPH. Wang put down his numb right arm, frowned and said, "The Han family does not welcome you causing trouble here, so get out now." Kung Lao looked up and down at Wang. Originally a mid-level martial artist, I never expected to find such a small amount of talent in Jiangnan City. I thought coming here would be quite boring. He casually flicked his wrist and sneered, "It's your lucky day to have a chance to spar with me, Kong Xingda." "What? You're Kong Xingda?" The steward Wang widened his eyes in shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. Han Tianzheng furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know this guy?" Wang, with a solemn expression, replied, "This guy is well known in the martial arts world. He reached the peak of martial artists 2.5 years ago, surpassing me by 2 realms. Rumor has it that he successfully challenged a top-ranked expert 3 months ago and is now ranked 98, earning the title, Iron Fist, in the martial world." A top-ranked expert? Although Li Shuqin and Han Ruoyun couldn't understand Wang and Han Tianzheng's conversation, they could sense the despair in the atmosphere. Wang whispered, "Master, I will do my best to hold off Kong Xingda. You take Madam and Miss and find a way to escape as soon as possible." HMPH. Trying to escape? Kong Xingda sneered. "Tonight, no one from the Han family will get away. Watch my moves." He stomped his foot and brandished his iron fists. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, muscles tensed, fearlessly welcoming the opponent's fist. A fierce blow. Wang, the steward, felt a surge of immense power instantly, as if it was about to overwhelm him. The powerful impact made his arms sore and unbearable, with a surge of hot blood in his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly confronted Kong Xingda. Lowering his voice, he tried to remind the master to seize the opportunity to escape. Kong Xingda sneered, a hint of mockery in the corner of his mouth, contemptuously saying, "Today, none of you can escape." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly increased the force and fiercely hit Wang, the steward. Bang! Wang, the steward, could no longer resist, as he was thrown against the living room wall as if by a strong force, finally falling down weakly. Puff! Blood spurted from his mouth, struggling to stand up. However, the intense pain almost shattered him, making it difficult to move. His eyes were filled with terror. He thought that with the strength of a mid-level warrior, he could contend with the opponent. Is this the terrifying aspect of a tiger list expert? At the same time, the 4 thugs brought by Ji Wooly had already blocked the entrance to the living room, leaving Han Tianzheng and his family no chance to escape. Han Tianzheng's anger burned, his face darkening. Rong Zidong coldly smiled and asked, "Han Patriarch, are you ready to accept my 2 conditions now?" Han Tianzheng gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. "I will never submit to you despicable people." "Oh, is that so?" Rong Zidong raised an eyebrow, suddenly raised his foot and kicked Han Tianzheng in the abdomen. Although Rong Zidong was not a martial arts expert, years of practicing taekwondo made this kick enough to make Han Tianzheng agonize. Bang! He was kicked back several steps, falling heavily to the ground. Rong Zidong stepped on his arm. "Old man, do you think I can't deal with you?" He increased the pressure under his foot, making a creaking sound in Han Tianzheng's arm. Han Patriarch, Li Shuqin and Han Ruoyun, the mother and daughter, had their faces changed drastically, wanting to help but were firmly held by the 4 thugs, unable to move. Han Ruoyun anxiously shouted, "Rong Zidong, stop immediately, let go of my dad." Rong Zidong looked deeply at Han Ruoyun. He marveled at her, thinking, as one of the famous beauties in Jiangnan City, with a sweet face and a hot figure, she was truly captivating. He whispered, "If you become my lover and persuade your dad to accept my conditions, I will spare you and your mother." Han Tianzheng angrily said, "Dream on. Old man, you're quite tough in words." Rong Zidong said coldly, increasing the pressure under his foot. He seemed to think of something interesting, licked his lips, and said, "Even the strongest person has a weak spot, are you afraid?" He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Pin these mother and daughter down on the table." Yes, the thugs forcibly pinned Han Ruoyun and Li Shuqin on the table. Although the mother and daughter struggled desperately, they were powerless, unable to resist. Han Tianzheng felt a chill in his heart, sensing a sinister omen. Rong Zidong's sinister smile sent shivers down the spine, as he sneered, "Ha ha, of course I want your daughter and wife. Look at how beautiful your daughter is, And even though your wife is getting older, she still maintains her charm. I've been in the provincial capital for so many years, and I love playing with pairs. I've tried twins, sisters, but I have yet to experience the top-tier mother-daughter duo. Today, I will give it a try in front of you. Not just me, all the brothers here today are also involved. These words elicited a wave of lecherous laughter and excitement from the people present. Even Ji Boxiao, who had lost his physical function, felt dry-mouthed and full of anticipation at that moment. Han Tianzheng was burning with anger, almost grinding his teeth to pieces. He had never seen such a perverted Rong Zidong. The most important thing in his life was his wife and daughter, and Rong Zidong actually threatened him with these two people. Rong Zidong sneered and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Master Han. Now I give you a choice, either let them suffer shame, or become my lackey. Which one do you choose?" A hint of despair flashed in Han Tianzheng's eyes. Despite his great strength, he could only surrender in front of his family. I agree to your terms," he trembled. Rong Zidong laughed triumphantly. Everything was under his control. Ji Wuli took out a prepared contract and pen, threw it in front of Han Tianzheng, taunting, "Hurry up and sign the contract. Do you really want to see your family humiliated?" Han Tianzheng, with red eyes, said, "Ji Wuli, you despicable villain will eventually be punished." Ji Wuli, indifferent, said, "Punished? Bring it on if you dare." But unfortunately, it never happened. Ha ha ha. Han Tianzheng, trembling, picked up the pen and signed the contract. Half of the wealth accumulated by the Han family over the years was unconditionally taken away, and they would be under Rong Zidong's control in the future. Such humiliation was unbearable. Ji Wuli took the contract, flattered Rong Zidong, "Master Rong, we have successfully seized half of the Han family's assets, worth over 5 billion. With this money, dealing with Rong Meiyen and Ye Tianci will be even easier." Han Tianzheng angrily said, "I have signed the contract, you should let my family go." Rong Zidong squinted, smirked, "According to the agreement, your Han family is now my lackey. As lackeys, offering up your daughter and wife is only natural, right?" Han Tianzheng felt thunderstruck in his mind. He roared, "You, how shameless can you be?" Rong Zidong, unfazed, laughed, "Blame it on your daughter and wife being too tempting. I can't resist the temptation." Ha ha ha. He kicked Han Tianzheng aside and walked towards Li Shuqin and Han Ruoyun. Han Tianzheng shouted, "Don't hurt them." No, he struggled to stop Rong Zidong but was pinned down by Kong Xingde, unable to move. The bodyguards and housekeeper Wang, who had fallen to the ground, saw this scene and were filled with anger. As one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, when has the Han family ever been humiliated like this? But they were seriously injured and powerless to resist. Rong Zidong strode confidently and arrogantly, with an air of self-assurance that seemed to permeate the atmosphere, evoking envy in those around him. The onlookers could only watch in silence as he walked ahead, perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy but ultimately powerless. Rong Zidong exuded a sense of pride in his demeanor, as if the entire world belonged to him. This attitude conveyed a sense of his inner strength and confidence, making it seem like he could effortlessly handle any challenge that came his way. His powerful presence was truly admirable, sparking curiosity about his inner world in those who observed him. Rubbing his chin, Rong Zidong let out a lewd laugh. He felt satisfied with Li Shuqin's posture leaning on the table. Li Shuqin clenched her teeth and cursed at him, but Rong Zidong didn't hesitate to slap her across the face. He sneered, "Madam, I have been relatively polite to you, don't be rude." He ordered his men to cover her mouth. Rong Zidong blew a breath towards Han Ruoyun and teased, "Honestly, I admire a beauty like you. I might get a little rough later, so you better endure it." Han Ruoyun struggled desperately, glared at him, and warned loudly, "If you dare to touch me, I will never let you off." Ji Boxiao flattered as he walked over, saying, "Young Master Rong, this woman has a fiery temper. Let me help you hold her down, so you won't get hurt." With that, he ruthlessly pressed Han Ruoyun's head onto the table, his gaze greedy and wicked. Facing Rong Zidong's remarks, Han Ruoyun rebuked angrily, "I have rejected you multiple times, yet you force me. Let's see how you will treat me later." She spat at Ji Boxiao with hatred. Ji Boxiao disdainfully said, "You dare to spit at me? When young Master Rong is done playing, it will be my turn to enjoy." Rong Zidong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't that part of you unresponsive?" Ji Boxiao chuckled foolishly and said, "This kind of thrilling scene gives me a sensation. Perhaps it can cure my problem." Rong Zidong generously agreed. "All right, after I'm done playing, it's your turn." Ji Boxiao whispered to Han Ruoyan, "Listen, you have to pay the price for your choices. Offending young Master Rong and our Ji family, you will regret it." Han Ruoyan, who had never experienced such humiliation, couldn't control her tears at this moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "You shameless scoundrels, Ye Tianci will not let you off." Ji Boxiao sneered, "What can Ye Tianci do? He's not here. Who can stop us?" Everyone laughed heartily, not taking it seriously. Just as Rong Zidong was about to further humiliate her, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Who said I'm not here?" Everyone was startled and turned to look at the door in unison. A familiar face slowly walked into the room, Ye Tianci. At this moment, his expression was icy to the extreme, with a strong sense of killing intent flashing in his eyes. When he got out of the car at the entrance of the manor, he felt like something was wrong with the Han family, so he decisively left Rong Meiyen behind and ran towards the villa. Sure enough, the Han family was in trouble, and the culprits turned out to be those familiar faces. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. When Han Tianzheng and Li Shusen saw Ye Tianci, it was like seeing the last hope. Han Ruoyan couldn't stop crying. Choking with sobs, she cried out, "Ye Tianci, save me." Ye Tianzi's gaze fell on Han Ruoyan. Ji Boxiao, who was originally holding her hair, was scared by Ye Tianzi's eyes and quickly let go, taking a few steps back. Ji Wooly also nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face full of confusion. How could Ye Tianci suddenly appear at the Han family? This news must not be leaked. Ye Tianci stared at Rong Zidong and coldly commanded, "You have 3 seconds, release all the people of the Han family, then kneel down and apologize, and obey the handling." Rong Zidong disdainfully said, "Hey, so it's you, this useless trash. I spared you at the airport yesterday, but today you came to me yourself, and you want me to kneel down? The one who should kneel down is you." Ye Tianci coldly stared at him and asked, "Are you trying to humiliate Han Ruoyan?" Rong Zidong arrogantly said, "Exactly. That's what I want to do. I heard that this woman has a good relationship with you. Are you reluctant? Or do you want to enjoy her together with me? Bastard." Ye Tianzi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Rong Zidong at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. A huge slab landed on Rong Zidong's face. Slap. This slab made Rong Zidong spin in place a few times. After stopping, he touched his mouth and found that 2 teeth were missing, with blood flowing from his mouth. Rong Zidong was furious. "How dare you hit me? To hit an animal, is there anything you wouldn't dare to do?" Ye Tianci grabbed Rong Zidong's hair and forcefully pressed him down, while using his knee to hit his face. Bang! "Oh, my nose!" Rong Zidong screamed in pain. His nose collapsed in a large piece, his face covered in blood, his vision blurred. But that wasn't enough. Ye Tianci kicked Rong Zidong in the stomach. Bang! Rong Zidong flew up like a parabola and fell on a chair. Crack! The chair shattered into pieces on the spot. Rong Zidong writhed in pain on the ground. Ouch! It hurts so much. The entire living room fell into a deadly silence. No one expected Ye Tianci to dare to attack Rong Zidong, and so viciously. Remember, this is the eldest grandson and son of the Rong family in the provincial capital. A potential candidate to inherit the Rong family in the future. He was actually beaten so brutally by Ye Tianci. "You dare to hit young Master Rong, I'll fight you." Several thugs saw this scene and immediately let go of Han Ruoyan and Li Shusen, rushing towards Ye Tianci. But Ye Tianci didn't even lift an eyelid, slapping each one of them. At this moment, Han Ruoyan broke free from control and rushed forward, hugging Ye Tianci. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled with lingering fear, and she said, "You finally came. I almost thought I was going to be." Han Ruoyan continued to shake in his arms, the feelings of fear still haunting her. Ye Tianci felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although this woman was once his fiancée, and even though he had proposed to cancel the engagement, she had tirelessly helped him out of trouble during this time. Based on this relationship, how could he bear to watch Han Ruoyan being insulted? Ye Tianci gently comforted her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one will hurt you or your family again. Feeling the warmth emanating from Ye Tianci's chest, Han Ruoyun's nervousness and fear gradually subsided. However, as she thought back to the humiliation and threats she had just endured, anger surged within her once more. Ye Tianci gently stroked Han Ruoyun's hair and said softly, "You don't need to make any demands. I will seek justice for the Han family. You and your mother wait on the side for 2 minutes." Han Ruoyun nodded quietly. Although she often said that Ye Tianci was unreliable and mischievous, whenever Ye Tianci became serious, she felt a deep sense of trust and security, filling her heart with inexplicable reassurance and reliance. She secretly thought, "Grandfather, you are truly wise and courageous to arrange such a fiancé for me. No matter what happens in the future, I must keep him by my side and never be as foolish as Xiao Qingcheng." Then, she whispered to Li Shuken, "Mom, don't worry. With Ye Tianci here, we will be fine." Li Shuken trembled and nodded, deeply grateful to Ye Tianci. Just a few days ago, she had been aggressive towards Ye Tianci, looking down on him in every way. She even mocked him with 3 million to try to drive him away when he first came to rescue her daughter. But now, in the midst of the crisis facing the Han family, it was Ye Tianci who stepped forward to help. This made Li Shuken feel extremely ashamed. "Nephew Yi, Auntie wants to apologize to you for everything before." Ye Tianci interrupted her, saying calmly, "Aunt Li, let's talk about this later." Meanwhile, Kong Xingde, who had been silent all along, narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Ye Tianci and praised, "Young man, you are decisive and ruthless in your actions, a promising talent. I admire you a lot. Today, I am willing to give you a chance. As long as you promise not to interfere in this matter, I am willing to recommend you to the second master. By then, you will not only escape punishment but also have the opportunity to become a distinguished guest of the second master, enjoying wealth and glory. How about it?" Ye Tianci raised his eyelids slightly and coldly said, "I won't give up my principles for vanity. And as for you, being willing to be someone's lackey at your age, don't you feel ashamed?" Hearing this, Kong Xingde's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Kid, don't think you are superior just because you are young." Ye Tianci coldly beckoned to him and said indifferently, "If you don't agree, do you want to teach me a lesson?" Kong Xingde was furious. He first kicked Han Tianzheng aside, then spread his legs slightly, exerted his strength, and assumed an attacking posture. Steward Wang hurriedly reminded, "Mr. Yi. Yi, Kong Xingde is ranked 98th on the Tiger list in Tiannan province, and his strength has reached the peak of martial artists. You must be careful." Ye Tianci said indifferently, "What tiger list, cat list? I have never heard of them." Rong Zidong, holding his bleeding nose, angrily said, "Haha. Haven't even heard of the tiger list, yet still talking big? Kong Lao, I order you to seriously injure him today, the more brutal the better, and then I will use the cruelest methods to torture him, making him wish he were dead." Rong Zidong was truly furious. For over 20 years, he had never been humiliated like this and must seek revenge. Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao, father and son, also chimed in, "Kong Lao, don't show mercy to this Ye Tianci. Deal with this guy as you see fit." In their eyes, although Ye Tianci was formidable, he was definitely no match for Kong Lao. At this moment, Kong Xingde was ready to strike. With his eyes wide open, emitting a strong aura, the seasoned man warned the young man not to be too arrogant. Ye Tianci sneered and replied, "If I'm not arrogant, can I still be considered young? Foolish. Taste my iron fist." Kong Xingde shouted and rushed towards Ye Tianci, focusing all his strength on his right fist, gathering it to a point. Kong Xingde, known as Iron Fist in the martial world, had fists so hard that a punch at full strength could leave an imprint on a 2.5 centimeters thick steel plate. A punch from him could easily kill a mature ox. Even some top experts ranked above him on the Tiger list would have to avoid the edge of his full-force iron fist. However, when facing this punch, Ye Tianci not only did not dodge or brace himself, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his fist to meet Kong Xingde's head-on. Rong Zidong sneered, "This guy actually dares to clash head-on with Kang's iron fist? Like an egg hitting a rock." Wang, the steward, paled, realizing that Mr. Yi was too young and inexperienced. He thought, why didn't he dodge? This is bad. Han Ruoyun and Li Shuxin widened their eyes, thinking, oh. Ha ha. Fly out. Kong Xingde exerted all his strength and his fist directly hit Ye Tianci's fist. Boom. A loud bang, and a powerful force erupted between the two fists, creating a wave of energy. Unexpectedly, Ye Tianci did not get knocked back by the punch. He stood still as if nothing happened, completely unfazed. How is this possible? Kong Xingde widened his eyes in disbelief, as even a martial master at the pinnacle level would have to seriously block such a punch, or else they would definitely get hurt. But this young man in front of him seemed completely unharmed. What kind of strength does he possess? Has he transcended the realm of martial artists? How is this possible? He's only in his mid-20s. Ye Tianci was unaware of Kong Xingde's thoughts at the moment, nor did he care. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "Is this all you've got? I haven't heard of any top experts on the tiger list. It seems like they are just a bunch of ants playing house, entertaining themselves with rankings." Faced with such a direct taunt, Kong Xingde's face turned red with anger. "Kid, don't be so arrogant," Ye Tianci sneered. "Your iron fist is like cotton. Today, I'll show you what a real iron fist is." With that, Ye Tianci suddenly retracted his right fist, without the need to gather strength, and directly swung it out. It seemed simple, but it contained a force exceeding tens of thousands of pounds. Bang! This punch solidly hit Kong Xingde's fist. Crack! His so-called iron fist instantly deformed and then burst open under this impact. Bones and flesh were a blur, quite gruesome. "Oh, my fist! Oh!" Kong Xingde let out a cry of pain, his eyes almost popping out from the pain. But it wasn't over yet. Ye Tianci delivered another punch, this time directly hitting Kong Xingde's chest. Bang! The punch hit him straight in the chest, causing Kong Xingde's back to burst open as his clothes tore apart. Puff! Kong Xingde spat out a mouthful of blood, his body like a burst sandbag, flying backwards from the living room and crashing heavily onto the ground in the courtyard. Kong Xingde kept coughing up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. When everyone witnessed this scene, they were all shocked, some even stood there dumbfounded. Ranked 98th expert, known as the Iron Fist Kong Xingde, was easily defeated by Ye Tianci. Such a failure was truly unbelievable. Rong Zidong was completely stunned, even forgetting about the pain in his body. Kong Xingde was one of his father's guests, although not the top among the guests, he was definitely powerful. At least in Jiangnan City, he stood at the peak. That's why Rong Tianli arranged for Kong Xingde to protect Rong Zidong. However, no one expected that, just one day later, Kong Xingde was beaten without any ability to fight back. If this result spread, who would believe it? Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao, father and son, were even more frightened. Just in the morning, they had witnessed a similar scene. They didn't expect it to happen again so soon. Steward Wang and the bodyguards who were knocked down were all shocked. Kong Xingde treated them like vegetables before, but now Ye Tianci defeated Kong Xingde effortlessly. How powerful is this young man really? Steward Wang managed to catch his breath, endured the pain, stood up, and walked to Han Tianzheng to help him up. Han Tianzheng came to Ye Tianci, his eyes slightly red, and excitedly said, "Nephew Yi, you did a great job. Without you, our Han family would be in danger tonight." Ye Tianci interrupted with a smile, "Uncle Han, the matter is not completely resolved yet, there are still a few people left to deal with." As he spoke, his gaze had already fallen on Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao. The two felt Ye Tianzi's cold eyes, trembling all over, and then knelt down skillfully. With a pleading look on their faces, they said, "Oh, Mr. Yi. This is all a misunderstanding. My son and I really have no ill intentions. Mr. Yi, dear Mr. Yi, the reason we came here was just following young Master Rong's orders, not our intention." At this moment, the two of them were terrified to the extreme, sweating profusely. Ye Tianzi said indifferently, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit. You father and son are the kind of dogs that can't change their ways, and you still have the nerve to beg for mercy?" Ji Wuli knocked his head directly to Ye Tianzi. "You are right. I am a dog. I eat shit. I am a big stupid dog eating smelly shit. I beg Mr. Yi to be magnanimous and not argue with a dog like me." Ji Boxiao even raised his head and imitated a dog's bark. Ye Tianci had seen all kinds of villains in the fallen city, but had never seen such shameless and disrespectful people like the Ji father and son. It was truly laughable. Rong Zidong looked at Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao kneeling down, and suddenly became furious. You two useless trash, do you have no manly spirit left? Have you forgotten our agreement? Do you have no backbone? Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao glanced at each other, both remaining silent. In the face of life and death, what's the point of talking about backbone? Even if they had backbone, they would only end up being beaten black and blue. Seeing the two speechless, Rong Zidong became even angrier. He endured the pain, stood up, stared at Ye Tianci, gritted his teeth, and threatened, I am the young master of the Rong family. Do you know what consequences it will bring by beating me like this tonight and killing my father's guest? Ye Tianci walked straight ahead. With a loud smack, a resounding slap landed on Rong Zidong's face, leaving him dizzy and uncontrollably spinning a few times. Another slap, and Rong Zidong was burning with anger, glaring at Ye Tianci with eyes full of fury, gritting his teeth, how dare you hit me? Yet another slap. Ye Tianci's actions were merciless, contorting Rong Zidong's already deformed face further. Without mincing words, he said, if I hit you again, do you know what the consequences will be? Rong Zidong clenched his teeth, realizing that this person in front of him was not to be threatened. The next slap came, relentless. He interrogated, speak, do you know what will happen next? Rong Zidong's face was already swollen, on the verge of tears. He understood that this person in front of him was completely unreasonable, simply a madman. If he continued to be tough, he might really die here, and then he would never witness whatever consequences Ye Tianci faced. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, no consequences. Ye Tianci sneered, no consequences? Then kneel. Rong Zidong widened his eyes, never having knelt down in his life. Nonsense. Ye Tianci impatiently kicked Rong Zidong's knee. With a crack, his knee almost broke. Rong Zidong screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground, hitting his head violently on the floor, a big lump forming on his forehead. Seeing this, the members of the Han family couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ye Tianci's methods made them shudder. But thinking about the atrocities these thugs had committed in the Han family before, they felt satisfied. Villains should be dealt with using villainous methods. Ye Tianci looked down at the three losers kneeling on the ground and coldly asked, tell me, what was your purpose in causing trouble at the Han family tonight? If you say one word less, I'll make you three lose a piece of flesh. They realized Ye Tianci was not joking. Trembling with fear, they hurriedly revealed their intentions at the Han family. In summary, it was just 2 points. First, to make the Han family loyal to Rong Zidong, in order to deal with Ye Tianci and Rong Meiyen. Second, to unconditionally transfer 50% of the family's assets to the Ji family, a contract that had already been signed. After listening to their confession, Ye Tianci chuckled coldly. These people were truly shameless. As for the first point, Ye Tianci didn't care. He didn't even consider Rong Zidong a threat. Even if the 4 major families in the provincial capital joined forces, he wouldn't back down. As for the second point, Ye Tianci had a new understanding. Ji Wuli and the other two looked shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Transferring 50% of the assets to the Han family, with the Ji family already financially drained by Ye Tianci, in dire straits, transferring an additional 50% of the assets would be the final nail in the coffin, a death sentence. Ji Wuli, with a pained expression, pleaded, Mr. Yi, can you change the terms? Lowering the percentage would be acceptable. Transferring 50% of the assets is too difficult for us. Rong Zidong and Ji Boxiao also found it hard to accept this condition. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow. Oh? Too difficult, you say? Suddenly, he stepped on Rong Zidong's back, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Ye Tianci leaned forward, tightly gripping Rong Zidong's left pinky finger, and suddenly twisted it upwards with force. With a crisp sound, the finger bone instantly fractured. Rong Zidong screamed in pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Ji Wuli and Ji Boxiao couldn't help but feel terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies. Ye Tianci's eyes revealed a cold and resolute determination. He would never allow anyone to harm those he cherished. Ye Tianci smiled faintly and asked in a calm tone, What exactly do you want to express? He didn't care, but felt unfairly accused of being difficult, slandered, and a bit upset. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly grabbed Rong Zedong's left ring finger and snapped it without mercy. Click! Rong Zedong's eyes instantly turned red from the pain, gritting his teeth and howling in agony. Ji Wuli and his son were stunned, their hair standing on end. Normally they considered themselves quite ruthless, but in front of Ye Tianci, they felt inferior. Because Ye Tianci had surpassed ruthlessness and was simply a devil, Ye Tianci said with an unchanged expression, still not willing to talk? Well, let's try again. Another snap. Rong Zedong's left middle finger was forcibly twisted and broken. Rong Zedong, in pain, gasped for air with veins bulging on his forehead. He angrily shouted at Ji Wuli, "Ji Wuli, useless. What are you still dazed for? Quickly agree to Mr. Yi's terms, sign the contract, and transfer assets." But Ji Wuli subconsciously tried to explain, only to hear another snap. Rong Zedong's left index finger was also twisted and broken. Ye Tianci smiled and said, "It seems that Master Ji is still hesitating." Rong Zedong felt so wrong that he almost wanted to cry. He couldn't understand why Ye Tianci was torturing him so cruelly in the battle for 50% of the family property with the Ji family. However, he dared not express these complaints. He could only try to shout loudly, "Ji Wuli, if you hesitate again, I will never let you go. Do you want to see me die today? Hurry up and sign. Sign now. I'll sign, okay?" Ji Wuli's eyes flickered with struggle, and he finally sat down weakly, saying. He knew that if he didn't agree, not only would Rong Deshao suffer, but he and his son Ji Boxiao would also have a bleak future. Only by signing the contract might he save his life. Ye Tianci said to Han Tianzheng, "Uncle Han, please give me a piece of paper and a pen. Let him write his name on it and press his fingerprint to ensure legal effect." Han Tianzheng was still in a daze at this point. Initially, tonight's ordeal had cost him half of his family property, making him feel desperate and regretful for the legacy left by the ancestors of the Han family. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, not only did he get back his property, but he also acquired half of the Ji family's wealth. This efficiency was even higher than a nuclear-powered money-printing machine. No wonder his father repeatedly instructed before his death to betroth his granddaughter to the Yi family, which would bring endless opportunities to the Han family. He finally understood. His father did not deceive him. He must burn more paper for you next year's Qingming festival. With this in mind, Han Tianzheng quickly found paper and pen, swiftly drafted a simple contract, and threw it in front of Ji Wuli. "Do you remember what I told you before, Ji? Evil begets evil. Can you feel it now?" Ji bowed his head, as if losing all his dignity, and weakly signed the contract. Ye Tianci calmly reminded, "Where's your fingerprint?" Ji nervously explained, "I don't have ink." Ye Tianci coldly said, "Using the blood on Rong Dazai's face will do." Ji hesitated, but eventually followed the request, lightly touching the blood on Rong Zedong's face and pressing it onto the contract. Han Tianzheng confirmed and took the contract. Rong Zedong, enduring the pain, asked, "Now that the contract is signed, can you let us go?" Ye Tianci frowned slightly and said, "You successfully made Ji sign the contract. I'm pleased. But I don't like your attitude." With that, he unexpectedly broke Rong Zedong's left thumb. Rong Zedong groaned in pain, wanting to say something but suddenly fainted, lying motionless on the ground. Disappointed, Ye Tianci muttered, "His will is too weak. I was planning to break all 10 fingers." He turned to Ji and his father, suggesting, "How about splitting the remaining 5 fingers between you two?" Ji and his father begged for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Ye Tianci looked at them coldly, "You truly can't handle it." Suddenly, Han Ruoyun spoke up, proposing that Ye Tianci stop. Ye Tianci was slightly surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" Han Ruoyun firmly stated that some things should be handled by him for a more satisfactory outcome. Although Ye Tianci didn't quite understand Han Ruoyun's intentions, he agreed to let him take over. Han Ruoyun stood before Ji Boxiao, making him nervous as he tried to explain his actions. Han Ruoyun remained indifferent. Suddenly, Han Ruoyun was filled with extreme anger. Without hesitation, she grabbed the chair next to her and with all her strength, viciously smashed it towards Ji Boxiao's head. With a loud crack, Ji Boxiao screamed and fell to the ground, blood flowing from his head. He held the wound in pain, pleading, "Yunyan, can you stop now? I really made a mistake." Han Ruoyun's beautiful eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Who told you I can stop? Every time I think of what you just did, I feel disgusted and angry." So, she turned to the still supporting Rong family bodyguards and ordered, "Quick, hold him down." 4 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, firmly restraining Ji Boxiao on the ground, unable to move. Han Ruoyun took a bottle of red wine from the display cabinet, walked up to Ji Boxiao, and stood between his legs. Ji Boxiao had a foreboding feeling in his heart. His eyes widened in complete panic. What do you want to do?" Ji Wooly also turned pale, hurriedly persuading, "Miss Han, please calm down and talk it out." Han Ruoyun coldly said, "Ji Boxiao, you once said you wanted to regain the pleasure down there and be a man again, right? Tonight, I'll make sure you never have that chance again." As she spoke, she lifted the red wine bottle and viciously struck towards Ji Boxiao's lower body. With a crack, the wine bottle instantly shattered, shards flying everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Ji Boxiao convulsed and fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream of agony. His eyes were bloodshot, the pain almost unbearable, and he eventually passed out. At the same time, Ji Wooly was scared stiff, unable to help but scream, wetting a large patch in his pants. He had been a dominant figure in Jiangnan City for decades, but had never experienced such a humiliating situation. This failure left him utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, Han Ruoyun, standing on the side, completed a series of actions and casually tossed the remaining wine bottle aside. Her arms and wrists were trembling slightly, her emotions complex. A mix of nervousness, fear, and excitement intertwined, but more prominently was a sense of relief, making her feel incredibly liberated. Turning to Ye Tianci, she forced a smile and said, Do you think I'm too rude?" Ye Tianci shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Being tough on those who hurt you, in my eyes, is actually quite adorable." Han Ruoyun blushed slightly, playfully scolding, "Humph, slick talker." Ye Tianci smiled wryly, feeling a myriad of emotions. His master's chosen fiancé, when angered, was even more ruthless than anyone else. First, Rong Meiyen killed Huang Zhen and Fu Guang at the meeting, and now Han Ruoyun finished off Ji Boxiao with a wine bottle. At that moment, the two hurried into Han's villa, the belated Rong Meiyen and A Cheng. Seeing the scene before them, especially Kong Xingda's body and Rong Zedong's pitiful state, even the well-traveled pair couldn't help but shiver. A Cheng asked incredulously, "Mr. Yi, did you do all this?" Ye Tianci nodded as if it were a trivial matter. A Cheng's heart surged with emotion. Rong Zedong had operated in the provincial capital for many years, ruthless and having offended many big shots, but had never suffered a loss. Yet, he had been in Jiangnan City for only a day and had ended up in such a state, shocking everyone. Rong Meiyen stepped forward and inquired, "Mr. Yi, how do you plan to deal with Rong Zedong?" Ye Tianci decisively replied, "Scum like him, just get rid of him." Rong Meiyen hesitated for a moment and said, "I suggest sparing his life, not because he's my cousin, but because if you kill him, it will surely cause turmoil within the Rong family. Second uncle will launch a crazy retaliation against you and the Han family, with unimaginable consequences." Han Tianzheng also agreed. Miss Rong makes a valid point. Besides, they have already been punished. Han Ruoyun has come to terms with it. Further action could trigger a chain reaction with unpredictable consequences. And once a major incident erupts, the authorities will intervene, shifting us from proactive to reactive, which would be a shame. Ye Tianci calmly stated, "Since everyone thinks so, let's end it here tonight." Han Tianzheng ordered the bodyguards, "Throw these people out and clean up the living room." The bodyguards busied themselves, tossing out Ji Wooly and others, whether unconscious or dead. The asset transfer contract previously signed by Han Tianzheng and the Ji family was taken back and torn up on the spot, rendered invalid. The crisis facing the Han family was temporarily averted at that moment. Subsequently, Han Tianzheng left with Li Shuqin. Ye Tianci expressed his gratitude to the Han family, saying sincerely, "Nephew Yi, if it weren't for your help tonight, our Han family would probably have faced destruction long ago. Please accept our bow." He tried to pull Li Shuken to kneel and bow in front of Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci quickly stopped him, saying, "There's no need for that. Uncle Han has supported me many times before. As a junior, it's my duty to help. Besides, Han Ruoyun is my friend. I can't just stand by." Upon hearing this, Han Ruoyun raised his eyebrows, looking slightly displeased. He hesitated, sighed, and awkwardly said, "Nephew Yi, I originally planned to invite you to dinner tonight, but unexpected events occurred. I'm truly sorry. Perhaps we'll have to arrange another banquet next time." Ye Tianci smiled and said, "I'm not here for the food. Seeing you all safe and sound is the greatest comfort. It's late now, I won't delay your rest and recovery, so I'll just..." "Wait," Han Tianzheng immediately interrupted, "Nephew Yi, why not stay at my place tonight? The rooms are spacious and comfortable. You can choose where to stay." Li Shuken seemed to catch the hidden meaning in Han Tianzheng's words and cooperated by saying, "Old Han is right, you should stay. It's a good opportunity to chat with Ruoyun and Yuyan." She hinted at Han Ruoyun with her eyes, suggesting, "Yuyan, what do you think?" Han Ruoyun hesitated for a moment, blushing slightly, and stammered, I have no objection." At this moment, Rong Meiyen suddenly cleared her throat, breaking the atmosphere. "I don't think it's necessary. Mr. Yi promised me beforehand that we have important matters to discuss tonight. It might not be convenient for him to stay overnight. Let's save it for next time." Ye Tianci was taken aback, hesitated, and then stopped himself. Rong Meiyen warned him with her eyes, reminding, "Mr. Yi, you did promise, didn't you?" Ye Tianci could only smile bitterly. "All right. It seems there was such an agreement. Well, let's talk about it next time." Han Tianzheng and his wife were a bit disappointed after hearing this but still respected Ye Tianci's decision. Han Tianzheng said, "Until next time, I must have a good drink with you to drown my sorrows." Ye Tianci nodded in agreement. He remembered something and asked for paper and pen from Han Tianzheng, leaving behind 2 prescriptions. He said to Han Tianzheng, "One prescription is for calming the mind and strengthening the body, the other is for internal injuries. With so many unexpected events at home tonight, after I leave, you and your family can take them as needed." Han Tianzheng nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude to Ye Tianci once again. Then he reminded, "Yuyan, Dad is not feeling well. Could you please see off Mr. Yi and Miss Rong for me? Oh, and don't forget what you said to nephew Yi earlier." Han Ruoyun hesitated for a moment, then remembered something, a hint of shyness in his eyes, and nodded, "All right." Subsequently, Han Ruoyun escorted Ye Tianci and the others to the gate of the Wolong Manor. Ye Tianci said, "This is fine. You should go back and rest early." Han Ruoyun hesitated for a moment, then said, "Come over for a moment, I have something to tell you." Ye Tianci was puzzled and walked over to Han Ruoyun. The next moment, Han Ruoyun suddenly tiptoed. Ye Tianci was stunned by Han Ruoyun's sudden move, as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He never expected that Han Ruoyun would be so bold as to kiss him. The soft and sweet touch lingered on his lips, making him feel like he was floating on cloud 9, even forgetting to dodge, just standing there blankly. Was his first kiss taken away just like that? However, this feeling made his heart blossom with joy. Not only Ye Tianci, Rong Meiyen and Aching were also dumbfounded. After a few seconds, Han Ruoyun slowly moved his lips away, took a step back, and a shy blush appeared on his face. Ye Tianci asked somewhat bewilderedly, "You? What was that?" Han Ruoyun glanced at Rong Meiyen and deliberately raised his voice, "I just said, tonight you help our Han family seek revenge, and you will be ours from now on. I will keep my promise and never go back on my word. This kiss is an early reward for you. In the future, as long as you perform to my satisfaction, I will be waiting for you to reap the rewards at any time." After that, she turned and left. But after a few steps, she seemed to remember something, turned back to remind Ye Tianci, "I'm a bit of a clean freak. I hope you will stay clean in the future and not let certain people deceive you before this." She glanced warningly at Rong Meiyen and then left with peace of mind. Ye Tianci stood there, with a lingering taste on his lips, endless aftertaste. Thinking back to what happened today, it was indeed very special. First, Liu Ruyan kissed his cheek. Then Rong Meiyen let him touch her chest, although separated by clothes, and finally Han Ruoyun took the initiative to kiss him. Within a day, 3 fiancés each displayed their charm, making this young man feel somewhat overwhelmed. You know, now there are only 3 fiancés, there are still 6 more to come. He secretly pondered whether he could bear it when the time comes. At this moment, Rong Meiyen broke his reverie. She smiled and said, "It seems that Miss Han has spent a lot on Mr. Ye." Ye Tianci scratched his head, embarrassedly smiled. "She's just playing around, right?" Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes and said, "Which girl kisses casually? By your logic, touching my chest in the car was just playing around, not wanting to take responsibility, right?" She took a deep breath, controlled her inner displeasure, and said lightly, "Get in the car." The two got in the car and set off on the way back to the purple gold heavenly palace villa. Rong Meiyen did not continue to talk about Han Ruoyun, but asked seriously, "Just now at the Han family, I saved Rong Zedong's life for you. Do you think I am too kind?" Ye Tianci shook his head and smiled. "No, I think you did this for another reason, right? After all, Rong Meiyen personally killed 2 brutal people at the meeting and was praised by Liu Ruyan as an exterminator. How could she be a kind-hearted saint?" Rong Meiyen's mouth curved into a charming smile. "Mr. Yi is indeed a worthy partner, seeing through things at a glance. I didn't let Rong Zedong off without careful consideration. In simple terms, although Rong Zedong is limited in ability and arrogant, he is one of the few weaknesses of second uncle. Since he is a weak spot, we must strike at the vital moment, and the timing is not ripe yet." Rong Meiyen paused for a moment, her voice becoming steady. "When the time is right, I will use this weakness to deliver a fatal blow to second uncle, making it impossible for him to move an inch." As she spoke, her eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent and hatred. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat puzzled. It is quite normal for power struggles within large families to sow discord and hold grudges against each other. But he felt that Rong Meiyen's hatred towards second uncle seemed to be not only about family power struggles, but also harbored other reasons. What exactly are those reasons? At this moment, a Qing interrupted Ye Tianci's thoughts. Tonight, Rong Zedong suffered such a heavy blow, and Kong Xingde was killed. Second Master is bound to be furious and will likely dispatch more high-level experts for support, possibly even Tiger List level experts. Ye Tianci asked, "I've heard them mention Tiger List experts before, but what exactly is the Tiger List?" A Qing was taken aback. "Oh, your strength has already reached the level of a warrior, yet you don't know about the Tiger List?" Ye Tianci shook his head. He had never paid attention to this matter. A Qing explained with a smile, "Let me enlighten you then. The so-called Tiger List is a ranking of martial arts experts specially set up for each province. Take our province of Tiannan as an example. The ranking takes place once a year in mid-year. As long as one's strength reaches the level of a warrior, they are eligible to participate, and the top 100 are ultimately determined. With a large population in Tiannan province, even if calculated at 1 in 10,000, there are still thousands of strong individuals with warrior-level strength. Therefore, those who make it to the top 100 of the Tiger List are all outstanding. After becoming a Tiger List expert, they will be favored by many major families, invited as guests, and enjoy abundant resources and status." Ye Tianci sneered and said, "Even trash like Kong Xingde can make the list. It doesn't seem that remarkable after all." A Qing nodded. "Although the Tiger List is powerful, there is still the Dragon List above it. The Dragon List of each province is ranked once every 3 years, and only those with the strength of a Grandmaster are eligible to participate. Due to the rarity of Grandmaster level experts, there are only the top 50 Dragon List experts in Tiannan province. Once becoming a Dragon List expert, they will be invited by the 4 major families in the provincial capital and other giants to become family worshippers or elders, with a much more prominent status than as guests. Even if they don't join any forces and act alone, they have the qualifications to establish a sect, recruit disciples, and become an important figure in the region." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there anything above the Dragon List?" A Qing nodded. "Above the Dragon ranking, there is a legendary divine ranking." When she mentioned this, there was a flicker of longing and jealousy in her eyes. The so-called divine ranking is only open to those who have reached the realm of War God. Every 5 years, the grand event of the Dragon Kingdom gathers many martial arts masters at the top of Mount Tai, where they compete fiercely to select the top 20. Those who can reach this level represent not just an individual, but a whole family, a power, embodying unbeatable destructive force. It is worth mentioning that in the nearly 100-year history of the southern province, the number of masters who have made it to the divine ranking is scarce. Especially in the last 30 years, only one person has successfully entered the divine ranking. He is the southern war god Lin Feng, possessing rare exceptional talent, but unfortunately, he mysteriously disappeared shortly after entering the ranking. However, these topics may seem distant to you. Although it can be acknowledged that you have some strength, you may only be at the level of the top 50 on the Tiger ranking of the southern province. However, you are still young. As long as you work hard, maybe within 10 years, you will have the chance to climb to the dragon ranking. As for the divine ranking, it is something difficult to reach, probably impossible to achieve in this lifetime. Ye Tianci seems indifferent to these matters concerning the divine ranking. To him, it seems like just an ordinary ranking. On the contrary, Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "She believes in Mr. Yi. Perhaps the future will bring surprises because she has already guessed that Ye Tianci is the southern war god. But even so, he is not someone that the top players on the Tiger ranking of the southern province can easily provoke. Therefore, she is very much looking forward to it, hoping that her second uncle can send more top players from the Tiger ranking to Jiangnan City." In this way, two beautiful women are helping each other in bed. One is softly moaning while the other is being cautious. Liu Ruyan raises her long legs as Xiao Qingcheng carefully tends to her blisters, causing Liu Ruyan to let out a faint whimper. After finishing, Liu Ruyan collapses on the bed, her body trembling slightly, gritting her teeth as she expresses her resentment towards Ye Tianci. She once took Ye Tianci to see the Dragon Lord, only to be tricked by Rong Meiyen and left with a dead phone, forcing them to walk home. Xiao Qingcheng scolds her for not borrowing money from passers-by, but Liu Ruyan hesitated due to fears of being secretly filmed. Liu Ruyan describes the awkwardness on the way home, but Xiao Qingcheng stops her from getting off track. She reminisces about the scene when she met the Dragon Lord, feeling proud of it. Xiao Qingcheng inquires about Ye Tianci almost apologizing to the Dragon Lord, to which Liu Ruyan responds vaguely. In the office, Ye Tianci appeared very modest and honest, hesitating even to sit down. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Is the Ye Tianci mentioned by Liu Ruyan the same person she knew? Perhaps Ye Tianci only showed a strong and ruthless side in front of her, while being more approachable to others? This thought made Xiao Qingcheng feel a bit down, with various speculations swirling in her mind. What would it be like now if she hadn't insisted on getting a divorce back then? Suddenly, Liu Ruyan patted Xiao Qingcheng's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. She expressed support for Xiao Qingcheng's divorce, calling Ye Tianci a scumbag. At the same time, she encouraged Xiao Qingcheng to relax and promised to help her secure that 10 billion order, making her the first beautiful and wealthy woman in Jiangnan City. This speech lifted Xiao Qingcheng's spirits, and she confidently nodded, saying she would work hard. A sly glint flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes as she not only encouraged Xiao Qingcheng but also teased her about her relationship with Ye Tianci, planning to help Xiao Qingcheng touch the jackpot. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan reached out and playfully attacked Xiao Qingcheng's chest, teasingly squeezing it, causing Xiao Qingcheng to scream in surprise. In that moment, the two beautiful women wrestled on the bed, creating an atmosphere full of sensuality. In the Zijin Tiangong Villa area, Rong Meiyen let Qing leave first, saying she needed to talk to Ye Tianci alone about some private matters. The two arrived at Ye Tianci's villa, where Rong Meiyen sat on the shoe cabinet, took off her red high heels, revealing her feet wrapped in black stockings. She deliberately wiggled her feet, asking Ye Tianci if he found them attractive. Ye Tianci instinctively replied that they were attractive. Rong Meiyen, with a seductive air, asked Ye Tianci if he wanted to touch them. Ye Tianci felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. Rong Meiyen jokingly said that women's feet in black stockings would have a fragrance after being worn all day, asking if he didn't like it. Ye Tianci almost said he liked that scent, but managed to hold back. Rong Meiyen pretended to be angry, saying if he didn't like it, forget it, as her feet were indeed fragrant. Then, with a hint of teasing, she mentioned that even if her feet were fragrant, they couldn't compare to Miss Han's lips, which made people feel flustered when kissed. She curiously asked Ye Tianci if his marriage with Xiao Qingcheng was sexless for the past 3 years and how he managed to endure it. Ye Tianci smiled bitterly, indicating he didn't want to dwell on the past and hoped to discuss business matters. Rong Meiyen slightly lowered her neckline, revealing her snow-white shoulders and transparent straps, showcasing her charm. She gently lifted her slender black stocking-clad legs, sparking imagination. Ye Tianci felt a bit dry in his throat, took a sip of water lightly, but did not make any other move. Rong Meiyen saw this scene, smiled slightly, stood up and walked to Ye Tianci's side. Her eyes were calm, with a hint of playfulness, and she said, "What's wrong? Are you worried about the feel, so you dare not touch it? Rest assured, this is the real deal." Ye Tianci looked into her eyes, and their gazes met. Rong Meiyen's eyes revealed 1,000 charms, but beneath this charming appearance, there were complex thoughts that were hard to grasp. Ye Tianci took a deep breath and calmly said, "Actually, you don't have to do this." Rong Meiyen stopped, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The awkwardness on Ye Tianci's face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented calmness. He continued, "In fact, deep down, you don't intend to do this. You keep teasing me just to test my limits, or to gain favor through this means, or even to use me to do things for you, right?" Rong Meiyen's expression changed slightly, releasing Ye Tianci's hand that she was holding. She said, "I don't quite understand what you mean." Ye Tianci walked to the wine cabinet, where a variety of precious wines collected by Lin Feng were displayed. He casually picked up a bottle of 1982 Lafite and poured himself a glass. Swirling the wine glass gently, he continued, "Now, it's just the two of us, let's be honest. I admit, you are beautiful, smart, and outstanding, especially that decisive demeanor, admirable. However, on the flip side, you hide too much, always having a purpose in everything you do. I don't think a Miss Rong from the Rong family would launch an attack on me just because we've had a few encounters. Your decisiveness and calmness, under rational deduction, wouldn't lead to such emotional actions." Upon hearing this, the charm on Rong Meiyen's face had vanished, replaced by a cautious coldness. She said, "Please continue." Ye Tianci raised his wine glass, took a sip, and continued, "As a man, the ambiguity between a man and a beautiful woman is indeed thrilling and irresistible. But years of intuition tell me that you have ulterior motives in doing so. This feeling makes me uneasy, and the deeper I get in touch with you, the stronger this feeling becomes. I have never felt this way with Han Ruoyun, because that E-Cup powerhouse is straightforward and doesn't hide anything, and Liu Ruyan is also straightforward. Dealing with such people is direct and requires no guard. But Rong Meiyen is different. She gave him an elusive feeling the first time Ye Tianci saw her. Even though she always pretends to be charming and calm, it is to conceal her inner complexity. Especially the last time he helped her rescue someone. Her attitude in front of him and after he left was completely different. This is enough to show the depth of her scheming. Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes slightly, showing a sense of vigilance. Ever since Ye Tianci realized that Rong Meiyen wanted to use him, he poured himself another glass of red wine, with a calm expression, saying, "Ever since you guessed that I am the Southern War God, your attitude towards me has become ambiguous and provocative, as if you have a strong purpose. Perhaps you have a special fondness for the title of the Southern War God, but your arrogance and stubbornness make you stand out, even more so than Xiao Qingcheng. For someone like you to tease and tempt a man, there must be some hidden agenda behind it." Rong Meiyen smiled at his words, shaking her head slightly. I thought my acting skills were flawless, but I didn't expect you to see through it. You've been cooperating with me in this act, haven't you? You are truly terrifying. Enemies who dared to oppose you in the past all ended up failing. Fortunately, I never treated you as an enemy from the beginning." Ye Tianci calmly replied, "I believe you never saw me as an enemy. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have the chance to stand in front of me now. Thank you for treating me with care and consideration." Rong Meiyen walked over in her silk stockings, sat opposite Ye Tianci, poured herself a full glass of red wine, and drank it in one gulp. Perhaps drinking too hastily, she choked on the wine a bit. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of melancholy and sadness appeared in her deep eyes. She asked, "Mr. Yi, are you interested in hearing my story? As your partner, it wouldn't hurt to listen occasionally. But my memory is not good. I might forget after a good night's sleep. Rong Meiyen refilled her glass with red wine. In fact, I approached you with a purpose in mind, wanting to use you. Ye Tianci listened quietly, without interrupting her. Rong Meiyen continued. The outside world knows about the internal struggles within the Rong family, where my father and second uncle are vying for control of the family. As a traditional large family, the eldest son is usually assumed to inherit, and my father was also designated as the heir. But 10 years ago, an unknown event occurred, changing everything. She took a sip of wine, her expression solemn. It was a serious financial embezzlement case, with collusion inside and out, causing significant losses to the family. Grandfather sent my father to investigate, but on his way back, they were ambushed. My father and over 20 others were brutally killed, including my mother. Ye Tianci's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this, quietly waiting for Rong Meiyen to continue her story. Rong Meiyen tightly gripped the wineglass, tears swirling in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "My mother was stabbed more than 10 times in order to save my father, giving him a fighting chance at life. However, he ultimately fell off a cliff. Though he survived, he was left paralyzed, confined to a wheelchair. What's worse, his mental state was also affected, sometimes lucid, sometimes confused, and at times, he couldn't even recognize me, his own daughter. And so, I lost my mother, and half of my father." Rong Meiyen's voice carried deep sorrow and helplessness, her eyes revealing longing for her departed loved ones and uncertainty for the future. With a snap, Rong Meiyen, who used to be calm and decisive, was now in tears, her shoulders trembling slightly, feeling sad and wronged. Ye Tianci sighed softly. When he mentioned Rong Meiyen's uncle in the car earlier, her eyes revealed uncontrollable anger and hatred, showing that she was carrying such deep sorrow behind her. Her decisiveness, ruthlessness, and profound cunning were all the results of years of accumulated hatred. Ye Tianci handed a tissue to Rong Meiyen and asked in confusion, "It's obvious that your uncle planned this. Hasn't he received the punishment he deserves?" Rong Meiyen wiped away her tears, took a sip of red wine, shook her head, and said, "Alas, not only did he not, but most people inside and outside the family turned to support my uncle because of my father's health issues. Maintaining balance within the family is a top priority, so my parents' affairs had to be suppressed. From that moment on, I realized that the family could not seek justice for me, and I had to rely on myself. So I constantly pushed myself to improve, striving to enhance my influence. To me, the titles of business queen and outstanding successor of the Rong family are not important. I just want Rong Tianli to pay the price, to lose everything, even his life." Rong Meiyen gritted her teeth and said coldly, "But my uncle has deep-rooted power after years of cultivation. It's difficult for me alone to shake it. So I came to Jiangnan City hoping to find a reliable and powerful partner to seek revenge together." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you eyeing me for that?" Rong Meiyen nodded and said, "Yes. As long as you help me seek revenge, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul or body without hesitation. Especially after I learned about your identity as the Jiangnan war god, it further strengthened my determination. I know this is full of danger, even life-threatening. Both reason and emotion tell me I should tell you in advance. But out of selfishness, I was afraid you would refuse, so I chose to hide it, planning to bind you to me with attraction so you couldn't refuse to seek revenge together. I didn't expect you to find out." Rong Meiyen took a big gulp of red wine, sighed, and said, "Regardless of my motives, hiding and using you were my mistakes, and I owe you an apology. After this, I will terminate our partnership and not contact you again. After all, this is my personal revenge, and you shouldn't be involved." Hearing Rong Meiyen finally being honest, Ye Tianci's eyes lowered slightly. He had a whole new understanding of this woman. This business queen, known as the ruthless woman who destroyed the Rong family, had endured so much pain alone in the past decade. For revenge, she endured, strong and resilient, even resorting to any means necessary. It may be extreme, but Ye Tianci could understand her, because in a way, they were kindred spirits. Ye Tianci carried a heavy burden in his heart, as his loved ones perished in a fire 15 years ago, and the identity of the enemy responsible remains unknown to this day. The pain of being unable to seek revenge filled his heart with anger and despair. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he took a sip and candidly expressed his thoughts. "As your partner, I will do my utmost and never go back on my word. If you seek revenge, I will stand by your side, just by getting to know some people better." When he spoke these words, Rong Meiyen was shocked, her body trembling involuntarily, her eyes filled with an incredulous expression. Stammering, she asked, Are you serious?" Ye Tianci's response was firm and sincere. Despite Rong Meiyen being his fiancé, and even though he had considered calling off the engagement, which was still intact at the moment, he felt a responsibility to lend a helping hand. Moreover, despite Rong Meiyen having ulterior motives, she had supported him on many occasions, making it impossible for Ye Tianci to stand idly by. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rong Meiyen wiped away her tears, drank a large glass of wine without hesitation, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Mr. Ye. I am willing to pay any price as long as you help me seek revenge." Ye Tianci waved his hand and smiled. "No need to be polite. I have no intention of seeking anything in return." Rong Meiyen earnestly stated, "Mr. Ye, I am serious." Biting her lip, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Though separated by clothing, the soft touch of her hand left Ye Tianci somewhat dazed. Firmly, Rong Meiyen said, "Feel my heart. I, Rong Meiyen, swear that every word I just said was sincere. I remember Miss Han once said, as long as you perform excellently, she will choose you. Today, I also promise you that as long as you help me achieve revenge, I will choose you, without any regrets." A blush appeared on Rong Meiyen's face, perhaps out of shyness, or maybe due to the effects of alcohol. Combined with the soft light, she appeared even more alluring. She continued, "For years, my life has revolved around revenge. It has become my sole belief. I have never yearned for love and a partner, nor have I cared. I don't know about your relationship with Miss Han, but one thing I can do better is that I don't care about her notion of innocence. As long as you help me seek revenge, whether I am a lover, a third party, or even degraded, I don't mind. Even if you have special preferences, as long as you ask, I will wholeheartedly comply, without resistance." Ye Tianci was momentarily stunned by her words, realizing that Rong Meiyen's previous seduction was merely to use him to achieve revenge. Despite being enticed by her, he understood how much she resisted it all deep down. Rong Meiyen showed a strong determination at the moment, clearly stating that as long as someone could help her achieve her revenge plan, she was willing to wholeheartedly accept it, even allowing herself to be manipulated at will, showing a sincere attitude and sincerity. This attitude was obviously more attractive. Ye Tianzi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, "Ahem, you've misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person with weird special preferences." Rong Meiyen responded with a smile, "Even if you are, I can accept it. And I know you are very outstanding, perhaps even better than I imagined. Excellent men always attract many women around them. I might feel a bit jealous, but I will never interfere in your ambiguous relationships with other women. And even if I think that woman is good, I will help you pursue her." Ye Tianzi half-jokingly asked, "Are you serious?" Rong Meiyen charmingly nodded and sincerely said, "I am serious. If you don't believe me, come and pinch me to see." Ye Tianzi pinched her lightly, feeling a warm feeling surging in his heart. Ye Tianci opened his eyes, feeling a bit groggy. He rubbed his temples, recalling the scene of Rong Meiyen opening up to him last night, the two of them chatting and drinking freely. They drank all kinds of alcohol non-stop until his memory became fragmented and disjointed. He silently decided to drink in moderation in the future. Ye Tianci muttered to himself, about to get up, but felt something soft and warm pressing down on him. As he focused his gaze, he saw Rong Meiyen lying next to him, fast asleep. Why was she still here? Didn't they agree to leave last night? Ye Tianci felt confused. Unfortunately, he didn't remember anything after getting drunk. Have we already done something? He quickly checked and found his clothes disheveled, leaving only a pair of boxers. While Rong Meiyen was fully dressed, not even taking off her stockings. It seemed that nothing had happened last night. However, there was a black lace bra hanging on the bedside. Maybe she took it off because she was uncomfortable. Ye Tianci speculated in his mind. Suddenly, he felt an urgent need to use the bathroom and prepared to push Rong Meiyen aside carefully. Just then, Rong Meiyen turned over, placing her sexy black stockinged legs on him. What should he do? Ye Tianci hesitated and tried to move her legs. However, as soon as he reached out, Rong Meiyen opened her eyes. Ye Tianci awkwardly explained, "You've misunderstood, I was just." "What's there to misunderstand?" Rong Meiyen grabbed his hand and gently rubbed it on her smooth black stockinged legs, saying coquettishly, "If you want to touch, just touch directly, no need to fumble secretly." Ye Tianci smiled helplessly. "I didn't mean that at all." Rong Meiyen smiled and asked, "How does it feel, smooth? Comfortable?" Ye Tianci smiled awkwardly. "Indeed very smooth." Rong Meiyen propped her head on one side, her fingers lightly sliding on Ye Tianci's chest. She exclaimed, "The southern war god is truly extraordinary. How can one not be fascinated by this figure?" Since opening up last night, she had let down her guard and appeared much more relaxed. Ye Tianci thought silently, the real southern war god Lin Feng, in appearance and figure, how could they be in the same league? He even bald. Women seeing him would probably feel nauseous rather than fascinated. While he was complaining in his mind, his gaze involuntarily fell on the neckline of Rong Meiyen. At this moment, the two were very close, and Ye Tianci's gaze could just peek inside the neckline. Unfortunately, the most crucial part was obscured by clothing and couldn't be seen clearly. Rong Meiyen noticed his gaze, smiled coquettishly, intending to change her posture, but felt something hard around her waist. What was strange? She looked down and her cheeks instantly flushed red. Ye Tianci quickly explained, "Ah, it's not what you think, I just really need to use the bathroom." Rong Meiyen said seriously, "No need to explain, even if it's not like that, it's okay. We agreed to wait until after the revenge is successful before moving on." Ye Tianci secretly rejoiced in his heart, feeling that he had successfully overcome this crisis. He looked at Qing's indifferent expression and couldn't help but admire the vigilance of this female guard. Trying to lighten the mood, he smiled and said, "Qing, rest assured, there is nothing inappropriate between me and Rong Meiyen." Qing nodded slightly after hearing this, her expression easing slightly. Suddenly, a cell phone ringtone sounded from downstairs. Ye Tianci quickly apologized and said, "Sorry, I'll go answer the phone." He hurried downstairs to pick up the call. It was Rong Meiyen on the other end, inquiring if the clothes had been delivered. Ye Tianci replied with a smile that they had been delivered, and Rong Meiyen expressed satisfaction with his performance. After hanging up the phone, Ye Tianci felt relieved and returned to the living room to find that Qing had already left. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that although there had been some twists and turns this time, everything had been resolved satisfactorily. Smiling slightly at the empty living room, he felt even more confident in his wit and composure. This experience made him realize even more deeply that to establish himself in this Zhonghu, he not only needed courage and wisdom, but also composure and quick thinking. He made a firm decision to work even harder and become a true strong figure in the Zhonghu. Ye Tianci looked at her coldly and solemnly reminded her, "Don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies about my young lady. There is a huge gap in your social status, and you cannot provide her with the life she expects. Besides, her family has already arranged a fiancé for her. Although his identity is mysterious, he is definitely superior to you. So, please show some self-respect and fulfill your duties as a partner." Last night, Qing hardly slept at all because Rong Meiyen didn't return home all night and stayed at Ye Tianci's house, which made her worry if the young lady was being mistreated. She wanted to find out the truth several times but was afraid of disturbing the young lady, so she waited until Rong Meiyen sent a text message before hurriedly coming to check the situation. Luckily, everything seemed to be fine. Qing once again solemnly warned, "You better remember my words, or you will bear the consequences." Ye Tianci, looking at her serious expression, couldn't help but feel a sense of teasing. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, he chuckled and said, "Oh, I'm curious. How can your slender arms and legs make me look good?" Qing's face darkened, and she sneered, "Then it's your own fault." Suddenly, she raised her foot high and kicked towards Ye Tianci's head. The speed was astonishing, but Ye Tianci, even faster, grabbed her smooth ankle. Qing frowned and instinctively tried to pull back her right foot to change her attack, but found that her right foot seemed to be tightly clamped by an iron clamp and couldn't break free at all. Frustrated, she tried to exert more force to break free, but to her surprise, Ye Tianci glanced at the inside of her right leg. Qing was stunned for a moment, then woke up, her cheeks blushing with anger. She said, "You despicable rascal." She gritted her teeth and murmured, "How dare you? With the help of Ye Tianci holding her ankle, she lifted her other foot and kicked towards his face. However, her attack was easily blocked by Ye Tianci with his arm. Then he pushed forward. Qing lost her balance, flew backward, and landed on the floor in the living room with a cry of pain. Her buttocks hit the ground, causing unbearable pain. Her professional skirt was lifted, revealing some pink edges. Ye Tianci looked down at her, shaking his head and said with a smile, "If this is all you've got, I'm afraid it's not enough to captivate me." Qing's chest heaved with anger, but her heart was as calm as water. She had diligently trained in martial arts for many years and had now reached the strength of a mid-level warrior. It was quite remarkable for her age to achieve such a feat. Although she knew that Ye Tianci had easily defeated mid-level experts like Huang Zhen and even killed the peak warrior Kong Xingde last night, she still believed she had the strength to fight against Ye Tianci. However, she did not expect that he would easily subdue her with just 2 moves. It was unacceptable to her. Qing gritted her teeth and said, "Rascal, I refuse to accept this, come at me again." She stood up straight like a carp, ready to launch another attack on Ye Tianci. Just then, Rong Meiyen's voice suddenly sounded, stopping Qing's action. She had just finished bathing, wrapped in a white towel, resembling a lotus in water. The towering curves above the towel were hard to conceal, and below were a pair of snow-white straight long legs, complementing each other. Qing walked up, displeased, and said, "Miss, why did you stop me? This big rascal just bullied me." Rong Meiyen frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Yi wouldn't be so bored as to bully a young girl. It's you who should show more respect to Mr. Yi in the future, after all, he is my partner." "Oh, I see." Qing pouted, reluctantly nodding. Rong Meiyen turned to Ye Tianci and said, "Mr. Yi, if Qing did something wrong just now, I apologize to you on her behalf." Ye Tianci shook his head. "It's okay, we were just sparring. Right?" Qing mumbled and turned her head, still unwilling to accept it. Rong Meiyen took the bag from Qing's hand and said to Ye Tianci, "Mr. Yi, could you please lend a place for changing clothes?" Ye Tianci nodded. Rong Meiyen seemed to think of something else and said, "Could you also take a bath and change clothes? I'm going to take you somewhere later." "Where to?" Rong Meiyen smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when we get there." Okay. Ye Tianci thought for a moment and agreed since there was nothing else to do at the moment. An hour later, Qing drove with Rong Meiyen and Ye Tianci to a medium-sized office building. Ye Tianci looked up at the sign of the building, Fengrong Group. "This is," Rong Meiyen introduced, "this is the company I founded in Jiangnan City." Ye Tianci asked puzzledly, "The Rong family only recently decided to expand their influence in Jiangnan City. How did the company establish so quickly?" Rong Meiyen explained, "In business decisions, major families usually make preparations in advance. This company was acquired on behalf of the Rong family in Jiangnan City 2.5 years ago. After more than 2 years of secret preparation, this company can now almost be considered Ye Tianci's personal property, as he has become the chairman of the company. This time, the family gave him an assessment task, to achieve a revenue of 10 billion within a month, without relying on the power of the provincial city family. He must have the support of the company." Ye Tianci half-jokingly said that this is not an impossible task. If he wants, he can contact the imprisoned top global financial giants in the fallen city at any time. With those crazy business talents and connections, as long as a little capital is provided, earning 10 billion in a month is not difficult at all. But it is not necessary to do so now. After all, the 10 billion order from the Dragon Group is already enough. And as far as he knows, even the mysterious and unpredictable Liu family from Jiangnan City will participate in this restart of the bidding Chamber of Commerce, and he must also participate personally. Rong Meiyen led Ye Tianci into the Fengrong Group. The employees of the Fengrong Group all knew that Rong Meiyen would come today, and 300 to 400 people in the office area welcomed her together. When they saw Rong Meiyen, they applauded while privately discussing, saying, "Wow! It's the first time I've seen her. Her appearance and temperament are too stunning. Who is that handsome guy next to her? He's dressed so plainly. Could he be her boyfriend? What boyfriend? The chairman is obviously single. That person should be her chosen business partner. It seems like it was confirmed at the meeting the day before yesterday." At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked over. He showed a flattering smile to Rong Meiyen and said, "Chairman, you've been in Jiangnan City for so many days, and you finally have time to come today." Rong Meiyen smiled and said, "Vice President, you've worked hard over these past 2 years." The middle-aged man humbly replied, "Not hard, not hard." Then his gaze turned to Ye Tianci, with a barely noticeable alertness, and asked, "Chairman, is this the partner you mentioned, Mr. Ye?" "Yes." Rong Meiyen introduced Ye Tianci to Diao Yele, the vice president of Fengrong Group, saying, "When I'm not around, he is in charge of all the company's operations." Ye Tianci reached out to shake hands with Diao Yele, but was ignored. A worthless son-in-law who was kicked out of the family, gaining the chairman's approval with inexplicable luck. What qualifications does he have to shake hands with him? Diao Yele continued to smile flatteringly at Rong Meiyen and said, "Chairman, with your presence today, our company is shining brightly. Please feel free to give any instructions. We as a team will do our best." Rong Meiyen looked at him thoughtfully. Rong Meiyen smiled and looked at Diao Yele standing in the office, feeling deeply moved. She spoke slowly. "I have decided to make an important adjustment to the company and I need everyone's full support. As we all know, the family requires me to earn 10 billion within a month, and Tianlong Group is about to release a 10 billion worth bidding order. We must do our best to win this order." She paused for a moment and continued, "Therefore, I have decided to reorganize the company's structure and appoint a new general manager." Upon hearing this, Diao Yele immediately showed excitement and promised, patting his chest, "Meiyen, please give the order, I will definitely give my full support." He was thrilled inside, finally welcoming his promotion opportunity. Thinking about his upcoming promotion to general manager, he took a step forward in excitement. The employees in the office also showed expressions of anticipation, knowing that once Diao Yele was promoted to general manager, they would also benefit. They were looking forward to the upcoming benefits, excited for Diao Yele's promotion. The office area was in shock. They actually made Ye Tianci the general manager? This news surprised everyone, as Vice General Diao has always been a widely accepted choice within the company. Although Vice General Diao has some flaws in private, his position and supporters within the company cannot be underestimated. With a 10 billion order project assigned to Ye Tianci, everyone started to question his ability to handle it. The chairman's decision was somewhat perplexing. Even Ye Tianci himself was surprised, never expecting Rong Meiyen to suddenly promote him to the general manager position. However, he had promised to help Rong Meiyen seek revenge on her uncle last night, and as a partner, he couldn't refuse this opportunity. Vice General Diao suddenly frowned and expressed his opposition. "Chairman, I disagree with this decision." Rong Meiyen seemed prepared, asking expressionlessly, "Vice General Diao, why do you oppose?" Vice General Diao complained, "Fengrong Group is crucial for you and the Rong family. If you could find a seasoned businessperson to be the general manager, I would support it without hesitation. But now, appointing an inexperienced newcomer to manage the company, I simply cannot accept it. I believe I'm not the only one with this thought, right? Everyone will agree, won't they?" With that, he glanced at the people in the office who supported him. These people immediately voiced their support. Vice General Diao makes a valid point. As leaders of the company, we must have sufficient credibility. For a moment, more than 50 people stood up in support of Vice General Diao, including many middle managers, forming quite a strong force. Vice General Diao, hearing the support, showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He continued, "Chairman, I don't care if I become the general manager. I'm just thinking about the company's future, not wanting to hand it over to uncertain hands. I hope you will think twice before making a decision." He believed that his words, combined with so much support, would surely exert enough pressure to make Rong Meiyen change her mind. However, he still didn't understand Rong Meiyen enough. Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes slightly, coldly asking, "Vice General Diao, are you guiding me on what to do? Or planning to organize opposition against me?" Though the voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder in Vice General Diao's ears. Vice General Diao instantly felt cold sweat breaking out. Rong Meiyen, hailed as the queen of the provincial capital's business community, not only had extraordinary business acumen but also had a decisive and ruthless style, never showing mercy. Just a few days ago, she even shot the Rong family's steward, Fu Guang, at the Bidding Business Association, a matter that had caused a stir within the company. Faced with such a ruthless character, who would dare to offend her? Vice General Diao quickly shook his head and explained, "You misunderstand, I didn't mean that." Rong Meiyen said lightly, "Since you didn't mean that, then follow the decision I announced." Any objections? Although Vice General Diao was unwilling, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "No objections." Rong Meiyen said to Ye Tianci, "Mr. Yi, from now on, you are the general manager of Rongfeng Group. I will fully support any decision you make." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, "Any decision at all?" Rong Meiyen nodded affirmatively. Ye Tianci smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his voice as he spoke, "In that case, my first order as the new general manager is." His gaze swept across the office, including Diao Yilei and those who had supported him, before suddenly announcing, "Dismiss Vice President Diao and all those who support him." A wave of shock swept through the office area. Everyone was taken aback. Even Rong Meiyen's pupils couldn't help but contract, not expecting Ye Tianci's first order to be so unexpected and bold. Ah Ching furrowed her brow. She thought to herself, "Miss asked you to take on the role of general manager to win that 10 billion order, not to cause trouble." And the most difficult to accept was Diao Yilei. His face darkened, eyes wide as he demanded, "Why do you have the right to dismiss me?" Ye Tianci calmly replied, "Because I believe that the 10 billion order project can be successfully completed even without you. The company should not tolerate idlers. Is there a problem with dismissing you all?" Diao Yilei's eye twitched fiercely. "You're talking nonsense. This is clearly out of personal grudges, retaliating against me for just not shaking hands and opposing you as the general manager." Ye Tianci snapped his fingers, laughing, "Correct. I am indeed retaliating against you, so what? I am the general manager. I have the final say. Any objections?" Diao Yilei trembled with anger. This guy is shameless. He openly admits it without any shame. Not only that, the employees in the room were all discussing privately. "Oh my god. This Mr. Yi is so arrogant, openly retaliating in front of the chairman, really impressive. I've been in the company for so long. This is the first time I've seen Vice President Diao being slapped in the face like this. Although it's satisfying to watch, isn't Mr. Yi too arrogant to say he can secure a 10 billion order?" Diao Yilei trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said to Rong Meiyen, "Did you see that? This guy is publicly settling private grievances. What is he doing? It's clearly undermining the company's unity, trying to ruin the company. I refuse to accept this. Please make a decision for us." Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "I have already stated that I fully support General Manager Yi's decision. If he wants to dismiss you all, then prepare to go through the resignation procedures at the HR department." Rong Meiyen's response shocked everyone even more. She actually, in order to support this partner, fired Diao Yilei and more than 50 other mid-level employees in one go. Isn't this too crazy? Diao Yilei's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to develop like this. He reluctantly said, "Chairman, I have devoted more than 2 years of hard work to you. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Today, publicly dismissing me and more than 50 colleagues is too unfair. If you insist on this decision, I will join everyone in submitting a joint petition to the senior management of the Rong family to reflect on this matter and make a fair judgment." As soon as these words came out, those who supported him expressed their support for Diao Yilei. Rong Meiyen frowned slightly. At this critical moment, if they really submitted a joint petition, the situation might become even more complicated. However, at this moment, Ye Tianci smiled and said, "Vice President Diao, if you think it's unfair, then what do you think is fair?" Diao Yilei gritted his teeth and said, "Chairman may believe you can complete the 10 billion order project, but I do not believe it." Ye Tianci nodded earnestly, indicating that he was taking this bet very seriously. Diao Yilei immediately turned to Rong Meiyen, pleading for her to be a witness. He emphasized that as people of the Zhonghu, keeping one's word is the most basic principle. Rong Meiyen looked deeply at Ye Tianci, noticing the confident smile on his face. So she solemnly nodded and agreed to be a witness. She warned, "No backing out." And so it was settled. Diao Yilei sneered and, with a hint of provocation, said to Ye Tianci, "Let's wait and see how Mr. Yi will secure this 10 billion order, making us all convinced." After that, Diao Yilei turned and left. His supporters followed suit, making disdainful noises. In their eyes, the competition for the 10 billion order from Tianlong Group was extremely fierce. With the current strength of Rongfeng Group, they didn't stand a chance among the many competitors. They didn't believe that a young man like Ye Tianci had the ability to succeed. Failure was just a matter of time. Rong Meiyen instructed the remaining employees to return to their respective positions and work, then took Ye Tianci to visit the CEO's office. The office was about 40 square meters, not luxurious but spacious enough. Rong Meiyen and Ye Tianci sat on the sofa, facing each other, having a conversation while watching brewed tea on the side. Today, Rong Meiyen wasn't wearing her usual cheongsam. Instead, she chose a professional pencil skirt outfit, looking neat and sharp. Her slightly crossed legs were wrapped in black stockings, exuding a sexy charm. Rong Meiyen straightforwardly asked, "What do you think of what just happened?" Ye Tianci candidly replied, "It's chaotic and full of intrigues, with factions everywhere. You want me to be the general manager not only to help you secure the 10 billion order but also to get rid of some ulterior motives, right?" Rong Meiyen couldn't help but admire. "Mr. Ye is indeed sharp, nothing escapes your notice." She poured a cup of tea and continued, "As you saw earlier, Diao Yilei appears respectful to me on the surface but actually goes against me in secret, even rallying many core middle managers to form a resistance group, openly challenging my decisions." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you think he's threatening your leadership position?" Rong Meiyen shook her head, denying this. Diao Yilei, a diligent person, though capable, has recently exhibited some unsettling behaviors. Ye Tianci took a sip of tea, smiled, and remarked, "It seems he has some undisclosed connections with second uncle." Rong Meiyen smiled and sighed. "Just appointed as the general manager, my first decision was to dismiss him, decisive yet unexpected." Ye Tianci responded with a smile, "You support my decision, that's the unspoken understanding between us as partners." Rong Meiyen giggled in agreement but brought up a bet. If she secures a 10 billion order, she can keep her position as the general manager. Otherwise, it will go to Diao Yilei. Ye Tianci pondered for a moment and said, "Tomorrow is the bidding conference. I need your help to take stock of the company's assets and financial situation." Rong Meiyen agreed and left the office with her assistant, leaving Ye Tianci alone to contemplate. Realizing the fierce competition for the 10 billion project involves feng shui issues, he understood the potential risks if not handled properly. He had planned to assign this project to Xiao Qingcheng, but due to various reasons, it had been shelved. Now, facing numerous competitors, he suddenly came up with a bold plan. He called Zhao Hailong and decided to take action. Rong Meiyen firmly expressed her trust in Ye Tianci and reassured that she would not regret her choice. The assistant expressed concern that Diao Yilei might hold a grudge against Ye Tianci, to which Rong Meiyen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, warning Diao Yilei not to cross the line, or face the consequences. In Diao Yilei's office, he was contemplating how to deal with the current situation. Bang! He angrily slammed the table. "Ah, a young and ignorant kid, daring to be so disrespectful, almost ruining my reputation. When he loses the bet, he will regret it. Ah, Director Diao, please don't be angry, it's not good for your health." His personal secretary, Qian Rong, wearing a sexy miniskirt, walked over and softly comforted him. Qian Rong used to be a receptionist at the company, but because of her outstanding looks, she was transferred by Diao Yilei to be his personal secretary. She was not only his capable assistant in handling affairs, but also his intimate companion. Diao Yilei sat in his office chair, still in a bad mood. "It's understandable that that guy named Yi has opinions about me, but I didn't expect Rong Meiyen to stand on her side. Ah, she's taking advantage of her favor with me to meddle in my business." Qian Rong sat on his lap, her arms around his neck. She felt that Meiyen Dong must have been attracted by that young man. "I heard that the young man was even kicked out by his family as a useless son-in-law, yet he's in charge of bidding for a 10 billion project, it's unbelievable." Diao Yilei reached out his fat palm and gently caressed her long, black silk legs. "To be honest, that young man is a bit foolish, daring to make a bet with me? Hee, maybe I can't guarantee that I will get that 10 billion project, but I have 100 ways to make sure he doesn't get it either. Many key employees in the company are his supporters. As long as they secretly interfere, no matter what orders Ye Tianci issues, they will be disrupted." Tianrong's eyes shimmered with admiration. Director Diao, when you become the general manager and win the bet, please don't forget to take care of me. Diao Yele smirked cunningly and said, how should you behave to win my favor? Ah, that's not difficult at all. The lights at the entrance of the operating room were dazzling. Ji Wooly sat on a chair in the corridor, his face full of exhaustion, as if he had experienced years of vicissitudes. His arm trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with undisguised fear. Everything that happened at the Han family last night made him feel unprecedentedly defeated, physically and mentally exhausted. Just then, the lights in the operating room went out. The door opened slowly, and a chief resident in a white coat walked out. Ji Wooly stood up anxiously and asked, Doctor, how is my son? The doctor replied indifferently, young Master Ji's surgery has been completed. The physical injuries are not severe, but the injury in the lower part is serious. Despite our best efforts to repair it, the internal situation is very bad. We can only remove it, which means young Master Ji will no longer be able to reproduce. Upon hearing this news, Ji Wooly's body trembled. Though unwilling in his heart, he knew it was inevitable. After all, Han Ruoyun's blow was too vicious. The doctor continued, furthermore, due to the loss of that part of the tissue, he will not be able to secrete male hormones. There may be some changes in physical characteristics. You and your family need to be prepared. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and nodded, a flame of anger burning in his heart. The hatred towards Ye Tianci and Han Ruoyun grew stronger. At this moment, someone hurried over and asked, Dad, how is my brother? It turned out to be Ji Boda. Previously, he had been frightened during the incident at Tui Pingling Yuan. His mind had temporarily lost control. After treatment by the hospital and a psychologist, he finally returned to normal. However, his mood was heavier than before, losing the confidence and arrogance he used to have. Ji Wooly sighed and told Ji Boda about the situation. Ji Boda clenched his fists. A hint of indifference flashed in his eyes, saying, the Ji family will never let this grudge go easily. He then asked, also, how is Rong Xiao doing? He has regained consciousness. The doctor said the injuries are not serious, but his finger is fractured and needs time to recover. Ji Wooly said, his injuries are minor, he will recover soon. But the psychological distress is a major issue. He has been clamoring for revenge in the ward. The enmity with Ye Tianci has become inevitable. Ji Wooly frowned and said, Rong Xiao has only been in Jiangnan City for a day. Encountering such a situation, it's hard for ordinary people to bear. Although I hold a grudge against Ye Tianci and want to eliminate him immediately, after multiple confrontations, I have to admit his strength and terror. We don't have enough certainty to be his enemy, otherwise it will end in failure. Therefore, I worry that the reinforcements sent by Second Master may not be strong enough. If we seek revenge blindly, we will be in a predicament. I don't want to go through the pain of last night again. Ji Boda's eyes also became dim and lifeless. Once, Ji Wooly's father was confident and successful. However, now he has become timid and fearful, all because of Ye Tianci. Just then, an unhappy voice sounded in the distance. Ji Wooly and his father turned to see three middle-aged men approaching quickly. They all looked to be in their 50s or 60s, one of them wearing a black robe, with a hooked nose and drooping eyes. Although small in stature, he exuded a powerful aura. The other two were one slightly chubby and the other tall and thin, with an even more imposing presence than Kong Xingda. Ji Wooly hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted them, Elders Zhao, Huang, and Sun. Ji Boan asked in confusion, Dad, who are these three? Ji Wooly excitedly introduced, these three are all distinguished guests of Second Master. This gentleman here is Sun Feng, ranked 81st among the top experts in Huanan province. Then pointing to the tall and thin man, he said, this is Huang Shilong, ranked 73rd among the top experts in Huanan province. Ji Boan's face immediately showed respect upon hearing this. In his eyes, Kong Lao was already a strong figure, but these two were even more powerful than Kong Lao. Ji Wooly pointed to the thin old man in the middle and said, this is Zhao Wuji, one of the top 10 experts in Huanan province's Tiger List. It is said that nearly 10 Tiger List experts have died at his hands. He is the chief guest of Second Master, with a high status that commands awe. Ji Boan was excited in his heart and knelt down, saying, I am Ji Boan, paying respects to Elder Zhao. This top expert in the top 10 of the Huanan province's tiger list was rarely seen, and as the chief guest of Second Master, he must be treated with respect. Zhao Wuji glanced at him and said lightly, "Stand up." Ji Boan stood up, but still felt pressure, his heart beating faster. Zhao Wuji continued, "The killing of Kong Dexing is truly unbelievable, especially since the perpetrator is a young man of 25 or 26. Huang Shilong said unhappily, "Master Ji, are you suggesting that there is another reason for Kong Dexing's death?" Ji Wuli shook his head and said, "How dare I lie? You can ask Rong Dishao. He witnessed Kong Lao being beaten to death by Ye Tianci with just 2 punches." Huang Shilong and Sun Feng looked at each other, both finding it hard to believe. Even if they were stronger than Kong Dexing, killing him would require a fierce battle, and Zhao Wuji dared not claim that 2 punches could solve the problem. Zhao Wuji squinted slightly. In this vast world, there are various astonishing miracles hidden. On the path of martial arts, there are also some people with extraordinary talents that inspire awe. Take, for example, the legendary Zhongnan war god, who at a young age stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, displaying unparalleled strength. However, behind such talent often lies the cultivation of a sect or the support of a family. It is impossible to reach such a level solely through personal cultivation. Behind this kind of talent, there are often untold stories. Ji Wuli and Ji Boduan, father and son, exchanged a glance, then recounted all the identity information they knew about Ye Tianci. After listening, Huang Shilong sneered disdainfully, "So he's just a discarded son-in-law by the Xiao family." Sun Feng continued, 15 years ago, although the Yi family in Zhongnan had some influence, they had already declined and were unable to nurture him. Zhao Wuji's nodded in agreement, pointing out that Ye Tianci had no background, and his strength was overestimated. Ji Wuli frowned and questioned Zhao Wuji's opinion, arguing that the fact that Ye Tianci killed Lao Kong could not be ignored. Zhao Wuji's explained that Kong Xingda had been injured months ago in the Tiger List ranking battle and had not recovered, so his strength was limited in the battle with Ye Tianci last night, and he was taken advantage of. "I see," Ji Boduan suddenly realized. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tianci was really lucky to be able to kill Lao Kong. However, Ji Wuli felt that there was something suspicious about the situation. He witnessed Ye Tianci defeating Kong Xingda and felt that it was not a result of Lao Kang's weakened strength. However, he did not have the courage to voice these doubts, so as not to offend the 3 guest officials present. Huang Shilong confidently stated that he would immediately go to Ye Tianzi's address to avenge Lao Kong. At the same time, he mentioned the need to ensure that the second master's power rapidly expanded in Zhongnan City and emphasized that revenge could be carried out at any time, without haste. Zhao Wuji's then inquired with Ji Wuli about the latest situation of the 10 billion order project of the Tianlong Group. Just then, Ji Boduan hurriedly glanced at his phone and said, "The Tianlong Group has just released the bidding rules for this bidding conference. The bidding rules are as follows. All participating companies and organizations must default to a condition that, after winning the bid, they must pay 20 billion in cash or assets to the Tianlong Group as a security deposit. Additionally, the winning bidder must complete the demolition work in the development zone within 7 days, and after confirmation, the security deposit will be refunded and 50% of the 50 billion contract fee will be paid. Failure to complete the demolition within the specified time will be considered a breach of contract, and the Tianlong Group will deduct the entire security deposit and claim damages. Furthermore, the winning bidder must complete the first phase of the project within 30 days, and upon completion, will receive the remaining 50 billion contract fee and be granted priority cooperation rights for the second phase and beyond." After hearing the presentation, everyone fell into silent contemplation. Ji Wuli scrutinized the current gambling rules and felt that the arrangement was reliable as long as the project could be completed on time. The so-called deposit and penalty for breach of contract would not be a problem. Moreover, the first phase of the project had a profit of 10 billion, which made him not only surprised but also excited. However, he began to think about how to participate in the bidding for this project. Besides the company's qualifications, it seemed that there were no other quantifiable standards. Ji Boduan explained that at the bidding chamber, the amount of the breach of contract deposit submitted by the bidding party would become the selection criteria. Simply put, the company willing to bear more breach of contract deposits would be given priority in the bid. Oh, Ji Woolley frowned, feeling somewhat surprised by this method, but also thinking that it was a good way to test the bidding party's strength and confidence in the project. However, faced with such a tempting opportunity, various forces in Jiangnan City wanted a piece of the action, and it was foreseeable that this bidding would be intense. Just then, an angry voice sounded, firmly stating that the Ji family must participate in the bidding. Even if they had to mortgage all their assets, they had to secure this order and not let that despicable Rong Meiyen succeed. Everyone turned to look and saw Rong Zidong limping over, his head wrapped in bandages, and a steel plate in his hand, looking like half a mummy. Ji Boduan quickly went up to support him. He advised, Rong Dasha, the doctors all recommend that you rest well. Why are you still out here? Rong Zidong gritted his teeth, rest my ass. I won't rest until I see Ye Tianci, that bastard, dead in front of me. Then he looked at the three guest officials and Ji Woolley. He had heard their conversation just now, and getting this 10 billion order was crucial to him. But Ye Tianci had brought him so much pain. If he didn't take revenge, what would be the point of getting 10 billion? He couldn't bear this humiliation. Ji Woolley tentatively asked, Rong Dasha, what do you mean? Rong Zidong said grimly, I want to make Ye Tianci taste the most painful, most miserable, most humiliating punishment. Reputation destroyed, nothing left. At that moment, he was full of anger and hatred. Ji Boduan's eyes flickered and he agreed, Rong Dasha, to be frank, I have the same idea. Before at my father's birthday banquet and the meeting with Rong Meiyen, that Ye Tianci pretended to be someone he's not, humiliating our Ji family. I think, you should rest and heal these few days. On the day after tomorrow at the bidding chamber, Ye Tianci, as Rong Meiyen's partner, will definitely be present, and the entire social elite of Jiangnan City will also be present. By then, we can publicly punish Ye Tianci, make him pay tenfold for his previous arrogance. This way, we can also restore our reputation, killing two birds with one stone. Rong Zidong nodded, that's a good suggestion. I want to punish Ye Tianci, as well as those who support him, not letting any of them off the hook, making them pay for their choices. Zhao Lao, I'll rely on you to go to the bidding chamber the day after tomorrow with Huang Lao and Sun Lao. Zhao Wujin confidently said, rest assured, with the three of us there, no matter what experts there are, they won't be able to protect Ye Tianci and his associates. As for that brat Ye Tianci, haha, I will make him see the power of the top 10 on the tiger list. His words were full of determination and fighting spirit. Rong Zidong and the others were extremely excited and full of anticipation. Rong Zidong suddenly thought of something and said to Ji Woolley, apart from punishing Ye Tianci, we must make sure to win this 10 billion order. The Ji family needs to be prepared to bid. Ji Woolley looked embarrassed. In the past, the Ji family could definitely secure the bid. But these days, not only did Ye Tianci plunder all the cash flow of our Ji family, but we also had to compensate the Han family for a large sum of assets yesterday. Now, the total value of the Ji family's assets is at most around 25 billion, barely exceeding the mortgage loan, and we have no competitiveness at all. Zhao Wujin and the other three guests smiled at each other without commenting. They had no problem with fighting, but when it came to business affairs, they were at a loss. Rong Zidong sneered and said, just now, my dad called me and said that Ye Tianci has just become the new general manager of Rong Meiyen's Rongfeng Group and will be fully in charge of this 10 billion order. According to insider information, the total assets of Rongfeng Group are probably not more than 30 billion. To be safe, my dad promised to provide 20 billion in cash support to your Ji family, hoping you can make good use of it. 20 billion in cash? Upon hearing this news, Ji Woolley and Ji Bo were almost moved to tears with excitement. Zhao Lao and the other three were willing to punish Ye Tianci at the bidding conference. With the 20 billion cash support, they were overjoyed. The two couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. This bidding conference would surely help the Ji family regain their dignity. Xiao Qingcheng felt down after learning about the announcement made by Tianlong Group. Sitting on the sofa, Liu Ruyan asked with concern, darling, what's bothering you so much? Xiao Qingcheng sighed and said, the betting conditions set by Tianlong Group this time are too harsh. The deposit alone is as high as 2 billion. The total assets of our Xiao family are only around 1.5 billion. In this way, we can't even participate in the bidding. Maybe I really don't have the ability to lead the rise of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with confidence as she smiled and said, "It's just money, not that difficult to solve." "I have a solution, sister." Doubtfully, Xiao Qingcheng asked, "Can you really solve the funding issue?" Liu Ruyan shrugged and replied, "Why are you being silly at such a critical moment? If there's no money, just borrow it, or consider a loan." Xiao Qingcheng rolled her eyes and explained, "I have thought about a loan, but this time we need at least 1 billion. The bank will consider the risk too high and won't lend to us." Smiling, Liu Ruyan suggested, "If the bank doesn't work, try approaching the Chamber of Commerce. Remember Rong Meiyen? His father was recently appointed as the vice president of the Jiangnan City branch of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Borrowing from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce through his connections won't be difficult, even if it's 20 billion. After all, you're well aware of the strength of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce." Impressed, Xiao Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Yes, everyone in the business world knows about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. As one of the three major chambers of commerce in Longguo, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is powerful, with numerous subsidiaries, substantial assets, and extensive connections. Even the four major families in the provincial capital pale in comparison before it. Only the top-notch families in the capital can compete with it. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce focuses on investment and profit-making, staying away from local disputes. Therefore, it is not listed on the power ranking in Jiangnan City, but its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Xiao Qingcheng inquired, "Can you contact Rong Meiyen?" Confidently, Liu Ruyan said, "Of course, no problem. Last year, our company received his help, and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce invested in a drama. I have his WeChat, I'll contact him right away." After a while, a joyful expression appeared on Liu Ruyan's face. "He knows you need a loan," immediately agreed, and arranged to meet tonight at the Tianlong restaurant. Xiao Qingcheng felt extremely happy and gratefully said, Yan, thank you for helping, otherwise, I really don't know what to do." Liu Ruyan confidently said, "We are best friends, helping each other is only natural. This successful acquisition of a 10 billion order will shut those people up who once said that divorcing was a wrong decision for you." Xiao Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Liu Ruyan suddenly remembered something and jokingly said, "By the way, it's been so many years, I believe Rong Meiyen still hasn't forgotten about you. Tonight, dress up nicely, try to captivate him at the dinner table. Not only can you get the loan, but you might even be able to enchant him." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and responded disdainfully, "What do you take me for?" Liu Ruyan sighed and said, Ye Tianci is surrounded by many beauties now. If you don't have an outstanding gentleman by your side, how can you prove that you're better than him? Have you not truly let go of him in your heart? Xiao Qingcheng immediately denied, "I am not like Ye Tianci. He has reached his current position by the power of women, while Xiao Qingcheng wants to prove her excellence with her own abilities. After leaving him, I will become even better." With a hint of anticipation and determination in her eyes, she continued, "From the past bidding meetings, G family banquet, to Miss Rong's meeting, I have failed in front of him 3 times. But at the bidding meeting that restarts the day after tomorrow, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will definitely regain the dignity I lost in front of him, and give it my all." At Fengrong Group, Rong Meiyen is convening a meeting of the company's senior management. The participants include the general manager and deputy general manager, Ye Tianci and Diao Yele, as well as department managers, with over 10 people sitting in the meeting room. Rong Meiyen asked, "What are your thoughts on the bidding rules of Tianlong Group?" The marketing manager said, "Chairman, the core of these rules is to see which company has strong funds and is willing to bear more liquidated damages, whoever can win the 10 billion order." The financial manager echoed, "Yes, our company's assets are only 3 billion, which seems a bit challenging. And each bidding party also has an understanding of each other's strengths. Even if they shout prices randomly at the bidding meeting, they will be seen through." Other department managers looked at each other, unable to come up with a good idea. Diao Yele, with his legs crossed, sarcastically said, "Chairman, didn't you believe that President Yu could secure the 10 billion order before? Why not listen to his opinion?" This remark drew attention to Ye Tianci, and most people looked at him with teasing expressions. With a faint smile, Ye Tianci said, I don't have any special opinions. Let's end the meeting here. Click. Everyone in the meeting room felt confused. Why end the meeting so soon after it just started? Diao Yele couldn't help but ask, President Yu, what do you mean by this? Ye Tianci replied, do I need to explain? The 10 billion order project doesn't need a meeting. You all continue with your tasks. I am enough on my own. Hearing this, Diao Yele and others almost burst into laughter. Everyone knew that such a huge business in the company required teamwork. Ye Tianci saying he could handle it alone was simply preposterous to them. Diao Yele stood up, sarcastically saying, all right. Since President Yu said so, we don't need to stay here any longer. When the chairman announced a massive 100 billion order, everyone was shocked. In the meeting room, Ye Tianci and several managers who supported him were full of confidence, ready to take on the challenge. However, the supporters of manager Rong Meiyen were skeptical and did not have high hopes for the new general manager. After the chairman left, the managers who supported Rong Meiyen looked at each other in silence. They began to doubt whether the chairman's appointment was hasty. Rong Meiyen looked at these hesitant colleagues and decided to ask them all to leave, leaving only Ye Tianci, Rong Meiyen, and Cheng. Unable to contain herself, Rong Meiyen turned to Ye Tianci and asked, Mr. Yi, I trust you completely, but I really can't understand your plan. Before Ye Tianci could respond, Cheng couldn't help but complain, Miss, I think he's just beating around the bush. There's no way he can secure a 100 billion order. Upon hearing this, Rong Meiyen also began to have doubts in her mind. Cheng stood up straight, confidently saying, what do you think we should do? Ye Tianci disdainfully curled his lips and said, don't stick out your chest so high, like a washboard, it's not attractive at all. Cheng blushed, and retracted her chest. A bit annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, what are you, a pervert? What I meant is, if you can successfully secure that 10 billion order, you can handle it as you wish. But what if you fail? Ye Tianci nonchalantly replied, then I'll follow your arrangement. Cheng coldly snorted, HMPH. Keep your word. Don't act like a child. Rong Meiyen helplessly said, Mr. Yi, since you are so confident, I will naturally trust you unconditionally. Let's see your performance at the bidding meeting the day after tomorrow. Ye Tianci said meaningfully, Rome wasn't built in a day, we'll know when everything settles down. Don't rush it. Rong Meiyen narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she didn't fully understand Ye Tianci's words, she was smart enough not to ask more, and left the office with Cheng to attend to other matters. Just as Ye Tianci was about to leave, Han Ruoyun sent a WeChat message. Hey, big pervert. I'll treat you to dinner at the Dragon Hotel tonight. Do you have time? Ye Tianci replied, of course I can make it. But Han Ruoyun angrily said, hey, you jerk, you kissed me last night. How come now you say you were too lazy to move? Ye Tianci laughed and replied, you clearly kissed me first, right? This was my first kiss. Do you want to pay for it? Han Ruoyun responded, here are 500 emojis for you. Ye Tianci firmly said, money can't buy me. Then Han Ruoyun didn't reply anymore. Ye Tianci, somewhat puzzled, muttered to himself, is this girl angry? Just then, Han Ruoyun sent another message, with a selfie attached. In the photo, she was wearing a purple spaghetti strap dress, elegantly leaning on the sofa, the dress clinging to her body. Due to the overhead angle of the photo, her deep cleavage and two snow-white peaks, displaying a perfect E-cup curve, were clearly visible. The strap on her right shoulder had slipped slightly, hanging on her arm, further showcasing her sexy body. Her long, slender legs were clad in purple stockings, revealing charming feet, making one want to kiss them. She gently bit her lip, her eyes slightly misty, emitting a teasing aura. Ye Tianci saw the strong-willed Han Ruoyun showing such a sexy side for the first time. She was truly a stunning beauty. He felt a bit dry-mouthed for a moment, even feeling the need to stand at attention. This girl really knows how to play. Later, Han Ruoyun sent another message saying, I'll wear this tonight. If you don't come, I'll have to let others admire it. Ye Tianci replied, the taste of the Dragon Hotel suits me. I'll be there on time tonight, he. At 7 o'clock that evening, Ye Tianci arrived at the Dragon Hotel. He remembered that Han Ruoyun had invited him to dinner here last time, even jokingly calling him daddy. And tonight, Han Ruoyun had reserved a table in the exclusive area on the third floor of the restaurant, with a prime location and stunning views. Ye Tianci immediately spotted Han Ruoyun sitting there. Han Ruoyun stood up, waved to Ye Tianci, signaling him to come over and sit down. As she waved her arms, her E-cup chest under the suspenders swayed, attracting people's attention. Ye Tianzi's eyes lit up, marveling at the extraordinary charm of this girl, who actually wore the outfit from her selfie to the meeting, even more captivating than in the photo. He walked over and sat across from Han Ruoyun. She asked, "Did you suddenly remember to invite me to dinner?" Han Ruoyun pursed her lips and replied, "What's wrong? Can't I come to see you for no reason? After all, you're my fiancé, and you should always be at my beck and call." Ye Tianci smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't you agree to cancel the engagement back then?" "Why?" Han Ruoyun raised her chin and interrupted him, saying, "I told you, verbal cancellation doesn't count. Am I, such an excellent woman, not worthy of your favor?" Ye Tianci hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that." Han Ruoyun suddenly became wary and asked, "Did you have any relationship with Rong Meiyen last night? Did you protect your innocence?" Ye Tianci quickly shook his head and said seriously, "I am not that kind of person." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Han Ruoyun breathed a sigh of relief, lightly patting her full chest, causing ripples. "That's good." She continued, "I am a germaphobe. I'm not interested in men who have been played by other women." Ye Tianci teased, "I remember you once said that I was watching you like a hawk, so you wouldn't be fooled. Why the sudden change of heart, thinking I'm not bad now?" A blush crept over Han Ruoyun's cheeks as she denied, "HMPH. What's good about you? Sly and lecherous. I'm just following my grandfather's arrangement, not because of you." Ye Tianci teased, "Then why did you kiss me last night?" Han Ruoyun bit her lip, her cheeks even redder. This guy, must he bring up this topic? However, a displeased and disappointed voice suddenly sounded. "Seems like someone has a way with words." Ye Tianci turned his head to see Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan approaching. Xiao Qingcheng was wearing a light blue tight skirt, showcasing her perfect figure, but her face showed displeasure. Liu Ruyan was dressed in casual attire, wearing a duckbill cap and sunglasses, her long legs attracting attention. It turned out to be Xiao Qingcheng who made that remark. Ye Tianci frowned, thinking, what a coincidence. These two women also came here to eat? Han Ruoyan fearlessly locked eyes with Xiao Qingcheng, arms crossed in front of her chest, provocatively saying, "Oh, it's General Xiao. Your former fiancé is willing to get close to me. Looks like I'm quite charming." Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a little displeased when she heard people around her gossiping about her. In the 3 years of marriage, Ye Tianci seemed to have never pursued her, which made her feel a bit lost. As the highly acclaimed first beauty CEO in Jiangnan City, she believed she had plenty of feminine charm, but unexpectedly received such comments. This sense of unfairness lingered in her heart. Just when she was feeling conflicted, Liu Ruyan suddenly stepped forward, looking down at Han Ruoyan with a tone of authority and unquestionable sternness. "You are Han Ruoyan, right?" Her voice carried a hint of coldness, immediately demanding an apology for Qingcheng. "Otherwise, you will regret it." These words brought a warm feeling to Xiao Qingcheng's heart, realizing that there were still people standing up for her, giving her a sense of comfort and warmth. Han Ruoyan felt the fierce aura and attitude of Liu Ruyan, immediately realizing the hostility from the other party. However, she refused to show weakness. Remaining calm and composed, she nonchalantly said, "Apologize to Xiao Qingcheng? Haha, does she even deserve it? Besides, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to butt in here? HMPH. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly, took off her sunglasses without hesitation, revealing a stunning face. "As Xiao Qingcheng's best friend, don't I have the right to speak for her?" Seeing Liu Ruyan, Han Ruoyan couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. She didn't expect to encounter the popular star from Longguo in Jiangnan City, and also Xiao Qingcheng's best friend. However, after the surprise, Han Ruoyan regained her previous attitude, sneered and said, "So the once famous star has been banned. Now, the phoenix has turned into a common chicken. Do you think you can still make it in the entertainment industry? Who would give you face?" Liu Ruyan widened her eyes. "Who are you calling a common chicken?" Han Ruoyan shook her head slightly and said, "Anyone who provokes me, I'll confront them." You, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said angrily, as the young lady of the Han family, are you shameless enough to seduce my best friend's husband? Do you have no shame? Han Ruoyun responded coldly, let me correct you. It was Xiao Qingcheng who took the initiative to kick out Ye Tianci. They are on the verge of divorce, just waiting to sign the divorce papers. She felt uncomfortable. Why didn't she ask for a divorce in the first place? Since she asked for a divorce, what does Ye Tianci's love life have to do with her, or with you? Liu Ruyan opened her mouth but couldn't retort. She was good at arguing in the entertainment industry, yet today she encountered a tough opponent. Xiao Qingcheng's face changed slightly, restraining her anger and said, since she asked for a divorce, I naturally won't interfere with his love life. Miss Han, do as you please. Han Ruoyun raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, are you sure? Xiao Qingcheng firmly replied, of course, I'm sure. With that, Han Ruoyun suddenly stood up. She walked up to Ye Tianci, bent down slightly, and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a clear red lip print. Ye Tianci was stunned, not expecting Han Ruoyun to be so bold. Xiao Qingcheng was also surprised, never expecting Han Ruoyun to do this in front of her. Liu Ruyan was even more astonished, not expecting Han Ruoyun to have such a large chest. Especially at the moment she bent down, her almost bursting chest. Is that the legendary E-cup? Oh my, she was so envious. After kissing Ye Tianci, Han Ruoyun pretended to be surprised and said, oh my. Little Cece, will you think I'm frivolous for doing this? But I assure you, I'm only frivolous with you tilde. As she spoke, she sent a challenging gaze to Xiao Qingcheng. As a woman, her intuition told her that Xiao Qingcheng must still have feelings for Ye Tianci. She resolutely decided to step forward, never allowing any spark to reignite between Ye Tianci and Xiao Qingcheng. Even if it meant sacrificing a little grace, she was willing to do it. Although Ye Tianci was a little embarrassed by Han Ruoyun's teasing, he felt a hint of pride in his heart. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Ye Tianci, clenched her fists, and felt a surge of anger in her heart. She couldn't bear it and coldly said, Ye Tianci, since our divorce, you have become more and more indulgent. Congratulations to you, Ye Tianci retorted defiantly. It was just a kiss on the cheek, nothing to congratulate about, and it's not the first time either. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoyun's eyes immediately flashed with vigilance. Wait, besides me, who else has kissed Ye Tianci on the cheek? Could it be Rong Meiyen? Liu Ruyan froze for a moment, her cheeks instantly flushed, her eyes avoiding Xiao Qingcheng's gaze. Why did this guy suddenly bring this up? Xiao Qingcheng was not sure what Liu Ruyan was thinking, her attention completely focused on Ye Tianci. Biting her lip, she said, you are really modest. Ye Tianci deliberately smiled and replied, thanks for the compliment. In the end, I have to thank you, Miss Xiao, for giving me freedom. Otherwise, as someone who stayed in the temple for 3 years, how would I know there is so much beauty outside? Oh my! Xiao Qingcheng was about to explode with anger. She understood that Ye Tianci was just sarcastically pointing out that they had been married for 3 years without any marital intimacy, not even a kiss. Yes, as a wife, not letting Ye Tianci touch her in 3 years was indeed not right. But even without considering this fact, it could not be an excuse for Ye Tianci to indulge himself. Xiao Qingcheng unwillingly said, I don't believe it. How beautiful is the outside world in your mouth. It's just to uphold your dignity. Before Ye Tianci could answer, Han Ruoyun turned to her, raised her chin, and sneered, to uphold dignity, it should be you, right? Just a C cup, compared to my D cup, is not even worth mentioning. Do you really, as a man, judge which is better and which is not based on cup size? Xiao Qingcheng, Liu Ruyan, they were both hit hard. Clearly, a C cup is considered above average among women, but in Han Ruoyun's words, it became a petite flat board, not even as good as one of them combined. The fact was there, irrefutable. Ye Tianci listened with a relaxed mood, couldn't help but drink a sip of wine, deliberately making a slurping sound. This attitude made Xiao Qingcheng feel even more aggrieved and angry. Just then, a magnetic male voice came from behind, Qingcheng, Ruyan, you two beautiful ladies have been waiting for a long time. A young man in a white suit with a red tie walked over, his face lightly made up, exuding a strong sense of elegance. Seeing this person, Liu Ruyan's face lit up with a hint of joy as she warmly greeted, Murin, your outfit tonight is truly unique. Murin smiled in response. As a supporting role, I naturally have to dress up carefully to showcase the beauty of the two fairies. His eyes kept wandering on Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan, revealing a hint of greed. Although he often wandered among flowers, he had never encountered such outstanding beauty before. Especially for Xiao Qingcheng. He had pursued her many times during college but was rejected, leaving him with an obsession and a burning desire to conquer her. This time, with his father serving as the vice chairman of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City, he had come along and unexpectedly met his dream lover. It was said that Xiao Qingcheng was currently experiencing a marriage crisis, and he immediately saw an opportunity, so he specially dressed up and came over. Of course, his goal was just for a night of pleasure. As for marriage, that was definitely not within his consideration. Murin took the initiative to shake hands with Xiao Qingcheng, praising, "Qingcheng, it's been a few years since we graduated, and you've become even more charming." Xiao Qingcheng forced a smile and replied, "Murin, it's been a while." At this moment, Liu Ruyan seemed to want to lighten the mood and taunted Ye Tianci. "Just now, thank you for giving Qingcheng the freedom to see the beauty outside. HMPH. Now, on behalf of Qingcheng, I want to thank you for giving her the freedom to see the beauty outside. Murin is the best proof." Ye Tianci glanced at Fan and asked Liu Ruyan, "What can he prove?" Liu Ruyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, slightly smugly said, "Prove that when Qingcheng left you, she had the opportunity to find a better man. Senior Morong is really outstanding." This praise made Fan flick his bangs and put on a self-proclaimed handsome expression, disdainfully glanced at Ye Tianci. In his heart, he thought, "This is Qingcheng's ex-husband, he looks like a charmless loser." However, the lady dining with him made him take notice. Her appearance was not inferior to Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan, especially her huge, snow-white chest, which caught his eye. Ye Tianci sipped his wine and calmly said, "Senior Morong's face looks tired and pale, with a hint of listlessness. Even with light makeup, you can still see dark circles under his eyes. This indicates excessive indulgence and severe kidney deficiency, not outstanding in this aspect." Fan's eyelids twitched upon hearing this, wondering how this guy knew about my kidney deficiency. Qingcheng frowned slightly, feeling a hint of resistance in her heart. Although she was angry at Ye Tianci, she believed in his words. After all, during their university days, Fan was a notorious playboy who always surrounded himself with women. It was for this reason that she had rejected his pursuit. Liu Ruyan, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "What do you know? Senior Morong has many advantages. His father is the vice chairman of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce Southern Branch." Ye Tianci replied indifferently, "His kidney deficiency is very severe." Liu Ruyan continued, "Senior Morong once established a company in the provincial capital and won the title of top 10 outstanding youth in the provincial capital." Ye Tianci still calmly said, "His kidney deficiency is very severe." Frowning, Liu Ruyan continued, "Senior Morong is a gold medal investor who has created a myth of investing 50 million annually and making a profit of 500 million. Ye Tianci reiterated calmly, "His kidney deficiency is very severe." Upon hearing this, Han Ruoyun couldn't help but laugh out loud, her E-cup breasts trembling. Liu Ruyan said angrily, "Yi, can you change the topic? Stop talking about kidney deficiency." Ye Tianci calmly said, "His tongue coating is thick and greasy. His teeth are yellow, obviously suffering from severe bad breath issues." Liu Ruyan pursed her lips and remained silent. Ye Tianci continued, "He has indigestion and severe constipation." Liu Ruyan shook her head helplessly. Ye Tianci added, "And he also has frequent urination and incomplete urination problems." Liu Ruyan was almost about to slam the table in frustration. She said loudly, "Today, I will compare with you and see if Senior Morong has more advantages or disadvantages." Hearing this, Fan couldn't help but shiver, thinking how could this guy be so talkative. He quickly grabbed Liu Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, please stop. I prefer to keep a low profile and don't need my advantages to be publicized." Liu Ruyan hesitated to speak, but when she smelled the odor from Fan's mouth, a pungent smell rushed to her head, almost making her vomit. Liu Ruyan quickly bent over and retched. Qingcheng walked up and rubbed her back. This was not just a psychological effect. In Xiao Qingcheng's heart, The bad breath of Rong Fan made him extremely uncomfortable, almost making him want to cover his nose. Rong Fan, who used to be a playboy, has turned into this state after a few years of not seeing him. Rong Fan felt extremely embarrassed, his face turning red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Even though he had rinsed his mouth with mouthwash before going out, the bad breath problem was too severe to be of any help. Amidst the embarrassment, he felt more ashamed and angry. Pointing at Ye Tianci, he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you the useless ex-husband of Qingcheng? How dare you slander me in such a despicable way? What do you want?" Ye Tianci replied expressionlessly, "Is stating facts also considered slander? Are you feeling anxious because you've hit a nerve?" Rong Fan almost couldn't control his anger. He coldly said, "Now I command you, kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise you will see how formidable I, Rong Fan, can be." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and said, "Your formidable power? Are you planning to use bad breath as a biochemical weapon against me? If so, that's quite terrifying." With these words, Ruoyun, who was drinking fruit wine, couldn't help bursting into laughter again. She laughed heartily, causing her voluptuous curves to tremble. Rong Fan, infuriated, his face flushed, roared and raised his fist to hit Ye Tianci. He was the president of the Taekwondo Association in college and had great martial arts skills. Although his body condition had deteriorated over the years, he was still quite confident in fighting. However, before his fist could touch Ye Tianci, he suddenly felt someone trip him from underneath. Then his body lost balance and he fell flat on his face. Ye Tianci muttered, "See, I knew he was severely deficient in kidney essence. Can't even stand steadily. Should go back and take some Lu Wei Diwang pills to nourish himself." Hearing this, Rong Fan felt his blood boiling, almost spitting out blood. Xiao Qingcheng quickly went up to support Rong Fan and asked, "Rong Senior, are you okay?" Rong Fan endured the intense pain and said with a forced smile, "I'm fine, just that my nose will start bleeding in the next second." In panic, Rong Fan quickly took out a tissue to wipe the nosebleed, but his white suit was still stained red. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and sternly said to Ye Tianci, "I command you to apologize to Rong Senior immediately." Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why should I apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong." Xiao Qingcheng gritted his teeth and said, "Just because you tripped Rong Senior with your foot, causing him to bleed and get injured. This behavior is impolite." At this moment, before Ye Tianci could respond, the atmosphere had already become tense. Ruoyun stood up, proudly displaying her eye-catching E-cup breasts, and said discontentedly, "Hey, Xiao Qingcheng, do you keep your eyes for catching your breath? It was clearly you, this weak kidney senior, who started the fight first. Ye Tianci was just defending himself. If we really want to get to the bottom of this, it's actually you, this impolite weak kidney senior." Xiao Qingcheng widened his eyes and responded angrily, "You." Ruoyun fearlessly continued to attack. "Who do you think you are? Even your husband of 3 years doesn't trust you, always having ulterior motives, pretending to be innocent, a woman with double standards. It serves you right for everyone to scold you for wanting a divorce. In my opinion, you are just an ignorant and foolish woman. Listen carefully. You are a foolish woman who confuses right and wrong." Xiao Qingcheng was stunned by the scolding, as if struck by lightning, standing there motionless. She had never been accused like this in her whole life, and the tone was just too harsh. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows and asked, "On what grounds do you speak like this about others?" Ruoyun sneered and said, "On what grounds? Because Ye Tianci is my fiancé, of course I have to stand up for him. Is it not allowed to speak up for your fiancé with a fair voice?" "Fiancé?" Liu Ruyan's expression froze. Didn't Ye Tianci tell her before that they were the ones engaged? How did Ruoyun suddenly become Ye Tianci's fiancé? This guy is really cunning. Clearly there is no engagement between us. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan was burning with anger. Ruoyun continued to attack Xiao Qingcheng. "I warn you again. Stay away from Ye Tianci in the future. You have asked for a divorce. If you are dissatisfied, find another man to talk to. You have no right to complain to Ye Tianci, understand?" "I." Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled slightly. Biting her lip she replied, "Although I have asked for a divorce, it has not been formalized. What I want to do to Ye Tianci is none of your business." She looked at Ye Tianci with grievance and anger. Yes, Morong took the first move, but you knew he was not your match. Why be so aggressive? Must you beat him black and blue? Ye Tianci squinted and said, Ha, if I'm not his match, the one who would have been beaten black and blue today would be me. Would you still uphold justice like this? Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, Can we not make assumptions about the future? What I saw was you hitting Morong's nose. I really don't understand. Why have you become so irritable after asking for a divorce? Always solving problems with your fists. The more Xiao Qingcheng spoke, the angrier she got, continuing to complain. I don't understand even more. Every time I have a major opportunity, you always show up and mess things up. From the Tendering Merchants Association, to the G family banquet, to the meeting a few days ago. Every time I had the upper hand, but in the end, because of your interference, everything fell apart, making me lose face. Today is no exception. I arranged to talk to Morong about important matters, and you came to disrupt again. I have said it many times. If you want to retaliate against me for asking for a divorce, you can do it openly and honestly. There is no need for scheming. No matter how outstanding you are outside, to me, you are just a narrow-minded person. I will never regret the decision to divorce. With that, Xiao Qingcheng was panting, tears welling up in her eyes. Ye Tianci said indifferently, Xiao Qingcheng, confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is arrogance. You have overestimated your position in my heart. Today, I tell you, I am grateful for your request for a divorce. There is no resentment, only gratitude. Thank you for giving me back my freedom and thank you for showing me how much time I wasted in our 3-year marriage. Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes, showing an expression of disbelief on her face. Ye Tianci took a sip of fruit wine and said lightly, Have you ever considered whether your own lack of ability is the reason for missing important opportunities every time? Instead of always blaming others, why not reflect on yourself? In fact, you are not as outstanding as the outside world says. His words hit home. Xiao Qingcheng has always been proud of leading the Xiao family out of the low point and into its peak. Over the course of 3 years, she created a miracle and gained the admiration of many business elites. She is hailed as the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City. Although she pretends not to care, deep down she craves recognition from others. At this moment, Ye Tianci indeed appears inferior, making her feel sad and almost on the verge of tears. At this point, Morong Fan realized it was time to show his heroic demeanor and gentlemanly manners. He hurriedly comforted, Qingcheng, in my eyes, you are the most outstanding. That person surnamed Yi was just jealous of you when he said those nonsense words. Just wait and see. Today I will help you save face. He threw away the tissue wiping his nosebleed, looked down at Ye Tianci, and ordered, Kid, you must apologize to Qingcheng and me, otherwise. Ye Tianci responded indifferently, otherwise what? Morong Fan said coldly, otherwise you will know that I am the supreme member of the Dragon Hotel. With just one word from me, I can have the hotel owner kick both of you out and lose face. Ye Tianci smiled and replied, Oh, I would like to see how this supreme member of yours will kick me out. Morong Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out a golden membership card, shouting loudly, Waiter, you have 1 minute to call the boss over. The nearby waiter, shocked to see the membership card, realized it was the supreme membership card issued by the Dragon Hotel. There are less than 50 members to date. Those who hold this card are all important figures. The waiter immediately brought the boss, Chen Feng, over. Chen Feng greeted Morong Fan respectfully and asked if there was anything he was dissatisfied with. Morong Fan looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction, realizing that he could finally show off in front of Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan and redeem the previous embarrassment. He pointed at Ye Tianci and Han Ruoyun and said, Just now, this pair of scoundrels offended me and my friend. I want to use the privileges of the supreme member to kick them out, preferably using force. He thought Chen Feng would immediately comply, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng's expression changed abruptly when he saw Ye Tianci. So this is the big shot? The person he would have to respectfully address on the phone? Chen Feng quickly approached, bowing slightly to flatter Ye Tianci. Mr. Yi, it has been a while since we last met. Your presence tonight has truly brightened up the Tianlong Hotel. Morong Fan was caught off guard and couldn't help but feel surprise. Why is Chen Feng so respectful towards Ye Tianci? Xiao Qingcheng also felt puzzled. wondering when Ye Tianci had become acquainted with Chen Feng. As the owner of the most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan City, Chen Feng enjoys a great reputation locally. It seems that only the Dragon Lord, the chairman of the Tianlong Group, could command such admiration from him. Liu Ruyan also felt perplexed, her heart filled with doubts. According to rumors, Ye Tianci was once considered a waste and could only survive with the help of women. However, the current situation seems to be different from what her friend Xiao Qingcheng had described. Ye Tianci didn't care about the shocked expressions of Rong Meiyen and Xiao Qingcheng. He turned to Chen Feng without hesitation and said, "Mr. Chen, Miss Han and I were having a meal, and these three have been disturbing us. How do you plan to handle this?" Chen Feng paused for a moment and immediately replied, "I understand, I will take care of this matter." He turned to Rong Meiyen and the others, and coldly said, "Please be aware, Mr. Yi and Miss Han are dining and do not wish to be disturbed. Either move downstairs or leave the Tianlong restaurant." Suddenly, with a loud bang, Rong Meiyen and the others showed expressions of disbelief. Rong Meiyen waved his supreme membership card and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen, I am a VIP, and you want to drive me away? That's too much." Chen Feng responded expressionlessly, "Even a distinguished VIP is just an ordinary person in front of Mr. Yi, please understand." Rong Meiyen was furious and gritted his teeth, "HMPH. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. This place is not worth my stay." Then, he left with Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan. Xiao Qingcheng glanced deeply at Ye Tianci, with a look of grievance and anger in her eyes. She decided to remember the humiliation she suffered at the Tianlong restaurant today. She believed that Ye Tianzi's current arrogance and domineering behavior, relying on the power of others, did not mean he had real ability. She expressed her dissatisfaction. "Ye Tianci, I will prove to you at the bidding conference the day after tomorrow that your claim of me not being outstanding is purely jealousy, not fact." With that, Xiao Qingcheng left angrily. Rong Meiyen hurriedly followed, and Liu Ruyan silently followed suit. Chen Feng respectfully said to Ye Tianci, "Mr. Yi, the three who disturbed your meal have left. Tonight, the third floor belongs only to you two, there will be no further disturbances." With that, he left. Han Ruoyun curiously asked, "Why does Chen Feng respect you so much? Last time you gave him snow ginseng. This time you even offended Xiao Qingcheng and the others." Ye Tianci jokingly replied, "Maybe because I showed some dominance and scared him." Han Ruoyun shrugged off the question and expressed her concern. Offending Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan is one thing, but Rong Meiyen's father is the vice chairman of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City. Though Rong Meiyen is newly appointed, the power behind him should not be underestimated. Tonight, you've offended him, and he will surely remember it and use the power of the Four Seas Trading Association to seek revenge on you in the future. Not just our Han family, even Miss Rong would find it hard to resist. You must be careful." Ye Tianci pursed his lips, feeling the breeze on his face, and calmly said, "Even if his father is the vice president of the Four Seas Trading Association in Jiangnan City, or even the vice president of the entire Four Seas Trading Association in Longguo, it's not enough to make me feel uneasy. Have you ever heard the teachings of Confucius? Why panic over such trivial matters?" Han Ruoyan, filled with dissatisfaction, aggressively retorted, "You, a weakling, dare to boast. What kind of power does being the vice president of the Four Seas Trading Association in Longguo represent? I'm afraid even the patriarchs of the four major families in the provincial capital would show great respect towards him. No matter how skilled you are in combat, facing such a super heavyweight, you are still immature and powerless. Believe it or not, it's up to you," Ye Tianci said indifferently. It is worth mentioning that when he was in the Fallen City, many prominent figures from the outside world had requested his treatment based on various relationships. 5 years ago, the chairman of the Four Seas Trading Association in Longguo was terminally ill, and after spending a lot of money and manpower, he finally met Ye Tianci. The chairman even knelt and begged for a day and night before obtaining his treatment. In the end, the chairman recovered, deeply grateful to Ye Tianci, claiming to owe him a life and offering assistance for any future needs. Similar level big shots owed countless favors to Ye Tianci. However, Ye Tianci never took these debts to heart. After all, with his talent, even without the favors of these big shots, there would be no difference. Han Ruoyun suddenly remembered something and asked alertly, I ask you, besides me, has anyone else kissed your cheek? Was it that woman, Rong Meiyen? Ye Tianci was surprised by Han Ruoyun's sudden question. Han Ruoyun said sternly, don't lie, you must tell the truth. Ye Tianci sighed and admitted, the one who kissed me was actually Liu Ruyan. What? Han Ruoyun's mouth fell open instantly. This news was truly shocking. Liu Ruyan was a popular star in Longguo, although now banned and reduced to a trivial existence in Han Ruoyun's eyes. But Han Ruoyun had to admit that Liu Ruyan's appearance and temperament were absolutely top-notch, and as far as she knew, her family background was also quite prominent. How could she easily get close to Ye Tianci? More importantly, she was Xiao Qingcheng's best friend. Han Ruoyun asked, what is your relationship with Liu Ruyan? Why did she kiss you? Ye Tianci scratched the back of his head and replied, this is a long story, but in short, she is also one of my fiancés. In addition to you, there are 8 other fiancés. Because I helped her once, she promised to kiss me, but it was not my initiative. Han Ruoyun frowned. This was the second time she heard that Ye Tianci had 9 fiancés. Last time, when he mentioned Rong Meiyen as one of his fiancés, she didn't believe it at all, thinking Ye Tianci was talking nonsense. However, this time, Ye Tianci still said so, and it didn't seem to be fabricated. Han Ruoyun tentatively asked, so, have you discussed with Liu Ruyan about cancelling the engagement? Ye Tianci honestly replied, of course, I don't want to marry a woman with such arrogance and prejudice. Oh, that's good. Han Ruoyun breathed a sigh of relief. However, her emotions were clearly not as excited as before. When Han Ruoyun thought of Ye Guoshi, she realized that besides herself, the family backgrounds of the other 8 fiancés were all more prestigious than her Han family. If that was indeed the case, then besides the charm of having a pair of big white rabbits on her chest, what other advantages did Han Ruoyun have compared to the other fiancés? With less than a month left before Ye Tianci and Xiao Qingcheng could collect their divorce certificate, Han Ruoyun had to find a way to establish her advantages in advance during this period in order to have a chance to be the first to collect a marriage certificate with him after Ye Tianci collected the divorce certificate. Once the marriage certificate was in hand, the remaining 8 fiancés of Ye Tianci, no matter how prestigious their family backgrounds were, no matter how outstanding they were, would no longer pose a threat to her. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Han Ruoyun's mouth. She suddenly took her right foot out of her high heels, stretched it forward, and finally gently placed her cute foot on Ye Tianci's thigh. She bit her lip lightly and with a look of coquetry, said, Xiao Sisi, my feet are a bit sore from wearing high heels, can you massage them for me? Han Ruoyun's sudden move caught Ye Tianci off guard, leaving him stunned. Han Ruoyun coquettishly said, hey, I'm your fiancé, can't you even help me massage my feet? As she spoke, she gently swayed her small feet. Ye Tianci felt the warmth on his thigh and instinctively looked down. He saw Han Ruoyun's right foot placed on his left thigh, her sexy snow-white jade foot wearing a pair of sheer purple stockings with visible fine blood vessels. The stockings were not reinforced at the toes, revealing cute pink nail polish through them. Purple stockings are a challenging color for women, but Han Ruoyun wore them perfectly, showcasing her proud and sexy charm. A familiar lyric flashed through Ye Tianci's mind. She's just my sister, and my sister says purple is very charming. Seeing Ye Tianci in a daze, Han Ruoyun pretended to be angry and said, what? Do you think I have smelly feet? Hey, I wash my feet every day, they smell good, you know? Don't believe me? Give it a sniff. As she spoke, she even lifted her foot. The distance between her toe and Ye Tianci's chin was only about 10 centimeters. At such a close range, Ye Tianci didn't smell any odor, not even sweat, but instead a faint body fragrance. Ye Tianci awkwardly cleared his throat. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, this is a restaurant. Han Ruoyun bit her chopsticks, with a teasing smile, said, what? Shy now? Didn't manager Chen Feng say that tonight upstairs belongs only to the 2 of us? No other guests, no one will see . Of course, if you don't want to help, forget it, I'll do it myself. As she spoke, she pretended to take her foot back but was grabbed by Ye Tianci. He pretended to be serious and said, why take it back? As a doctor, It's only natural for me to help you massage to relieve fatigue when I see your feet are uncomfortable. With that, he started kneading. As the saying goes, women are like water, very soft, and Han Ruoyun's feet were slippery and soft. Wrapped in stockings, the touch was unique, leaving a lingering sensation. Han Ruoyun's cheeks blushed slightly at this moment because it was the first time an opposite sex had touched her feet, making her feel a bit nervous and ticklish. But as Ye Tianci massaged, a warm sensation spread from her feet throughout her body, making her feel extremely comfortable. Ye Tianci frowned and said, "Your soles are cold, indicating you have deficiency and cold in your body, so you must have severe dysmenorrhea during your period, right? How do you know all this?" Han Ruoyun widened her eyes. Since she entered puberty in the second year of junior high school, every visit from Aunt Flo brought excruciating menstrual cramps that made her suffer almost unbearably. She had seen many doctors but to no avail. She longed to ask, "Can you rescue me from the pain of menstrual cramps?" Ye Tianci smiled and nodded, saying, "Just menstrual cramps, nothing to worry about." His fingers gently slid on Han Ruoyun's jade-like foot as he explained, "The various acupoints in the human body are interconnected. The root cause of your cold uterus and menstrual cramps is actually the blockage of meridians in the body. Massaging the soles of the feet can unblock the meridians, promote blood circulation, and help cure menstrual cramps. And this technique is unique to me." Han Ruoyun excitedly exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Please help me relieve the pain." She quickly took off her left high-heeled shoe, extended her slender ankle confidently, swaying and exuding a fragrant aroma. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and said, "This treatment is quite labor-intensive. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Han Ruoyun solemnly stated, "The consultation fee is not a problem. I have money, just name your price. But I don't need money." "Then what do you want?" Ye Tianci smiled mischievously and said, "Why don't you take a guess?" Han Ruoyun suddenly realized something, and a playful blush appeared on her cheek. "You pervert, always thinking about these things. Yes, I agreed to your conditions last night, but the premise is that you have to perform exceptionally well to be rewarded. It's not the right time yet." Ye Tianci teased, "Oh? When will the time be right?" Han Ruoyun pouted and said, "At least wait until you and Xiao Qingcheng, that foolish woman, officially divorce, right? If in the end, you and I didn't divorce, and I gave my innocence to you, that would be too unfair." Ye Tianci nodded in agreement. "There's some truth to that." But Han Ruoyun changed the subject, propping her chin with one hand and saying, "Besides that, Miss Han can offer you other rewards. For example, if you are willing, you can have this tilde." She slightly raised her left foot, almost touching Ye Tianzi's chin. Han Ruoyun's legs were long and flexible, otherwise, anyone else would have fallen already. Ye Tianci patted her foot with his hand, pretending to be displeased. "What kind of reward is this? It's clearly a punishment." Han Ruoyun rolled her eyes and said, "HMPH. I often watch videos of girls in black stockings. In the comment section, men all hope they would put their feet in their mouths. Do you also have this kind of fetish?" Ye Tianci rolled his eyes. He admitted that he was a bit quirky, but not to that extent, right? "Since you're not interested, then I'll give you a different reward tilde." She lowered the strap, revealing the snow-capped mountain on her left side, almost peeking out. "As long as you can cure my menstrual cramps, I'll allow you to touch." Ye Tianzi's mouth lifted slightly. You've mentioned this reward before, but it never materialized in the end." Han Ruoyun raised her right hand, 3 fingers together, and said solemnly, "This time I swear, as long as you fulfill it, I promise to let you touch. If I break my promise, I will voluntarily go through menopause." Wow, voluntarily go through menopause? For a young and beautiful girl, this is definitely a severe vow. Ye Tianci didn't hesitate and decided to lend a helping hand. He gently reminded Han Ruoyun that she might feel some pain, but she had to endure it. His hands began to massage Han Ruoyun's legs, this time using his inner strength. As Ye Tianci continued to activate his inner strength, Han Ruoyun felt a wave of heat spreading from her legs throughout her body, then gathering in her lower abdomen. A burning sensation ignited in her lower abdomen, accompanied by a slight stinging pain. Han Ruoyun's cheeks flushed, and sweat beads formed on her forehead. As Ye Tianci's movements quickened, the sensation became more intense. Han Ruoyun couldn't help but let out a soft, complaining sound, then realized it was inappropriate and gritted her teeth to endure. Her long legs trembled slightly, subconsciously clenching, as if her whole body was on fire. Her body felt unusually hot, making her mouth dry and her inner desires overwhelming. Especially when Ye Tianci touched her feet, the released pheromones intensified these sensations. However, her rationality told her to stay strong and not be controlled by desire. After enduring the torture for a long 10 minutes, as Ye Tianci's hands left, the treatment ended. At this point, Han Ruoyun almost weakly slumped in the chair, sweating profusely, as if she had just been through an intense battle. Ye Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked how she felt. Han Ruoyun took a deep breath, her eyes unfocused, and replied, "Comfortable." "Thank you," she almost said. Too comfortable. But all she could think about was changing out of her soaking wet underwear quickly. Han Ruoyun gently moved her feet away from Ye Tianzi's legs and put on her high heels again. She quietly adjusted her sitting posture, afraid of being noticed by Ye Tianzi's unease. Taking a big sip of fruit wine, the heat on her body subsided slightly. But her cheeks still had a hint of blush. Ye Tianzi asked with concern, "Feeling better now?" Han Ruoyun replied, biting her lip, "Yes, after this month's issue is over, if the pain is gone, I will fulfill the reward I promised you." She suddenly became serious and continued, "Actually, I asked you out today for a serious matter." Curiously, Ye Tianzi asked, "What's the matter?" Han Ruoyun explained, "The Tianlong Group is preparing to tender a 10 billion order. My father wants me to ask you, should our Han family strive for this order at the tender meeting the day after tomorrow? After all, our Han family has strong financial resources and the ability to compete after acquiring part of the Ji family's assets." Ye Tianzi suggested, "I think your Han family can participate in the tender meeting, but there is no need to compete for the order, just participating is enough." Han Ruoyun nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I will tell my father when I go back." Ye Tianzi curiously asked, "Don't you want to know why?" Han Ruoyun replied lightly, "I don't understand business, so asking is futile. As for my father, he sees you as a future son-in-law now, and he follows your words without needing a reason." Ye Tianzi smiled helplessly. After a massage, he felt a bit hungry, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating vegetables. Han Ruoyun's face showed a hint of joy and she couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, you haven't washed your hands yet." Ye Tianzi shrugged. "Eating unclean food won't hurt. I don't mind," and continued eating heartily. A mischievous look flashed in Han Ruoyun's eyes. She thought to herself, "This guy just said he doesn't like rewards, but now it seems like he must be lying. In that case, I can play with him more in the future." Hee hee. Meanwhile, at the drunken Immortal Tower restaurant in Jiangnan City, Rong Fan was having dinner with Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan. Rong Fan boasted, "Qingcheng, Ruyan, although this drunken Immortal Tower is not as good as the Tianlong Hotel, it is also a top luxury restaurant. I am also a VIP member here, so feel free to order whatever you like." However, Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan's moods were not high, obviously still resentful of their experience at the Tianlong Hotel. Rong Fan frowned and said solemnly, "Rest assured, whether it's the Tianlong Hotel or that Ye Tianzi, those who offend me today will not have a good ending. After dinner, I will go back and report to my father, and with the help of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, we will regain our face." Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "Senior Rong, let's forget about this matter. I invited you tonight for something more important to discuss." Rong Fan smiled and said, "I know, it's for the 10 billion order from the Tianlong Group. You need a loan, right?" Xiao Qingcheng nodded. "Yes, I hope Senior Rong can help more." Rong Fan generously said, "Qingcheng, with our relationship, borrowing this small amount is nothing to mention. I heard that the Xiao family currently has assets of about 1.5 billion. If others want to borrow from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, they can only borrow a maximum of 1.5 billion. Xiao Qingcheng was extremely grateful in her heart, with a look of gratitude and admiration in her eyes as she joyfully accepted Mu Rong's proposal. The loan amount of 25 billion was simply astronomical. She nervously nodded, indicating her understanding. Mu Rong Fan's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he smiled and said, "In addition to the loan amount, I will also offer you the most favorable interest rate." However, there is one thing that needs to be clarified in advance. Xiao Qingcheng nervously asked, "What rule is that?" Mu Rongfan smiled mysteriously and said, "There is an unwritten rule in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce that loans must be repaid on time, including the principal and interest. Otherwise the consequences may be unbearable." Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath, slightly nervous, and nodded to show her understanding. Mu Rongfan suddenly smiled and reassured her, "But don't worry, with me here. Even if there are problems, I will help you solve them. Let's have a drink first." He raised his glass, and although Xiao Qingcheng didn't really like drinking, she raised her glass to show her gratitude. One drink after another, soon they had gone through 3 rounds. Xiao Qingcheng was starting to feel a bit tipsy, her head spinning. Mu Rongfan looked at her, a hint of lasciviousness in his smile, and said, "One more drink, the last one, I'll send you back later." Xiao Qingcheng could only reluctantly continue drinking with a smile, and so, with their fill of food and drink, Xiao Qingcheng was already feeling dizzy. Mu Rongfan, however, remained clear-headed, with a slightly lascivious smile, saying, "One more drink, I'll send you back later." Seeing this, Liu Ruyan quickly intervened, saying, "That's enough, Qingcheng is already drunk." Mu Rongfan muttered somewhat displeased, "You're lucky this time, but don't try to run next time." With Liu Ruyan's support, Xiao Qingcheng was escorted into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Liu Ruyan sat in the driver's seat, silently congratulating herself on her quick thinking, otherwise Mu Rongfan would have definitely made a move tonight. She worriedly said, "Mu Rongfan's behavior is a bit unreliable, should we consider other options?" Although Xiao Qingcheng was already a bit tipsy, she could still think clearly, pondering the situation. She bit her lip tightly, murmuring to herself in a low voice, "It's already too late. No matter what, I must prove to Ye Tianci that I am the better one. I want to make him regret." With a sigh, listening to Xiao Qingcheng's sad confession, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but sigh. She said affectionately, "Do whatever you want, as your best friend, I will always support you." With that, she started the car and drove away. It was 10 o'clock at night. After dinner with Han Ruoyun, Ye Tianci said goodbye at the entrance of the Tianlong restaurant, then took a taxi back to Villa 1, Zijin Tiangong. However, when he opened the door, he saw Rong Meiyen sitting elegantly on the sofa in a thin, semi-transparent nightgown, her long legs almost fully exposed, exuding a mysterious and alluring charm. Seeing Ye Tianci return, Rong Meiyen propped her chin with one hand, swaying her delicate feet, and said slightly reproachfully, "You went out so late. Leaving me alone at home, aren't you afraid I'll feel lonely?" Ye Tianci saw Rong Meiyen walking towards him, looking somewhat surprised, and asked, "Have you been waiting for me here all along?" Rong Meiyen leisurely put down her legs, stood up, barefoot lightly pacing on the floor, and replied with a playful smile, "Yeah, you heartless guy. You went out on a date at night without even telling me, leaving me bored waiting for you here. Your performance as a partner is really not impressive, huh?" Ye Tianci asked in confusion, "How did you know I went out on a date?" Rong Meiyen walked to Ye Tianci's side, sniffed him, and with a hint of a smile on her lips, said, "Not only do I know you went out on a date, but I also know it was with a girl, right? It must be Miss Han from the Han family, right?" Ye Tianci looked at her in astonishment and asked, "How did you know?" Rong Meiyen crossed her arms in front of her chest, mysteriously said, "Smart people can tell that Miss Han has a crush on you. You helped her family last night, so she would definitely come to find you today. As long as you don't date that foolish Xiao Qingcheng or the stubborn Lu Zuoxing, dating a smart and classy girl like Miss Han is a good choice. I really think highly of her and support your pursuit of her. Besides, just the sight of her real e-cup, which man wouldn't be tempted?" Ye Tianci awkwardly cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking, "It's so late, is there something important you're waiting for me for?" Rong Meiyen nodded and said, "Yes, I got the news that because of what happened at the Han family last night, Uncle Rong Zidong sent 3 guest officials to support, especially Zhao Wuji, who is the chief guest official under the second master, a top 10 master on the southern province tiger list." Ye Tianci nonchalantly said, "What does being in the top 10 on the tiger list matter?" "It's not a threat to me," Rong Meiyen reminded. "I know you are powerful, but it's better to be cautious." "Well, let's not talk about such serious topics. I haven't had dinner waiting for you, so you owe me a meal, and it has to be made by you. Ye Tianci smiled wryly and agreed. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Without hesitation, Rong Meiyen said, I want to eat your tomato and egg noodles. Ye Tianci looked puzzled and asked, what? Rong Meiyen realized her mistake, blushing slightly as she explained, I mean, I want to eat your tomato and egg noodles. Ye Tianci chuckled and said, I understand what you mean. Give me 10 minutes, and the noodles will be ready. Rong Meiyen squinted mischievously and said, actually, I wasn't wrong. As long as you help me seek revenge in the future, even if you really make me eat noodles, I will cooperate wholeheartedly. Remember, it's wholehearted cooperation, okay? This almost made Ye Tianci burst into laughter. This woman jokes around better than anyone else. It might lead to big trouble. Suppressing his impatience, Ye Tianci went to the kitchen to make tomato and egg noodles for Rong Meiyen. 10 minutes later, the fragrant tomato and egg noodles were served, and Rong Meiyen ate 2 big bowls, feeling full. It was already past 11 at night. Rong Meiyen stretched lazily, and coquettishly said, full and content, I need to go back to sleep. She was wearing only thin pajamas tonight, and with a slight movement, certain scenery was all in view. Ye Tianci suddenly noticed a key point. Rong Meiyen seemed to be naked. She was actually in the nude. Unfortunately, the crucial parts were covered by her pajamas, making it unclear. Rong Meiyen, aware of Ye Tianci's gaze, was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she jokingly said, Mr. Yi, the bidding conference is about to begin. In order to compete for that 10 billion order, you must let go of those unhealthy thoughts. Having distractions will delay your work. Ye Tianci, however, became interested and asked, how can I get rid of these unhealthy thoughts? Rong Meiyen teased, blinking her eyes and softly saying, as the saying goes, rely on yourself. Didn't I leave you with the cleaning tools this morning? Remember to use them well. Don't waste them. Let me know when you're done. I can meet all your needs, Tilda. After all, you are my partner. With these words, Rong Meiyen swayed her charming figure and briskly left. This woman is truly a seductress. Ye Tianci sighed and turned to go upstairs. Just as he lay down, a WeChat message came in from Han Ruoyun. Han Ruoyun said, having dinner with you tonight was delightful. Here's a small reward for you as a bedtime snack, Tilda. She shyly sent a selfie. In the photo, Han Ruoyun was lying in a bathtub, her skin as white as jade, looking smooth and delicate in the light blue water. Her eyes were hazy, emitting a lazy and charming aura. The most enticing part was that her upper body was bare, with her right arm covering the key areas with an E-cup bra. This half-revealing pose was extremely tempting, making Ye Tianci unable to help but criticize. This woman is too audacious, making me restless in the dead of night. It's outrageous. Why doesn't she move her hand away? Ye Tianci zoomed in on the photo and criticized for a few minutes. Already somewhat stirred up, he couldn't hold back anymore. No, he had to calm down. Ye Tianci quickly got up, preparing to grab a new pair of underwear and take a cold shower to calm himself down. But when he opened the drawer, he found a pair of black stockings and a black lace-trimmed bra. These were put in there in a hurry in the morning. At this moment, the words Rong Meiyen said before leaving involuntarily came to his mind. He took a deep breath, starting to feel conflicted. Should he clean the old steel gun that had been around for over 20 years or not? It had become a dilemma. Time flew by, and the bidding conference to be held the day after tomorrow arrived quickly. Just like the first time, the bidding conference restarted by the Tianlong Group was still held at the Yunning Hotel in Zhongnan City. At 7:30 in the evening, the entrance of the Yunning Hotel was already bustling with cars, with all kinds of luxury cars filling the area. Bentleys, Maybachs, and other luxury cars were all present. The VIPs attending this restarted bidding conference were numerous, because it was well known that this time, every aspect of the bidding was more numerous and powerful than the first time. The Ji family, the Han family, and even the legendary Liu family were participating. In addition, the Xiao family and Rong Meiyen's Fengrong group also joined the competition. With such a heavyweight competition, it was bound to be an extraordinarily exciting drama, not to be missed. Tonight, inside the Yunding Hotel, nearly 100 wealthy and prominent businessmen gathered here, toasting and discussing business. Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan arrived early at the venue, dressed in silver white and light blue evening gowns, their graceful figures and stunning beauty attracting the attention of the crowd. The businessmen came forward to congratulate Ms. Xiao, praising her confidence and predicting that the 10 billion order tonight would definitely fall into her hands. Xiao Qingcheng, full of confidence, did not hide her inner strength. She was well prepared and firmly believed that she would succeed tonight. Just as Xiao Qingcheng was about to express her gratitude, a sharp voice broke the atmosphere. The voice belonged to Han Ruoyun, who mocked Xiao Qingcheng for her repeated failures after divorce and questioned her qualifications to lead others to progress. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and turned to see Han Ruoyun slowly walking into the venue, a sneer hanging on his lips. Tonight, Han Ruoyun wore a light purple evening gown, with a necklace adorned with shimmering gemstones, emitting a charming glow. However, the most eye-catching thing was her captivating E-cup chest. Even though it was partially covered by the dress, every step she took was irresistibly attractive. Xiao Qingcheng, although not particularly fond of Han Ruoyun, had to admit that just her presence made him feel inferior. Liu Ruyan's face carried a hint of bitterness. She felt resentful and unfair, longing to have an E-cup figure. As soon as Han Ruoyun entered the room, discussions broke out all around. It couldn't be denied that Miss Han's words held some truth. Xiao Qingcheng had been facing difficulties recently, and if she failed in tonight's bidding, it would be even more embarrassing. Despite Ye Tianci being rumored as a waste, his performance at both the Ji family banquet and Miss Rong's meeting had left a deep impression. Perhaps Xiao Qingcheng had misjudged him. It was said that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Hongming, had always opposed the divorce, believing that Ye Tianci, with his extraordinary talents, could bring good luck to the Xiao family. If Ye Tianci left the Xiao family, the future of the Xiao family would be bleak, a dark prospect. Xiao Qingcheng's face darkened. She took a deep breath and responded coldly, "Miss Han, I admit that I missed opportunities before, partly due to Ye Tianci's interference, and of course, it was also my own lack of preparation. Tonight, we will compete fairly, and I will win based on my own strength. I will personally defeat Ye Tianci, representing the wrong group, leaving you speechless." Han Ruoyun sneered. Ye Tianci's words are not groundless. Perhaps you should reflect on whether your own abilities are lacking. Instead of always complaining and blaming others after failure. It seems a bit hypocritical, doesn't it? Xiao Qingcheng's lips trembled with anger. She was not good at arguing, and every time she faced Han Ruoyun, she couldn't retort. Liu Ruyan stepped forward and said, "Elder sister, aren't you satisfied yet? Why do you always target my best friend?" Han Ruoyun stood proudly, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, but Qingcheng is asking for trouble herself. If she doesn't want trouble, she'd better keep a low profile when I'm around." Liu Ruyan frowned and said, "You're wrong. Qingcheng is not the one causing trouble on purpose, you have misunderstood her." Han Ruoyun just snorted coldly, without replying. Xiao Qingcheng's most infuriating aspect, as far as this lady is concerned, is that he took Ye Tianci away 3 years ago. If Ye Tianci had come to the Han family first to fulfill the engagement at that time, this lady is confident that with her ample E-cup bust, she would definitely have made him indulge in her tender embrace, and might have even been pregnant with 3 children by now. But now, not only has Ye Tianci suffered for 3 years by Xiao Qingcheng's side, but he has suddenly acquired 8 fiancés whose engagement has not been dissolved, each with a prominent family background. This has nullified this lady's original advantage, forcing her to restrain her coquettishness, fearing being replaced by the other fiancés. All of this is Xiao Qingcheng's fault. Thinking of this, this lady is filled with rage. Liu Ruyan does not understand Han Ruoyun's intentions, mistakenly thinking she is deliberately provoking her. "Big boobs, don't go too far. I'm not someone to mess with." As she spoke, she had already rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. Han Ruoyun raised her chin disdainfully and said, "If you have the guts, then come and fight. Anyway, you, this band superstar, no longer need to worry about reputation. You can do whatever you want in public." She changed the subject and added, "You can rest assured, even if you hit me, this lady will not retaliate. Come on, why aren't you fighting?" Han Ruoyun sneered and threatened, "HMPH, since you are also one of Ye Tianci's fiancés, after you hit me, I will go and complain, saying you are a wicked woman, making Ye Tianci disgusted with you. In this way, you, This fiancé will no longer pose a threat to me. Helpless. This lady knows that the struggle between women is cruel, and innocence will only lead to disadvantage. Whereas Liu Ruyan is burning with anger. You, big boobs. I will show you how powerful I am today. Just as she was about to make a move, she was timely stopped by Xiao Qingcheng. Yan, forget it. Tonight is the bidding chamber meeting. Don't delay important matters due to impulse. We don't need to lower ourselves to her level. Winning a 10 billion order is the best retaliation against her. Reluctantly, Liu Ruyan muttered, fine. She had just finished speaking when a hearty laughter came from the door. Haha, it's really lively tonight. A group of people surrounded a young man as they walked in. The leader of the youth was Rong Meiyen. His left hand still bandaged. After 2 days of treatment by Master Gongsun, the injuries on his face had already improved. Ji Wuli and Ji Bo, father and son, followed beside him, with members of the Ji family alliance's wealthy businessmen behind them. The aura of these 20-plus people was extremely powerful. When the guests saw them, they all came forward to compliment and flatter them. Rong Dishao, you are here tonight. The whole venue is radiant. Rong Dishao, I have long heard of your reputation in the provincial capital, and today seeing you, you truly are talented. Rong Zidong responded lightly. I am just here to observe the bidding chamber's process, not to participate in the bidding. The real participant is the Ji family, he. Although he said so, everyone present understood that Rong Zidong is now the backbone of the Ji family. Supporting the Ji family is supporting Rong Dishao. Therefore, everyone expressed their support for the Ji family. Ji Wuli's mood suddenly became exceptionally cheerful, unable to contain his smile. At that moment, Rong Zidong's gaze landed on Liu Ruyan, and he quickly strode towards her with an air of elegance. Ruyan, you're here too? I haven't seen you in the past few days. Have you been taking good care of yourself? Liu Ruyan frowned and replied somewhat displeased. It's none of your business, don't bother me. Rong Zidong raised an eyebrow and asked, are you not feeling well? Did someone upset you? Tell me, who made you uncomfortable, and I'll take care of it today. Irritated, Liu Ruyan answered, I already said it's none of your concern, stop bothering me. However, Rong Zidong seemed unfazed by her response. He looked around as if sensing something, and finally fixed his gaze on Han Ruoyun. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth as he spoke. Miss Han, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who offended Ruyan, aren't you? Han Ruoyun glanced at Rong Zidong coldly and responded indifferently, so what? Rong Zidong gritted his teeth and declared, Liu Ruyan is the woman I pursue. If you offend her, I will not tolerate it. You must apologize to her. Han Ruoyun crossed her arms over her ample chest without fear and retorted, what if this lady refuses? Rong Zidong clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening. Just as he was about to act, a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway, HMPH. Are you holding a grudge while forgetting gratitude? Or do you feel that the 5 fingers left on your right hand are in the way, and you need to break them to vent your anger? It turned out to be Ye Tianci who walked in, accompanied by Rong Meiyen, a Ching, and the slightly plump Diao Yilei wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Rong Zidong's expression changed slightly when he saw Ye Tianci, subconsciously taking a step back, feeling a bit fearful. Despite his inner turmoil, he still forced himself to say, it's you. We still have unfinished business between us. Ye Tianci beckoned at him with his finger and said, I'm right here, waiting for you to settle the score. How about it, ready to come at me? Rong Zidong clenched his teeth in anger. At this moment, Ji Wuli quickly leaned in and reminded him in a low voice, young Master Rong, it's not the time for revenge now. Be patient and wait. Don't forget our plan. After securing the 10 billion order, we can retaliate. Don't let anyone off. Rong Zidong frowned, took a deep breath, and nodded reluctantly. I won't stoop to your level. Let's go. He glared at Ye Tianci and led the group towards the depths of the venue. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Ye Tianci with complex emotions in her eyes and said coldly, tonight, I will definitely secure the 10 billion order and show you that Xiao Qingcheng is much more outstanding than you imagine. Ye Tianci shook his head and said, hey, what does your excellence have to do with me? With that, he left with Rong Meiyen. Xiao Qingcheng stomped her foot in anger, almost losing control. She tried hard to prove her worth. but being ignored by Ye Tianci made her feel frustrated and powerless. Liu Ruyan comforted her, "Don't be angry. Ye Tianci is deliberately provoking you. Don't fall for it." Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and nodded, "You're right. I can't lose my composure. I must secure the 10 billion order no matter what to prove my abilities." The entire venue was divided into the regular guest area and the bidding area. People who attended the meeting but did not participate in the bidding sat in the guest area, while Ye Tianci and Rong Meiyen and others participating in the bidding sat in the bidding area. There were 26 qualified bidders divided into regions A to Z based on the 26 English letters. Each region had large round tables and sofas that could accommodate multiple people, with various desserts, fruits, and drinks placed on the tables. Rong Meiyen's Fengrong group was in the D area, while the Han family was in the E area, conveniently sitting next to each other. As they just took their seats, Han Ruoyun complained angrily to Ye Tianci, "Why didn't you come earlier? I had to wait here alone for a long time, almost being bullied by your ex-wife and her best friend." Ye Tianci smiled and responded, "Just the two of them? They are no match for you, right? I remember you once said that the two of them combined are not as powerful as you alone. Their combat power is not enough." Han Ruoyun raised her head proudly and said, "Of course, I am naturally a size E cup. How can I compare with those two little girls?" As she spoke, she suddenly realized something. "Oh, I happen to be sitting in the E area. Miss Rong is in the D cup sitting in the D area. What could the C area be?" Before she finished speaking, she saw familiar figures sitting in the C area. It was Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan. Han Ruoyun couldn't help but giggle, "Haha, look. It's indeed them. C cup with a narrow mind." Ye Tianci also noticed and couldn't help but laugh. "It's really a coincidence. Xiao Qingcheng sitting in the C area. Although she doesn't know what we're talking about, seeing us happy, she must be very uncomfortable, even a little sour." Xiao Qingcheng turned her head, deliberately not looking towards Ye Tianci, although she had proposed a divorce and said she wouldn't interfere with Ye Tianzi's life. Every time she saw him being ambiguous with other women, she couldn't help but feel irritable. Liu Ruyan saw her friend Rong Meiyen beside her and provocatively said, "Rong extinct. Don't be too sad when you lose to my best friend later." Rong Meiyen coldly replied, "Ruyan, if you have time to care about me, you might as well pay more attention to the hot search. I just spent another 500,000 to buy a hot search online specifically to bash you. Watching the comments cursing you, I can have an extra bowl of noodles tonight." Liu Ruyan was almost infuriated to the point of spitting blood. She thought she had been blocked for a few days, but she didn't expect the online bashing to continue. The biggest little black fan was right here. Rong Meiyen ignored Liu Ruyan and turned to look at Ye Tianci and Han Ruoyun. Seeing the two still talking, Ye Tianci asked, "Are you the only one representing the Han family tonight?" Han Ruoyun nodded. "My parents have been busy handling the assets of the Ji family recently, they are too busy to come." She lowered her voice and said, "My dad even said that this money is considered as the betrothal gift you gave, and after you divorce Xiao Qingcheng, he will help us with the wedding." Ye Tianci awkwardly smiled and said that he currently has no plans to remarry. After all, there are still a few fiancés whose contracts have not been terminated. Han Ruoyun was a little unhappy with Ye Tianzi's reaction. "Huh, now you're starting to reject? But when you received the welfare photos I sent, why didn't you reject them? I bet you almost glued your eyes to the phone." Ye Tianzi said seriously, "How could that be? Don't wrongly accuse the good guy." Han Ruoyun raised her eyebrows, with a hint of sarcasm and provocation in her expression, contemptuously asked, "Oh, so you don't like it?" There was a touch of disdain and indifference in her tone, as if she didn't care about the other person's attitude. Then she continued, "Well, if that's the case, I won't send it anymore. I was planning to wear a set of JK skirt outfit and over-the-knee white stockings, but I'll just throw them away when I get back." There was a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction in her tone, as if the other party's attitude had hurt her feelings. Ye Tianci quickly spoke up, persuading, "As a person, we should be frugal and take care of our belongings. Why throw away good clothes? I suggest you keep them and I'd be more than happy to help with the appraisal." There was warmth and consideration in his tone, as if he was concerned about Han Ruoyun's feelings. Just as Han Ruoyun was about to respond, a sudden commotion at the entrance of the venue caught everyone's attention, including Ye Tianci, who turned to look. A tall and stunning woman walked gracefully into the venue. She was around 30, dressed in a black evening gown, wearing black silk gloves, and even her eyeshadow and lipstick were black. Whether in appearance or aura, she exuded a mature and intimidating charm that kept people at a distance. Ye Tianci couldn't help but feel that this woman seemed to have a remarkable aura and background. Han Ruoyun, observing from the side, frowned in surprise and said, "Oh my, it's her." There was a hint of astonishment and confusion in her expression, as if she was unexpectedly surprised by the woman's identity. The whole scene instantly became tense and filled with an air of uncertainty. Ye Tianci asked Han Ruoyun if he was familiar with Liu Ruyan. Han Ruoyun replied that although he wasn't very familiar, he knew her identity as the eldest princess of the Liu family in Jiangnan City. This made Ye Tianci furrow his brow slightly. One of the reasons he came here tonight was to meet someone from the Liu family in Jiangnan City. Han Ruoyun continued, saying that Liu Ruyan was no ordinary person. Nowadays, everyone in Jiangnan City is talking about your ex-wife, the top beauty CEO, but long ago, when people mentioned the top beauty CEO of Jiangnan City, they would think of Liu Ruyan. Despite being 5 or 6 years older than us, she had already made a name for herself in the business world in Jiangnan City before she was 20, gaining a great reputation. Even the veterans in the business world had to admire her intelligence and abilities. At her peak about 5 years ago, she was second only to the head of the family in the Liu family, overseeing all the family's business affairs, thus earning the title of the Business Empress of Jiangnan City. In comparison, Xiao Qingcheng is simply not worth mentioning. Rong Meiyen then added that she had heard of Liu Ruyan's name several times in the provincial capital. Rumor has it that the talented Liu Ruyan surpassed men and was considered the Empress of Jiangnan City. At that time, the two most outstanding young people in Jiangnan City were the martial arts master Lin Feng and the business empress Liu Ruyan. These two were unmatched even in the provincial capital. Haven't you heard of her? Rong Meiyen was somewhat puzzled. In her eyes, wasn't Ye Tianci the Jiangnan war god Lin Feng? How could he not know about the business empress? Ye Tianci shook his head. 5 years ago, he had not yet returned to Jiangnan City, so he was unaware of these rumors. He began to feel curious and asked what had happened later that led to him never hearing about Liu Ruyan again. Han Ruoyun frowned, recalling that there were various rumors about this issue, with the most widely spread saying that 5 years ago, when Liu Ruyan was at the peak of her career, she suddenly met her true love and then moved abroad with him. Since then, the activities of the Liu family in Jiangnan City became low-key and mysterious. As for the truth of this rumor, opinions were divided. However, no one expected that after Liu Ruyan disappeared for a full 5 years, she would suddenly return and represent the Liu family in this bidding process. Rong Meiyen listened attentively, squinting her eyes. As someone known as the queen of the provincial capital's business world, she had always had a keen sense of business acumen. Her intuition told her that Liu Ruyan was, to some extent, similar to her, but more extreme and dangerous in her style of doing things, unpredictable. She realized that the bidding process tonight might be even more challenging than imagined, unsure if Mr. Yi would be successful. With that in mind, she glanced deeply at Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci did not notice Rong Meiyen's gaze and kept his focus on Liu Ruyan. He saw a tall man in a white suit standing behind Liu Ruyan, looking serious. Although he was not yet 40, he exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. His strength seemed to have surpassed the realm of martial artists, reaching the level of a grandmaster. In the small Jiangnan city, such a level of existence was extremely rare. The Liu family in Jiangnan is indeed well deserved of its reputation, harboring countless mysteries. Liu Ruyan looked around and her gaze fell upon Ye Tianci. Their eyes met. In that instant, a playful smile crept up at the corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth, as if silently greeting Ye Tianci. Ye Tianci furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly. However, Liu Ruyan quickly composed herself, and walked towards the seating area in Zone R with the bodyguard in a white suit. As Liu Ruyan took her seat, the whole venue suddenly became noisy. Everyone was talking excitedly, surprised to find out that the representative sent by the Liu family was none other than the legendary business empress Liu Ruyan. In her 30s, she not only possessed remarkable looks but also exuded a sense of nobility and invincibility, radiating a queenly aura that made others envious. Although she was already 33 years old, she looked as if she was in her 20s. Moreover, her enchanting D-cup bust-line was truly alluring. Yet, do not forget her former title as the Black Widow, the former overlord of Jiangnan, with countless lives under her control. She is no saint, so do not provoke her. Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable pressure. Even though she was full of confidence, she had to admit that the charm of the top female CEO of Jiangnan far surpassed her own. But she took a deep breath and firmly declared, the younger generation will surpass the older one. Whether it's the business empress or the queen, tonight I will defeat them, win the 10 billion order, and prove myself to the world. The members of the Ji family sat in Zone K, and Rong Zidong looked at Liu Ruyan, his eyes lighting up. Can there really be such a stunning woman in this world? Although he had seen countless beauties like Xiao Qingcheng, Han Ruoyun, Rong Meiyen, Liu Ruyan, all of whom were stunning beauties, Liu Ruyan exuded a dangerous charm, like a black poisonous rose, alluring yet deadly. Her mature charm made him restless, with an impulse to touch. Rong Zidong licked his lips, feeling excited. This woman is interesting. If I can have her, I will be overjoyed. Ji Wuli felt a tightness in his heart and hurriedly advised, Rong young master, you should give up. Liu Ruyan is not someone to be trifled with. Provoking her will bring no good results. Rong Zidong frowned. Can't the young master of the Rong family handle her? What's the Liu family? Just a mere force in the whole Tiannan province. Ji Wuli said bitterly. Although the Liu family is one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, it is only an ordinary force in the entire Tiannan province. The Liu family is one of the oldest families in Jiangnan City, with a deep heritage and outstanding legacy. They are considered the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, making even the Han family pale in comparison. The Liu family has always kept a low profile, not interested in competing with others. However, it is rumored that they have unparalleled connections and resources in Jiangnan City, the provincial capital, and even the imperial capital, making them a formidable force to be reckoned with. Rong Zidong sneered disdainfully, but deep down, he had doubts about the rumors surrounding the Liu family. He didn't believe they were as powerful as they were made out to be. Nevertheless, he was determined to probe into the background of Liu Ruyan, the heir of the Liu family, after dealing with Ye Tianci and the others tonight. Ji Wuli and his son Ji Bo exchanged a helpless glance, their hearts full of resignation but dare not say more. Just then, a crisp bell rang, signaling the arrival of 8 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, all the lights went out, leaving only a spotlight illuminating the central podium, where Zhao Hailong, dressed in a black suit, stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. He got straight to the point, thanking everyone for attending the Tianlong Group's reopening bidding conference and officially kicking off the bidding conference without further ado. Amidst thunderous applause from the audience, Zhao Hailong continued his speech. He announced that 26 companies or families had been shortlisted in this bidding session, and the final criteria for determining the winning bid was simple. The bidding party willing to take on more liquidated damages would win the bid. The starting price for liquidated damages was 50 million, with increments of no less than 10 million. The bidding officially began. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. As soon as Zhao Hailong's voice fell, someone raised their sign in response. It had been estimated that this 10 billion contract would bring in at least 3 billion in net profit. Therefore, all bidding parties went all out. 1 billion. Ji Wuli raised the sign with the number K, determined to win this 10 billion contract. Another billion. Xiao Qingcheng from Area C spoke up. Other bidders in the area could only sigh and give up, as Xiao Qingcheng's bid made them hesitate. The speed at which Xiao Qingcheng bid was unbearable for the others. However, not long after, Ji Wuli raised his sign again, announcing a bid of 10 billion. The scene instantly erupted. The Ji family was indeed grand, pushing the bidding to 10 billion in one go. The profit from this contract was around 3 billion, and the winning bidder had to pay a deposit of 2 billion, with liquidated damages to be paid in case of breach. Therefore, 10 billion became the warning line for liquidated damages. However, the giants tonight were all confident in their abilities and did not believe there would be any breach of contract. Therefore, the 10 billion warning line was likely to be exceeded. As expected, Xiao Qingcheng quickly raised her sign, announcing a bid of 11 billion. Ji Wuli's eyes flashed with displeasure. He asked Ji Boduan why Xiao Qingcheng was bidding instead of cooperating with them. Ji Boduan bitterly replied that although he had contacted Xiao Qingcheng, she seemed uninterested in cooperation. It was said that Xiao Qingcheng had borrowed a substantial amount from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, hence she was confident in being able to undertake this 10 billion contract alone. Ji Wuli sneered, saying she was just a young girl who thought she was above everyone else after becoming the first beauty CEO in Jiangnan City. He raised his sign again, announcing a bid of 13 billion. Xiao Qingcheng's face turned serious. The total assets of the Xiao family were only 15 billion, plus a 25 billion loan, totaling 40 billion. Deducting the 20 billion deposit, the Xiao family could only bear a maximum of 20 billion in liquidated damages. If there was a risk of breach, the Xiao family would face a disaster. This was the biggest challenge she had faced in her 3 years at the helm of the Xiao family. Unconsciously, she looked towards Ye Tianci, only to find him leisurely sitting on the sofa, even casually eating the fruits on the table. Xiao Qingcheng's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Was this guy really here to participate in the auction? But no matter what, she had decided to win the 10 billion order tonight and prove her abilities to everyone. Taking a deep breath, she raised the bidding card once again and resolutely announced, "I bid 1.35 billion. Immediately, Ji Wuli followed up with, "I bid 1.4 billion. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, then firmly stated, "I bid 1.45 billion. It was clear that once the bidding exceeded 1 billion, both parties became more cautious, considering the increased risk, and the increments in bidding accordingly became smaller. Meanwhile, in position D, Diao Yele noticed that Ye Tianci had never raised his card since the bidding began, and was focused on eating fruit. He sarcastically remarked, "Mr. Yi, weren't you confident in winning this 10 billion order? Are you too afraid to even raise your card, letting the order slip away in the end?" Ye Tianci leisurely ate a grape, and calmly replied, "If I'm not mistaken, I'm participating in the bidding on behalf of Fengrong Group, right? As for whether I need to raise the card and how much to bid, do I need to report to you, Vice President Diao? I think it's none of your business." Diao Yele was somewhat speechless by this response. Slightly resentful, he clenched his fists, snorted coldly, "I'm just a vice president of a small company, of course. I have no authority to ask Mr. Yi to report to me. Just hope that someone won't forget our bet, HMPH. Qing's expression turned serious, lowered her voice and said to Rong Meiyen, "Miss, can this Mr. Yi really handle it? He doesn't seem to take this bidding seriously. If we lose this 10 billion order, I'm a little worried." Rong Meiyen frowned, interrupted, "Although I'm not sure what Mr. Yi is thinking, but since he is my partner, I will unconditionally trust him. Let's continue to watch." Qing nodded without saying more. At the same time, the competition between Xiao Qingcheng and the Ji family had entered a fierce stage. Xiao Qingcheng resolutely declared, "I bid 1.9 billion. Ji Wuli coldly squinted his eyes and said, "I bid 2 billion. The breach fee finally exceeded 2 billion, which was the limit Xiao Qingcheng could bear. This number made her body tremble slightly, biting her lip. She had thought she was fully prepared, dreaming of defeating Ye Tianci and Rong Meiyen, winning the 10 billion order. But unexpectedly, Ye Tianci had never raised his card from start to finish, and she was about to lose to the Ji family. This was ironic. Ji Bo stood up and said, "Qingcheng, this number should be the limit for your Xiao family. Continuing to bid is meaningless, give up." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, her eyes flashing with unwillingness. She vowed to win the 10 billion order. If she gave up now, how could she face everyone? Especially in front of Ye Tianci, how could she lift her head? Liu Ruyan noticed her dilemma, comforted, "Qingcheng, listen to me, don't force yourself. It's okay to give up, after all, you didn't lose to Ye Tianci. Think about it, that guy never raised his card from start to finish. From this perspective, you are already much better than him." Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng's mood improved a lot. That's right. In any case, her performance tonight was already better than Ye Tianci's. He had no right to look down on her. Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath, placed the bidding card on the table, and firmly announced, "I choose to give up bidding." Congratulations, Ji family. With the fall of this sentence, the entire scene fell into silence. The Ji family members were overjoyed, their excitement palpable. With no other bidders raising the price at this moment, it meant that the 10 billion worth order would undoubtedly fall into the Ji family's hands tonight. People at the scene were all talking and praising, marveling at the auction. Although President Xiao lost to the Ji family, she might feel a bit regretful, but at least she achieved the second place, gaining some limelight and not losing face tonight. President Xiao tried her best, and even if she lost, there was no blame to be placed. The Xiao group might have lost in this bidding war, but Xiao Qingcheng was outstanding. Hearing these positive comments, Xiao Qingcheng's sense of loss was slightly relieved, and she straightened up a bit, looking more determined. However, at that moment, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded, questioning who said she could only get the second place in tonight's auction. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. How could someone be so generous in this auction? Everyone turned their heads in unison towards the direction of the voice, only to see Ye Tianci slowly raising the D number plate in his hand, with a harmless smile on his face. I bid 2.1 billion. The people present were all confused. The members of the Ji family and the Ji family alliance stood still, ready to raise their glasses to celebrate, only to be disrupted by Ye Tianci. Their moods were all very bad. Xiao Qingcheng's expression was especially ugly. Normally aloof, she was on the verge of losing her temper. Ye Tianci, you are definitely deliberately making things difficult for me. In contrast, Rong Meiyen and Han Ruoyun showed signs of joy. Especially Rong Meiyen. She sighed in her heart that Ye Tianci was indeed the god of war in Zhongnan, keeping a low profile. Keeping silent all along, only starting to bid at this moment. At this moment, Zhao Hailong on the stage spoke up. Bid from District D is 21 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned to the Ji family in District K. After all, from the current situation, only the Ji family had the strength to continue bidding. Of course, there was also a potential big player, the Liu family. However, it was strange that since the bidding started until now, Liu Yanji in District R had never raised her sign, always maintaining a cold attitude. It was as if everything happening on the scene had nothing to do with her, and she seemed unwilling to participate in the bidding. So, everyone subconsciously ignored the Liu family. Ji Wuli frowned, raised his sign and said, our Ji family bids 22 billion. Ye Tianci immediately said without hesitation, I bid 23 billion. I bid 24 billion. I bid 25 billion. Ji Wuli's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Since the Ji family ceded half of its assets to the Han family, now with only 25 billion in total assets left, plus the 20 billion in cash support from Rong Tianli, the total was only around 45 billion. Minus the required 20 billion deposit, the Ji family could only come up with 25 billion as a penalty. At this moment, Ye Tianci's bid had reached 25 billion, which completely blocked the Ji family's retreat. Ji Boduan became somewhat flustered. Dad, what should we do? Are we really going to let Ye Tianci win the 10 billion order? Ji Wuli frowned and asked. Rong Deshao, what do you think? Rong Zidong gritted his teeth and said, absolutely cannot allow it. No matter what the cost, we must fight for this project. Can't let it fall into the hands of Ye Tianci and Rong Meiyen. Ji Wuli turned to Li Jingye and others and said, everyone, the Ji family is facing the most critical moment now. I hope everyone can help as much as possible. When our Ji family wins this 10 billion order, we will definitely not treat everyone unfairly. Upon hearing this, Li Jingye gritted his teeth and said, Ji family head, I, Li Jingye, am willing to support the Ji family with 10 million. After exchanging glances, others expressed their support one after another. I also support with 10 million. Me too. Me too. Soon, members of the Ji family alliance collectively supported with 2 billion. Ji Wuli stood up, raised his sign. Our Ji family is willing to bid 27 billion. He thought that when the bidding reached this number, Ye Tianci should give up. But he didn't expect Ye Tianci to remain calm and raise his sign, shouting, then I bid 28 billion. How long do you want to play? I will play with you to the end. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone sighed at Ye Tianci's courage. Wasn't he afraid of breach of contract? If he breached the contract, everything Rong Meiyen had accumulated in Zhongnan City would be lost. Even Rong Meiyen was sweating profusely at this moment. With only a little over 3 billion left in the Fingrong Group's account, Ye Tianci's proposed price has already far exceeded the group's bottom line. Considering the need to pay an additional 2 billion in collateral, this bidding war has essentially turned into a high-stakes gamble. Failure would result in heavy losses. The members of the Ji family in District K all had serious and heavy expressions, feeling the gravity of the situation. My goodness, Ye Tianci is really audacious, knowing full well that we can't bear this price, yet deliberately raising the stakes without regard for the consequences. With only about 3 billion in the account, how dare Ye Tianci act so recklessly? But we should understand that he is not a business expert, not very knowledgeable in these matters, just acting on impulse. Ji Wuli, the head of the Ji family, flashed a sharp light in his eyes and snorted coldly. Since he is not afraid of exceeding the acceptable collateral and penalty, what do we have to fear? He raised the sign and declared, the Ji family offers 3 billion. Ye Tianci, let's see how far you're willing to go with us. The whole venue buzzed with excitement. Tonight's bidding war was intense to the extreme, making people's blood boil. Everyone turned to look at Ye Tianci, eagerly anticipating his next bid. At this moment, Diao Yele said sarcastically, Mr. Yi, we only have 3 billion in our account. We can't afford to bid any higher. Ye Tianci replied confidently, can't afford it? Why didn't you say so earlier? In that case, I'll withdraw from the bidding. The entire venue fell into confusion. What's going on? Didn't he just say he would compete with the Ji family to the end? How come he suddenly withdrew? Han Ruoyun couldn't help but ask, hey, why are you withdrawing? Keep bidding. If you need funds, I can support you at any time. Ye Tianci smiled faintly and said, with the funds of the Fingrong Group, we can only bear a penalty of up to 10 billion. Why take the risk? Han Ruoyun asked puzzledly, then why did you keep raising the price just now? Ye Tianci chuckled and replied, just for fun, to tease the Ji family. I didn't expect them to foolishly raise the penalty to 3 billion. Quite bold of them. Everyone suddenly realized that the Fingrong Group didn't actually have the real bidding power, just playing tricks on the Ji family to increase their risk. So cunning. The people present had mixed feelings. Han Ruoyun naturally supported Ye Tianci, believing that everything he did was deliberate. Rong Meiyen couldn't hide her disappointment. Although the group could only bear a penalty of up to 10 billion, there was a chance to raise funds exceeding 3 billion if they had prepared for a loan earlier. But Ye Tianci remained idle, like a lazy incompetent, causing the failure to secure the 10 billion order. She began to wonder if Ye Tianci was truly inept in business or had ulterior motives. Diao Yele was extremely excited. Haha, indeed Ye Tianci is nothing, failing to secure the 10 billion order. When this bidding ends, the position of the general manager will surely be mine. Xiao Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't understand what game Ye Tianci was playing, as long as he also failed to get the 10 billion order, it would somewhat balance things out. Liu Ruyan pouted her lips and murmured, it seems that everything is just a facade. Rong Meiyen actually betrayed our trust. I really misjudged him. However, no one noticed the subtle change in expression on the originally aloof Liu Yinji's face. She gently supported her chin with one hand and whispered, just as I suspected. The members of the Ji family were furious, especially Ji Wuli, who almost couldn't help but spit out blood. Ji Bo sat on the side and comforted, Dad, don't be angry. Overall, this just increases the risk of breach of contract. As long as we can complete the project according to the contract within 7 days, we won't violate any terms, and we won't suffer any losses. Ji Wuli took a deep breath and nodded. Although they were played, fortunately, the 10 billion order eventually fell into the hands of the Ji family. Thinking of this, he quickly reminded, Lord Long, isn't it time to announce the ownership of the 10 billion order project? Zhao Hailong nodded and then asked, does anyone here want to bid over 3 billion? The venue fell silent. How could anyone easily afford such a huge amount? Zhao Hailong announced, congratulations to the Ji family for winning the 10 billion order. Now we can proceed to sign the contract. With the announcement, the area where the Ji family was located suddenly burst into cheers. Rong Zedong's eyes flashed with a cold and triumphant look. He spoke, Master Ji, according to the agreement, we can now begin preparing our revenge plan. Ji Wuli nodded, indicating that everything was going according to plan. He turned to Ji Boduan and said, I will go sign the contract with Dragon Lord. You continue with the plan. Ji Wuli left to sign the contract. Rong Zidong took out his phone and sent a text message to inform Zhao Lao to prepare to bring people over. Ji Boduan stood up and announced to everyone present, everyone. Tonight, our Ji family successfully bid and won a 10 billion order. We will have a celebration party at the Cloud Summit Hotel tonight, and everyone is welcome to join. All expenses will be covered by the Ji family. This announcement excited everyone present. They all expressed their eagerness to attend the grand event, admiring the Ji family's grandeur. Some planned to show their respect to the Ji family at the party, hoping to establish closer relationships. The Ji family's victory this time was uplifting and marked the end of the previous embarrassing failures. Meanwhile, Di Yilei, who bid for Area D, sarcastically asked Ye Tianci, Mr. Yi, the Ji family is already preparing for a celebration. When will you be able to secure your 10 billion order? Ye Tianci replied calmly. The outcome is still uncertain. The game is not over yet. Di Yilei couldn't help but laugh. He believed that the outcome of this bidding was already determined. In his view, everything Ye Tianci said was just a cover-up for his impending failure. He couldn't wait to tell the employees of his supporting company the good news and hastily excused himself. Ah Qing watched Di Yilei leave and gritted her teeth. What a gloating person. Rong Meiyen frowned and asked Ye Tianci, what should we do next? Ye Tianci stretched and smiled. The bidding is over, of course, we should go home and rest. Why bother attending the Ji family's celebration party? Just as he stood up, Xiao Qingcheng and Liu Ruyan from Area C also stood up. Xiao Qingcheng saw Ye Tianci's smile and her mood instantly turned sour. She said resentfully, I didn't win the 10 billion order, someone must be very happy, right? Ye Tianci was taken aback and asked, are you talking to me? Xiao Qingcheng's face darkened as she accused Ye Tianci of always gloating at her failures, unable to hide her emotions. Ye Tianci sighed. Miss Xiao, please don't delude yourself. I don't have time to waste on you. Xiao Qingcheng seemed unable to accept Ye Tianci's dismissal and seemed to want to vent all the grievances of her failed bids. Han Ruoyun finally couldn't hold back after hearing this conversation. She angrily placed her hands on her waist and retorted to Xiao Qingcheng. It's obvious that you lost because of your own incompetence in the competition, yet you shift the blame to Ye Tianci. Why act so fake? Once again, someone stood up to speak up for him, fueling the resentment burning in Xiao Qingcheng's heart. Han Ruoyun, can't you see it clearly? This time, Mr. Yi's help in Miss Rong's bidding may cost him his position as a partner. Actually, he's not as remarkable as you imagine. I don't understand why you insist on defending him like this. Han Ruoyun sneered and said, haha, I see now why you were relieved when Ye Tianci proposed a divorce, despite your 3-year marriage. As a woman, you always focus on what your partner can bring to you, but never consider what you can offer in return. Indeed, narrow-minded and extremely selfish with that C-cup. Xiao Qingcheng felt like she was struck by lightning, trembling all over. It was the first time she was accused of being selfish and self-serving. Han Ruoyun continued. You always talk about what Ye Tianci can offer you. Well, let me tell you, I won't just look at what he can bring to me. As long as we are happy together, that's enough. Even if Ye Tianci loses his position as a partner, even if he is no longer dazzling, as long as he is willing, I am willing to support him for a lifetime. My family has billions of wealth, enough for him to grow old. Why can't outstanding women support men? I will never be as incompetent as you, struggling every day to make him outstanding. I can't do this double standard. Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng stared in disbelief. She never thought Han Ruoyun would go to such lengths for Ye Tianci. She didn't understand what charm Ye Tianci had to attract Han Ruoyun like this. The people around who overheard the conversation whispered to each other, wow, Miss Han from the Han family is really strong, completely tearing apart Xiao Qingcheng. No matter how outstanding Ye Tianci is, as a man, hearing such support from a woman must feel very worthwhile. If I had to choose a partner, I would definitely choose someone like Miss Han who is understanding. Although Xiao Qingcheng is beautiful, if she is persuaded every day, she would probably divorce in less than 3 years. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiao Qingcheng clenched her teeth, feeling the burning sensation on her face. This comparison made her feel ashamed. Could it be that her previous attitude towards Ye Tianci was really wrong? Thinking of this, her mood became even more complicated. She felt like a laughingstock. At the same time, Ye Tianci's gaze towards Han Ruoyun became more serious. The last time was on the night when the Han family had an incident. When he saw Han Ruoyun raise the wine bottle and smash it on Ji Boxiao, he gained a deeper understanding of this woman's courage. This time it was Han Ruoyun's statement. To be honest, it made him somewhat moved, and his fondness for Han Ruoyun was increasing. Even Rong Meiyu's eyes showed some admiration. This Han Ruoyun indeed was as smart and wise as she had judged. Even Liu Ruyan widened her eyes, full of shock. Although her first impression of Miss Han from the Han family was not good, she had to admit that Han Ruoyun's speech just now was very in line with her character. If it weren't for Xiao Qingcheng being her best friend, she almost couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to Han Ruoyun. Han Ruoyun didn't care about others' opinions at all, and continued mercilessly, "Xiao, do you have anything else to say? Just say it." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, unable to look directly at Han Ruoyun's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she silently turned and left, like a defeated quail. Seeing this scene, Liu Ruyan quickly followed and asked, "Aren't you going to the Ji family's celebration party? Maybe you can get some key business information." Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly and said, "Hee, what's the point of me staying? I might as well leave to avoid being laughed at. If you want to go to the party, stay. I'm not in the mood." With that, she quickly left the venue, her figure looking somewhat desolate. Liu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay. Since there was nothing else to do, might as well relax at the party. Just then, a man in a white suit hurried over and stood in front of Ye Tianci. This man was none other than the bodyguard of the Liu family's Miss Liu Yanji. The bodyguard straightforwardly said, "Mr. Yi, my lady has a private matter to discuss with you. Please come with me." Upon hearing this, Han Ruoyun and Rong Meiyen both showed a wary expression. Han Ruoyun furrowed his brows and asked, "Hey, why does your lady want to see him? Is it something private that can't be discussed face to face?" The bodyguard replied indifferently, "I'm just following the lady's instructions and don't need to explain to anyone else. Besides, my lady specifically emphasized that only Mr. Yi is allowed to go over." Han Ruoyun frowned and said, "You don't need to go. Although Liu Yanji is the business queen of Jiangmen City, that's all in the past. There's no need to give her face." Ye Tianci smiled faintly and said, "Since it's an invitation from the business queen, there's no harm in going." He had planned to take this opportunity to learn more about the Liu family's situation, and didn't expect the Liu family to contact him proactively. Such opportunities are rare, and he naturally wouldn't miss out on it. Han Ruoyun was not clear about Ye Tianzi's thoughts. She whispered discontentedly, "I bet you are attracted by Liu Yanji's charm, right? She just dresses in a slightly dark style. If you like it, I can also dress you in black, like Batman." Ye Tianzi rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thinking all day? Am I that vulgar in your eyes? Are you always thinking about touching my E-cup chest?" Ye Tianzi was speechless. Han Ruoyun thought for a moment and sneered, "Forget it. What if she wants to discuss business with you? I won't hold you back. But, I remind you, Liu Yanji is a poisonous black rose. Once such a woman strikes, it's fatal. You have to be careful." Following the bodyguard in a white suit, Ye Tianzi left through the fire escape on the side of the venue. With hundreds of people coming and going in the venue, besides Han Ruoyun, Rong Meiyen, and others, no one noticed the details of Ye Tianzi leaving. After Ye Tianzi left, Rong Meiyen and Han Ruoyun also prepared to leave the venue and wait for Ye Tianzi outside the hotel. However, as they were about to reach the entrance of the venue, a cold voice rang out, "Stop. Do I allow you to leave?" Rong Meiyen and Han Ruoyun turned around to see Rong Zidong walking towards them with a glass of red wine in his hand, his face showing a cold demeanor. Rong Meiyen calmly said, "What's the matter? Do I need to report to you before leaving?" Rong Zidong squinted his eyes. Although Rong Zidong and Rong Meiyen were cousins, they were only 2.5 months apart in age, making them peers. Because of this, they were often compared to each other since childhood. Unfortunately, whether it was academics, work, or business acumen, Rong Zidong had always been inferior to Rong Meiyen. This sense of defeat made him harbor jealousy and even hatred towards Rong Meiyen. Grandpa has always shown great love and care for Rong Meiyen, so he did not have a fierce conflict with her. Instead, he coldly stated that if cousin wants to leave, she can decide on her own, but Han Ruoyun must stay. He pointed to Han Ruoyun beside him, emphasizing that this is the dignity of the Rong family and cannot be violated. Rong Meiyen responded indifferently, "Rong Zidong, you do not have the qualifications to represent the entire Rong family. Miss Han is my friend, and tonight I will take her away." This conversation immediately sparked discussions among the onlookers, with many expressing that tonight will be a spectacular drama. Rong Deshao mentioned that there is a grudge between Miss Han and him, arousing curiosity among the crowd, speculating that it might be due to an unpleasant experience when they pretended at the Han family before. Rong Zidong took a sip of red wine and coldly warned cousin that tonight's matter has nothing to do with her, and it's best not to interfere to avoid trouble. However, Rong Meiyen remained steadfast, stating that she will definitely take Miss Han away, unwavering. With that, she resolutely grabbed Han Ruoyun's arm, ready to leave. Suddenly, Rong Zidong angrily smashed the red wine glass in his hand to the ground, splattering wine everywhere, and with a grim face, he said, "Tonight, Han Ruoyun will not leave, not even if Jesus comes, she cannot take her away." At that moment, a group of people rushed into the venue, and dozens of henchmen surrounded the entrance, blocking it off completely. Following them, 3 middle-aged men in their 50s and 60s walked out from the crowd, causing Rong Meiyen to look surprised. "It's you three?" It turned out to be Zhao Wuji in a black coat, smiling and saying, "Miss, long time no see." Huang Shilong and Sun Feng also smiled, but behind their smiles, there was a hint of coldness and arrogance. Rong Zidong smugly spoke up, eager to see how cousin would take Han Ruoyun away tonight, facing the 3 esteemed guests and numerous henchmen. Rong Meiyen frowned, starting to question why Rong Tianli sent Zhao Wuji and the others to Jiangnan City, realizing they chose to make a move at the bidding Chamber of Commerce. Han Ruoyun earnestly thanked Rong Meiyen for her help and suggested that she leave since they are here for her, not wanting to involve Rong Meiyen. However, Rong Meiyen shook her head firmly, stating that she would never abandon Han Ruoyun. Han Ruoyun's eyes flickered with emotion. Although they have met several times, they are not familiar, even with some hostility. Nevertheless, Rong Meiyen's choice to stand by her side at this critical moment made Han Ruoyun deeply moved. This woman, although not as tall as Nazi, has shown a broader vision than her. Rong Meiyen coldly warned Rong Zidong, "Rong Zidong, this is the venue where the Tianlong Group holds the bidding business conference. Are you not afraid of angering the Tianlong Group by doing this, and causing Lord Long to cancel your 10 billion order contract?" A smug laugh rang out. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Rong. Unfortunately, we, the Ji family, have already signed this contract. As for Lord Long, Ji has just personally seen him off and returned to the Tianlong Group." Ji Woolley walked over with the contract, smiling on his face. "Lord Long's departure means that tonight the Genting Hotel will become our battlefield, and no one will disturb us anymore." Rong Meiyen bit her lip, furrowing her brow. Everything was arranged long ago. At this moment, Ji Boduan stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling triumphantly. "It's inevitable. Because we have been defeated by you every time before, we must be fully prepared before we dare to act. Tonight, Rong Deshao will lead our Ji family to avenge our past humiliations, and make Ye Tianci and his supporters pay the most painful price. Especially Ye Tianci himself." "Oh?" Ji Boduan suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in confusion, "Heaven, where is Ye Tianci?" Upon hearing Ji Bo's words, Rong Zidong's expression changed instantly, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. The main target tonight was clearly Ye Tianci, yet they hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. This was simply unreasonable. Rong Zidong frowned and asked discontentedly, "Where did Ye Tianci go?" Zhao Wuji shook his head decisively and replied, "Impossible. We've been monitoring outside the hotel and haven't seen Ye Tianci leave at all." Sun Feng speculated, "Perhaps that guy is still hiding somewhere inside the hotel." Rong Zidong's face darkened as he muttered, "Coward, abandoning the woman by his side to hide on his own. Tonight, I'll see how long he can keep up the act." He signaled his henchmen beside him, Quick, drag Han Ruoyun out for me. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward. Rong Meiyen coldly warned, who dares to touch her? At the same time, Qing was already prepared for battle. Rong Zidong sneered. Just the two of you, Qing and you, two women, can't stop me at all. Go on. The henchmen swiftly charged forward. Qing frowned and met them head-on, delivering a high kick that sent the frontmost henchman flying several meters away. She then quickly punched the remaining henchman to the ground. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Impressive. Rong Meiyen's assistant not only had outstanding looks but also knew martial arts, and her strength was not weak. Rong Zidong sneered. My father has always suspected Qing of holding back, and he was right. As he finished speaking, Sun Feng suddenly made a move, sending a palm directly towards Qing. Seemingly unremarkable, it actually contained astonishing power. Qing's face darkened as she crossed her arms tightly in front of her. However, Qing was only at the mid-level of martial artists, while Sun Feng had long reached the peak, ranking 81st on the Hubei list in Jiangnan province. She couldn't resist Sun Feng's strength at all. She was sent flying by a palm, crashing into a table in the distance. Qing coughed up blood, her arms seemingly shattered and difficult to lift. Sun Feng looked at her and casually remarked, although you have the strength of a mid-level martial artist, it's not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced in front of me. If I hadn't held back, you would have lost your life long ago. The onlookers gasped in shock. The strength of the Rong family's guest was unexpectedly terrifying. It seemed that the Rong family was going to win big tonight. Rong Zidong sneered, knowing that your strength is insufficient, yet still stepping forward, how foolish. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as he saw Rong Meiyen had pulled out a gun and aimed it at his head. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Rong Meiyen raised the gun with a powerful aura, as if she could determine the outcome with a single shot. Suddenly, Rong Meiyen mysteriously pulled out the gun, shocking everyone present. With a slight sway of her skirt, her movements were as smooth as flowing clouds, making it difficult for people to detect. Qing understood Rong Meiyen's scheme. She deliberately attracted everyone's attention to create an opportunity to shoot. These two women were truly unpredictable. Ji Wooly and Ji Bo, father and son, felt a sudden tightness in their chests. The scene before them seemed familiar, as if they had encountered Rong Meiyen's sharp gaze at some event in the past. Huang Shilong and Sun Feng, the two guest officials, also showed surprise on their faces. Despite their extraordinary strength, they were more than 10 meters away from Rong Meiyen and had no time to react. The onlookers were all impressed by Rong Meiyen's decisiveness and courage. She was like a queen in the business world, able to turn the situation around in a crisis. Rong Meiyen coldly warned, Rong Zidong, let us leave immediately, or your head will be in danger. Rong Zidong was sweating profusely, well aware of Rong Meiyen's decisiveness and arrogance, knowing that she would follow through on her words. Although he wanted to save his life, he was unwilling to give up his plans of many days. Suddenly, a small stone whizzed by and hit Rong Meiyen's wrist, causing the gun to fall with a clatter. In pain, Rong Meiyen furrowed her brows tightly, eager to bend down and pick up the gun, but she was a step too late. Zhao Wuji suddenly appeared by her side and kicked the gun away. With a sneer, Zhao Wuji said, Miss Rong, you shot Huang Zhen and Fu Guang at the previous meeting. Did you think I wouldn't be prepared? Rong Meiyen was furious and almost turned the situation around, but Zhao Wuji had outsmarted her. Looking at Rong Meiyen's injured wrist, Zhao Wuji casually said, Don't worry, I left a way out. You've just fractured a bone in your hand, not fatal. Rong Meiyen coldly asked, Why didn't you kill me? Zhao Wuji shook his head and smiled. You are Miss Rong from the Rong family. No matter how many lives I have, I can't afford to offend you. However, it's different for others tonight. He paused, then suddenly patted Han Ruoyun on the back, causing her to stumble and fall. Zhao Wuji coldly said, Rong Xiao, this woman is now your responsibility. Rong Zidong breathed a sigh of relief, smugly walked over to Han Ruoyun, stepped on her hand, and sinisterly said, You won't escape today. Raising his head, he cursed through gritted teeth, You despicable villain, shameless scoundrel. However, he accepted such praise with a mocking smile. Today, he decided to show the other party what true shamelessness is. A hint of ferocity gleamed in his eyes. He ordered 2 thugs beside him to come over and restrain the woman. He decided to humiliate her to the extreme in front of everyone, making her the object of ridicule. The daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan City would be humiliated beyond measure, her reputation tarnished, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. Ha ha ha. Today will be the most humiliating day of her life.